Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Assassin Level Combat. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Today had not been a good day, to say the least. The school day had come and gone as usual, filled with bullying and taunting from his classmates and cold shoulders from his teachers. To make matters worse, the only person he had remotely considered to be a friend literally told him to commit suicide. If you think you'll have a quirk in your next life, go take a swan dive off the roof. That's right, Izuku Midoriya was one of the 20% that was born quirkless nowadays. His lifetime dream was all but shattered before he reached 6 years old. That alone had been bad enough, but the utter torment that came with being powerless in a superpowered world was like salt, vinegar, and hot water in an open wound. When he first found out, he hoped Katsuki Bakugo, or Kaken, as he called him, would be at least supportive despite his shortcomings. Alas, that obviously was not to be, if his last statement was any indication. That single sentence rang through Midoriya's head all the way to the fish pond where his burnt and now soaked notebook was floating. He gave a sad sigh at the sight of his hard work figuratively tossed in the trash but literally thrown out the window. As he flipped through the pages, he was allowed to feel relief at the surprising lack of damage. Just the cover was scorched, and almost all of his written notes were still legible. Now, Midoriya was not suicidal by any means, but as the days went by, parts of him were slowly chipped away. Each quirkless and freak, thrown his way, etched deeper than anyone knew, and enough etches could bring down even the largest statues. And every now and then he found himself wondering if anyone besides his mom would actually care if he took Bakugo's words to heart. In his depressed state of mind, he failed to notice the mass of sludge bulleting right towards him. That is, until it was too late. Before he could register what was happening, ooze and slime was all over him, cutting off his movements and shoving itself down his throat with disgusting ease. Fighting was useless, and no one was around to hear him in the underpass. "Calm down, it'll only hurt for about 45 seconds, a sickening voice said. Despite his fear-driven attempts, not a scratch or grab hurt the attacker. His vision was darkening, and his strength was diminishing by the second. The painful choking sensations were burning his throat and lungs more, yet everything seemed to be going numb. A few tears welled up in his eyes, hopelessness once again filling the young boy. The last thought that went through his mind was, "I'm dying." If he had managed to stay conscious for just a few more seconds, he would have known that today was not his day to die. Darkness. That's all he saw, and whatever he heard was fuzzy. He could barely make out a man's voice, and started wondering if he was entering the afterlife. Maybe Katsuki was right. If there was another life, he might get a quirk this time around. Slowly, everything began to clear, except the situation itself. "Hey kid, get up," the voice commanded. With a grunt, Midoriya forced himself into an upright sitting position. A few blinks, then more than a few later cleared his vision. Who saved him? There weren't many heroes that stick around this area. Maybe a passerby with a useful quirk. Izuku risked a glance at his savior and almost wishes he hadn't. The infamous Stain. The hero killer. The last person he ever would have guessed had been the one to come to his rescue. Instincts took over, and Izuku found himself backpedaling into a wall. Now that he's been introduced, I want to mention that Stain will be somewhat OOC in this story. Calm down, I'm not here to kill you. And no, that doesn't mean I'll hurt you either. The man, or whatever he should be classified as, offered. Why did you save me? Midoriya sputtered, fear once again becoming the focus in his brain. Because despite my reputation, I'm not one for letting innocents die. You're not one of those fake heroes. You're just a child. If anything, you deserve a chance to prove yourself worthy. Or unworthy. While he spoke, a few pages flipped in his hands. For the first time, Midoriya saw Stain was reading his notes on heroes. He wanted to say something, to take the book back and run, but nothing in his body would let him move. You've got quite a brain in that skull of yours, kid. You looking to be a hero? And think carefully before you answer. Stain warned, sending more than a few chills down the kid's spine. I want to, but I can't, he replied, which seemed to grab Stain's attention. Oh, and why is that? He responded almost amusedly while holding the notebook out to its owner. Cautiously, Midoriya reached for the book and pulled it into his chest. Because I don't have a quirk, was his reply, and tears welled up again as he remembered every time he was told he was worthless. Every time he was called a freak and a quirkless nobody. The time his own mother apologized for his misfortune. Maybe that's true. But let me ask you a question. Does everyone that does have a quirk become a hero? Or even put it to good use? The psychopath questioned. Well, no. There are civilians and villains like you. Midoriya said and quickly covered his mouth at the last bit. Either Stain didn't care or was willing to let it slide, because he continued regardless. Got that right, kid? Not everyone uses their quirks for the benefit of others. Hell, most of them don't. Here's a follow-up question. Does a quirk make a hero? The answer was obvious to the point of feeling like a trick. No. It's like the last question. Not everyone with a quirk becomes a hero. They make that choice for themselves. Exactly. So who's making the choice for you? Stain asked. I am? Midoriya responded, finally grasping where the hero killer was going with his questions. And that's your problem, he said while standing up. You don't have what it takes to back up your dreams. At his words, Midoriya once again felt wetness filling his eyes. He was on the verge crying, but Stain cut that off for him. Yet. I can train you to be someone powerful. From there, it's your choice. Meet me here at 11 tonight. I've already been in one place too long. Do not tell anyone. Without giving the sad child a chance to reply, the villain known as Stain disappeared with frightening grace and agility. Not a sound escaped the underpass, except for Midoriya's breathing. How long did he stay there? A minute? 10 minutes? An hour? Truthfully, he had no idea. All he knew is that whatever happened, shouldn't have. He shouldn't have let himself be grabbed by the slime monster, which he just now realized had disappeared without a trace, barring the awful memories and the lingering taste in his mouth. He shouldn't have answered the hero killer in the first place, should have let him leave thinking he was mute or too scared to reply. All he knew he should do is call the police. He quickly pulled his phone from his pocket when two different conversations replayed in his mind. If you think you'll have a quirk in your next life, go take a swan dive off the roof. I can train you to be someone powerful. From there, it's your choice. This was wrong. This was nothing but wrong. But his phone was soon back in his pocket, having made no calls that day as he ran back home. Streets and sidewalks blurred past him as he ran. He hadn't called the police, but he still had no idea where to go from that point. The one and only Stain told him he could be a hero, yet was he the best person to take career advice from? Even by the time he walked into the apartment he and his mother shared, an answer eluded him. The moment he entered and called, "I'm home," his mother enveloped him in the biggest hug she could muster. Not a very big one for those wondering, but big enough to get the job done. "Oh, Izuku. I was worried. Are you okay? Are these rips in your clothes?" "I'm fine. And I." No good excuses came to mind until he looked at the television. The news program was showing footage from a recent villain attack. Kamui Woods, Empty Lady, Death Arms, and a few other heroes were facing a very familiar slime villain who had captured yet another teenage boy. Only this time was different. "Kakin?" The green-haired boy asked no one in particular as he walked to the television. Soon enough, the firefighter-styled hero known as Backdraft used his hoses to wash away the sludge villain into a makeshift container Death Arms created with large chunks of rubble. All that was left was Bakugo coughing up greenish ooze as the villain was surrounded by the heroes. Once Midoriya was able to tear his eyes away from the scene, he somewhat somberly made his way to his room. "I have homework to do. Call me when dinner's ready, please." His mom gave a comforting okay, and Izuku closed the door to his bedroom. Instead of homework, he worked on packing up whatever might be necessary for the trip later tonight. He kept telling himself he should be doing the exact opposite of whatever he's planning, but the idea of being trained was admittedly tempting, and seeing what happened to Kakin only made him want to get stronger. Katsuki not only managed to stay conscious the entire time, but he even managed to attempt at fighting back. His backpack was soon filled with clothes, snacks he could gather, money, some of his notebooks, and a few basic necessities. Several rough drafts and crumpled papers later, a not-so-happy note was composed and stored in his desk. About halfway through his homework, his mother called. "Honey. Food." Inko had put together a delicious meal, which the two ate in silence with the occasional small talk. Midoriya did the dishes and Inko turned on the news, hoping not to see another one of her son's classmates under attack. "Thanks, Mom. I have a little more homework to do," he offered before returning to his room. He really had no idea what to expect from Stain. Maybe he'd tell Midoriya it was all a joke and things will proceed like the two never met. Maybe he'd take the boy as an apprentice. Maybe he wouldn't show up at all. Maybe the entire conversation was some sort of near-death experience hallucination. Even once his homework was finished, there was still an hour and a half before he would even head out to meet the man. The only consolation was his mother goes to bed earlier than he would leave, so he can get out and return without her knowing. To kill time, he logged into his computer and opened YouTube and watched the video of All Might a few times before switching over to Markiplier. At 9 o'clock his mother wished a good night from outside the room, and the apartment went quiet. The minutes ticked by, but Izuku was, strangely enough, not feeling any sort of "I can't do this" feeling in his gut. Maybe the years of torment and degradation finally got to him. Time passed slowly, until it's just over half an hour before 11. Midoriya slung the backpack over his shoulder and grabbed the note from his desk so his mother can find it. He took one more reread to make sure he didn't leave anything out. "Dear Mom, I'm sorry, but I had to leave. I do not know when I'll be back. I was offered a chance to be a hero, and I want to take it. I know I'm being selfish by leaving, but they always say, follow your dreams, so I'm following mine. I can promise I'll miss you and think of you more often than anything else. Please do not worry about me, I'll be in good hands. You can do whatever you see fit with my room. Your little hero, Izuku Midoriya. A sad sigh came from his lips as he placed the note on his pillow. As he made his way down the hall, he took extra time to take one last look around the place. Things he had gotten so used to seemed to be brand new, like the photos of him and his mother and his drawings of All Might. Before he realized, he was out the front door and quietly locking it. By the light of the street lamps, he walked to the underpass where he almost died earlier that day. When he got there, an understandable reluctance to pass through gripped him like a vice. But he forced himself to go, because the best chance he had at becoming something was waiting for him. I was wondering if you would actually show up. A familiar voice rang from the shadows. Izuku swallowed whatever had gathered in his throat and pushed forward. The man who saved his life stepped forward and emerged from a shadow. I want to be a hero. And despite your career, you're probably the best bet at getting me anywhere close to that. Midoriya bravely stated. Stain smiled. Not an overly sinister smile, but a scary yet happy smile. I'm not the best bet, kid, but I'm the only one willing to give you a chance. Isn't that right? Midoriya shakily nodded, and Stain continued speaking. Which is why I feel it necessary to give you a warning. If you so much as act suspicious, like you're calling the cops or a hero, I won't hesitate to kill you. And just so you know, the only reason I'm giving you a chance is because I see potential in you. If you turn out to be just another fake hero, I'll treat you like I do any other fake hero. Understand? Stain loomed over Midoriya by the time he asked the one-word question, and the utterly terrifying aura Stain gave off was more than enough to convince Izuku to agree. Good. Now come along. Your new life starts now. I'll take you to where we'll be hiding out and training. The villain stated, then ran from the underpass and through the streets. How he had yet to be caught is something Midoriya might ponder later. When they finally arrived at an abandoned building on the outskirts of town, Midoriya was about ready to collapse. His breathing was hard and heavy, which matched the feelings of his legs. Well, no wonder no one thinks you can be anything. Look at you. Stain coldly spat out. Did you really think you would be so much better if you had a quirk? He asked, but clearly rhetorically. Midoriya couldn't even answer, which only really proved Stain's point. The taste of blood was slowly receding from his mouth, but he still needed to spit a few times. Before we can even begin training, I need to whip you into shape. But for now, come with me. He led Midoriya into the structure, which looked slightly better on the inside. There wasn't much, but he saw a few files on heroes and a lot of gear. If I may, how did you get those without a printer? Midoriya asked with a point at the papers. I have my ways, he answered. Get some sleep. We begin tomorrow, he explained before heading back out. If you're not here when I get back, I'll assume you went to get a hero and I'll be gone without a second's hesitation. The mattress is mine. Understand? Yes, sir. Midoriya offered, and Stain left to do who know what. Probably something unpleasant. There was nothing to sleep on besides the mattress, so Izuku called dibs on the floor. It was hard and uncomfortable, but toughening up would be necessary, so he toughed it out and thought of his mom. She wasn't going to find out about his disappearance until the morning, but he wished there had been an easier way to let her know. Slowly, the exhaustion from the day caught up and Izuku was asleep on the floor. He didn't wake up when Stain returned. He didn't wake up when the villain went through his stuff and greedily read the notebooks. You're gonna go far, kid, he muttered to himself before laying down on the mattress. Hopefully he won't have to kill him in the future. Everything was uncomfortable. No matter how much he tossed and turned, his bed still felt like it was a stone slab. I said wake up or your training will be worse, a slightly angry voice snarled. Understandably surprised, Izuku rocketed into a seated position and took in his surroundings. He was well, he didn't know exactly. You're only making it harder for yourself, the man said. Naturally, Midoriya turned to the source and was greeted with Stain nonchalantly tossing a plate of something at him. Oh yeah, that happened. Hurriedly he grabbed the plate and ate whatever it was. It didn't taste bad, mostly because it didn't taste like anything. What's this? And what's training going to be like? He asked between mouthfuls. That's a nutritional mix. And we'll start with speed and agility, and get into strength training later. Now hurry up and get your butt outside. Midoriya made a mental note regarding the change in attitude. Yesterday Stain was almost kind, to the point of not being what one would expect from a guy named Hero Killer, Stain. Now he was getting somewhat closer to fitting the name. The green-haired kid quickly finished his breakfast and skedaddled outside. Stain followed and led the boy to a long, abandoned alleyway. Run, was all he said. Despite his confusion, instinct forced Midoriya to take off at a dead sprint. Something in the atmosphere changed, and he glanced backwards to see his mentor coming after him with bloodshed in his eyes. If he had enough wind in him, he definitely would have screamed. But he was too busy running to waste any oxygen, so he kept running until Stain tackled him from behind. You're slow and clumsy. Even if you avoid fighting, you couldn't run to save your life. The weight lifted off Izuku's back, but the dread stayed with him. Slowly he pushed himself until he was standing, and was greeted by Stain's knife pointed at his neck. If this was the real thing, I could have killed you many times over, he said before pointing the way they came from. Midoriya was already on the move before Stain could give him the order. Fast learner, he noted, and tackled him just before the kid got out of the alley. Once again he let the kid stand before addressing him again. Remember what I said when we first met? About you not having what it takes to back up your dreams? Well, that's what you need to work on. So get running. Once again Midoriya took off, and was once again tackled by his mentor. That's the way it went for hours. Running, tackling, insult, repeat. After a few hours Stain brought Midoriya back to his hideout and pulled out some of the heavier gear. Put this on, he ordered while handing him his backpack. He did as he was told, and Stain filled the bag with knives, rocks, and anything else he could find until it weighed 20 pounds. Give me 10 push-ups. Just 10? Midoriya questioned. You want to give me more? The villain rhetorically asked, which prompted his trainee to get into a push-up position. He managed 13 before his arms gave out for the time being. I'll admit I didn't expect you to give me more than 10. You're dedicated, and I like that. Pride swelled inside the boy's chest, until it was squashed by doubt. Should he actually take the praise? He hardly actually did anything, and shouldn't it be bad to be complimented by a villain? Sir, I have a question or two. But they may turn into a few, Midoriya stated once he caught his breath. Whatever. But I am by no means obligated to answer, Stain replied while doing his own exercises. How exactly did you save me from that sludge villain? Simple. I let him see me and told him to drop you and run. I see. Also, will you force me to hurt heroes? Or kill them? I know you're doing so much by taking me in, but I don't know if I have what it takes to do that, Izuku nervously stated. Suddenly the ground seemed very interesting, and Stain was quiet for a little longer than expected. I cannot say for a fact I won't make you kill. But hurting people will be necessary. If you want to be a hero, you'll have to get used to that. Even killing is a possibility with the work. But heroes don't kill. And I don't want to. Become a villain. No offense, he offered. I get it. But that doesn't leave you with much, unless you want to be a softcore vigilante. That might suit you better than being a hero anyway, Stain responded while doing practice stabbing. Even though he felt uncomfortable with the idea of using a knife, Izuku did his best to memorize the moves for when Stain inevitably added combat to the training. Why do you say that? About me being a vigilante? The green-haired boy asked. Well, the big-shot heroes like All Might and Endeavor face some tough BSDRDs. I do too, but I have my ways around them. You, on the other hand, don't. At least not yet. And even if you suddenly become some hotshot hero, there'll be questions about how you became what you are. And I think you'd like to avoid that. For both our sakes, Stain explained. Midoriya couldn't help but give a weird look at his mentor. Whenever he appeared in the media, he was some crazed madman that you wouldn't want to be within eyesight of. Yet here he was, surprisingly calm and logical. You're wondering why my attitude is different, aren't you? He asked, almost like he read Izuku's mind. He couldn't offer an excuse, unless you count tripping over your own tongue an excuse. It's simple. I'm always crazy. I have psychotic urges and the mindset you see on TV or whatever is never less than a hair away from breaking out. It just comes out most when I'm in the presence of those self-righteous, fame-hungry heroes. He said with a venomous tone at the mention of fake heroes. I guess that makes sense. It's like a trigger for you, the heroes you don't like and all, Izuku concluded aloud. Like I said, you're a smart one. No matter how much training I give you, it won't be useful unless you keep that mind of yours sharp. Thank you. Don't expect too many compliments, kid. Now get up, Stain commanded. The two returned to training, and by the time Midoriya went to bed he was exhausted past the point of exhaustion. He found himself thinking about his mom and hoping she wasn't too worried about him. He knew she was though. That's how she is. He made a mental note to ask about visiting her right before he fell under the comfortable embrace of sleep. All too soon, tomorrow became today and Midoriya was once again being pushed farther than he knew his body could go. In whatever downtime he asked whatever questions came to mind. Unfortunately, Stain wouldn't allow him to go into public just yet, so visiting his mom was out of the question for a while. As he promised, he found himself thinking about his mom and a cozy bed whenever he had the luxury of reminiscing. The first few weeks were the hardest weeks he had experienced, but they suddenly took an odd turn. So what's the plan for today? Midoriya asked once he gobbled up the breakfast sludge he had been given. Today you're learning to blend in, his mentor cryptically responded. His usual mask was removed and replaced with a baseball cap. A medical face mask was pulled over his mouth and he replaced his entire outfit with scarily casual clothes. What? You thought I just stuck around places like this all the time? Even I have to eat, drink, and use other basic necessities. And today I'll show you how to fit in a crowd. But first, a can of blonde hairspray was pulled from nowhere accompanied by a pack of colored contact lenses. You need experience before you can go out as is, he explained. Izuku nodded and allowed Stain to spray his hair while he put the lenses in his eyes. It'll have to do. Just don't let it get too wet, the hardly recognizable Stain warned. It was unsettling to see him so easily disguised that it made him wonder if they've actually crossed paths before. Silently, the two made their way into the city and visited a few stores and pharmacies. Every now and then Stain would point out how to spot cameras, guards, or employees along with how to inconspicuously slip something into his pockets. Isn't this hypocritical to a degree? You always preach that heroes should be willing to put their lives on the line with no intention of rewards, yet here you are teaching me how to shoplift, Izuku questioned once his teacher had simply walked out of a store with a package of painkillers. First off, we're not heroes or those low-life criminals. Or at least, I'm not. I purge the weak to make the world a better place. Secondly, we don't get paid, so we have to find other ways to get what we need. If you don't like it you can starve for all I care, Stain whispered. What happened to him? All he wanted was to be trained to be a hero, not a thief. But something in the back of his mind kept reminding him that Stain was the only one willing to take a chance with him. The best he could do was bite his tongue and hope they didn't get caught. The next visit was the mall that was rather close to the UA campus. The first thing that ran through Midoriya's mind was, what if someone catches Stain? He had no doubt his mentor had more than a few weapons on him. But if anything, the thought made him more uncomfortable. If you still want to be a hero, I assume you'll want to go to UA, the man next to him wondered aloud. Yeah, but the entrance exam in less than a year, and I don't know if I have what it takes to make it yet. Besides, it's probably too expensive anyway, Midoriya replied. Back before any of this happened, UA was the only school he could see himself going to. Now though he wasn't sure. For starters, a bit of research has led me to believe that UA is mostly funded by the state. Not to mention all the creation and building quirks that they use to make anything necessary. And we're not done training yet. At one point Stain walked into a bathroom and left his pupil outside. As he took in his surroundings, a very familiar woman caught his eye. She was stapling a paper to a wall, and he already had a bad feeling about what he was doing. His legs carried him somewhat against his will over to the wall and browsed the posters and other sheets people had put up before glancing at the poster she was putting up. Have you seen this boy? The title read, with a more recent photo of him below it. That your son? He asked his mother in a deeper voice than she would recognize. Yes. He went missing a few weeks ago. She was clearly holding back tears, and Midoriya had to fight the urge to hug her, to tell her he's alright. I don't know what I did wrong. At the first chance he got, he just left. I've called the cops but no one has any clue where he went, she choked. I'm sure he's okay wherever he is, he offered, then saw Stain emerging from the bathroom. I gotta go. I hope you find him, he said with a gentle shoulder pat before leaving. Guilt was starting to churn in his gut, and he was seriously considering going home. That's your mother, I take it? Stain asked upon his student's return. How'd you know? Midoriya replied with a final look back. She had finished putting up the poster and was leaving the giant shopping mall. You look a lot like her. An intuition, Stain explained. After a little more looking around, the two stepped outside and boarded the first bus that came by. No one gave either of the two a second glacé, except a few who seemed concerned about the medical mask. Weakened immune system, Stain casually mentioned to a bystander who was caught staring. After several stops the two got off closer to the outskirts of the city, where they proceeded to walk back to Stain's current hideout. So what did you learn today? Stain asked his apprentice once they were inside. Let's see to always keep your surroundings in mind, but don't look like you're keeping your surroundings in mind. Never go for anything larger than your pocket unless necessary, and never grab anything you can't say you accidentally put in your pocket and forgot about, the now yellow-haired teen listed. Good. And how's your body? Feeling rested? He followed up with. Yes. I presume we're going back to strength and all tomorrow? Izuku questioned. He was going through his notes for the heck of it, and every now and then made mental notes about his teacher. Yes. So I'd advise you get your rest, Stain recommended. Midoriya did just that, and was waking up again before he knew it. Weeks turned into months, and months turned into half a year under Stain's tutelage. Over the course of 6 months, Izuku went from a scrawny little thing to a well-built teen with surprising knowledge of combat and fighting. More than once Stain commented on the kid's nearly photographic reflexes which enabled him to learn multiple forms of martial arts and excel at parkour faster than anyone had the right to. And it wasn't just fighting. Izuku was a fast learner in general. He quickly mastered picking most kinds of locks, hot wiring, simple hacking, and could even give off his own threading aura. You know kid, I wouldn't be surprised if you surpassed me soon. You've memorized pretty much anything I've thrown at you, and you haven't even learned anyone else's styles, the villain praised between dodges. A knife whizzed by less than half an inch from the side of his face, and his apprentice was already prepared to throw another. "Thanks, but I learned from the best," he replied with a grin. He was good, but not perfect. Being able to copy moves wasn't the exact same as knowing how to dodge them. Stain managed to close the distance between the two of them and get a lucky slash along Izuku's arm. Before Izuku could stop him, he liked the blade and temporarily paralyzed his student. "Well, I'm running out of things to teach you. It's probably time you learned from others," Stain said as he dragged his limp student inside. "You mean?" "Yep. We're going out tonight. I'll be keeping an eye on you just in case, but I think it's time you finally put some of your experience to the test." A few minutes later Midoriya was finally able to move again, so he stood up and applied some stitches to the fresh cut. Self-care was just another field Izuku had quickly picked up from his sensei. Once the bandages were wrapped over, he started planning where he would go. The prospect of going outside was really exciting because Stain was usually overly strict about that. Even when he was allowed to go out he had to follow strict rules, and more often than not he could just tell Stain was watching him. But this time, there was going to be more freedom. Also, if you're still looking at UA you should pick up a bit more strength training. Everyone else will have quirks that put them at an unfair advantage physically, so you need to close the gap as much as possible, Stain advised. The entrance exam was still 4 months away, but that was 4 months of training and practicing to make himself even better. He needed to be in tip-top shape if he wanted the slightest chance at making it in. But right now, he would settle for working on his aim. Time and practice had given him amazing accuracy and precision with throwing weapons, even when he released multiple projectiles from the same hand. But still, he always found somewhere he could improve upon. Just another one of his traits Stain had to admire. After half an hour he switched to sword-based combat, always trying to add even a little more speed to his strikes and recovery. Swords then became knives, which became bare-handed methods, then staffs and even a fairly long metal chain. "I can appreciate your dedication, but you need to keep enough energy for tonight. I don't want to save you from falling off a building because you fell asleep mid-leap," Stain recommended. Reluctantly, Izuku dropped the weapons and took a short break. As the minutes ticked by, Izuku found himself getting more and more anxious. He wanted to go out on his own, just be let free to run and jump and watch the streets as he traveled from rooftop to rooftop. But he held it in, because Stain always taught him not to let his emotions control him. After an hour or so, Izuku found himself spraying his hair blonde and putting in a fresh pair of contacts. His typical outfit was a hoodie with a slot he had sewn inside to hold a notebook and a pencil, along with a black lower half mask that he kept in his pocket until needed. Stain also changed into his casual clothes and the two gave each other a nod. The disguised pair walked together until they reached a bus stop closer to the edge of the city. "Just to make things interesting, I'll give you a 2.5-minute head start. If you manage to lose me I'll meet you back at the hideout at midnight," Stain offered. This certainly grabbed Midoriya's attention, as Stain hardly ever actually let him go anywhere alone. A little while later the bus arrived and the two hitched a ride into the city. Once they and a few other passengers stepped off they snuck into an alley and finished their disguises. "Here, take this," Stain told Izuku as he pulled out a knife sheath attached to a belt. "Just in case." Midoriya nodded and looped the belt around his waist before pulling the hoodie over the knife, effectively hiding it from unexperienced. "Timer starts once you leave," the teacher noted aloud. His student gave a sign of understanding and did a few quick stretches. Once he was ready, he gracefully hopped from wall to wall until he was at the top of the 5-story building. The moment he was out of view, Stain started counting in his head. 6 months. 26 weeks. 180 days. No matter how Inko looked at it, her little boy had been gone for far too long. Ever since that fateful morning happiness had been hard to come by. The note, long since stained with tears, was in her hands yet again as she reread it for the 100th, maybe even 1000th time. It never got easier. "Izuku, where are you?" the woman asked the air surrounding her. Just a few days ago she had met with some of the best detectives in the area, only to be told once again that there was no sign of Izuku anywhere. Every day she found herself questioning what she could have done differently. Part of her knew that Izuku would be thrilled at the chance to become a hero, but she figured he would have at least told her first. Or was he afraid that his own mother would deny him his greatest dream? The silence was broken by the sound of a gentle knock. Then another. Hoping against all hope, she rushed to the door. Maybe someone found him, or maybe he was back. When she opened the door, no one was there. The only thing that stopped her heart from dropping beyond saving was a slip of paper at her feet. She cautiously picked it up and turned it over. What she read took her breath away. "Dear Mom, words cannot explain how sorry I am to have been gone for so long. Please do not worry about me. I'm alive and well. In fact, I'm better than I've ever been. I know this won't really change anything, but I needed you to know that I am okay. I cannot come home quite yet as I still have training to do. But don't worry, I still plan on coming home as soon as possible. It may be a while but I will come back. I'll make you proud. I love you." Your little hero, Izuku Midoriya. The moment she took in the words, a weight worth 100 pounds came off her shoulders. Her little boy was alive. And he was going to come home. For the first time in what felt like forever, Inko allowed herself to not just feel hope, but to feel happiness. Meanwhile, a few buildings away, a hooded figure crouched near the edge of an apartment complex much like the one the green-haired woman stepped out of. He watched as she picked up the note, and had to wipe his eyes at the display she put on once she finished reading. It hurt him to know how much he had put her through, but a little relief came when he saw her eyes light up a little, even from the distance he was at. Maybe things would go back to normal sooner than expected. Despite the silence on the roof, he felt a presence approaching. In his case, it wasn't a threat, even though anyone else would be scared crapless. I know this isn't what you wanted me to do, but I had to do it, Midoriya said. The approaching figure stepped next to him and looked at the apartment his pupil was intently watching. True, I didn't let you go gallivanting around just to drop off a letter, but if you can prove your worth I'll let it slide, Stain replied. He and his student stood up and the latter looked at the former for instructions. I'm following you this time, Stain stated. In other words, Izuku would have to lead the way. A quick survey of the area showed multiple paths to take, so he decided to let his instincts take over and just ran forward. Midoriya had always been partial to Stain's speed and agility training. Once it moved past getting repeatedly tackled in the alley, that is, when the two were just running from rooftop to rooftop, he could finally take in his surroundings. Breathe the fresh air. Stretch his wings, so to speak. He came to a stop at a single-story ledge overlooking an almost empty street. Down below, two men were attempting to mug a woman. Come on, lady. Give us the purse and we'll leave you alone, one of the men offered in a mockingly friendly tone. Fortunately, the woman had pulled what appeared to be pepper spray. On the other hand, none of the three seemed to be giving away their quirks, so there was the potential the spray would be useless. Without asking for permission from his mentor, Izuku dropped from the ledge and landed between the two parties. He stood up straight while keeping his head leaning forward. The two muggers jumped back a little but quickly regained their composures. Sorry guys. I think she's closed for business, the hooded figure joked. Run, he said to the woman, which she did after a quick, thank you. I guess someone's looking for trouble. Each man pulled out a knife. The two blades glinted in the moonlight, and Izuku took a fighting stance. For the first time he looked up, and his eyes met theirs. Their blood may have well been frozen with a glare. No matter how loud they told themselves to move, no matter how hard they tried to get their muscles to work, they simply couldn't. You guys ever hear the story about Medusa? According to legend, just looking at her could turn you into stone. He slowly approached the two, his walk having shifted from that of a human to that of a ferocious predator stalking its prey. Their only replies were the whimpers they could hardly manage to force from their lungs. It's true she was just a myth, but I always found the concept of stopping my opponents just with a look to be rather intriguing. He was right in front of the two and relieved them of their blades. Let's make a deal. You two can run along home. If you can keep out of trouble, I'll leave you alone. If not. A knife was held to each of their throats, making his point very clear. Then, just as fast as he dropped in, he left. A powerful jump got him high enough to climb onto a streetlight, where he jumped onto the store roof. Interesting. You managed to resolve the conflict without causing any injury. But you know they will go back to their old ways? Stain asked once he and his student had started moving again. I know they probably will. But the way I see it, they could have called a hero or the police on me if I attacked them. Then I would be the one in trouble, even if they started it, because I would have made the first move, Izuku explained. That's civilian thinking. Heroes and villains can't be afraid to make the first move. If either side falters for even a moment, it could be the difference between life and death. Izuku took the scolding and thought about it all the way to the next point of interest. From the roof, he caught a glimpse of Kamui Woods and a lady patrolling the street. He pulled out his notebook and started scribbling notes on MT Lady's uniform design and the way the two heroes interacted. Stain just watched as Izuku mumbled his findings and occasionally hopped to different buildings to get better angles of the two. You need to work on your mumbling. It could give away your location someday, Stain advised. His student went silent for a little while until he closed the notebook and slipped it into the pocket. Sorry. Old habit, he apologized. So what did you learn? The villain asked, eager to see how detailed Izuku's findings were. Well, I already had a good entry on Kamui, so I skipped him. On the other hand, I don't know a lot about MT Lady other than her quirk is gigantification. She's also new to the pro league, so she isn't quite used to working in a team, if that argument they were having means anything. Interesting. And how would you face her in a fight? Izuku rubbed his chin and let out a long as he put together a fake scenario. Well, her quirk is most useful against larger opponents. But her strength is also her weakness. In her enlarged state her mobility is lower, so it'd be easier to actually get a hit. On the other hand, I wouldn't be surprised if she still learned some martial arts to counteract that scenario in her normal form. All in all, I'd probably go with an ambush attack when she's beginning to revert to normal size. The two stood watch over the street in silence for a few minutes. You know, Stain, you always manage to surprise me. I never thought I would get used to your calm and collected side. Yet here we are. Stain let out a slightly humored chuckle which sounded more like a throaty rasp than a laugh. The world is full of surprises, kid. Sometimes you just need the right perspective, Stain replied. Before the night was through, the duo had observed another two heroes, both of whom passed Stain's test. For the time being, at least. Maybe we should head back. I want to dash, Midoriya started before another figure caught his eye. A boy about his age with spiky blonde hair and red eyes was walking out of a grocery store. I'll be back, Izuku told his mentor, then hopped off the roof and onto the fire escape below. A few more drops left him on the ground, where he slowly snuck up on his former classmate from behind. Hey you, he called out. Bakugo didn't acknowledge the call until he felt a hand on his shoulder. Get your hands off me, he shouted while quickly turning around. He stood face to face with someone he had known forever, yet had not once met. Sorry, but you're Katsuki, right? The kid from that slime villain attack about half a year ago. Yeah, and what's it to you? The blonde snarled in return. Some things never change, the masked teen thought. I just thought it was really cool how you fought back. There was nothing cool about it. I had to be rescued. His anger was flaring and his pride was on full display. Hey, calm down. I'm not trying to start anything. I'm sorry if I hit a nerve there. But you're looking to be a hero, right? I mean, I saw your quirk, and it's badass. At the mention of being a hero, a small part of Katsuki's demeanor changed. Yeah. I'm going to beat All Might and prove that I'm the strongest, he shouted with angry determination. But that's not very heroic, is it? I can get wanting to be famous, but isn't that a bad reason to become a hero? Just to be known as the strongest. Who are you to decide what's heroic and what's not? If I beat up the villains and save people, I'm still a hero. He was definitely getting riled up now, and small crackles and pops were emanating from his palms. If you insist. But what about those who will look up to you? What'll you say to them? Especially the quirkless ones. I'll tell them even if they become heroes, they won't surpass me, Bakugo stated with a thumb point at himself. And if they want to try, I'll show them what happens when they challenge the best. If you say so. Well, I have to get going and I'm sure you have places to be. Until next time, the masked teen offered before walking away. Once Bakugo suspected him to be out of earshot, he let out an indignant PSH and grumbled something about not getting the respect he deserves. I take it you and him don't have a pleasant history, Stain assumed out loud when his student returned. That's an understatement. He's the main reason I had confidence issues when we first met, and the last thing he told me was that I might as well kill myself. That's not something a hero wannabe should say, Stain said. Well, he's not a hero yet, and he's still young. He has time to change, and I'm sure he'll find out the hard way once he gets into UA. Speaking of, we should probably head back. I want to be able to get enough rest for training tomorrow. Stain gave a nod, and the pair agilely ran off until they found an empty stretch of sidewalk to hop down to. Izuku removed his mask and pulled out his notebook to disguise himself as a student while Stain took up making small talk to portray the role of the kid's father. It had been awkward for both of them the first few times, but they had gotten used to the fake roles as time went on. The bus ride was as uneventful as usual. It was just after midnight when the two finally stepped back inside Stain's abode. Don't worry, Mom, I'll come home soon, Izuku whispered to himself before allowing sleep to take him. Throughout the following weeks, Izuku continued to push his body more than he ever had under Stain's training. His clothes would be soaked in sweat before noon, and more than once he found himself injuring himself from trying too hard. Your dedication has always been something to admire, Midoriya. But you can't push yourself so hard that you hurt yourself more than you strengthen yourself, Stain scolded as he bandaged his pupil's back. During a training session with a Kusari Fundo, he had whipped the chained weapon too hard and caused it to swing into his back. Quick note, a Kusari Fundo, aka Manriki chain, is a chain that has a weight attached to each end. Sorry. Geez, when was the last time I lost control of this thing? His student replied. A grunt escaped his lips when Stain pressed on a particularly sore spot, but he managed to hold most of it in. It's been a while, but that just shows that no matter how good you are, you can still push yourself too hard. After applying the last of the bandages, Izuku was told to roll his shirt back down, covering the countless scars he had obtained over the course of his training. Just remember that the entrance exam is in 3 months. If you hurt yourself anymore, you may not be in prime condition. You wouldn't want that, would you? Stain asked. No, sir. But now that you mention it, there's bound to be some kind of form I have to fill out to get in, right? That there is. But it's not due until a week before the exam, so you can fill it out then. And use your real info. Once you're finished here, we'll have to go our separate ways. The idea of leaving Stain was oddly saddening. Sure, he was still the hero killer, but he had become the closest thing to a father figure Izuku had ever had, albeit a criminally insane father to a point. After the Kusari Fundo incident, Midoriya stuck to basic strength, speed, and agility workouts with a few sparring sessions here and there. The next few months just added to his already impressive physique and knowledge, turning him into something even Stain could be proud of. Before he knew it, the months had flown by until there was just over a week until the entrance exam. In fact, Stain had told Izuku to take a trip to the city library to fill out the forms before he forgot. Even with the excitement that came with the notification that he was cleared to attend the entrance exam, he was more excited to actually see his mother again. Once he was enrolled for the exam, he took a stroll around the city to see what he missed. There were a few sequels to movies he watched as a kid and a lot of new All Might merch. But what caught his attention was a newspaper clipping the briefly mentioned All Might's employment at UA. This is too good to miss out on, the teen thought to himself. He picked up the pace and quickly returned to his mentor's current hideout. I'm signed up for the entrance exam. Now all there is to do is wait and see, Izuku mentioned during lunch. But it's about time I moved on as well. I've spent too long out of the game, and I don't want everyone thinking I've just disappeared, Stain replied. Maybe we'll run into each other again. Hopefully we'll be on good terms. Maybe, was Stain's reply. You should probably take it easier for the next few days. You'll need as much energy as possible for the exam. Stain telling me to take it easy. Never thought I'd see the day, Midoriya chuckled. Even Stain gave a grunt in response to the jab, but it was an amused grunt. Time skipped to night before the entrance exam. It had been almost 4 months since the note had appeared in front of the door. Ever since that day, Inko had once again been filled with hope that every call would be her son. Every day she went shopping she half expected Izuku to come up from behind her. But after 4 months, it still had yet to happen. Someone knocked on the door, and while she hoped it was Izuku, her logical side told her it wasn't. Sadly, the logical side turned out to be right, as Naomasa Tsukachi was waiting on the outside. Hello Mrs. Midoriya. May I step inside? He politely asked. Of course, Inko replied, carefully shutting the door once he was in. What do I owe the visit? Detective Tsukachi was silent. Something didn't bode well, and Mrs. Midoriya prepared herself for the worse. Izuku was found dead or involved in big-time criminal activity. The thought of her little Izuku being involved in crime was unbearable, but it was preferable over him being found dead. We have a lead, he finally stated. He pulled a few sheets of paper from his coat, and Inko couldn't help but notice the large UA logo in the upper right corner. Not too long ago our search algorithms alerted us to a registration at UA High under your son's name. By the time we arrived at the location he had disappeared, but the librarian did admit to seeing a kid with green hair using one of the computers. Within that moment the entire world froze for Inko Midoriya. Her son was still alive, and was still striving to be a hero. She desperately wanted to find him right now and hold him as tight as she could, still deciding on whether that was before or after slapping some common sense into him and giving him the scolding of a lifetime for just leaving without a word. While we cannot be 100% sure this is Izuku, we have a good feeling it is. We have been given permission to observe the exam, and if our efforts prove successful we will bring him back. By now her eyes were watering something fierce. For almost a full year now she had been without her son, yet for the first time there was a genuine possibility that he would be returned to her. I promise we'll bring him home, Tsukachi offered seriously. Please do, was all Inko could manage at the moment. This was it. Tomorrow was the big day, the entrance exam. Soon he and Stain would go their own ways with no guarantee of meeting again. Yet now he almost wanted to stay. This man had given him so much more than he could have accomplished on his own. Had anyone told him almost a year ago that he would bond with a killer, he would have called them crazy. Will you still be here when I wake up in the morning? Izuku questioned as he gathered up what he still had that he had packed. After all, you did say you've been gone for too long. No. I'm leaving early in the morning to move on to the next city. But before I forget, I have something for you, the hero killer replied. He held out the Kusari Fundo, a retractable extendable staff, and a short sword. All of them were stuffed into Izuku's bag and almost filled it to the brim. Those aren't it by the way. I was going to give them to you anyway. They don't draw enough blood to be useful for me. He walked over to the mattress and pulled what appeared to be a sleek wrist gauntlet with a glove from underneath. You've always been one for rooftop running, so I used a few of my connections to have this made. It's a wrist gauntlet grappling claw, Stain started after handing the gift to his student. The glove acts as a control panel. The claw rests in a slot at your forearm and can shoot up to 25 meters. It should be able to embed itself into concrete and even most metals. To shoot it, you just need to form a fist without your thumb. Once the claw clamps onto a surface it will stay that way until you open your fist. Pressing your thumb to the fist will force the mechanisms to rewind, releasing your thumb will stop it, and releasing your pointer finger will allow it to unwind. The cord can hold up to 250 kilograms and is resistant to most forms of damage. Wow, this is amazing, Izuku dumbfoundedly muttered as he aimed the device around the room. Despite being told a while ago that Stain didn't get paid, he always had a hunch that he had some kind of affiliates or supporters that secretly aided his mission. Right now the safety's on. It's this little switch here, Stain said with a point at a tiny switch near the wrist. I don't think you'll need it for the entrance exam, but I figured you would need some time to get the hang of it for when you start classes. Thanks. And not just for this, but for everything you've done. Before you found me I was nothing. But now, I'm something. I can become a hero, or maybe a vigilante like you suggested, Izuku said. He then did something neither of them would have expected. He hugged the hero killer. And Stain reluctantly returned the gesture. Okay, that's enough, he said after a few seconds with a push. Yes, sorry. Just got caught in the moment, Izuku responded almost sheepishly. Just get to bed. You need your rest. Stain didn't say much after that. Neither of them did, as Midoriya wrapped himself up with his hoodie and fell into a slumber. For a long time Stain just watched his student of nearly a year. He had seen something in the kid when they first met, and was coming to terms with the fact that he had grown fond of the little bugger. It was well past midnight when Stain started packing the rest of his belongings and prepared to head out to his next destination. A last glance at Midoriya resulted in a grin that the mentioned teen wouldn't see. Minutes later the hero killer was stealthily rushing to who knew where. With a yawn, Izuku woke up and immediately stretched his limbs. He had long ago gotten used to waking up on the hard floor, but that didn't mean he liked it. A quick look around revealed that Stain had indeed left before he woke up. There was a disappointment that came with not getting to say goodbye, but the entrance exam came to mind before he could dwell on it for too long. After checking the time on a phone Stain had ordered him to shoplift, he hurriedly made sure everything he had received from his mentor was packed. He lifted his shirt and wrapped the Kusari Fundo around his torso like a bandolier and pocketed one of the knives he took from the muggers. The sword itself was just short enough to be covered in the bag without sticking out. When he walked to the door he stopped for a moment. Don't worry Stain. I'll make you proud, he promised aloud before leaving the place he had come to call his second home. Even by the time he stepped foot in the city, he had a good hour before he needed to get to the UA entrance. Izuku took his time to look in the windows of the few new stores that had been set up in his absence and made a note of which ones to visit first. He had just enough money to buy a breakfast sandwich from a coffee shop and he practically swallowed it whole as he picked up the pace to the campus. Wow. This is UA, the green-haired teen thought in amazement. The pictures he had seen online hardly did the building justice. For just a moment he stopped paying attention to his surroundings and paid the price in the form of bumping into a stranger. He saw her start to fall and instinctively reached for her when a light pink outline glowed along her body and her fall stopped. I'm so sorry about that. I got a bit distracted, he offered to the girl who was righting herself. Her light brown hair that had been floating as if immune to gravity dropped and her brown eyes met his green ones. It's fine. I understand. This is a big step for all of us. I'm Achiko Uraraka. What's your name? The girl asked with a friendly tone. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, he replied. Well, it's nice to meet you. Come on, we don't want to miss anything, she exclaimed, then rushed into the giant building. He followed suit and took the paths directed by the arrows throughout the halls until he came to his destination. Inside what appeared to be a lecture hall, the attendees were seated based on name cards. That would have been fine, until Izuku got a good look at who was next to him. Of all the people, of everyone he could have been seated beside in this crowd. Deku, the red-eyed teen asked. There was still that anger that always accompanied addressing the green-haired teen, but there was also underlying confusion. Maybe after 10 months he would treat his friend differently. What's your quirkless but doing here? And where the hell have you been for the last year? Or not? Maybe some things truly never change. What? Afraid I took your advice to heart. Izuku coldly retorted. Katsuki opened his mouth to say something, but was cut off by the speaker. Whether ironically or unironically, Izuku couldn't decide, but the fact that voice hero, present Mike was the speaker put a small grin on Midoriya's face. The pro hero went on to explain the rules of the mock urban battle they would take part in. You will soon be taken to the battle centers specified on your cards. The battles will be 10 minutes long, and you may bring anything you want with you, Mike stated. Izuku read his card and noted he was going to Center B, whereas Katsuki was assigned to Center A. Demon. I won't get a chance to crush you now, the blonde teen complained. Izuku had to hold back his laughter, but allowed a quick scoff to escape his lips. He immediately returned his attention to present Mike, who had begun explaining the 3 types of robots that were worth different point values when an attendee a few rows ahead stood up and raised his hand. May I ask a question? He very formally requested, and was granted his request. Apparently, he read ahead and was asking about a villain present Mike had failed to mention and went on about how UA should be better than making a simple mistake. SCK up, Izuku muttered to himself, which was also caught by the boy next to him. This entire time he had yet to hear the typical muttering or fanboying that Izuku had been known for before his disappearance. Bakugo just knew this was Izuku, yet he was nothing like the kid that went missing 10 months ago. For some reason this made him angry. Probably because he would have to find new ways to remind Izuku that he's better than a quirkless nobody. Yes, I see the confusion. The truth is, that's more of an obstacle than a mock villain. The robot is worth 0 points and goes crazy in small spaces, so it's better off to avoid it than engage it, the hero explained. I'm sorry for my interruption. Please continue, the attendee offered with a bow, then sat back down. A few choirs of mumbles and whispers between friends and attendees echoed through the room. Some students referenced the villain as a video game obstacle, whereas others questioned the reason of having a faux villain in the first place. Moments later, Present Mike gave a short quote from Napoleon Bonaparte, which was followed by an enthusiastic reciting of UA's well-known motto. After that, everyone was herded onto buses based on the battle center their cards designated. The ride was short, and Izuku spent most of the time with his eyes closed and keeping his breathing slow. When he felt the vehicle come to a stop, he stood up but left his bag when he saw others placing their belongings to keep their seats. Izuku stepped off the bus and into the crowd. To say there were people of all shapes and sizes was a bit of an understatement when he saw someone with 6 arms. He also noted the girl from the gates and the guy that asked the question during the speech were in the group as well. He figured he should get a good starting position and gently pushed his way to the front of the crowd. He still had the Kusari Fundo under his shirt and the knife in his pocket. The regulators probably didn't expect any actual weapons when they said to bring whatever they wanted, but rules were rules. Okay, start, a familiar voice shouted from above. While caught off guard by the lack of a countdown, Stain's training taught him to react without hesitation, and he was the first one through the doors. He heard Mike tell the others something about there not being a countdown in real battles, but ignored it when the first robot came after him. A quick grab and pull from under his shirt unraveled the Kusari Fundo and whipped it right through the hinge that connected the head to the long neck. The strike was powerful enough to cut clean through the joint, and he was already on to the next robot before the headpiece hit the ground. Halfway through the battle, he had racked up 50 points and showed no signs of slowing down. 3 robots came at him from different directions as he swung the weighted chain in a circle next to him. A hard pull sent the weight crashing through the legs of a 2-point robot and brought it to the ground. Without a second's hesitation, he spun on his heel and swung the chain into the second attacking robot and severed its right arm before sending the chain crashing into the headpiece. Lastly, he spun the chain above his head to build momentum before letting it fly into the body of a 3-point villain. The last one wasn't immobilized, but before he could strike again, a blue laser sliced through the robot like a knife through butter. Izuku turned to the one who fired the beam. His eyes fell upon an oddly styled boy with blonde hair and a white shirt with frills along the upper half of the zipper. Merci. We make a good team. Sorry to steal your points, but adieu, the boy said before running off. Whatever, Izuku whispered to himself. He already had more than enough points to pass, so allowing a few to slip his grasp was allowable, albeit annoying. He tried to take in his surroundings, but all the noise made it harder than necessary. A handful of powerful jumps landed him on the top of a short building where he proceeded to run towards the most active spot. It was eventful to say the least. Everyone was trying to take out as many robots as possible with whatever methods their quirks allowed. The one from earlier was firing lasers left and right, Ochiko was making the robots float before letting them drop, and the question kid was running inhumanly fast and taking out robots with powerful kicks. As Izuku caught his breath and wrapped the chain weapon around his chest, the sound of something large approaching caught everyone's attention. All eyes fell to the source. A robot that dwarfed even the largest buildings in the battle center had come from nowhere and was threateningly advancing upon the hero wannabes. Of course, most of them ran, not even bothering to look back at the ones they stampeded over. Less than 2 minutes left, Mike shouted from the entrance. Not that many heeded his warning at the prospect of getting crushed to death. However, 2 didn't run. Not because they were fighting, but because they couldn't. Ochiko was pinned by a piece of rubble that was crushing her lower leg, and the laser shooter was trying to force his arm out of a similar situation. It's always Uraraka, isn't it? Before he could question his judgment, Izuku jumped from the building and rushed to the girl. She was still struggling and didn't notice his arrival until he groaned from the effort of lifting the concrete slab off her leg. She thanked him, but he didn't pay attention. All he focused on was the giant robot that was getting uncomfortably close and the other person who needed saving. Your quirk makes things you touch levitate, right? He asked just before reaching the occasionally French-speaking boy. Why yes, but if I use it too much I get nauseous, she replied just before holding back a sick look on her face. The moment he got to the other person in need of rescue, he grabbed her hand and placed it on the largest chunk of rubble that pinned the boy. Another powerful lift unburied it from the smaller bits of debris on top of it and freed the second victim. Let go of the slab and touch yourself and him, Midoriya ordered as he wrapped an arm around each of their waists. Ochiko gave a weak nod and brought her fingertips together with a release. As fast as she could, she removed the gravitational pull from her and the other boy. Upon feeling the sudden loss of weight, Izuku sprinted as fast as his legs would carry him, struggling to avoid broken robots and large pieces of debris without having his arms free to balance himself. A loud buzzer rang throughout the entire center, and every robot that was still standing came to a halt, including the zero-point villain behind him. Ugh. Release, Ochako groaned, and the two he was carrying regained their weight and fell from his arms to the ground. Finally free to use his limbs, Izuku bent his legs and used his knees to prop up his arms as he took heavy breaths. Ochako held back as much as possible, but failed and ended up puking next to her savior. Oddly, there was rainbow-colored light emitting from her mouth. Merci, the boy on his other side offered. Izuku turned to him and replied, "You're welcome," between gasps. "My name's Yuga Aoyama." "What's yours?" "Izuku Midoriya," he responded. My, you all worked very hard," a voice belonging to an old lady commented. Everyone looked at the short woman who was handing out gummies to the tired participants. She quickly walked up to Ochako and gave a long kiss to her cheek, then gave the same treatment to the boy. Most of the other participants made confused noises at the unusual treatment, but fell silent when both of their limbs took on a green glow. Any damage that had been done slowly faded until it had disappeared completely. That must have been very tiring. "Have some gummies," she offered Izuku, which he gladly took and popped in his mouth. "Thank you, recovery girl," Aoyama said, earning a head pat from the nurse. "Rest up. You'll need to recover the stamina used to heal your wounds," the old lady instructed. Ochako and Aoyama nodded, and recovery girl took her leave. "That was really brave of you, Izuku." "Thank you." Izuku returned his attention to Ochako, who looked like she was ready to puke again. "What kind of hero would I be if I just left you too?" he asked with a shrug. Many of the other participants flinched at his question even if it wasn't meant for them. They had all ran and not once looked back, too scared to even think about helping others. Most of them thought about it all the way back to the bus until a man in a large tan coat intercepted everyone. His eyes silently skimmed the crowd until they fell on Midoriya. "Izuku Midoriya?" he asked. The green-haired teen nodded and walked up to the man. "I take it you're my ride?" he guessed. He had a feeling someone was going to come for him at some point or another. Detective Tsukachi nodded and gestured for Izuku to step into a black car. "Hold on, just let me get my bag," he requested before rushing into the bus and grabbing his belongings. Just as quickly he got back off and waved to Aoyama and Ochako before sitting in the back seat of his ride. Tsukachi took the seat next to him and closed the door. The first few minutes of the ride occurred in silence until the detective spoke up. "You understand we'll need to ask you several questions regarding your disappearance and such." "Yeah, I figured," Izuku replied. Obviously Stain had prepared a list of contingencies for the inevitable questioning his student would receive, yet there was simply no way it could encompass every possible question. Silence once again washed over the two like an ocean wave. Izuku rested his head against the cool glass window, the occasional pothole causing his head to thunk against the surface. An all too familiar building entered his field of view, and the car came to a stop in front of it. "She's waiting for you." "She's been waiting for the last 10 months, Tsukachi stated once they had both stepped out of the car. The usually short trip to the door seemed to stretch longer than any distance Stain had him run during training. He got to the door, raised his hand and knocked. Knock knock knock. At the sound of knuckles hitting the door, Inko got up and ran over to the entryway. Ever since the good detective had told her about Izuku registering for the entrance exam, she had been nervously waiting for this exact moment. Her hand, shaking like crazy, wrapped around the doorknob and pulled. As soon as it was open wide enough for a person to get through, she felt arms wrap around her. There wasn't a chance for her to react in any way. "I'm so sorry, Mom. I'm sorry I left with just a note. I'm sorry I never visited. I'm sorry I never called and only left a second note. I'm sorry for everything," Izuku remorsefully wept. Inko, on the other hand, was left speechless. She had prepared for this all day, yet now she didn't know how to respond other than wrapping her son in her arms. "It's okay, Izuku, it's okay. You're back, and that's all I care about. We can talk about it later, but for now I'm just glad you're back." Detective Tsukachi left without either of them noticing. He himself had been rather moved by the display, and decided to come back in a day or two to check up on Izuku and his mother. Many minutes later the two finally separated, wet streaks running down both their faces. "Look at you, you've filled out so much," Inko commented once she finally got a look at Izuku. "Yep. And you've been told about my participation at the entrance exam?" he asked. "Yes, I have, and I'm so proud of you," Inko offered. "I just wish you would have said something, anything, before you left." "I wish I could have too, but Hida told me not to tell anyone," Izuku replied. "Others may have, but still." She looked down upon saying that. "Don't worry. I'm perfectly fine," he assured her. The two were left in awkward silence until Inko took the initiative. "Well, your room is just how you left it. It's been pretty lonely here without you," Inko stated. Izuku nodded and walked down the halls he had not seen in so long. Everything was more or less the way he remembered it. Just walking into his room was like a full nostalgia trip. The All Might figurines and posters were exactly where he had left each and every one of them. A few were picked up and examined before being placed back down. The bed could have been made this morning as far as he knew, and the laptop screen appeared freshly dusted as well. The books on his shelves were in equally good condition. Really kept the place well kept, he thought to himself. He slid his bag under his bed and pulled the Kusari Fundo from under his shirt and slid it under the bed as well. He then flopped onto the bed and almost jumped off due to how far he sunk in. Months of sleeping on an uncompromising floor had definitely left an influence on him. Instead of trying again, he laid down on the floor and found it much more comforting. Not physically, but more just because it was closer to what he was so used to. The carpeting did make it pleasantly softer though. Maybe he could replace the bed with a futon. He would have to think about it later, as he fell asleep on the floor from the effort of the exam. Meanwhile at UA, there are some promising students this year, a man stated. He, like the other judges of the practical exam, were in a darkened room reading the scores the various participants had received. But this Izuku is rather interesting. Second place in total villain points, first place in total rescue points, and he's quirkless to top it all off. The woman's voice was understandably surprised. Yeah, and second place has no rescue points at all. Then there are those like Achiko, Uraraka and Itsuka Kendo who have more rescue points than villain points, another man added. If I may, what do we know about this Midoriya kid? A tired voice asked. A file was brought up on the screen and the occupants of the room skimmed through it. We know he's quirkless for one thing. He went to the same middle school as Katsuki Bakugo, the second place overall participant. However, he went missing without a trace over 10 months ago and just recently re-emerged. Clearly the disappearance has something to do with his sudden surge in capabilities, as his teachers described him as an easily intimidated child with no notable skills like the ones he displayed today. Yeah, I had a front row seat and he was on FH. Mike shouted with some kind of DJ gesture. I must admit, I never thought anyone without a quirk could score so high. It almost makes me ready to completely rethink our system, a speaker from earlier stated. True, but there's only so far he can go in the superhero world without a superpower, the tired man retorted before leaving the room. I, for one, look forward to having him at our school, a slightly high-pitched voice offered. Speaking of, it's probably time we start recording the acceptance letters for the lucky ones. Back at the Midoriya household. Izuku, dinner's ready, Inko called from outside the room. Calling him for dinner was something so small in her day, yet she couldn't help but smile at getting to actually call him for food for the first time in months. Okay, coming, he replied from the other side of the door. She went to prepare the plates and was just setting down a generous helping of spaghetti for him when he walked in. Smells good, he offered. Inko smiled at seeing him this way. After whatever he went through, there was still that little boy inside him after all. I'm glad you think so. Now eat up, she ordered. He almost ravenously ate the spaghetti and helped himself to half of another helping. Did you actually eat while you were gone? His mother asked wide-eyed. Yes, but it was just stuff that helped rebuild muscle and filled me up. It hardly had any taste, so it's good to have something with actual taste again, he explained. Well, that doesn't sound like a lot of fun, Inko muttered. It wasn't most of the time, but there were parts that were enjoyable. For one thing, I got to learn a bunch of cool martial arts. I'm glad for you. You followed your dream and will probably get into UA. I can't express how proud I am, she praised. Izuku let out a glowing smile and returned to his second helping of spaghetti. Maybe things could go back to normal. On the second day of his return, Detective Tsukachi stopped by and asked Izuku a lot of questions such as the expected, where were you, and who were you with? Izuku followed Stain's plan exactly and managed to satisfy the detective with information that would lead to believable results. A few hours later, the detective stood up and shook Izuku's hand. I know you've probably heard this more than enough, but I'm glad you're back safe and sound, he said. Izuku gave a quick, so am I, and Tsukachi left. The mailman was outside the door, just having dropped off the mail into the container by the doorway. Pardon me, the detective said. The mailman tipped his hat and moved on to the next apartment. Inko, having saw the man through the door, got up and brought the mail inside. The first thing she saw was a thick envelope with the famous UA seal. Is Izuku, she stammered. The boy looked up and the envelope was rather forcefully shoved into his hands. His eyes widened and the envelope was opened before he realized he was ripping it apart. A small disc fell onto the table and made a booting up sound, then started glowing. I am here as a projection, a familiar-looking man shouted. Both Izuku and Inko froze at the sight of the one and only All Might being the one to give Izuku's results. His theme song started playing softly in the background as he went on with his speech. First and foremost, I must say you put on a most spectacular display at the exam. If it weren't for you, the gap between first and second place would have been much greater. He pulled a remote from his pocket and pushed a button. A television screen behind him lit up with names and scores. Naturally, Bakugo was at the top with 77 points, then he himself with 54. Third place was someone named Yosetsu Aways, then Tetsu. Look at you. All the way up there. Inko happily exclaimed with a point at the scoreboard. But that's not all. Being a hero school, we cannot simply judge abilities based on how well you destroy robots. Naturally, there's .rescue points. Everything from a complete rescue to a simple assist of another is graded by a panel of judges. And let me just say, you simply blew everyone out of the water, the projected All Might shouted. He quickly turned, pointed at the scoreboard, and pushed another button on the remote. A third column labeled Rescue Points extended from the second column with ranging numbers for each participant. Izuku got a good laugh seeing Katsuki with absolutely no rescue points. He had a full 62 rescue points. Most of the other participants had well over 30 points, but there were a few with 10 or less. Bakugo was the only person with none. The rows rearranged to take the new column into consideration, and he was at the very top with 113 points. Almost a full 40 points better than Bakugo. Impressive, if I do say so myself. All Might let out at the numbers. He then turned back so he was facing Izuku. Young Midoriya, you have just proven that quirks aren't the only important factor in today's society. You've shown us that dedication and commitment are more than capable of making up for your lack of a quirk. His voice was no longer the happy, entertained voice he had always known the hero to use. Now it was much more serious, as if Izuku had just proven the world wrong. All Might reached his hand forward almost as if expecting Izuku to reach into the hologram and grab it. Come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. The video ended and the hologram disappeared. By the end of the video, Izuku's eyes had started watering. There weren't tears yet, but he was so close. Having a feeling he got in and listening to All Might tell him he got in were two very different things. Inko wrapped both of her arms around him and started crying into his shoulder. Her tears were not those of sadness, but of joy. Made it. You made it. Why? I did. I'm in, he replied. A sudden thought came to him and he started laughing. What's so funny? Inko asked with a sniff. Bakugo's going to kill me, he managed between laughs. He's going to be so mad next time he sees me. Inko let out a small chuckle at the idea of his longtime bully getting a little bit of what he deserved. For the first time he noticed some sheets in the envelope as well. He pulled them from what remained of the envelope and quickly skimmed through them. Most of them were statements regarding behavior that would or wouldn't be allowed and other details regarding expectations. However, there was also an ID card with his picture, name, and other relevant information. The back of the card explained how he would need it to get onto campus and wouldn't be allowed on for any reason if he forgot or lost it. Wow, look at this, he muttered in awe. He handed the card to his mother, who looked at it with similar awe. He wasn't dreaming. In April he was going to start classes at UA. I'll be in my room, or do you want me to help with anything? I'll be fine, Inko replied, so he grabbed the disc and walked to his room. The disc was carefully placed on his desk and he replayed the video again. He was on the 5th replay when his mother called. Dinner's ready, he heard his mom shout. He rushed to the table and dug into the fresh concoction. In return, he did the dishes and cleaned the table and kitchen so his mom could relax in front of the TV. When he was finished, he went back to his room and pulled the grappling device from under his bed. He still hadn't gotten a chance to try it and had an itch to now that he was holding it. After shrugging to himself, he put the device on his arm and pulled on his hoodie. His hands were stuffed into the pockets to conceal the glove on his right hand. Hey Mom, I'm heading out for a little bit, he offered. Probably worried that he might disappear again, Inko put up a little fight. Do you have to? Don't you want to watch the news for any hero reports? She asked. Don't worry, I promise I'll be back before 10:30. I just want to walk around and see what's new, he offered, which seemed to settle his mother's nerves a little. If you promise, she conceded. Izuku gave a warm goodbye and was out the door. A few minutes later he was on the rooftop of a good starting point. Okay, time to test this thing out, he whispered to himself. He got a running start and aimed the claw at a higher building. The claw zipped from underneath his fist and clamped onto the ledge of a nearby building. Still running, Izuku reached the edge and jumped, letting himself fall to gain momentum before putting his thumb against his fist. A strong mechanism pulled him through the air with amazing speed. Before reaching the end of the line, he opened his fist while keeping his thumb pressed. The claw let go and was pulled back into the gauntlet as his momentum carried him the rest of the distance. Whoa! He had cleared the distance much faster than he expected something as relatively small as the gauntlet to carry him. He couldn't help but smile as he aimed it at another building and fired again. After a few dozen attempts, he was able to swing from building to building without having to stop, unless he decided to run across the rooftop rather than swing over it. And this is amazing, he said to himself as he inspected the device yet again. He then realized it was almost 10 o'clock, so he parkoured his way to the ground and did some quick window shopping on his walk back. A few things caught his eye, especially a revamped figurine of All Might in his young age costume. It was 10:22 by the time he walked through the door. Did you have a good time? Inko asked when she heard his footsteps. Absolutely. I'm going to hit the hay. Good night. Inko returned the wishes and left for her own room as well. By instinct, Izuku rested himself on the floor and, after placing the gauntlet under his bed, fell asleep with dreams of the near future. The first day of school came slower than he had expected. Izuku found himself spending a fair share of his free time training in his room or practicing his grappling skills deep in the woods he and Katsuki used to play in. The days passed one at a time, and his patience was rewarded with the first day of school. You sure you have everything? Writing utensils? Notebooks? Hanky? His mother asked in a small frenzy. Yes, I made sure at least 4 or 5 times yesterday. He nervously scratched the back of his head and opened the door. Wait, before you go, I just need to tell you, you're really amazing, Izuku. Whatever you went through, you're simply the coolest, his mother stated. She looked down when she said it, but he could tell she meant every word. Thanks, Mom. You're really amazing as well, he returned with a quick hug. Gotta run. Goodbye, see you later. The run to campus was fairly long, and by the time he got to the gates the entryway was empty. He spent a few minutes running through the halls until he finally found the large door labeled with a large red 1A. This is it, the start of my hero career, Izuku thought to himself. He put his hand against the door and pushed it open. Please get your feet off the desk. It's rude to the others who use it and those who made it, a familiar formal voice demanded. You really think so, you extra? What junior high were you spawned from? Bakugo shot back. Not taking the hint, the classmate introduced himself as Tenya Ida from semi-private academy. So, you're a snob elite then? Guess I'll enjoy crushing you. Katsuki retorted with an eye roll. He caught a glance at Izuku, who turned out to be Ida's next target. Good morning, my name is Dash, Ida stated loudly while marching towards Izuku. Don't worry, I heard. Good to meet you, I'm Izuku Midoriya, he said, cutting off the tall boy. Hey, Izuku, a girl exclaimed from behind him. He turned to the voice and ended up facing Achiko. I knew you would pass. There's no way they could have turned you away after saving me and the one with the giant belt. Yeah, glad to see you passed as well, Izuku offered. Who knew after everything Stain had trained him for, his weakness would turn out to be a nice girl. On the other side of the room, Bakugo glared at the green-haired kid. After having gone missing for 10 months, he was suddenly able to pass the practical without a quirk. His blood was boiling. Something's definitely up, he thought to himself. What do you think we'll be doing today? What do you think our teacher will be like? She asked energetically with pumping fists, slowly getting a bit closer to him. If you want to play at being friends, you're at the wrong place. The 3 that were still in the doorway froze in shock, then slowly turned and looked down. Down. A face that was barely sticking out of a yellow sleeping bag stared back at them. The zipper came undone at the top and a protein shake emerged before being placed in the man's mouth. The person inside the sleeping bag stood up and unzipped it fully to step out. Besides the light gray scarf, one of the first things Izuku noticed about the teacher was the very tired look on his face. I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher, he introduced, which got a loud, questioning shout from the students. He reached into the bag and somehow pulled out 20 identical uniforms. Put these on and go out to the field, he instructed. The students got up and hurried to the changing rooms or nearest bathroom while Mr. Aizawa left for the field. Izuku stepped into a bathroom and changed in a stall. The gym uniform was flexible and breathable, but had medium-length sleeves. Everything from just above his elbows and below was exposed, leaving the numerous scars he had received from Stain's training to be seen. When he got to the field, he was greeted with a few stares at his arms, some worried and others confused. Despite the attention, he did his best to make a friendly first impression with the others, some of whom included Kyokajiro, Hantashiro, and Fumikage Tokoyami. His homeroom teacher appeared soon enough, and once the last few students arrived, he gave them the plan. Today you'll all be taking a quirk assessment test. Today you'll all be taking a quirk assessment test. A quirk assessment test? Most of the students shouted back. Achiko asked why they weren't doing something simple like an icebreaker game, and Izuku was willing to bet others were wondering the same thing. Except Bakugo. He was probably ready to shout out about his lack of a quirk. Training to be heroes shouldn't involve such luxurious activities. That's what makes UA different. We don't take the beaten path. We forge a new path with every class. Now, you should remember taking physical assessments in junior high where you were not allowed to use your quirks, the teacher stated, receiving a bunch of nods and agreements from his students. Bakugo Katsuki, you had the most villain points. Please step forward, Aizawa requested. Izuku noticed a strange reluctance from his old classmate, yet he did as asked. Aizawa procured a softball from somewhere and handed it to the blonde. What was your best throw in junior high? 67 meters, he replied. Throw the ball, but use your quirk this time. Bakugo did a few stretches then took a throwing position. I'll show everyone that I'm the strongest. Deku must have gotten lucky when he got the most points, he thought to himself. He used the building anger to leak into his throw, which he powered further with a blast. Die, he shouted, and the sphere went flying. The dust in the air was momentarily suspended in the shapes of rings, and a powerful air current formed in the direction of the projectile. You will all find the upper limits of your quirks, Aizawa stated as the ball fell. A device in his hand bleeped and he turned it for his students to read. 705.2 meters. Wow, almost a full kilometer, a boy with spiky red hair exclaimed. So we can use our quirks? This could be fun, a floating uniform happily shouted. Many in the class agreed, but Izuku felt somewhat differently. He didn't have a quirk to strut, and his raw physical abilities alone may not be impressive compared to what others could do. You think this'll be fun? Aizawa asked in a menacing tone. What if I tell you I'll expel whoever comes in last? Silence reigned over the students, but only for a few moments. But it's only the first day of school. That's not fair. Achiko whined. Ida seemed to take it more seriously, and the rest of his classmates were all somewhere in between the two. Now Izuku was starting to get somewhat worried. In this world, there is so much that's out of your control. Natural disasters, accidents, villain attacks, all of them happen at random. Would you rather send someone who barely passed or someone who more than passed, even if both were at the bottom in their circumstances? No one answered his question, which was an answer in and of itself. Good. Let's get started, he tiredly instructed. The first test was a 50-meter dash. Ida and a girl named Tsuyu Azui were the first to go. Right off the bat, Ida set an unbreakable time of 3.04 seconds. While not as fast, there were several impressive times. Izuku went at the same time as Katsuki, because of course that's who he'd get paired up against. Bakugo used his explosions with his palms facing backwards to achieve an impressive time of 4.13 seconds. Izuku wasn't too far behind, finishing in 6.14 seconds. Following the 50-meter dash was the grip strength test. Izuku was nowhere near the six-armed boy's 540 kilograms, but he was still more than satisfied with his 72-kilogram output. Next was the standing long jump, then the repeated side steps, and then the ball throw. The whole time, Izuku had yet to stand above the rest. He knew that unless it came down to a quirkless test it would be impossible, but he wanted to show them quirkless didn't mean useless like he had been told throughout his childhood. By now Katsuki was getting mad that Deku hadn't completely failed at anything yet. There were so many mysteries that hardly lined up in his mind. The sudden disappearance, the reappearance, his sudden growth in physical abilities, the scars all over his arms, and placing first in the freaking practical exam. He knew something was going on, yet right now there was simply no proof. It's looking bad for Midoriya. He has yet to face a test that suits him over anyone else, Ida muttered aloud. Maybe he's saving his energy for a later test? Achiko suggested. He's goddamn quirkless. He's never going to be the best. Bakugo shouted, resulting in not just the two, but all his fellow students to turn his way. Are you sure? I saw him at the exam, and I wouldn't be surprised if he had a general strength and speed enhancement. Or maybe a weak time perception quirk. He's quirkless. Has been his entire life. Bakugo retorted. Ida rubbed his chin in thought while Uraraka worriedly watched Izuku prepare. For the ball throw. He wound up, pitched and lobbed the ball. When it finally landed, Aizawa showed him his result of 92.13 meters. Way beyond what even Bakugo was capable of unassisted. His hands balled into fists almost tight enough to draw blood from his palms. Even that wasn't proof that he had a quirk, but he was so much better than he had a right to be. It only got worse after the seated toe touch and sit-up tests, where Izuku's intense training paid off. He came in second in the toe touches, just placing behind the pink-skinned girl in the class. In the sit-up test he came in first, easily beating everyone else with his endurance from Stain's tutelage. The last test was the distance run. Ida came in first with an odd strategy. He would push his engines to gain a massive lead, but then needed to let them cool for a little while before running again. Bakugo took second with his explosive speed move from the 50-meter dash, and Izuku came in third, once again thanking his heightened endurance. Once everyone was finished with the distance run, they were told to return to where they started. Slowly but surely the slower students and Mr. Aizawa returned, even if their breath was far from back. Well, we're all done. Here are your results, he unenthusiastically said. A hologram display was projected from his phone, and everyone quickly looked for their names. Izuku sighed in relief upon seeing he was in the top 10, even putting aside his frustration at seeing Bakugo in first place. He hadn't had any spectacular results other than the sit-ups, but he was much more capable in tests than those who had quirks that were inapplicable for the tests. "No," the short boy with purple ball for hair screeched. Minoru Mineta was at the very bottom, meaning he was going to be expelled. The hologram disappeared, and Aizawa turned his back on them to head inside. By the way, I'm not actually expelling anyone. I just needed you to give it everything. Now hurry up before you're late for your next class. I have handouts for the class curriculum back inside. You'll have more tests tomorrow, so get ready. He walked back inside, and everyone, especially Mineta, let out various displays of relief. Well, of course he wasn't going to expel anyone. It wouldn't really make sense to throw away a potential hero, a girl with a large ponytail stated. Pretty nerve-wracking, wasn't it? Hannah asked the red-haired boy. Please, I'll take the challenge anytime, any day, he replied confidently. The class returned to the room once they had all changed. Present Mike interrupted the many different conversations with his entry, which led into him teaching their English class for the day. Lunch followed and everyone in Class 1A was sent to the cafeteria. The pro-hero known as Lunch Rush spent a fair bit of the PRD sharing conversations with the groups of students who were enjoying his creations. The last PRD of the day was deemed a study hall, but some of his classmates had heard rumors that the teacher simply had a little more to prepare, which was why there was no actual class that day. Soon the first day was done and Izuku, accompanied by Ida, was heading for the gates. I thought for sure he was going to expel one of our classmates. It would be expected from the best of the best after all, Ida stated as Izuku listened. At first he hadn't really cared for Tenya or his antics, but throughout the day he figured it would be best to get used to his ways. After all, he wasn't even that bad, just bolder than most of his other classmates. A hard grip took hold of his left shoulder and pulled him in a circle. Red eyes he knew all too well stared at him, and the mouth just below was bearing almost every tooth. Let me tell you something, Deku, I don't know what your game is, but I came here hoping to get away from you. So as long as you're here, I'm going to make sure you're still below me, he snarled. Then he let go with a push and left, leaving Ida and Achiko to watch him with confused stares. Hey Izuku, what was that about? Uraraka asked once she caught up with her two classmates. And why does he call you Deku? He has a superiority complex that's been growing since even before his quirk manifested. As for the second question, my name can also be read as Deku, which he always said was short for Dekunabo, or good for nothing, he explained nonchalantly. Are you really okay with that? If not, you should ask him to respect you and stop calling you that. Ida suggested with frantic karate chop motions. You really think I haven't already tried? He's not going to stop anytime soon, so you might as well get used to it. Achiko looked like she had an idea, which was proven true when she spoke. You know, it also sounds like the abbreviated Japanese word for can, as in you can, or they can, so maybe you can take it as him saying, you can do it, or something like that, she offered. I don't think I can actually imagine Kaken encouraging anyone but himself, Izuku said with a chuckle. Well, I like it, Deku, she happily replied. He could tell she was referring to him in her own way, and was rather thrilled that someone had found a new meaning for his old name. If you want to call me that, I won't stop you. Achiko clapped her hands together and excitedly let the other two switch the topic of conversation. Achiko, Ida, and Midoriya held several interesting debates about the possibilities of the next day until they got to the station. Izuku excused himself, letting them know that his apartment was close by and a train ride was unnecessary. The three waved goodbye as they went their separate ways. Mom, I'm home, he called out as soon as he entered the apartment. The smell of something cooking filled his nose and his stomach growled at the idea of food. Hi honey. How was your day? She asked from the kitchen. Izuku walked in and helped her move a few things while speaking. Great, actually. Everyone's nice, or at least respectful of each other. Except Bakugo, but that's to be expected at this point. Oh, and I made 2 friends. Real friends this time, the green-haired boy explained. His mother took in all the highlights of his day with a smile and open ears. After 10 months, she didn't plan on missing anything that he had to say. Well, these, Achiko, and Ida, kids you keep mentioning sound like nice people. What do you have tomorrow? She asked just as she put the finishing touches on their food. Probably the same as tomorrow, but hero basic training should actually be in session. The two sat down and enjoyed dinner. Once he finished cleaning the dishes, Izuku excused himself to his room to do homework. Most of it was easy, given they had just learned the material that day. When he finished, he dropped to the floor and did a small exercise regimen, which led to him planning for tomorrow. He didn't know if the grappling claw was necessary, and bringing it could lead to it being damaged. But if he was put into a situation where it would be useful, having it on hand would naturally be preferable. After weighing both sides, he placed it in his bag along with the chained weapon and the staff. The blades were slid underneath his bed, which he still found to be too soft for his tastes. Besides, the floor was much better when he used his sheets as additional padding. The next day was, in a sense, similar to the previous day. Yet at the same time, it wasn't. There was no quirk assessment test they had to go through, but the lack of excitement would more than be made up for later. At the moment, Izuku was talking to the ponytailed girl, who he learned was named Momo Yaoyorozu. and the yellow-haired boy who he found out to be Denki Kaminari. Before they could get too invested in each other's quirks, or lack thereof, Aizawa walked in and everyone rushed to their assigned seats. I don't have anything for you today, other than an announcement that your hero basic training class will indeed happen today, he tiredly said, then slipped into his yellow sleeping bag. Do whatever you want, just within reason and not too loud, he requested. At the note of hero training being in session, excitement quickly became the most notable emotion in the room. Did you hear that, Sue? Hero training. What do you think it'll be like? The pink girl asked the girl behind her. She put a finger to her lip and thought about it quickly. I think it'll involve fighting robots like the practical exam, or maybe some light sparring to test our strengths and weaknesses. If it's anything like the practical, I won't come in second to you again, Bakugo whispered to himself with a quick glance at the person behind him. Izuku, Mineta, and a few others were introducing themselves to each other, oblivious to the glare towards one particular member of their party. What is UUPP? Everyone turned to the doorway, where an excited present Mike was starting to make his entry. That's my cue, Aizawa muttered before scooting out the door like an actual caterpillar. English and lunch went by uneventfully. Everyone was waiting for the class right after lunch. Hero basic training was about to begin, but there was still no sign of a teacher. Most of the students were eagerly awaiting, which was rewarded beyond their belief. I am. A powerful and well-known voice started in the hallway. Coming through the door like a normal person, All Might proudly announced, while coming in the door in a way most normal people would cringe at. Countless cheers of, "It's All Might," echoed through the room as the very symbol of peace did a strange, exaggerated walk to the podium. Isn't that his costume from the Silver Age? One student asked, while another described the goosebumps they were getting. As you can probably tell, I will be your teacher for hero basic training. First off, I would like to apologize for the lack of class yesterday. Paperwork is something even I shudder at. Many of the students laughed lightly at the image that came to mind, but Izuku felt his inner fanboy rising back to the surface. No matter how many times he blinked, the All Might was right there. Even though he read about it in the clipping that one time, it did little to prepare him. Most of your units will be taken in this class, and many of the basics of being a hero are taught in this course. So let's get right to it with, he stated, then held out a card that had battle written in bright red. Combat training. That's not all. You also get these, he shouted with a point at the side wall. 4 panels slid out revealing fancy suitcases labeled with numbers from 1 to. The designs and requests you made before school were sent to a company that excels in designing costumes for heroes of all ages. Everyone change and gather in ground beta. All Might instructed, which everyone was more than willing to comply with. However, Izuku had never sent in a request for obvious reasons. But that didn't mean he had nothing to use. He was more than comfortable in his light hoodie and mask. He quietly wrapped the Kusari Fundo around himself and slipped the staff into the slot he normally kept a notebook in, then left for the very first class of hero training. There's an old saying that goes, the clothes make the man, and women in our case. Just remember that starting today, you are heroes. All Might addressed the approaching students. Surprisingly, Midoriya wasn't the only one with a somewhat casual outfit. Kaminari and Jiro had similar costumes, and some were too much for him to take seriously, like Aoyama's knight-like armor and Mineta's whatever. Hey Deku, your costume looks really down to earth. I wish mine was like that, Achiko said once she noticed him in the crowd. Her feelings were understandable given her costume was mostly a skin-tight bodysuit that showed a few to many curves. He was struggling just to keep himself from tripping over his own tongue. I love the hero course, Mineta quietly said, but was still caught by Izuku. Everyone please focus. We will shortly begin the combat training. All Might announced. Sir, will we be facing more robots like in the urban battles? A modern knight armor-clad Ida asked from beside him. No. Despite what you may think, indoor confrontations occur at a much more alarming rate than outdoor battles. That is why you will all be split into groups of 2 and participate in an indoor, heroes versus villains exercise. Before we begin, there are a few details to go over. A small pamphlet was pulled from his costume, which most realized was a script. In this scenario, the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon in the hideout. The heroes must stop the villains or retrieve the weapon before time runs out, while the villains must protect the weapon or capture the heroes, All Might explained. Now all of you on this side, line up and draw for your partner, he ordered while pointing to his right. Izuku went first and prayed to every deity that he wouldn't be partnered with Katsuki. It seemed they would have mercy for now, as he was paired with Uraraka. Ida, however, wasn't as lucky. And the first teams will be. He reached into a box labeled Hero and one labeled Villain. Uraraka and Midoriya as heroes against Bakugo and Ida as villains, he excitedly exclaimed upon reading the letters on both ball. You have got to be kidding me, Izuku complained internally. And the first teams will be. He reached into a box labeled Hero and one labeled Villain. Uraraka and Midoriya as heroes against Bakugo and Ida as villains, he excitedly exclaimed upon reading the letters on both ball. You have got to be kidding me, Izuku complained internally. As for everyone else, let us head to the monitor room. Yes, sir, all but 4 students shouted. Izuku spared a sideways glance at his opponent, who was giving him a full-out, I will kill you, stare. Not one to be outdone, Izuku returned fire with his own glare. It wasn't an overly powerful or threatening one, but it was enough to momentarily shock Katsuki before he and Ito were told to prepare their defenses. Go all out, don't be afraid to get hurt. However, I will stop things should they get out of control, was All Might's last instruction. As if waiting for that very command, Bakugo shot one last glare at Izuku, who was too busy memorizing the floor plans to notice. Tenya and Ida quickly walked up to the 5th floor and into the room All Might had told them to find the weapon in. It's papier-mâché, Ida deduced after a few quick taps. Hey, you're sure Deku has a quirk? Bakugo asked. Well, I can't honestly say. He did show exceptional speed, strength, and overall skill at the practical exam. Yet, there's nothing to guarantee he does have one, as anyone could just as easily get those abilities by working hard. If you truly believe he is quirkless, then I would assume the second option, Ida replied. But if I may, you seem to have a strong disliking for Midoriya. Is there anything I should know before the battle begins? He asked. You don't need anything for eyes, he coldly retorted. Inside Katsuki's mind, both possibilities were being considered. True, there weren't many quirks that just gave mild boosts like Tenya suspected, and 10 months was enough to put in extraordinary effort to gain muscle and skill. There's a lot to memorize in these floor plans, Achiko muttered to her teammate. But on a happier note, All Might is just like on TV, and no one is going to get punished, so I guess we can relax. No. We're up against Kaken. And I'll bet Ida's good too, Izuku responded. Kaken? Is that a name for Bakugo? Achiko asked. Oh yeah, it's what I used to call him when we were kids. I thought I had broken the habit, Izuku replied, then examined the side of the building. There were a few open windows and fire escapes, and a plan started forming in his head. Okay, I have an idea. Let me know what you think. 2 minutes later, All Might's voice echoed throughout the building. Team A and Team D begin. Achiko and Izuku nodded at each other and went to the side of the building. After positioning themselves below a series of windows, Uraraka used her quirk to make herself float while Izuku hopped up the fire escapes. Both climbed in a window at the 2nd floor, and Izuku put on his hood and black lower half mask once inside. You look like a gang member. Or a hoodlum, Achiko giggled, which earned a slightly amused look from her teammate. Blind spots are everywhere, so keep a constant eye on your surroundings, Izuku warned. He led his teammate down a maze of halls, careful to inspect each corner before turning. Several pages of his notes on indoor and tight space battles were rushing through his memory, along with many of Stain's teachings. They were about to reach another hall when something caught his ears. Bakugo came bounding across the corner and launched an explosion towards the two heroes. Izuku, having expected his old friend to attack first, quickly pushed Uraraka and himself out of the way without getting harmed, save a few burns to the edges of the hood. You okay? He asked without taking his eyes off the newly formed smoke. Yeah, thanks. Come on Deku, don't bother dodging, Katsuki said, then cleared the smoke with a wave of his oversized gauntlet. Had a feeling you'd come after me, Izuku stated while standing up. Back inside the monitor room, everyone was watching with bated breath. The exercise had just started and there had already been a first strike. A surprise attack already? One of the girls asked. That's cheating and you know it. That wasn't manly at all. Kirishima shouted, accompanied with a punch to his palm. Actually, a surprise attack is an excellent strategy. Remember, they're treating this like the real thing, All Might offered, eyes still on the screen. The words had barely left his mouth when Bakugo went for another attack. I won't let All Might stop the fight, but I'll make sure to hurt you good, he threatened while charging towards Midoriya. I'd like to see you try, his target thought before preparing for the attack. He could see Bakugo's right coming from a mile away and had ample time to shift his position to grab it. Once again shifting his footing, he turned around on his heel and threw Bakugo over his shoulder with ease. Wow, he's like a martial arts master, Achiko exclaimed, not knowing how right she really was. Katsuki's back met unforgiving concrete, knocking the wind out of him and forcing spittle from his mouth. In the monitor room, everyone's eyes widened at the display. The room went nearly dead silent as Midoriya stood over Bakugo. Do you even remember the journal you burned and threw out? He asked, already in a fighting stance. I had an analysis for every hero I thought was amazing, and you were one of them. I thought you were cool, so I made an entry just for you. Finally standing up again, Bakugo could see that one of Izuku's eyes had been exposed where the hood had been burnt away. There was a certain emotion his eye was displaying. It wasn't exactly sadness or anger. It wasn't happy or joyful. The best bet was regret mixed with determination. I will make sure Deku doesn't mean useless. It will mean you can do it. A wave of understanding hit Achiko as she recalled the discussion she had held with him just the day before. That's what I've always hated about you, Bakugo said as he hunched over himself. Even though you were always scared. It looked like something was going through his mind, then he brought a hand to his ear. Just shut up and defend the weapon, he ordered. He was talking to Ida via the earpieces All Might had given both teams. What's going on? Who's he talking to? Kirishima asked. He had noticed Bakugo's eyes leave Midoriya and the hand placement. He's using the earpieces each team receives before the exercise. They're given that, the building plans, and this capture tape, All Might explained. A roll of tape was held up for all to see. Once you've been wrapped with this, you are considered captured and out of the battle. But even with a blueprint, they have no idea where to find the weapon. They're at a major disadvantage. Mina cried. Yes, but a hero should be able to make any disadvantage negligible by their own skills and know-how. You know what we always say here, he replied, which was followed by a loud, plus ultra, from everyone. Everyone. Bakugo's Aoyama started. The screen became the main focus of everyone's attention again, just in time to see the mentioned teen prepare to launch himself with an explosion. Uraraka. Go! Izuku ordered, then blocked a flying kick from the blonde teen. Achiko ran off, completely unnoticed by Bakugo. Pretty dim and confident to look away. Bakugo shouted. His own confidence was cut in half when he noticed a strand of the capture tape wrapping around his lower leg. While he didn't recognize the style, a certain teacher did. I know those moves. All Might thought to himself as the image of Aizawa's capture weapon in action came to mind. Resourceful. Without hesitation, he let go of the tape with one hand and jumped below an explosion resulting in a punch from his victim. Wow, look at him, a yellow-suited teen muttered. Many other classmates were awed by the display put on. Yeah, he's going up against the one who finished first in the quirk assessment. Kirishima shouted back. Down in the battlefield, Izuku did something no one expected. He ran. I need to buy Uraraka more time without putting myself in danger, he thought as he ducked into a hallway. After a few twists and turns he had effectively lost his pursuer in the maze. Bakugo tried to find Izuku, but every hall just led to more halls and rooms. His frustration built up until it exploded like his palms. Hey, did you think you could trick me forever? I know you have something that you're keeping from all of us. Whatever it is, try and get me with it. Bakugo shouted. His posture hunched again as small explosions came from his palms. I'm still better than you. He's kinda scary, isn't he? One of the viewers commentated. They watched as the angry teen went down a hall and blew down each door, looking for his target in every room. Meanwhile, another camera was focused on Izuku, who had ducked around a corner on the third floor. He appeared deep in thought as Bakugo shouted out to him again. Where are you, you demon nerd? He was coming up the stairs to the same floor as Midoriya, prompting him to move further from the stairs. From the monitor room, everyone saw as the explosive teen's anger continued to grow and spread across his face. Finally, there it is. Achiko thought as she peered around a corner. Ida had his back to her, going back and forth between complaining about his teammate and attempting to play the part of a villain. He suddenly went through a speech to himself that made Uraraka lose her composure. A loud pft escaped her lips and gave away her position. So you've arrived, Uraraka? I figured Bakugo would get too focused on Midoriya to stop you, which is why I prepared. Achiko, catching her mistake, stepped into his view. I made sure to put away everything in this room, so your quirk is useless. He followed his statement with a sinister laugh that failed to put Achiko at ease. Deku, Ida found me and prepared, so I can't use a surprise attack or my quirk. We're at the middle of the 5th floor, Uraraka warned through the earpiece. Footsteps approached Izuku from behind, clearly being Bakugo's. He faced his childhood friend and caught his right grenade-like gauntlet shine red for half a second. If you know about my fighting style, then you probably know how my quirk works. It allows me to sweat a nitroglycerin-like liquid from my palms and ignite it. It's powerful, but so are these, Ketsuki started as he pointed the gauntlet at Midoriya. These store up the excess sweat for one big attack each. The oversized pin was pulled back to expose a smaller pin that popped at a right angle. All Might tried to stop him, yet Bakugo was determined to use it. I won't kill him if he avoids it. The next instant a gigantic explosion hurtled towards Izuku. Flooring, walls, and everything in between was ripped apart or melted by the sheer force. Tremors rattled all the way to the monitor room, where the teacher desperately called for both students. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing a giant hole torn out of the side of the building the two were in. Izuku had barely avoided the worst of the attack. By laying down on his stomach facing away from the blast, he had kept his head safe while making his body as streamlined as possible. There were still several holes burned into his hoodie, and the entire hood and right sleeve, which had been just outside the main blast, were completely gone. His arm was covered with burns that could have been second or even third degree, yet he hardly acknowledged them as he stood up. Wow, Bakugo threateningly muttered. He approached Izuku even as the left gauntlet gave a momentary red glow. Come on Deku, show me what you're actually capable of. If you wish, he coldly replied, then pulled the chained weapon from its hiding place. Katsuki gave a confused glance at the weapon, but remained on guard. He definitely has an advantage at longer-ranged fighting, and his close-quarters fighting is dangerous as well. I need to keep out of reach of his palms while keeping within my own striking distance. He started swinging the Kusari Fundo in a circle next to him. His arm was screaming in protest, but he put that aside and focused on his goal. Young Bakugo. The next time you use that, you and young Ito will lose, All Might warned Bakugo through the earpiece. The team looked away for a few moments, and Izuku took the opportunity to make a plan with Uraraka, who had not been doing well against Ida. Fine. Guess we'll settle this face to face, he retorted, then launched himself straight at Izuku. The chain had stopped spinning and had no momentum, yet a hard pull in the right direction sent it flying towards Bakugo. Whether or not he had been planning on avoiding the weapon, he used another explosion as a smokescreen and to redirect his flight and send himself behind his target. Another blast was used to blow Izuku forward and tore through his hoodie and shirt underneath. To perform such a precise change in lateral momentum while spinning, Yaoyorozu whispered at the display. He's clearly not one to think, yet his instincts are on point. It'll be interesting to see how Midoriya responds, Todoroki stated. Here comes my right swing, Bakugo announced, which was accompanied by a swing of the gauntlet. Izuku just managed to block it, but was almost knocked out by the pain from the impact to his already seared arm. You are? Bakugo shouted, then grabbed the arm he just hit and redirected himself with explosions. Below me! He threw Midoriya over his back much like he himself had been thrown. Whatever he is doing, he is not acting like a hero, Tokoyami muttered. Everyone gave a semblance of agreement, commenting on his viciousness and particular cruelty towards the green-haired teen. Back on the screen, Izuku stood and ran again, stopping once he had his back to a window. Running isn't manly, but it's his only option, Kirishima sadly stated. But why that way? Why not towards a hall or something? Jiro asked in response. Are you still underestimating me? Or have you learned that I will always be better than you? Bakugo questioned. His walk was almost intimidating, and would have filled Izuku with fear had he not spent 10 months with the scariest person he knew. You've always been better than me. Even before you got your quirk, you were popular. Everyone liked you, and I thought you were the best. His voice was off. It was quiet, not an angry shout. That's why we'll win. We'll show you that just because you think you're better than me doesn't mean you are. That even if you are amazing, you're not the best yet. Don't talk to me like that, demon nerd. Bakugo spat. Both opponents rushed at each other, Bakugo with an explosion ready and Izuku with a fist pulled back. Meanwhile, all the students viewing were pleading with all might, begging him to end the exercise. Both of you, he shouted. Izuku cut him off at the last second with a call to his teammate. Uraraka, hold on to something, he shouted into the earpiece. Upstairs, the girl grabbed onto the nearest concrete support and hung on for dear life. Izuku ducked under Bakugo's right-handed explosion as he rammed himself into Katsuki and brought both of them to the ground. Izuku grabbed Bakugo's unused gauntlet and pulled the safety before aiming it straight up. Too late did Bakugo realize what Midoriya's plan actually was. Thanks, Kaken, he sneered and pulled the trigger. Another massive explosion tore through the building all the way through the next 3 floors and the ceiling. Uraraka, who had braced herself, managed to stay upright whereas Ito was knocked to his feet by the shockwave. Debris and rubble was suspended in the air for half a moment, which Uraraka took advantage of by swinging the now disconnected pillar like a baseball bat. Sorry Ida, she offered. Tenya was still on the ground, and the incoming assault forced him to stay down while his enemy floated across the giant hole and let herself fall onto the fake bomb. Got it, she excitedly, albeit sickly exclaimed. No. The weapon! Ida cried. His despair-filled echoed down to the lower levels, where Bakugo heard him loud and clear. So that was your plan? Bakugo looked at Midoriya, who had finally passed out and been blown back by the gauntlet's explosion. For the first time since the battle started, there was silence. Bakugo stood in pure disbelief and possibly horror at Izuku's burned and partially mangled body while Ida was helping Uraraka through the side effects of using her quirk on herself. The classmates above and the teacher just looked at the result of what should have been a simple training exercise. It was, to be blunt, a saddening sight. Hero team wins. All Might announced, although that was the last thing on anybody's mind at the moment. Hero team wins. Uraraka and Izuku should have been happy, but neither of them, nor their opponents, registered what had just been said. Izuku was unconscious and covered in burns, Achiko was trying not to throw up, Ito was working on getting her to throw up and get it out of her system, and Bakugo was still in shock. Less than a few minutes later, 2 medical robots carefully scooped Izuku into a medical cot and transported him out of the building. To the nurse's office, please, All Might requested, which the droids responded to with an I know. He was feeling rather guilty about having let the fight go on for so long. 2 of his students were now in bad shape due to his hesitation, not to mention how many others were possibly questioning his judgment. Deku predicted my moves. And he used my own support items against me. Bakugo screamed internally. His breathing sped up to the point of near hyperventilation. He barely even used his chain, and whatever else he may have had. Does that mean that if we both fought all out? His thoughts and breathing were getting panicked, but were luckily cut off by a large, gentle hand on his shoulder. Come with us to the monitor room, young Bakugo. It's time to review the battle, All Might requested before leading the 3 students to the viewing room. I know you may think you lost, but even losers can win if they learn from their experiences. Once the 4 had reconvened with the rest of their class, All Might gave the results. There is a lot to consider from this battle, but all in all, I would say that young Ida was the MVP. But Achiko and Midoriya won, Azui replied. Yes, but I have a few reasons. Would anyone like to take a guess as to why? The teacher asked, which was immediately answered by the Yaoyorozu. I believe I know. Simply put, Ida did the best at playing his part. Bakugo went out on his own due to a personal grudge against Midoriya, failed to effectively communicate with his teammate, and unleashed a dangerous attack that damaged large sections of the building and could have damaged the weapon. On the other hand, Uraraka and Midoriya maintained communication, but Uraraka let her guard down and lost her composure during the exercise. And like Bakugo, she could have damaged the weapon with the debris attack. Lastly, Midoriya, in my opinion, is the closest second to MVP. However, his plan was rather rash given the damage he took in his fight. In addition, he used the very same attack All Might told Bakugo not to use, and could have brought the already damaged building down on themselves. He managed to analyze and assess the situation at hand rather quickly, but that simply is not enough to overlook what could have happened, she rattled off. Everyone was surprised at her analysis, but she still hadn't even mentioned Ida. However, Ida prepared for Uraraka. He knew how to make her quirk unusable, and treated the weapon carefully compared to the others. His only mistake was assuming the fight would just be focused on capturing the weapon instead of each other, so he could have captured Uraraka and assisted Bakugo before things got out of hand. All in all, the 2 only won because it wasn't the real thing. Ida took the praise well, while everyone continued to stare at their classmate. Well, that was a lot more than I expected, yet you managed to cover everything and a few points I myself missed. Well done, young Yaoyorozu, he complimented with a thumbs up. As expected from one of the 4 that got in by recommendations, someone offered. After a little more discussing, Todoroki and Shoji were the heroes and faced Ojiro and Hagakure as villains. In the end, it was a quick and easy win. Todoroki quite literally froze the entire building in the span of seconds, trapping his opponents in place. He walked to where the 6-armed teammate told him the weapon was, and found one of his enemies stuck in ice. I wouldn't try to get out. The skin on your feet would peel off, and I have a feeling that would be rather painful, he apathetically offered, then touched the bomb. Sorry, but the difference in ability was just too great. The next thing Ojiro knew, the entire building was heating up, melting the ice and causing a small puddle to ripple with invisible hops. Wow, that was too fast. Kirishima shouted with a shaking tone. Yes, and he did not damage the weapon. Very impressive, All Might replied with shivers rattling his body. That power is amazing. As expected from a student who got in through recommendations, Azui stated. I believe we can skip review for this match. Let's move on to the 3rd match. All Might cheered. The only one who wasn't excited was Bakugo. The immeasurable power Todoroki had displayed had crushed his confidence. He was supposed to be the best, yet within less than half an hour he had been outsmarted, beaten, put down and overpowered. Next was Kirishima and Siro as villains against Tokoyami and Azui, followed by Yaoyorozu and Mineta versus Kaminari and Jiro. Soon everyone had partaken in the exercise and had gathered by the exit. You all did very well. I shall run through the results with young Midoriya and see you later. But for now, you must change and return. All Might started, then took a pose that looked like he was about to run. Dots to the classroom, he shouted just as he ran away fast enough to change the air currents around his students. Wow, he really is amazing. Is it just me, or did he seem to be in a hurry? Kaminari asked as they returned to the changing rooms. Once in the separated changing rooms, the teens got back into their normal clothes and discussed each other's battles. The classmates hurried back to room 1A and took their seats, still talking amongst themselves about earlier events. The door opened and everyone quieted down, expecting a teacher. However, a certain green-haired teen walked in instead. He looked just as well as ever, except he was now wearing a gym uniform Mr. Aizawa had given them for the quirk assessment. At the moment of his arrival, he was swarmed by other classmates. Hey Midoriya. I couldn't tell what you guys were talking about during the fight, But you were so into it. Kirishima excitedly stated. You even took on the top scorer in the quirk assessment. But I guess that makes sense given you were first in the practical exam, Siro added from behind the red-haired teen. Your moves were so cool. Mina exclaimed. After seeing you guys, the rest of us had to go all out too, from Siro. It wasn't quite elegant, but Aoyama started before Mina cut him off. Your moves were so cool. Mina said again with a series of jumps in place. A few of the students he had yet to officially meet came and introduced themselves along with their own commentary from the match. Oh Deku, are you already healed? Achiko asked from behind. She and Kaminari had returned with armloads of textbooks. Yeah, just a little tired. Recovery girl really works wonders, he replied, remembering his visit in the nurse's office. Flashback. The surface was too soft for his tastes. His mind was slightly cloudy, but he could make out that much. Slowly he recovered from his unconsciousness and opened his eyes to the bright lights above. He felt tired but not like he was about to pass out again. Awake already? A voice he had heard once before asked. He turned his head to see Recovery Girl on the computer next to his bed, likely filling out some form. How long have I been out? Izuku asked while sitting up. A grunt escaped his lips and a few stretches were deemed necessary. He noticed he was practically topless, only covered by the medical bandages wrapped all over his torso. Just over an hour and a half, she responded. She hopped from the chair and gave her patient a last checkup. I've seen some kids with lots of stamina, but it's been a while since I've seen someone with as much as you, she stated. Huh. My quirk only accelerates and enhances my patient's own healing factor. By doing so, they use up lots of energy and stamina. Most students are asleep for hours after being healed from half of what you went through. You should remember, you were there when I helped those at the practical exam, she explained, then handed Midoriya some gummies. So, can I go? Or do you need me to stay? That depends. Do you think you can make it back without falling asleep? Yeah, I think so. Then put this on and you can go. Just make sure to stop in tomorrow morning so I can see if you'll require further treatment, Recovery Girl replied. She held up a gym uniform to replace his damaged clothes, which he changed into and left for where his class was held. Wow, she really is useful at a place like UA, Achiko replied. Midoriya, I am glad you are okay, but should you really be back so soon? Ida asked after quickly coming up to his classmate. Recovery Girl said it was fine, he replied, which seemed to satisfy Ida for the time. So what did I miss? Izuku asked his friend. Well, Ida was given MVP for our match. According to Momo, he was the best prepared for what he expected, while the rest of us risked damaging the building and weapon with the large-scale attacks, Uraraka explained. Oh, and All Might wanted me to give this to you. She put her bag on the ground and pulled out the chain before handing it to its owner. Oh, thanks, Izuku offered, then shoved it into his own bag. The desk in front of his was empty. Hey, where's Katsuki? He left a few minutes before your return. For some reason he's going home, Kirishima shrugged. Just after that, Izuku was running down the halls and taking the shortest route to the exit. By the time he got to the front door, Bakugo was halfway to the gate. Katsuki, he called out, rushing towards his ex-friend. Why he cared he couldn't tell, but something was telling him to intervene. Kakin, he shouted, finally getting his attention. What? He asked with a glare, voice filled with venom. Are you really going to head home because you lost? He asked. This was either going to end somewhat decently or absolutely terribly. Why do you care? Katsuki retorted. You think I have something I'm hiding? Well, you're right. I have a lot that I'm hiding. I trained to be good enough to make it in this school while you were practically given a free pass just because of your genetics. And now, just because you didn't absolutely crush me, you're just going to give up. The glare in his direction turned into a full stare, yet Izuku was unafraid. Maybe I wasn't able to beat you one-on-one today. Maybe I never will, I don't know. But my skills are my own, just like your quirk is your own. The two stood in silence. Seconds ticked by like minutes as the two faced each other. What are you trying to do? Make a bigger fool out of me? Katsuki demanded. It doesn't matter if you think you may not be able to beat me, because you did. His teeth clenched and grated, then he continued speaking. And that ice BSTRD. I watched him and thought, I can't beat him. I even agreed with what that DMN ponytail girl said. He looked upwards and grabbed his forehead in frustration. Damn it, he shouted in rage. His fingers clenched and unclenched several times, which was accompanied by a slight glistening in his eyes. And you deaf? I'm just getting started, got that? I will be the #1 hero, and a quirkless nobody like you won't stand in my way. There was determination in his voice, he wasn't just saying it. Tears started filling his eyes, making this the first time Izuku had actually seen Bakugo start crying one way or another. Good, you haven't given up yet, Izuku thought as Katsuki turned away from him and walked to the gates. I won't lose to you again, he added with a sniff. Izuku was, for some reason, relieved that Katsuki hadn't given up. The only reason he could think of was he himself had gone through so much when everyone said he couldn't be a hero, and part of him didn't wish that upon even his lifetime bully. There he is. Young Bakugo! All Might shouted. A powerful gust blew by Izuku and the symbol of peace practically materialized behind the blonde teen, both hands on his shoulders and looking up towards the sky. Young Bakugo, you may have the abilities to become a pro hero, and you have plenty of pride. But there is still much to dash. Let go of me, All Might, Bakugo quietly demanded. I can't walk with you holding on to me. The two hands left his shoulders, and Bakugo looked over his back just enough to make minimal eye contact. You don't have to tell me, I'm already planning on surpassing you as a hero. Alright. Then have a fantastic day, he wished the departing student. It's hard being a teacher, the hero admitted to himself. Sure enough, dealing with emotional teenagers was a bit different than dealing with villains. Unbeknownst to the two, 3 onlookers had watched the entire thing from above. The fated battle between men is upon us, Uraraka stated. Exactly what that meant, Azui and Ishido didn't quite know. It seemed Midoriya was trying to encourage Bakugo in his own way though, Tsuyu added. The fated battle between men. The rest of the day went by rather uneventfully, even by UA's standards. But of course, life has a way of keeping things interesting. How are the classes at UA? What is All Might like as a teacher? These and many other questions were thrown at Ida, Ochiko, and Izuku as they made their way to the gates for their morning classes. I have to go to the nurse's office, Izuku said before running off. He's muscular, if that helps, Ochiko offered with a flexing pose. What do you think of All Might as a teacher rather than a hero? The woman asked Ida. He showed me that I attend the very best of the best. More so, his character and dignity are beyond words, yet we are able to see a humorous side as well. He went on and on, effectively boring the media that had gathered outside the entry gates at UA. Another student gained her attention, and they left Ida for a, hopefully, more interesting response. What is it, Lick-Dash? Hey, you're the kid from the sludge villain incident. Go away, Bakugo growled. As he went inside, a man in all black came outside and approached the questioners. Ada, you're kinda scruffy. Are you a hero or just another employee? He's not on duty today, so please leave. You've been disturbing classes and the students all morning, Mr. Aizawa requested with a go away gesture. Eager to get away from the attention, he turned to the giant building and walked away from the commotion. How do you put up with this, All Might? He asked himself, ignoring the woman's pleas for more answers. Come on, just give us some of your time, she begged with a step forward. The moment she put her foot down, an alarm sounded and several layers of metal barricades stood up from the ground. Waff. We call it the UA barrier. No one can get in without a pass or student ID, a newsman explained. Those who had gathered came to terms with the futility of the situation and decided to camp outside until the school day ended. Back inside, homeroom was going much better than their attempts to enter the school grounds. I saw the results from your training sessions yesterday. You're talented, Bakugo, so there's no reason to act like a child, Aizawa addressed the student. Katsuki gave a dismissive, I know, and looked away. As for you, Midoriya and Ochiko, try to find a way to win without completely incapacitating yourselves, the teacher added. Yes, sir, the 2 students replied, prompting him to continue. As for homeroom today, all I have planned is, he began. Everyone's first guess was something along the lines of, take another special test? Decide on a class representative, he finished. A normal school activity, everyone happily thought. Similarly, everyone was quick to state that they wanted to be the class rep. Chaos overtook the entire class, until a particular fellow gathered everyone's attention. Silence, please. This is a serious responsibility we are all looking at. If we are to take this as seriously as necessary, let us hold an election, he suggested. His hand was raised high, and his glasses were doing that anime light-up thing. That's a good idea, but don't you think everyone will just vote for themselves? After all, we haven't gotten to know each other all too well yet, Kirishima asked. Exactly. By that logic, the person to receive even a few votes could be considered the best option. Ida explained. I don't care what method you use, just finish it before homeroom is over, Mr. Aizawa interjected, already back in his sleeping bag. The students agreed to Ida's suggestion and devised a method that would be fair and somewhat secret. Everyone found some scrap paper and wrote a name that was placed on the podium up front. Once everyone had voted, the results were counted and displayed. Izuku Midoriya had 3 votes and Yaoyorozu had 2, making them class rep and deputy class rep, respectfully. Who voted for Deku? Bakugo shouted and stood up. I think he's a better choice than you, Siro jabbed, which led into him getting a small taste of Bakugo's anger. Meanwhile, Uraraka was looking away and whistling in an attempt to be discreet. I just hope Bakugo doesn't find out I voted, she thought to herself. Meanwhile, Ida was less than happy with the results, but was holding it in slightly better than his blonde teammate. No votes. That is only to be expected of a person's calling, he grunted through clenched teeth. But you voted for someone else yourself, then? Momo asked in confusion. But if you wanted to do it too, what are you trying to do? Sato asked. Well, that settles it. Midoriya is class rep and Yaoyorozu is deputy rep, Aizawa said, still in his sleeping bag. Yaoyorozu was taking her achievement in stride, but Izuku was another story. He wasn't panicking or frightened, but he just didn't feel like he was the right one for the position. He calmly looked over the others and went over what he knew about them in his mind. There had to be someone else more fitting for the role, but no one else had as many votes as he did. For right now, he was stuck in this position. How vexing. Momo muttered at the sight of him apparently spacing out. Wow, it's really busy, isn't it? Achiko asked as she and her usual friends found some seats in the cafeteria. Of course, the management and support courses have lunch at the same time we do, Ida explained. The two looked at Izuku, who was staring contemplatively at his lunch. Hey Midoriya? Are you okay? The speedy teen asked. I guess. But I just don't think I'm the right choice, he started, earning confused stares from his friends. I mean, maybe I am if 3 people voted for me, but I just feel like there should be a better choice than me. I'm not sure if I would go that far, Ida offered. After all, I voted for you because I've seen you in action. You're a quick thinker and awfully persistent. You may come off as cold every now and then, but I'd be willing to bet you care about your classmates just as much as anyone else here. Barring Bakugo, of course. But didn't you want to be the rep as well, Ida? Achiko asked. Yes, I did, but I'm more than aware about how off-putting I can be. I come on too strong in instances, like when someone simply sits on a desk, and other times I don't have faintest idea what to do. Besides, you're the one who went back for Uraraka and Aoyama at the entrance exam, not me. I guess that's one way to put it, Midoriya said through a mouthful of fish. I'm merely trying to explain why I think you're a better choice, Tenya replied. Merely? Are you some kind of rich kid, Ida? The girl next to him asked. It's not something that's overly fun to talk about, but I guess you could say so. You may know of my brother, Ingenium. You know, I should have seen that coming given both of your quirks are engine, Midoriya noted. Half a second later an ear-piercing bell started ringing throughout the cafeteria, which was followed with an announcement. A level 3 security breach has been detected. All students are to evacuate immediately. Chaos descended like a curtain as everyone ran for the exit at the same time. No one could budge more than a few inches in the halls, and no one bothered to see who was intruding besides Ida. It's only the media? He asked himself when H got a good look at the casually dressed people with large cameras outside. So that means this mass panic is pointless. Everybody, there's no need to worry, he shouted, only to be drowned out by the crowds pushing him against the windows. Ida, a familiar voice called out, and his eyes fell on Achiko, who was trying to regroup with him and a nowhere-to-be-seen Midoriya. An idea formed in his mind, and a good one at that. I need you to make me float, he requested as he shuffled closer. She wriggled her arm free and the two reached as far as they could, finally meeting and letting her quirk take effect. Immediately he rose into the air and scanned for a good spot. I need to be in everyone's line of sight. A perfect place caught his eye and he rolled up his pant legs to activate his engines. The uneven propulsion sent him forward with a constant spin until he finally hit the wall right above the exit. Everybody calm down. All at once the rumbling and pushing stopped as the students focused on the speaker. Just look outside. It's only the press. We will all be fine, so let us proceed from here in a manner that fits the best of the best. Izuku could feel the relief wash over everyone around him as he was eventually able to squeeze himself from the cluster he had gotten trapped in. New sirens began to blare outside, and the students closest to the windows commented on the arrival of the police. It took a while for the teachers to get enough students through the halls to allow for a normal flow, but the entirety of 1A still managed to get to their class in time. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu were at the podium, the latter of whom was encouraging her superior to begin the announcements. Actually, I think Ida should be class rep, he said. He was the only one able to gather everyone's attention earlier today, and he alone quelled everyone's panic. I can live with that, Kirishima blurted. It's true, he put on a great display of leadership just now. If you insist, then I cannot help but to accept, the new class rep stated, and the two swapped places at the podium. Just don't think this means you can keep kicking us off the desks, Midoriya offered as he sat back down, earning a chuckle from those who had been subjected to Tenya's fits of authority. Congratulations, Ida, Momo offered with a noticeable hint of jealousy. The two proceeded to elect other class officials until Mr. Aizawa walked in the room. The rest of this chapter is non-canon. Just a heads up that I made up the whole thing and didn't base it off the show. Okay everyone, All Might has asked me to fill in today for your hero course, so get changed and meet in the field, Aizawa instructed with a wave of his hand. Of course, All Might would ask him instead of Mike or Midnight. Somewhat confused, the students changed into their hero costumes and gathered where they had taken the quirk assessment. What's the plan for today, Mr. Aizawa? Mina asked. Pretty much every student turned to focus on the teacher, eager for his announcement. Is it another combat training? Kirishima added. Will we be conducting another team exercise? Ida loudly questioned. Hold on, let me read his notes, Aizawa said unenthusiastically. A sheet of paper was pulled from his pocket which he quickly skimmed through. It looks like he was going to have you all spar without using your quirks. Without quirks? Everyone asked with a mix of surprise with more than a few glances at the quirkless classmate. Izuku stifled a laugh and managed to keep an interested look. Yeah. I guess he had some speech about how quirks can be detrimental in some situations, or how some quirks lack actual power. He replied with a flip of the paper. Detrimental? A few students asked. Yes. Take Bakugo, Kaminari, and Ishido for example. Your quirks are great for attack and defense, but in a delicate situation, say a hostage or crumbling building incident, your power could cause more damage than it would help. Bakugo growled and the other two mentioned students developed disappointed looks on their faces. Or there are times where your quirk is unusable, the teacher added. Excuse me, sir, but what do you mean by unusable? Jiro asked. You'll find out, but for now, let's just get this over with. He has a few rules that I'm going to read, then we'll get started. First, no support items from your costumes are allowed. Secondly, the winner will be declared once either combatant has been on the ground for more than 5 seconds, pushed out of bounds, or yields on their own accord. Third, the use of a quirk will result in disqualification from the tournament. Lastly, any student sustaining incapacitating injuries will be sent to Recovery Girl's office and will not be allowed to resume participation should they return. That is all I have for now, but they are subject to necessary changes. Any questions? Why can't we use our support items? Bakugo angrily asked as he removed his gauntlets. I don't know. He probably wants me to see your unassisted abilities. That, and yours are a bit overkill for a simple exercise, Mr. Aizawa replied. Soon the students were ready. After drawing 3 large rectangles in the field, Aizawa let the first 3 pairs take their places. Mina faced Aoyama, Kaminari faced Midoriya, and Bakugo faced Jiro. And beg dash, he shouted in a bored tone, but was cut off by Izuku. Sorry, just give me a second, he requested, then reached under his shirt and pulled out the chain, which he tossed aside along with the staff. You said no support items, and I think everyone would count those, he offered. Whatever. If you're all ready, then begin, the teacher shouted. Mina and Aoyama grappled inexperiencedly, but Mina had a slight advantage in flexibility, which she was attempting to put to use. Bakugo was doing his best to push Jiro out of the arena, but she did surprisingly well at fighting back. No hard feelings, Izuku offered as he approached his opponent. Denki tried to make the first move and threw a clumsy punch that Izuku deftly caught with both hands. With a single motion he turned on his heel and threw Kaminari over his shoulder and out of bounds. The landing wasn't nice, but Kaminari was able to get up without a struggle. The whole thing hadn't lasted 6 seconds. More than one mouth dropped at the almost immediate victory. The first winner is Midoriya. Are you feeling okay, Kaminari? Aizawa asked while inspecting Izuku's weapons. Aside from my pride and a sore back, I'm fine, he replied. You couldn't have gone easy on me or something? He asked with a turn to Midoriya. Who said I didn't? He replied, then offered a fist bump, which was returned by the yellow-haired teen. But seriously, you should work on your speed. That attack was slow, Izuku offered before watching the others. The first 3 matches ended when Bakugo managed to shove Jiro out of the ring and Mina almost knocked Aoyama unconscious with a hard uppercut. The next 3 matches were Todoroki against Tokoyami, Yaoyorozu against Tsuyu, and Mineta against Ojiro. Aside from Todoroki and Ojiro, none of them displayed any real hand-to-hand skill. Most of their attacks were wide and ugly to look at, with a few lucky strikes that almost impressed the green-haired teen. Tell me, kid, where'd you learn to use these? Aizawa asked with a lift of the chain. Oh, you know, here and there, Izuku responded with a shrug. Aizawa hid an unbelieving look, but internally noted his student. You didn't make it either, huh? Kaminari asked as he and Kyoko watched Momo fight Tsu. I lasted longer than you did, she shot back with a friendly tone. After a short battle, Azui's powerful legs gave her enough of a kick to push her opponent out of bounds. Naturally, Ojiro beat Mineta, and the 4 walked off the arenas to join Todoroki and Tokoyami, the former of whom had won before the others finished. Hey Deku, will you go easy on us if you face me or Ida? Achiko asked. Probably not, he replied with a grin. Well, I won't go easy on you either, she shot back. Me neither, Ida agreed, and the 3 shared a quick laugh. As the class went by, more and more students were beaten and joined most of their teammates on the sidelines. Some rounds, like Kirishima versus Hagakure, were fast, while others, like Shoji against Zero, took a little longer. Wish me luck, Achiko requested as she stepped into the same arena as Ida. She had been given gloves to prevent her quirk from activating, which she flexed as she stretched her fingers. The battle between the two was not too short, but Ida's size and strength eventually brought Uraraka to the ground, and he had her pinned for 5 seconds. Due to the uneven number of groups that came in the end, Izuku, Shoto, and Bakugo were placed in a free-for-all in a larger arena. Who do you think will win? Zero asked Kirishima. I don't know. Midoriya clearly has the advantage, but if Bakugo or Todoroki want to win they'll have to team up against him. Otherwise he'll probably beat both of them. But you saw Bakugo in the training exercise. I'd be willing to bet he'll at least put up a good fight, Hagakure added. Final round up again, Aizawa said, almost interestedly. For all the hype the students were feeling, the beginning was surprisingly boring. None of the 3 contenders was willing to make the first move, yet were wary of both opponents. Suddenly, Midoriya made an incredible dash at Todoroki and went for a stomach punch, which the red and white-haired teen barely managed to avoid, taking the punch to his side rather than the stomach. Bakugo took advantage of the momentary distraction and aimed a kick toward the back of Izuku's knee, which he expertly avoided and countered with a grab and twist to Katsuki's slightly raised foot. The two got up, looking determined to win. I'm not going to lose to you, Deku, Bakugo snarled. Izuku grinned almost sinisterly for half a second. You won't have a choice. The two got up close and personal, but Izuku's experience gave him a tremendous advantage over even Bakugo's incredible viciousness. Todoroki attempted to get Izuku off guard, but his attack was caught and resulted in him getting thrown into Bakugo. Get off me half and half, BC, Bakugo demanded before shoving Shoto off of him. Katsuki struggled to his feet and rubbed some of the spots that had taken a particularly nasty hit. His red eyes were almost glowing with hate, and the occasional drop of spit leaked from his mouth. Shoto, on the other hand, was maintaining a calmer attitude. A little frustration was evident in the way he composed himself, but nowhere near as bad as Bakugo. I must say you're not half bad, either of you. I take it your old man has given you some fighting lessons, Todoroki? The green teen asked. Don't bring my father into this, the red and white-haired teen spat. Did I hit a nerve? He asked, then blocked a kick from Bakugo. Did you forget I was here? Or are you looking down on me again? The kick was powerful, but Izuku used the momentum to redirect Katsuki's foot's landing and left him in an unstable position. I spent so much of my life looking up to you, Bakugo. But you never cared, did you? Todoroki came at Izuku with another attack, but the martial arts master grabbed him and literally tossed him outside the line. Todoroki is disqualified, Aizawa declared as the other two continued fighting. Now able to focus his full attention on one target, Izuku let loose with a barrage of strikes, but held back enough to keep the fight going. What's the matter? Can't keep up, he asked, then quickly jumped back and out of Bakugo's range. Shut it, nerd. Bakugo shouted and rushed Midoriya. He tried to feint a right swing, but his move was still blocked and he took an elbow to the chest for his attempt. Come on, don't tell me you're losing to poor, quirkless, useless debt. I said shut it, you bitty. Small explosions rippled from his palms, but he was quick to hide them behind his back. He was not going to lose due to a stupid disqualification. This is getting really heated, Achiko mumbled. I knew the two had history, but I didn't think it was this bad, Kirishima remarked. But shouldn't Mr. Aizawa end it before they go too far again? Momo questioned with a slightly worried look. Midoriya dashed towards the remaining enemy and knocked him off his feet with a quick duck and sweep kick, then climbed on top and pinned one arm behind his back while immobilizing the other with his free hand. Aizawa started the countdown, but neither Izuku nor Katsuki paid him any mind. How's it feel to be the useless one, to be powerless against someone you always look down on? He whispered into the blonde's ear. Finally losing to his anger, Bakugo turned the palm behind his back to face Izuku and created an explosion large enough to blow Izuku a few feet back. Midoriya! Aizawa cried as he raced to the teen, who pulled himself up with a little effort. Bakugo released an angry shout and rushed towards Izuku as well, but was suddenly restrained by multiple thick strands of fabric. All eyes fell on the homeroom teacher, whose black eyes were glowing red. His hair, normally clumped into fallen heaps, had raised on end. But the most surprising thing was his scarf that had wrapped around a struggling Bakugo. We're done here. Bakugo is disqualified, making Midoriya the winner. The cloth unraveled and floated back around its owner's neck. He blinked, and his eyes were back to their normal shade once they reopened. You're Eraserhead, aren't you? Midoriya asked, ignoring the glares from his classmate. Yep. And that's what I meant when I mentioned your quirks being unusable, the teacher replied. Are you okay? I saw it coming, so I was able to dodge most of it, Midoriya replied with a roll of his shoulder. Can you go one more? I think I can get a lesson out of you, the teacher whispered, to which Izuku nodded. Okay, everyone listen up. I have one more lesson for you all, he stated with much more energy than he normally displayed. But first, I need a volunteer. A few hands nervously went into the air, and the teacher picked Kirishima. Attack me like I'm a villain, the teacher instructed. Sir? I said attack me. The scarf once again unraveled with a life of its own, and his hair stood back up straight. Kirishima had just hardened his arms and fingers when they returned to their normal texture. The scarf wound around the red-haired teen and brought him to the ground. You may have strong quirks, but you are practically useless without them. Your classmate, however, has no such weakness. His strength is his skill, not something he was born with, Aizawa announced while letting Kirishima free. Which is why the first one of you to pin him or get him to yield within 5 minutes will receive an A on the next quiz. Many eyes fell on the green-haired teen, who came to realize what a mistake he had made. However, he will be allowed to use anything he has on him, but serious injuries are to be avoided. Are you all okay with this? Obviously the other students were riled by the idea of a free A, yet some seemed hesitant to throw Izuku under the bus. Just so you guys know, I'm not going to make it easy, Midoriya let them know with a spin of the Kusari Fundo. Time's running out, the teacher noted, and Bakugo, Kirishima, and a few others were quick to rush him. However, a few whips of the chain dug out large divots right at their feet, bringing them to a halt with a spray of dirt. Go around. Get behind him. Jiro commanded, and the rest of the class formed a circle around their target. You guys are really working for that, eh? Izuku stated with glances in all directions. But he said one of you will get the pass, so what'll you do when your teamwork isn't as necessary? Fight each other or focus every attempt on me? He really didn't care how they would settle that dispute, and jumped over the few right in front of him and landed facing them. Tell you what, I'll even give you a chance, he joked as he wrapped the chain around his torso and pulled out the staff. Both ends extended and he grabbed it in a position that gave him a good balance of leverage and striking distance. En garde, he chuckled slightly darkly. In the end, no one managed to earn the free. Izuku had taken a few hits, but the group as a whole lacked the abilities to communicate quickly and effectively along with helping without getting in anyone else's way. It was, overall, a laughable attempt. Holy hell, who taught you and what's their number? Siro asked with a rub to his right arm. Yeah. I'm sure we could all use a few lessons. Ribbit, Tsuyu remarked. Sorry, but I don't remember their number. And they moved quite a while ago, so I couldn't ask them anyway, Izuku responded. More questions came his way, and he did his best to deflect as many as he could. Meanwhile, a certain blonde walked a bit behind the pack, listening for any slip-ups that would explain Deku's skill. Whoever was behind this had some serious explaining to do. Deku's words rang through his mind all the way back to the classroom. Mom, I'm home. Izuku shouted upon walking through the door. He could hear her meandering around the kitchen, most likely preparing to start dinner. Hi honey. How was your day? She greeted. It was odd. There were a lot of news reporters at the gate, and they somehow managed to set off the alarm inside. But everything's fine, the teachers got the cops on them. Oh, and we had a quirkless spar just today, the green-haired teen recalled aloud. A quirkless spar? As in a fight, his mother restated just to be sure. Yes, but it was for hero training. We were supervised and the teacher got a good lesson out of it. How did you do? Inko asked. I won. Bakugo and Todoroki were the last challenges. But they were easy, all things considered. It was still hard for Inko to believe that her quirkless son was taking the same classes that some of the most renowned heroes took in their day. Simply put, he was awe-inspiring. Anyway, I have some homework I should get started on. Let me know when dinner's ready, he requested, then walked down the hall and closed himself in his room. Most of the night went by smoothly. Izuku finished what classwork he had left before his mother had to call him. After dinner, he took another trip out and thoroughly explored stores old and new. He also made a trip to a hardware store and a few other shops that wouldn't expect business from a 15-year-old boy. After a few quick looks around each store, he returned home with a few additional combat knives with sheaths, a new All Might figurine, and a small package of chocolates for him and his mom to share. The walk to the apartment was relaxing. The air was cool with a slight breeze, but nothing too penetrating. He didn't pass by too many people, and whoever he did pass minded their own business. Before 10:30 he was back home eating candies with his mom. Any more of those action figures and you'll need a storage compartment downtown, Inko joked. But she wasn't too far off. He did have a lot of All Might memorabilia. Not to mention the few pieces of merchandise from other heroes. Maybe I should look into it, he replied. I'm going to bed. Good night, he offered. Inside his room, he pulled out his arsenal and made his usual plans regarding what would and wouldn't be usable. By now he had the items Stain had given him, the 2 knives he took from the muggers, the blades he had just bought, and nowhere to hold them all at once. The Manriki chain was obviously necessary. It had become his favorite weapon due to its speed and versatility. The staff was useful, but being retractable made it weaker than the real deal, so he couldn't afford to rely on it too much. In the end, he stuffed one of the switchblades and a new knife he bought into his bag. That was the last thing he did before wrapping himself up in his covers and falling asleep on the floor. Hello again everyone, Mr. Aizawa greeted as he entered the hero basic training class. Are you in for All Might again today, sir? Hagakure asked at his arrival. Sort of. Today's class will now be taught by me, All Might, and a third instructor. Now? So it's changed within the day. Izuku thought to himself after hearing the odd wording of the response. What are we going to be doing? Mineta asked from behind the pondering teen. A card much like the one All Might had displayed on the first day was held up by Mr. Aizawa, only this one was written in blue, with the word, rescue, in all capitals. I believe you can read, he offered. The real duty of a hero, Kirishima muttered as others excitedly discussed among themselves. I'm not finished, Aizawa stated, resulting in everyone to fall silent. You can wear whatever you want, be it your usual clothes or your hero costume. Once you decide, meet outside. We'll need to take a bus to get there, he explained while pressing a button that caused the costume shelves to extend from the walls. Everyone donned at least part of their costumes. Bakugo only brought one of his gauntlets and Achiko left her helmet behind. Oh, you're wearing your normal clothes? The girl asked as the class waited to board the bus. Actually, this is my uniform. I don't really have a need for flashy details and I have everything I need with me, he explained. To demonstrate, he reached into a pocket and let her catch a glimpse of a hilt, followed by lifting the bottom of his shirt to reveal part of the chain. A loud pitched whistle cut through the air, followed by an authoritative voice. Everyone gather round and form 2 lines based on seat numbers. That way we can board smoothly and quickly, he instructed. More whistles and hand movements continued until a small problem came up. You did not expect this kind of bus, Ida mumbled as Class 1A got on a bus with seats that faced each other rather than in rows. You can't prepare for everything, Ida. Just be glad you had the foresight to plan ahead for an equally likely scenario, Mina offered, which did little to calm the hunched-over classmate. Hey, Midoriya? Tsuyu asked from next to him. Yeah, Azui? First, call me Tatsu. But you don't have a quirk. I wouldn't be surprised if you've been asked this a lot, but how did you get into UA? Lots of training, was his reply, which satisfied most of the classmates listening in on the conversation. You know, at first I thought you had some kind of augmentation quirk, like me, Kirishima offered. He raised his left hand and hardened it. Mine's useful, but it's not much to look at. I don't know. I'd say it's really cool, the green-haired teen offered. Aoyama butted in about how his quirk was powerful and flashy, until Mina reminded him and everyone around that he gets a stomachache from using it too much. Well, Todoroki and Bakugo have us all beat when it comes to strength and style, the pointy red-haired teen stated, to which the mentioned blonde grunted and looked away. But Bakugo's always angry, so it'll be hard for him to be popular as a hero, Sue commented. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Katsuki demanded. See? Sue said with a point at the angry teen. She has a point. We haven't known each other for much more than a week, and it's clear to all of us that what you have for a personality is crap stirred in sewage, Kaminari quipped. What's with that vocabulary? I'll kill you right after the frog you bisuri. Bakugo threatened, which only proved Kaminari's point. Meanwhile, Izuku was holding back fits of laughter caused by seeing Bakugo being the main focus of everyone's attacks. He had always been so popular, yet now he was just another student in a crowd when it came down to it. It felt good in a way. This conversation is getting pretty vulgar, isn't it? Momo asked Uraraka, who had an oddly happy smile. Yes, but I like this stuff, she joyfully replied. Stop messing around, everyone. We're here, Aizawa called from the front. Yes, sir. Those who had an unobstructed view from the window could see a large dome in the direction they were headed. A little while later the bus came to a stop in front of the dome, where someone dressed like an astronaut was standing to welcome them. Hello and welcome everyone. I've been waiting. Most people recognize the person as 13, a pro hero who specialized in rescue missions. There is much to discuss, but let's head inside first, she requested. From the walkway they got an amazing view of many different disaster scenarios, ranging from a citywide fire to a simple shipwreck. It reminds me of Universal Studios Japan. Sato commented. This is the unforeseen simulation joint. It is an indoor amalgam made of all types of accidents and disasters. 13 proudly declared. So it really is, USJ, a few students thought internally. The tired-looking teacher approached the space hero, needing some space for the conversation. Where's All Might? He was supposed to be here as well. He, did a lot this morning and got too tired to come in, the hero explained while tapping 3 fingers on her left leg. Only Izuku and a few others heard the interaction, and only one saw the peculiar tapping motion. Irrational as always, Aizawa scoffed. Very well, I suppose we'll have to proceed without him. Yes, but first I have to say something. Or 2. Or 3. Maybe 4. It just keeps increasing, a handful of the students noted. Whatever. I'm sure you all know about my quirk, which is black hole. Yes, you've saved countless civilians with it, Izuku responded. Yes, but most people tend to overlook an important detail. My quirk is much more dangerous than it is helpful. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden morbidity, but 13 continued. Many of you have quirks that are similar in that respect. With how careful heroes are during battle, and how few villains there are with actually deadly quirks, it is easy to forget that any quirk can be deadly with a single mistake. So far, you've found out the current limits of your hidden powers and the danger that comes with using them against others from Aizawa's and All Might's teachings. With this class, you can learn something new, using your abilities to help rather than fight. That is all I have to say. Thank you for listening, 13 added with a bow. A round of applause erupted from the students, along with cheers of all sorts. Izuku's cheering was cut short. Time practically froze for a split moment as he was overcome with a feeling of immediate danger. Something was happening, but he just didn't know what. It put him on edge, as if he was being stalked. All right then. First, we will dash, Aizawa began. The large floodlights overhead dimmed until they were out, and the fountain in the center of the facility sputtered in and out as if the pump was being flipped on and off. The center of the fountain started to distort in a circular pattern, which turned into a dark void. The black-purple nothingness dispersed, and a hand reached through the circle of origin. A red, veiny eye peered through the void from between the fingers of another hand. Aizawa had seen the whole thing and sensed that this was anything but a drill planned by 13. Everyone, gather together and don't move, he ordered, then addressed 13. Protect the students, was all he said before a swarm of villains came through the portal. Is the class already started? Kirishima asked as he stepped forward to get a better look. Don't move, Aizawa shouted as he placed his yellow goggles over his eyes. The last of the villains came through the portal, including a giant creature with dark blue skin and an oversized smile. Just Eraserhead and 13? The intel said All Might was supposed to be here, the black mist muddled. The particulates reconvened on their own accord and took the shape of a humanoid with glowing yellow eyes. Are these the ones who caused the trespassing on UA just yesterday? Aizawa asked himself. All but 3 of the intruders advanced towards the large staircase that separated them from the students. I was looking forward to seeing All Might here. I even brought this whole crowd, the guy with hands grabbing his body complained. But maybe if we murder some of the children. The long scarf around Eraserhead's neck came alive with motion. He was clearly ready to throw himself into harm's way to buy time for everyone else. Wait, how did they get past the sensors? Momo asked 13. They could have some kind of interference quirk in the mix. Something like that would be overly helpful at getting into UA. So are they just here or all over the school? Todoroki quietly asked. To attack such a secluded area while cutting off communications is the sign of planning with a goal in mind, he added. 13. Evacuate the students. Kaminari, see if you can contact the school. There has to be an effective range on the interference, so get as far away as possible, Aizawa instructed. What about you? Are you planning on fighting alone? Izuku asked the teacher. Even if you can erase quirks, your style is a quick ambush after nullifying a single or few targets. True, but a hero has more than one trick up their sleeve. Now, 13, was all he said before jumping right into the fray. Shooters, take him out, one of the intruders ordered. 3 different villains tried, but each one had their quirk erased as they gave a short monologue about how he was foolish to take on all of them at once. Scarves wrapped around each of the 3 and lifted them into the air before slamming them all headfirst into the hard ground. Is that Eraserhead? Some the intruders questioned. Multiple attackers tried to take him on, but most lacked the skill that would be needed to hold up against someone who had spent years training to fight with a non-physical quirk. I figured the masses wouldn't hold up against a pro trained in hand-to-hand, the blue-haired intruder mused. So he's good at fighting groups as well as single opponents, Izuku noted while studying his teacher's style. Midoriya. Now isn't the time for watching. Hurry to shelter. Ida ordered from the group of students. They had all ran away with 13, except Izuku. Sorry, Izuku offered, then jumped from the stairs. Aizawa had barely seen the students' arrival and wasn't fully aware until some of the attacks coming in his direction started to falter. The small breaks were barely enough for him to catch a glimpse of Midoriya taking out some of the weaker foes with his chain. With a powerful leap, the green-haired teen landed beside his teacher and placed himself so they were back to back. I told you to leave. Do you even understand just how dangerous and stupid your actions are? Aizawa unhappily demanded. He would have to wait for an answer, as another group of villains rushed the pair. Izuku fought with grim efficiency for a child, and it didn't go unnoticed by his teacher that he was copying his capture weapon techniques with his chain. Sorry, sensei, but I couldn't just leave you. I can at least handle some of them for you, Izuku replied. There was no more time to argue, as the attacks just kept on coming. Oh, a child? This'll be fun, a villain with a Venus flytrap-shaped head laughed. He and a wave of the intruders rushed towards Izuku. Even with his back to his student, Aizawa could feel the sudden change in the atmosphere. Perhaps atmosphere was the wrong term. This change wasn't detectable by instruments or machinery. It was just. Meanwhile, the wave that had been so intent on attacking had come to a stop mere footsteps away from their target. His green eyes were staring at them. The stare was so penetrating it could have cut right through them, which is what it was feeling like at the moment. The aura around him, just moments ago barely noticeable, was redder than blood and thicker than syrup. Izuku didn't spare a look at the trembling victims he took out with pressure points and jaw blows. He was solely focused on these villains who had nothing better to do than attack a bunch of high school students. Back at the staircase. Ida, come on. Achiko shouted from the group. Her voice almost didn't register with his mind. Izuku, one of his best friends, had quite literally thrown himself into the middle of everything that was going on. What's more, he was acting like a completely different person. There was no hint of the kind, caring boy he and Achiko went to school with. He was someone, or more likely something, completely different. Let's go, Ida, she cried again, finally pulling him from his trance. He ran towards the group just in time for the same black mist that had brought the villains to cut off their exit. It's a pleasure to meet you all. We are the League of Villains. I do apologize on our behalf for inviting ourselves in, but we are here to watch All Might, the symbol of peace, draw his last breath. 13 popped open a cap on his finger and prepared to use his black hole, but had to stop when 2 of the students ambushed the mist. Maybe we'll beat you before that can happen, Kirishima cockily stated. That was a close one, the mist stated. It blew around like the wind had caught it before taking the human shape again. Such precious golden eggs, it whispered. You two get out of the way. 13 shouted. The 2 boys saw the open cap and made to get out of the way. No, my job is to separate you all, and I'll begin with them, the black-purple entity declared. The mist attacked the entire group with the force of a powerful wind. Ida shot through the storm and plucked as many of his classmates as he could from the darkness. From his perspective, the class and 13 had been swallowed by a swirling dome. The sounds of struggles came from the half-sphere, which turned into screams that slowly faded into distant nothingness. Aizawa had seen the handful of portals appear and drop some of the students into the various environments. He and Midoriya had taken out most of the lower henchmen, but the hand guy and the giant creature had yet to attack. Midoriya, go help the other students, I can handle it from here, he shouted while kicking yet another foe in the neck. Sir? Just go. I'll be fine, and they probably need help more than me. Reluctantly, Izuku nodded and rushed towards the nearest disaster area while making sure to at least slow down as many of the intruders as possible. The first area he saw was the mountain zone, so he ran at breakneck speed in that direction. He expected that most of his classmates would be more than capable of fighting back. The only exceptions he could think of were Koda due to his extreme shyness and lack of animals, and Mineta, who often lost his cool in the slightest of situations. As he ran towards the mountain, fights all over the USJ progressed with surprisingly positive results for the students. Todoroki, Hagakure, and Mineta had been dropped into the shipwreck zone, where the former had frozen pretty much the entire lake and started interrogating his captured foes. Tokoyami and Koda had developed a bait-and-strike strategy in the squall zone, Ojiro was using hit-and-run tactics in the fire zone, and Bakugo and Kaminari were striking down enemies left and right in the collapse zone. So physical attacks are useless and he can warp to avoid energy attacks, Siro noted after the remaining students had tried taking down the mist. Ida, we'll buy you an opening. Run to the school and tell them what's happening. But if I leave you all, he tried to say, but no valid arguments were coming to mind. The alarm sensors are based on infrared rays, yet despite the constant erasing done by your teacher, they are still not activating. It would be much faster for you to run for help than it would be for us to find the one causing the problems. Don't worry, class rep. If you can get outside, you can find an alarm and activate it, Sato offered. That's likely why they're all inside and not out there as well. We know you can do it, Ida, so blow this fog into the wind, Siro added. The two took fighting poses next to Tenya. Just like the cafeteria, Ida. Get to where you can be heard and let everyone know. Achiko said, throwing her support with the others. Ida understood the situation and finally agreed to leaving his classmates behind. The exhaust pipes extended from his legs and he got into a runner's position. If you're going to make a plan, perhaps don't discuss it in front of the enemy. The fog approached the group, but was stopped by nature's most devastating creation. Black hole. 13 shouted, hoping to slow the being down enough to get Ida the time he needed. Scatter and kill us, huh? Todoroki scoffed. You all seem more like guys wasting your quirks than you do murders. The entire group of the water-based villains had been frozen in place when the giant body of water had turned to ice. Todoroki had then created a ramp with his ice that he, Hagakure, and Mineta slid down. Are you actually a kid? This power is nothing a child should be able to handle, one of the unfortunate victims asked. The bichrome teen approached one of the villains and crouched in front of him. You probably understand the situation you're in. Your cells will die of frostbite, or you might go into hibernation if you're capable of such. Either way, there's nothing you can do right now. The villain began shaking not just because of the coldness enveloping everything from his neck down. What makes you think you can kill All Might? Todoroki demanded as he placed a single finger on the villain's forehead. More ice began to slowly spread, narrowly missing his eyes. Ah! A terrified Kaminari screamed as he avoided a strike from a large enemy. I swear I just saw the river Styx, he declared as he regrouped with Jiro and Momo. Both of the girls had armed themselves with weapons Momo created after spotting the villains. Seriously, what's going on? He shouted. The three had their backs to a rock face and were facing several armed opponents. Worry about that later. Just focus on getting away from all of these people for now. Jiro responded. Well, give me something to use. Kaminari requested. Just use your lightning. Jiro shouted back, eyeing the wall of foes in front of them. I can't release a large burst or I'll take you two out as well. The best I can do is cover myself. You two are the best bet until I manage to get some sort of signal, the yellow-haired teen retorted. Well, think outside the box, Jiro said with a kick. Her classmate fell into the larger villain that attacked him earlier and electrocuted him on contact. Oh, I can do something, he realized. More opponents tried to attack him, only succeeding in shocking themselves. With renewed vigor, the three struck down each foe with assistance from each other. Jiro used her speaker boots to deafen enemies so Momo or Kaminari could take them out. You should look into something to help you control your attacks, Jiro suggested to her classmate. Momo rushed towards her side and ejected a large blanket from her back. Kaminari, it's insulated, she shouted before ducking underneath the shield. Sweet. He let a massive shock build up, which he released all at once. The voltage created a shockwave that knocked out anyone on the receiving end and brought down the entire crowd in one fell swoop. The two classmates looked from under the sheet, observing the field. Okay, we should probably find the others, Momo suggested. Jiro, on the other hand, was doing anything not to look at her friend. Your clothes. They sort of, she mumbled, trying to find a good way to put the current situation into words. I can make a new set, she offered. Suddenly, Jiro was in front of her. Kaminari, look away. Only, looking wasn't on his mind. Jiro heard some kind of babbling, and noticed her friend was stumbling around with a goofy look. Guess he went past his limit, she muttered. Having created a new outfit, Yaoyorozu and Jiro just watched him aimlessly shuffled around, unaware of the hand punching from out of the ground behind them. Back in the large fray, the foe with the hands all over his body had finally engaged in the battle against Aizawa, counting down in his head. The final boss, huh? The teacher asked himself as the two traded blows. Suddenly, the blue-haired villain caught Aizawa's elbow and held on. With as much as you're moving around, it's hard to tell. But when your hair falls, you've finished an action, he started as the elbow he was holding began to crumble. Muscle and flesh was exposed beneath the skin as the outer layer fell away in small chunks. Aizawa butted the villain and leaped away, noting the result on his arm. Even with a useless limb, he was still able to avoid attacks, but his offensive capabilities had been dwindling for the better part of a few minutes. You're not very suited for drawn-out fights or combating a large group, right? The man asked. A few of the intruders rushed the teacher and were put out of commission, albeit slower than earlier. Still fighting strong even at a disadvantage. The things you'll do for your students. Aizawa faced the leader again, readying his capture weapon. You're so cool, he said, almost like a fanboy. But you should know. Aizawa felt a shadow eclipse him, and found himself getting stared down by the monstrous thing that had been still the entire battle. I'm not the last boss. The creature, with speed beyond imagination, reached out and grabbed the hero with a large hand. Todoroki, Mineta, and Hagakure had arrived just in time to watch the horrible strike, and struggled to stifle a collective gasp. Sickening thuds reverberated through the ground as the large being mercilessly pounded the hero in the ground. Blood splattered like a shaken soda can being opened. Mineta forced himself to turn around, and the other two just couldn't take their eyes off the devastating scene. I see, your quirk is very fascinating, the Black Fog admitted as it was getting SCD closer to the epicenter of 13's destructive power. But as you focus on rescue operations, you lack battle experience. A warp gate opened behind the hero, which in turn sent the vacuum of black hole behind its user. Little could be done as 13's own quirk ripped the back of her costume to shreds. The vacuum ceased, and the pro-hero fell to the ground in a heap. Ida, run! Sato shouted, which the others encouraged as well. Ida was fast, but even he could not outrun instant teleportation. Another gate opened right in front of him with no space for him to stop or even redirect himself. Darkness filled his vision, until the darkness was replaced with one of Shoji's webbed arms. Hurry! A mouth on the end of a tentacle instructed, and Ida did just that. With another burst of speed, Tenya raced for the door as fast as his legs could carry him. "You impertinent fool! I will not allow you to escape," the dark fog loudly declared. Even against Ida's impressive speed, the mist gained on him and practically overtook him again. For the second time in under a minute, he was enshrouded in pure darkness. As bad as things were for Ida, anyone would say Aizawa was suffering much more. The large creature, which the leader had dubbed Nomu, had bent Aizawa's right arm in at least 2 spots that weren't supposed to bend. The creature let out a raspy, surprisingly high-pitched noise that probably was supposed to be a laugh. "Die!" Bakugo shouted, sending another explosion at one of the attackers. He and Kirishima had made short work of the goons meant to deal with them. Is this really the best they could send? "Now that we're done here, we should help anyone else that we can," Kirishima suggested. "No. I'm gonna kill that warp gate. The BSDRD's the only way they had to get in or out. Without him, they have no way out of here." While they were talking, a camouflaged villain quickly attacked them, only to get a face full of an explosion. "You know, I'm surprised at how rational you can be. Before I always thought you were, die, die, die." "What's that supposed to mean, you crazy-haired punk?" "Yeah, like that," Kirishima exclaimed. The two left the collapse zone, unaware that many others were fighting just as hard. Ida was, quite literally, running blind. The fog had engulfed him completely. But just as quick as it had attacked, it was gone. "I gotcha, Ida!" Achiko shouted. A metal lapel-like structure was floating, which was apparently the being's only physical essence. Another dash and Ida was at the door, putting all his might into forcing them open. With unwavering persistence, the fog made another attempt to stop the teen, only to be caught by Siro's tape and pulled back by Sato. The yellow-suited teen swung the warp gate around his head, buying Ida all the time he needed to get through the doors and give his engines full power. He made it. "We don't have much time," the fog realized, then warped itself back to the blue-haired leader. Bones and muscles groaned in protest, but the giant uncaringly snapped the arm just above Aizawa's wrist, earning yet another scream of pain from the teacher. "Your ability to erase quirks is amazing, but is nothing compared to overwhelming power." With a struggle, Aizawa faced the brute and erased his quirk, only for it to slam its hand down and crush his other arm. More screams echoed throughout the immediate area with very few to hear them. "He has no strength quirk. He's just that strong," the teacher realized. The Nomu grabbed him by the back of the head and slammed it into the ground, adding a twisting motion for added damage. The creature was about to do more when the gate appeared beside the leader. "Tamura, I apologize, but one of the students escaped with a plan to get help," it explained. At the news, Tamura started scratching his neck with one, then both hands with enough energy to leave marks. The whole time he made grunts of disapproval and disappointment. "Kurogiri, if you weren't a warp gate, I would kill you right here and now," he threatened. With that, all the scratching stopped. "We can't beat all the pros they'll undoubtedly send this way. It's game over. Man, it's game over. Let's go home," he said with a sudden change in attitude. In just a few seconds he had changed from an angry, irritated boss to someone resembling a child realizing they weren't going to get their way. "But first, let's see how his pride holds up after the deaths of a few students," he excitedly exclaimed. With speed comparable to the Nomu, he was in front of Mineta, Hagakure, and Todoroki. His hand reached out for the purple-haired boy, and images of Aizawa's elbow raced through the minds of all 3 students. His hand connected with Mineta's face, but nothing happened. No decay, no crumbling. Nothing. "DM it," Tamura swore. "You're amazingly persistent, Eraserhead," he offered. The mentioned hero had just enough time to erase Tamura's quirk, but received another face full of stone for his efforts. With a momentary distraction, Todoroki sent a wave of ice at the hand-covered villain. It exploded in expansion upon contact, turning into a wall of sheer ice. There wasn't an instant given to celebrate before the ice barrier was shattered. In the wake of the destruction stood the Nomu, which had blocked the attack with unfathomable speed. "No," was all Todoroki could hopelessly mutter. "You're brave for a student. Fighting me even though you knew what me and Nomu were capable of. Whatever, I don't need you." The creature's eyes turned from within its brain to focus on the student. "Nomu," was all Tamura had to command. All at once, Nomu reached with a giant hand for Todoroki's face, Tamura reached for the other 2 students, and both of the giant doors were blown open with explosive power. The sound echoed in the entire facility, and everyone turned to the figure standing there, silhouetted by the light from outside. Time seemed to stop, if for only a second or two. Those who were nearest to the door got the first look at their savior as he entered the facility. Gasps and whimpers of relief escaped a few lips. "I am here!" All Might exclaimed. "Oh, we may have an opportunity after all," Tamura whispered at the sight of the symbol of peace. "It's All Might," one of the recovered thugs shouted. "Come on. If we kill him we'll dash. One of them started before he and all the others were swiftly taken care of. I'm sorry Aizawa, he offered the unconscious teacher in his arms. After as little as a look the 3 students were grabbed faster than they could perceive and were gently placed down away from danger. Get to the exit. I'm trusting Aizawa to you, All Might ordered. No, it's no good. No? Good, Tamura despairingly whimpered. He stumbled around looking for the hand that fell from his face when All Might rescued the students. I'm sorry father, he whispered as he grabbed the hand and reattached it to his face. The moment it was back on his entire attitude returned to the way it was just moments before. I can't even follow him with my eyes. And he managed to get a hit on me even when he was saving the students, the villain mumbled to himself. But he's not as fast as I expected, so he really is getting weaker. The 3 students had lifted Aizawa onto their shoulders within the time the leader had been mumbling. All Might, that thing, Nomo, took the full force of an ice wall and didn't even flinch. Be careful, Todoroki advised. Worry not, young Todoroki, All Might offered. It'll be fine. Todoroki nodded and the students started carrying their homeroom teacher to safety. The moment they were in the clear, All Might attempted a Carolina smash, which was all but completely shrugged off by the monstrous Nomu. Don't think you can win by punching it hard. His shock absorption renders your strength useless, Tamura bragged as the 2 titans duked it out. Thanks for the heads up, All Might replied. He quickly got behind the Nomu and grabbed it by the waist before bending as far as he could backwards, slamming the creature into the ground. The students cheered, but stopped when the dust settled. There was All Might, trapped in an odd position as the Nomu had been sent through a warp gate that allowed it to reach up and grab him with its claws. Red stained his white shirt as the claws dug a bit deeper, and the number 1 hero let out a grunt of pain. A valiant attempt to stick him in the concrete to immobilize him, but that simply won't cut it. Good job Kurogiri. The gate nodded, and the 2 combatants sunk into the dark purplish void. Noma's job was just to restrain you until you got halfway in. Then, Kurogiri explained while slowly closing the gate around the hero. In a moment, the shrinking stopped as an explosion ripped through the mist. Take that! Bakugo shouted as he pinned the metal part of the villain. At the same time, a wave of ice advanced through the ground and reached the Nomo. The creature's entire right half was frozen solid in a matter of seconds. Sorry, All Might, but my dad wouldn't want to become number 1 this way, the teen offered. The cold was already taking effect on the Nomu's ability to keep hold of its prey, and All Might was finally able to free himself from the situation. Don't think you're the only one here to help, Kirishima stated as he joined his 2 classmates. The symbol of peace simply will not be killed by the like of you. Amidst the wavering emotions, Uraraka and Sato caught a glimpse of Hagakure and Mineta carrying Mr. Aizawa. Give us a hand, he's heavy, the purple-haired teen called out. Our only way in and out has been compromised. Yeah, I had a feeling you could only turn parts of yourself into gates. The fog just covered your actual body, which is why you said, that was close, when we attacked, right? The blonde teen deduced. If you so much as move, I'll blow you to bits. Kids really are something else these days, capturing our transport and taking out the thugs with no visible scratches. Nomu. At his command the creature pulled itself out of the gate. The motion only served to shatter the iced-over limbs and left it stumbling on 1 leg and 1 arm. The pair of beady eyes twisted within the exposed brain and fell on the teens. Still moving, it was forced to use both limbs as legs just to turn around. All that and it's still moving? Kirishima asked at the sight. The layer of ice covering the thing's right side shattered as new ribs poked their way through. More white bones cracked through where the arms and legs should have been and extended as muscles and sinew grew from nothing. Thick, dark skin formed over the immense muscles and quickly restored the Nomu to its original state. Tell me, All Might, what do you think of Nomu's super regeneration? The hero just stared at the creature that had effortlessly replaced almost half of its body within seconds. Nomu, could you get our gate back? With speed only All Might could see the creature charged at Bakugo. Faster than the eye could blink it was right there and threw a devastating punch at the teen. The air pressure alone was enough to throw back the other students. The dust cleared, and all that was left was the Nomu standing protectively over Kurogiri. Katsuki! Kirishima shouted. The teen in question let out a confused gasp from behind his classmates. Wait, you dodged? What do you think, dumbass? He pushed me out of the way, the teen spat. The 3 turned to where a wall had been blown apart, and standing at the center of the destruction was All Might. You really don't understand holding back, do you? The teacher asked. Well, the red and white one was about to freeze me, so I guess violence for the sake of others is admirable, Tamura shrugged. But that's what makes me angry. Everyone commits the same acts of violence, yet some are deemed heroic and others villainous. Just like you. Violence only creates more violence. And will prove it by killing you. Everyone, get out of here. There's no further reason for you to put yourselves at risk, All Might instructed. But if I hadn't done anything, you wouldn't be here now. The same applies to Bakugo, Todoroki argued. All Might was ready to argue, but loud alarms blared to life throughout the facility and cut him off. Red lights blinked on and off, and the same announcement that the students heard during lunch went off inside the USJ. What's this? They managed to get the sensors back online? That can only mean someone found the person causing the interference, All Might declared. There's not much time, we better hurry, Tamura complained. Nomu, Kurogiri. Kill him. I'll deal with the little brats. With incomprehensible speed, All Might and Nomu dashed at each other, their fists meeting in the middle. Winds blew with the strength of a hurricane and the ground beneath them cracked like glass. This would be a battle the likes of which none of the students had seen. There's not much time, we better hurry, Tamura complained. Nomu, Kurogiri. Kill him. I'll deal with the little brats. With incomprehensible speed, All Might and Nomu dashed at each other, their fists meeting in the middle. Winds blew with the strength of a hurricane and the ground beneath them cracked like glass. Didn't you already get the memo about Nomu's shock absorption? Tamura asked as he gracefully landed on the ground. Yes, All Might replied. Then the two titans sent strikes flying faster than anyone could see. I can't get close enough, Kurogiri grunted as he struggled to not get blown away by the resulting gales. You said it has shock absorption, not nullification. That being said, it has to have a maximum capacity, correct? Despite the Nomu's incredible strength and speed, All Might managed to begin pushing it back even as they continued fighting. If I can't beat you at 100%, I'll just have to go further than that. Impossible, he's fighting at more than 100%, Todoroki muttered in astonishment. A well-aimed strike sent the Nomu flying, and Tamura's eyes angrily stared at the sudden development. All the work his master had put into the Nomu and All Might still found a way to push ahead. The two disappeared into the forested zone, where the only signs of battle was the flying rubble and debris. Sounds of tremendous impacts continued to rock through the USJ. Both of them broke above the tree line, where All Might grabbed the Nomu and threw it back to the ground, once more creating a powerful impact. Whoever or whatever you are, I'm sure you know this phrase. His fist reeled back and flew forward with extraordinary power. Go beyond. Plus ultra. If anyone had a clear view of the fight, they would have seen the Nomu's body glow yellow for half a moment as the shock absorption reached its limit. Nomu was sent flying and crashed through the high ceiling of the USJ, sending tremors that were felt for miles. The creature kept flying through the air, not stopping until the only sign of it was a blip in the sky. In that moment, all were silent. For a moment, no one spoke until celebrations came from wherever there were students. Yeah, All Might, several students cheered. Loud shouts of yay and woo rang through the building. The dust that had been sent into the air started to clear, and the symbol of peace stood proudly, but worse for wear. I remember when I could have done that in just 5 hits, but this time it took over 300. He turned to Tamura, who hadn't moved during the entire battle, yet was angrily shaking. As for you two, I'm sure we would like to finish this as soon as possible. One of Tamura's hands reached for his neck and dug in deep enough to leave red marks. Did he use a cheat? Or was Master wrong? There's no way he's weaker than before. Earlier, in the mountain zone, the three had been caught completely off guard. One of the villains had been hiding in the ground the entire time, so he was still standing after Kaminari's unleashed attack. While the two had been discussing plans as Denki meandered around, the villain had snuck up and grabbed the short-circuited teen. Now let's be reasonable here, you don't use your quirks and I won't kill your friend, the skull-masked villain offered. We never should have let our guard down, Momo muttered. To think they planned for an ambush in case we actually got all of them. Jiro added. Honestly, I'd rather not kill another electric type, but I might have to, the villain warned. He raised his free hand and showed off some powerful discharges that scared even Kaminari, who was mostly out of it still. Wait, was he the one jamming the communications and sensors? Yaoyorozu asked as she and Jiro put their hands up. The menace walked towards them, still holding his captive. I'm going to head over there. You know what happens if you move. A quick plan formed in Kyoka's head, and she didn't have time to rethink it. Before you do anything, aren't electricity quirks like yours born winners? The villain stopped his approach and his threatening lightning. What? What are you doing? Momo asked internally, but then noticed one of her earlobe jacks slithering down to her boot. What I mean is, aren't there plenty of jobs out there for people like you? Even besides being a hero? The plug was almost there. She needed to distract him for just a little longer. Seriously, people like you and our friend there are in great demand. I just don't get why you became a villain. The intruder placed his hand on Kaminari's head in a threatening manner. I know you're just trying to distract me, so you can give it up. Unfortunately, he didn't see the green-haired teen launch at him with a swinging chain from behind one of the many rocks. The weight connected perfectly with the back of his head, sending him to the ground where he laid motionless. Before he even hit the ground, the alarm sounded and sent the facility into lockdown. He's not weaker at all. Did the guy lie to me? Tamura aggressively asked with more scratches to his neck. The alarm, which had not stopped since its first blare, continued to remind Tamura about the dwindling time he had left. So, are you still going to finish what you started? All Might asked. The smoke around him continued to spread. Let's get out of here before they go at it again. We don't want to be held hostage, Kirishima suggested. Reluctantly, the three ran from the two villains. They trusted the pro-hero to protect them until they were out of range and back with other students. Kirishima, Todoroki, Bakugo. Shiro called from atop the staircase. The three joined most of their class and filled in as many details as possible. Seconds after the three students got away, many of the villains started to regain consciousness. Groans and grunts signified their reappearance as several began to stand up. This is revenge for Nomu, Tamura shouted just before rushing at the hero in front of him. Surprisingly, All Might just stood there, doing nothing. Kurojairi followed his master and prepared another warp gate. What would have happened, no one would find out. Something whizzed inches away from both of the villains and lodged itself in the ground. Both of them and All Might turned to see a knife sticking out of the floor before immediately turning to where it came from. Izuku had already leapt into the air and sent his chain towards Tamura, but a familiar black circle opened a foot away from his face, and an identical one appeared in front of the blue-haired villain. The latter reached through the void and his hand appeared through the twin circle, aimed right for Izuku's face. We won't fall for another attack like that again, Kurojairi shouted. The attempted ice wave attack had forced the black fog to realize that these were not scared, defenseless children. They were willing to fight. The hand was close enough to almost graze Midoriya's skin when something tore through the flesh. The attention of everyone was turned to Snipe, who stood in the entryway with Midnight and Ectoplasm. We heard the alarm and rushed over as soon as we could, the teacher stated. Another handful of rounds were shot and punctured the other limbs of the blue-haired hero before Kurojairi set himself up as a shield. Ectoplasm spat out dozens of clones that carried away the intruders Midnight knocked out or took out the ones she missed. The second battle had barely begun when another 7 heroes appeared. I, Tenya Ida, representative of Class 1A, have returned with backup, the teen shouted. Ectoplasm and Midnight cleared the way for Present Mike, who sent a deafening scream down at the collection of intruders as Vlad King and Cementos took Aizawa off of the students' hands. Split up and find any remaining students. A large mouse-like creature ordered from Vlad King's shoulder. Half of the heroes departed throughout the facility to search for the students. In the end, Tamura and Kurojairi had escaped even before the new arrivals started fighting. The last thing he had said was a warning for All Might. Next time we meet, I will kill you, All Might, he had threatened before the black fog carried him away. And just like that, the biggest threat was gone. The only danger left was dealing with the scum that had accompanied Tamura. As the teachers searched, they found a surprising number of villains already dealt with by the students. Most of the children were okay, and besides Kaminari's temporarily fried head, the worst injuries were mere scrapes and scratches. Ojiro would need some ice for his feet and Mineta, Hagakure, and Todoroki would later undergo a psychological evaluation due to being attacked by Tamura. Midoriya had long since gotten up and was walking over towards where All Might had been standing when a wall built itself between the two. Sorry Midoriya, but we would like to check him for injuries, and I do believe he would appreciate some privacy, Cementos offered. The green-haired kid understood and left to check on anyone not already found. Tokoyami and Koda were being escorted by Present Mike and the two girls were leading Kaminari to the group, who was still occasionally pumping his arms in a thumbs-up gesture. Now that the danger had passed, Jiro was doing her best to cover her laughter at the yellow-haired teen. Far away, a black portal opened inside a disguised bar. The single occupant climbed out and instantly began shouting at a television screen. You were wrong, Master. All Might was healthy, the children were stronger than the underlings, Nomu was defeated, and I got shot in all 4 limbs. I am sorry Tamura, but you were wrong. It is true that we underestimated the students, but you full-heartedly believed you had enough to defeat the children and All Might. A confident voice replied from the blank screen. Good thing we used that lazy League of Villains name, another voice added. By the way, where is Nomu? I am eager to perform more tests, the second voice added. He was completely defeated, Kurojairi regretfully informed after a few moments of quiet. I did not have time to search, and there was no way to quickly pinpoint even a rough location. It is most unfortunate, but I suppose it cannot be helped, the first speaker responded in a tone that sounded like he was giving a shrug. Speaking of help, there was one child who attempted to assist All Might before we had to retreat. The same kid jumped into the fray with Eraserhead while everyone else ran, Tamura recalled. Interesting. I understand you have regrets and anger, but this exercise was not for naught. Collect those that are better suited for the missions. Take all the time you need. A carefully enacted plan is better than a rushed one. We cannot move freely, so you, Tamura Shigaraki, shall be our symbol. It had not taken long for the police to respond to the alarms set off at the USJ. The forces arrived minutes after the action had ceased and assisted in transporting the collected villains to holding cells. While that was going on, Detective Tsukachi was taking a head count of the students. All 17 were present and accounted for. It's a miracle that you all escaped pretty much unharmed physically, and I have no doubts that your 3 friends will recover soon enough. A hand gently slapped Ojiro on the shoulder. How are your feet doing? Froppy asked. They're better. Pretty soon I'll rub some burn ointment and I'll be fine, he offered. Where were you, by the way? I was in the landslide zone, but there weren't many villains sent with me, so I was okay, the frog girl replied. What about me? Where do you think I was? Aoyama asked with a swish of his sparkling cape. So, you were pitted against hooligans as well? Tokoyami asked Kirishima, completely ignoring the question. They probably thought we wouldn't be able to fight back, given we're kids, the red-haired teen replied with a punch to his palm. Aoyama turned to another group and asked the same question, only to be ignored once again. So All Might sent the thing into the air like it was nothing? Sir stated in awe. All Might is crazy powerful, Sato agreed. Finally, Aoyama found someone not part of a group and eagerly asked his question again. Where do you think I was? Izuku just stared for half a second. Where? He asked, somewhat uninterestedly. It's a secret. If Izuku didn't know any better, he would have sworn specks of light started flickering in and out of existence around the teen's head. Detective Tsukachi returned with a police officer. I think we should let the students head back to the school. We can wait a day or so before questioning them. Tsu hopped over towards the detective and stood up. Sir? What about Mr. Aizawa? He has already been taken to the hospital and is under recovery girl's care. He suffered many fractures and extensive damage to his face, the detective responded. And what about 13? Mina added. 13 is also being treated. She suffered a bad laceration to the back and upper arm, but she will survive. The students all sighed in relief. All Might will also be fine. He too is under recovery girl's care. Now, I would recommend you board the bus. We never know when the press will show up. The detective turned to a person with a cat head when the students started leaving. I also have business to attend to with All Might. I trust the rest to you. The officer gave a salute and, yes, sir, before Tsukachi left. The last person to move was Bakugo. He was currently standing at the entrance, reliving the last thing he had seen in the battle. In his memory, the knife flew right in front of the 2 villains approaching All Might, then Izuku soon followed, already sending his chain at the blue-haired one. Something about it just didn't sit well with him. Deku, he growled internally. Hey Bakugo, we gotta head back. Kirishima called from the bus. I know already, the blonde shouted back. After the students departed, the teachers took a good, long look at the scene left over. We're going to need to make some large improvements to the security systems, aren't we? Nizu asked. Midnight and Snipe were also surveying the damage done to the USJ. A warp quirk is hard to find, but for a villain to have one. Midnight started. Nizu looked down in retrospection. Detective Tsukachi was about to enter his ride when one of the officers came running up. Sir, sorry to bother you, but we found one of the villains in a forest on the school grounds. How are they? The man asked. There were no apparent injuries from the battle. More so, it was extremely tame. Not once did it fight back or resist capture. It doesn't respond to calls or commands, so it could be mute. The 3 teachers emerged from the facility, where Tsukachi was ready to meet them. Principal Nizu, I request permission to investigate the school, he requested with a bow. By all means. As the police, you have more authority in these situations. I'm counting on you and your teams, Nizu cheerfully replied. Tsukachi nodded and went right to work on his new task. The ride back to campus was unnervingly quiet. With the adrenaline rushes and excitement from seeing All Might in action gone, all that was left were the realizations that any of them could have died that day. The class passed by Recovery Girl's office, where All Might had been moved due to lack of major injuries. Later in the day, Detective Tsukachi would visit the pro hero and the 2 would fill each other in with as much as they could. Present Mike had been called in to take care of the class. There were no lessons. Right now the substitute was doing his best to alleviate some of the stress by allowing the students to have a free PRD. By the time the bell that signified the end of the day rang, there had been a comfortable shift back to something resembling normalcy for the class. Tenya, Achiko and Izuku walked to the station together, where Izuku agreed to ride with them rather than walk for the first time in ages. The ride was uneventful if one were to ignore the breaking news headlines about the recent development at UA. Meanwhile, over in Hosu City, a lone figure crouched atop a water tower. The wind flapped through the long, shredded cloths of his uniform. A blade glimmered in the moonlight, and the man excitedly liked his teeth like a child in a candy store. Izuku had always known there would be opponents he just wouldn't be able to fight. Even after getting into UA, he had known he was outclassed when it came to sheer power or unstoppable speed. And seeing the Nomu and All Might in action only proved his point. Despite his skill, strength, and everything he had, he needed to find a way to level the playing field, even if by the smallest margin possible. That's why he found himself standing outside the large doors that separated him from the development studio on his day off. He had asked a few teachers who his best bet would be for support gear, and most of them recommended a Mayhatsum. He knocked on the large metal doors a few times, which were pulled open a few seconds later. "How can we help you?" Power Loader asked. He was a bit shorter than Izuku had expected. And shirtless, for some reason. "I've been told that this Mayhatsum could help me with a costume. Is she available at the moment?" He lifted his numbered suitcase to show the teacher with the yellow, mechanical dinosaur head. As if to answer his question, a pink-haired girl pretty much materialized in front of him. "You need a costume? Well, come right in." She was a bit too overjoyed for Izuku's liking, but he couldn't stop her from literally dragging him into the workshop. The entire place was filled with tools, large desks, and sophisticated machinery. "So what kind of changes are you looking for?" the energetic girl asked. She had already broken out a handful of tools and looked ready to take apart the first thing he handed over. "Well, I don't actually have a costume to change. I was hoping to just look around to see what kind of support items you had lying around." "You need a costume? Well, how about this?" Somehow, despite every law of physics, he was wearing a bulky robotic suit before he could even see what was happening. "That's my baby number 49. It's a power suit that reads contractions in your muscles and moves itself for you," she explained. With a press of a button, the suit began to turn. His arms moved almost on their own accord and walking felt effortless despite the heavy metal. "Admittedly impressive, but it's too slow. And it's just not what I need," Izuku offered. Once again, all laws of physics seemed to be ignored as the suit disappeared without a trace. "Fine, let's start from scratch," May suggested. A large sheet of blueprint paper was pulled from a drawer and stretched out on a table. May began to sketch a rough outline of the costume and would occasionally have Izuku fill in finer details. "So what do you already have for gear?" "I have a chained weapon, a bunch of knives, a gauntlet for my right hand and an extendable staff." "Why don't we look through that pile there?" she offered with a point towards a mountain of inventions. The two stepped over and pulled item after item from the collection. There were helmets of all shapes and sizes, wings, gloves, and everything in between. "What's this?" the green-haired teen asked while inspecting another glove. "That's sort of a wind-directing glove. It lets the wearer shoot bubbles of air like those Erzuka toys," the yellow-eyed girl replied. Izuku slipped the glove onto his left hand. It was a little big, but he could work with it. "Do you think you could change this to shoot smaller projectiles at higher speeds? You know, like air bullets? And make it just a tad smaller?" he asked. "Of course I can," she happily exclaimed. Izuku walked over and placed the glove on the table and returned to the pile. After half an hour he had added a metal lower half mask that had a filter and radio device along with a utility belt that held smoke pellets, first aid medical supplies, and something May called flash marbles, which were just small orbs with the power of a flashbang grenade. In addition, he salvaged a pair of cleated shoes that had shock absorbers built in to dampen long falls. "So if we attach a few sheets you can carry all of your gear you already have with these additions. Power Loader will send an application and the works to an official design company. They'll put it all together and maybe make a few changes. They typically get back within 3 days, but I'd say maybe 4 or 5 because they have to start from the beginning this time," May explained. "Thanks, May. I'll see you in a dash," he began, then stopped when something caught his eye. A pair of goggles stuck out from a lower shelf of the desk. "Are these another one of your projects?" "Yes," she answered as the visitor picked them up. "They look like Mr. Aizawa's goggles," Izuku stated. True enough, the shape was the exact same. The only difference was the pair he was holding was red instead of yellow, and wires stuck out from both inside and out. "He was my inspiration for them. They were supposed to be quirk nullification goggles, but they're too inconsistent. No matter what I change there's no guarantee of the outcome." "How do they work?" Izuku questioned. "Well, unlike Mr. Aizawa, these work based on sounds. They were designed to emit a directed subliminal stimulus, sort of like a subliminal message, that makes the target believe they can't use their quirk, or makes them forget how to use it. The only problem is sometimes they work as intended, and other times the target's quirk gets out of control until the goggles are turned off." Izuku was understandably interested in the idea and tried the goggles on. There were some kind of lenses on the inside and machinations beyond his comprehension. There's an eye tracker on the inside that works in conjunction with motion and infrared readers to determine where the target is. Izuku handed the goggles to May. "Would you be willing to let me use them?" he asked. The girl perked up at the question. "But I told you they don't work all the time." "Are you sure?" "Something's better than nothing. I'd be more than willing to take them off your hands if you can make some adjustments, like using the motion or infrared readers individually, he said. Absolutely. I'll get on that right now, she declared. A few screwdrivers and soldering irons were produced from thin air and the girl got to work. Well, if you're all done here, I'll send this off to our agency, Power Loader offered. He rolled up the blueprint sheet and carried the gear that would be attached to another room. Check back in a few hours. I should be done with the goggles by then, May offered. Izuku gave an okay and returned to the halls outside. Very productive, he had to admit. He spent the next few hours jogging around the campus in his new shoes and conversing with any teachers or students he recognized. In the forest he ran into Koda, who was surrounded by animals. Izuku made small talk as he pet a deer, then left the shy boy alone to continue his run. After just over 3.5 hours he returned to the development studio. Once again he knocked on the door, and this time the ever-enthusiastic May opened it for him. Good timing. I'm almost finished, she said as the two returned to the bench the girl had set up shop at. For 10 minutes he watched her solder wires and chips together until she held the finished product in front of him. The goggles had the same basic shape, but the band that went around the back of his head was thicker than before, and there was some kind of dial on the right eyepiece. When he put them on there was a noticeable lack of vision obtrusion from the shutter-like design. The dial on the right is what changes the utility. There's only 4 settings counting the off position, so I'll just let you find them out yourself, May offered. Izuku twisted the dial and was thrown into a world of glowing oranges, blues, and reds. That's infrared, the glowing form stated. He turned the dial again, and his vision went normal again. You should be on motion detection now, May said with a wave of her hand. The moving arm was highlighted in a red box that disappeared when she stopped waving. Izuku turned the dial to the last setting. The quirk nullification is kind of iffy. You need to be looking at a target for long enough for the stimulus to take effect. Izuku nodded and stared at May, who started blinking in a confused manner a few seconds later. Yep, they're definitely working, she groaned. The green-haired teen turned the dial all the way until it was in the off position and led May to a chair. Don't worry, I'm fine. My quirk is focused on my eyes. When you used the goggles, my vision started focusing and unfocusing, so I was getting a killer of a headache. Sorry. I guess I should have asked before using you as a guinea pig, Izuku apologized. May stood up and shook her head really quick. I'm fine. The effects don't last long once the subliminal stimuli stop. Just a heads up though, they only work for as long as you can keep the target in your field of view. If they get out of your vision then the stimulus isn't directed at them, and you need to find them again. That includes blinking, due to the eye tracker. Thanks, May. Is there anything else I should know? He asked. The girl thought, and only one thing actually came to mind. I'll probably be done with the glove in a few days. And Power Loader will tell Aizawa when you can pick up your uniform, she offered. Izuku gave another thanks and left the studio. The sounds of reconstruction met his ears even before he left, and he had to chuckle at May's enthusiasm when it came to her babies. He decided to head home for a little bit. After all, classes had been temporarily put on hold due to the attack, so it would be a good chance to take a break. The goggles that had been hanging from his neck were placed over his eyes as he switched between the infrared and motion detection options. He made a mental note to not get overly used to the new gadget lest he become too reliant on them. A few passersby recognized him from the news and stopped him to ask the usual questions like, "Are you okay?" or "Were you scared?" After a while Izuku decided to take the quieter route and spent the rest of the trip free running over rooftops. "Hey Mom," he called when he got home. Ever since the attack, she had reverted to her overprotective self like when he first returned from Stain's training. He understood how she felt in a way. "Hey Izuku. How was it?" she asked. He sat down on the couch and turned on the television. Most of the channels were still reporting on the attack on the USJ. "It was good. The costume will take a while but I got a few new items and another one is on the way," he replied. "Can I see?" He handed her the goggles and she put them over her eyes like a kid with new sunglasses. "They're pretty cool, aren't they?" he rhetorically asked. Finally, he found a channel that was taking a break from the USJ event. Also, the shoes are new as well. "They are. How are you liking UA?" she asked, with a tad of a worried tone. Izuku noted it and worded his response. Aside from what just happened, the worst thing that I've gone through was fighting Bakugo head-on in that combat training and being literally everyone's target in Aizawa's one class. Everyone, besides Bakugo of course, is really nice. Inko smiled at how happy he was talking about UA compared to his stories from middle school. For now, she could try to put aside her worry. Izuku's phone buzzed in his pocket. He fumbled it out and read the message. "Ayan, for now and future reference, if I have the name with a colon, then more text, it represents texting. Just wanted to give you all a heads up, but it should be introduced whenever it appears. Uraraka, hey Deku. Wanna meet up?" He thought about it for a few seconds and started typing. "Midoriya, probably. What were you thinking of?" The bubble with 3 dots appeared and was soon replaced with another message. Uraraka, Dida, Mina and I are at the park. I think you mentioned you live near there. Midoriya, give me a sec. Hey mom, would you be okay with me meeting up with a few friends at the park? He asked over his shoulder. She didn't reply immediately, mulling over her response. If you can be back before dinner, that's fine. Thanks. Midoriya, sure. Be there soon. He received it great. See you, from Achiko before he reached his room. Out of habit he wrapped the weighted chain around his torso before realizing he likely wouldn't need it. He wasn't going to classes where he would be told to fight his classmates, and Stain wasn't around to scold him for not always having a weapon on hand. He settled for discarding the Kusari Fundo and slipped one of the switchblades into his pocket. Bye mom, I'll text you when I get there, he offered as he headed out. His mother wished him well and he ran down to the park. He saw the 3 classmates and ran over to them after letting his mom know he had gotten there safely. Hey Midoriya. What's up? Mina greeted. He just shrugged. Not much. What are you all up to? We were wondering if you could teach us to fight, Achiko requested. As in? Yes Midoriya. We would like some martial arts lessons, Ida finished. Aizawa was right. In a situation like the USJ where our quirks aren't great for combat, we need something to fall back on. And you're the only one in the class who really uses martial arts, Achiko stated. Mina nodded and Ida simply waited patiently for his reply. Well, I don't know if I'm cut out to be a teacher. I guess it wouldn't hurt to try, but I can't promise I'll actually be able to help. We're good with you just trying. Ida offered. The other 2 nodded expectantly. Okay then, just give me a few minutes to think about how to go about this, the teen requested. This was a new experience for him. He knew he couldn't use the same methods Stain had used, but those were the only ones he knew. A few ideas passed through his mind, and some were better than others. Why don't you take turns attacking me? I'll stick to dodging and try to critique your form before I start teaching you fighting techniques, he suggested. Sounds good. I'll go first, Achiko replied. I know this goes without saying, but you guys can't use your quirks. You know, rules and all. The 3 gave varying signs of approval and Achiko lunged at Midoriya. An onlooker may have been somewhat impressed by her tenacity, but to Izuku she was moving in slow motion. He effortlessly ducked, bent, weaved, and tilted away from each attempted attack until she had worn herself out. Not bad. Who's next? Ida stepped forward and Izuku gave a short countdown. It quickly became apparent that Ida's fighting style was based around kicks, but that was already expected. His kicks were faster than Uraraka's punches, but were still slow to experienced eyes. Tenya lasted much longer than Uraraka but ended up tiring himself without scoring a single hit. Your turn Mina. The pink-skinned girl started after another countdown with her own style. Her methods were based around flexibility rather than strength or speed. She too put up a good fight, but didn't land any blows. Okay, so it's obvious you can't fight very well without your quirks, the teen stated. Before we can begin actual fighting techniques, you should work on your general physical capabilities. I know it'll be harder to find time once classes start again, but I want you to start working and aim for 50 push-ups and sit-ups in one. Go and try to find time to go on runs. Time yourself and aim for longer distances with better times, he instructed. That makes sense. Is that what you did when you trained? Mina questioned. Yes, but not as gently, the green-haired teen replied. Let's get started, shall we? His 3 friends dropped to the ground and started doing push-ups. This could be fun, Izuku thought to himself. After all 3 finally finished the sit-ups, he led them on a run around the park. By the end of the session, the 3 were panting harder than he'd ever seen them. It really spoke volumes about the reliance on quirks in modern societies. Well, that should be enough for today. I won't push you too hard, but you will need to be pushed. During the break, the teens checked their phones for updates about school or messages from classmates. I gotta head back. See you guys later, Izuku said with a wave before departing. See you later. Bye Deku. His mom was about to begin making dinner when Midoriya walked into the apartment. The 2 worked together to make the meal, which went pretty well considering Izuku's lack of experience in the kitchen. So how are your friends doing? Inko asked. They're doing fine. What did you guys do? Well, they wanted me to teach them some hand-to-hand combat. But they have other things to work on before that, Izuku offered. Interesting. The 2 ate in silence for the rest of the meal. Like usual, Izuku washed the dishes and his mother kept an eye on the news for any potential updates regarding the recent events at UA. Nothing new was coming up, not even regarding this League of Villains group. It was both worrying and relaxing at the same time. Meanwhile, Izuku was in his room watching YouTube videos about how to be a good teacher. The teachers had thought long and hard about their next move. Criticism was coming from all directions about how the attack on the USJ could have been avoided. The teachers knew most of the suggestions from outside parties were easier said than done. After hours of discussions, they finally agreed on resuming classes the 4th day after the attack. The campus was kept open for students and employees, but additional searches and scans were quickly put into place until the sensors could be updated to prevent jamming again. Izuku learned the hard way that getting patted down in front of his friends was not an entirely pleasant experience, but it was one the others would have to share as well. Tell me again, why are we here on a day off? Mina asked as the 4 students traversed the halls. All I said was I needed to check on something before our lesson today, and something got caught up in translation to, we should stop by the school together, Izuku replied. He came to the large doors and knocked, expecting Power Loader or Mei to answer. Instead, the door was opened by someone he had yet to meet. Hey, what's up? The boy asked. I'm just here to see if a request has come through. Is Mei in? Midoriya answered. When isn't she? The teen laughed under his breath. He made way for the 4 to enter before letting the door close behind him. The pink-haired girl was ever so dutifully working at her desk, and 2 other students from the support classes were present. Izuku walked up to the inventor, who was working on another new project. Ida, Achiko and Mina looked around the room, taking in the many projects that had been pulled out to be worked on. Hey Mei, just checking in to see if the glove is done. A glance over her shoulder revealed her new baby to be some kind of. Well, he didn't know. I just finished it a few hours ago, here you go, she offered. The glove had been stored inside one of the drawers. Most of the design was the same as before the changes, but there were noticeable differences. Many small vent-like structures had been attached to the back of the palm, and the cuff of the glove was larger than before. The color scheme had also been changed from an egg white to black with dark green highlights. So, the compressors along the wrist store up air in a fashion similar to a ball pushing against a spring. When you flick your finger, the vents along whichever finger you use direct all the air through that one path. You can use it as quickly as you want, but the optimal use is about 1 flick every 10 seconds. I already tested it myself, so I can tell that you should be ready for some recoil, Mei explained. Izuku put on the glove and wriggled his fingers. Can I still use my hand in a fight or would that damage inner workings? As long as you don't take too many hits to the wrist you should be fine. But I have the blueprints updated so I can make any repairs if needed. Thanks again, Mei. Any news about my uniform? Not to my knowledge, but that's Power Loader's job. Like I said, Aizawa will pass along the message when it's ready. See you. Have a good day, he said as he departed. The support class student waved before returning to her work. Wow, what's that? Achiko asked. Her eyes were glued on the new glove. It's something I asked her to modify when we designed my costume. It launches air bullets so I can fall back on a type of long-range attack if necessary. Oh, when will your costume arrive? Ida followed up with. A few more days. Aizawa will let me know, so I guess they're not expecting it to be finished before classes are back in session, Midoriya responded. Speaking of sessions, do you think we could use one of the fields here today? Mina asked. Yeah, let's find out. Achiko eagerly offered. The students ran towards the teacher's lounge. When they got there, they were welcomed by Present Mike in All Might. So, what are you kids doing here today? The voice hero questioned. We had to make a quick stop, but we're wondering if we could use one of the fields. Well, normally you'd need to fill out a form to use one of the grounds, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt to let you go to the P grounds, All Might suggested. Sure, thanks, the teens replied, then made their way to the area. So, here we are again. Remember when Mr. Aizawa had us take that quirk assessment? Mina stated. Yeah, my Netta screech is still ringing in my ears, Midoriya chuckled. Anyway, what are we going to do today, teach? Don't call me that, Izuku sighed. And I guess we can start with some basic self-defense lessons, the teen offered. Mina and Achiko were visibly excited, and Tenya shifted into his focusing mode. So to start, we'll do like what we did the first time, only I'll attack you and you'll try to defend yourselves so I can get an idea of where you stand. Sound good? Will you be coming at us with your full capabilities? Ida loudly asked with waving hand motions. Probably not. Just enough to make you work but not enough to completely overwhelm you, the teen replied. He dragged his foot to draw a line in the earth. You'll stand between me and this line. If I force you behind the line or onto the ground I'll stop. So, who's first? Uraraka volunteered to be the first target and took a fighting pose facing her friend. She had a determined look on her face and gave Izuku an "I'm ready" nod. The teen rushed in and threw a few basic attacks. He held back enough to give her a chance, but most of them still connected. A few consecutive blows sent her behind the line, and Izuku halted. Not terrible. Who's next? Mina stepped up and said, I'm ready. She was able to dodge a few attacks and blocked a small handful, but a sweep of the feet knocked her to the ground. Ida, your turn. Like the other two, Tenya stepped to place himself between Midoriya and the line in the ground. He gave an okay gesture and came under attack. For one thing, you all have varying styles, so this may take a different path than I expected, the teen started. Mina, you seem to fight using your flexibility as your main focus. Ida, you centralize your techniques around your legs, and Achiko focuses on her arms. Because of that, it may be easier to have one-on-one sessions instead of trying to mix you all together. Izuku started mumbling towards the end and was regretting not bringing along a notebook. But for today I'll run through a few basics that aren't overly reliant on personal preferences. To begin, I'll show you a simple block and counter. Could you step forward, Ida? The teen obliged and was given further instructions. Just throw a punch at me, he requested. A fist flew in his direction which he easily caught. See how I'm holding it? This grip provides a handle on your opponent while minimizing their control for a split second. It's those short moments you need to take advantage of, Izuku explained. Do that again in slow motion. Ida threw another punch with an exaggerated slow pace. Izuku made the movements clear as he deflected the attack and returned with a counterattack. Before I continue, I should remind you that this isn't an advanced technique. Anyone with genuine practice can avoid or prevent you from countering like this, but I don't think most of our classmates actually have the experience, except maybe Todoroki or Ojiro. After he had demonstrated on Ida, he had Achiko replace him so Ida could watch what the other two had seen. Then he had the three attempt the move on him. They had the most basic concepts under their belts, but each had a lack in something when it came to pulling it off. Achiko, you should work on your grip. Ida, your strength is good, but your speed is, ironically, a bit slow in your arms, and you should try some stretches to work on your flexibility. Mina, you should work on overall arm strength. Aside from those notes, you all did well for your first times, Izuku noted. Thank you. Ida loudly offered with a bow while the other two stuck to more conventional methods. Ida, I'm not an actual teacher, so you can treat me like a classmate instead. The teen straightened and gave a quieter thanks. Say Midoriya, will you teach us to use chains and knives and whatever weapons you know how to use? Mina asked. No. You will undoubtedly get hurt if you try to learn to use them, so I'll stick to unarmed combat. Buzzkill, the pink girl jokingly retorted. Midoriya has a point. Whatever training he went through must have been painful and injury-ridden. It is best if we do not attempt those teachings ourselves, Ida declared with more arm motions. And there's Buzzkill 2.0, Achiko giggled. Whatever. Let's move on to the move. Ida, if you would. The teen showed the proper way to avoid less advanced kicks and leg sweeps for a minute before having his students attempt it themselves. You all did pretty well today. For beginners, you're not as bad as I was, Izuku complimented. Thanks, Deku. Thank you. How bad were you? Well, let's just say the first few weeks were pretty rough. Make some of UA's teachings look like fun and games, Izuku replied. Come on, let's get something to eat. Lunchtime had passed an hour ago and the sounds of gurgling stomachs had caught his ear many times during his teachings. After another checking before leaving the campus, the group managed to find a restaurant not too far from the park. The four students chatted away the time as they ate their food. Hey guys. Wasn't expecting to see you here, a familiar voice exclaimed. The four turned to see Ojiro, Kaminari, and Hagakure. We didn't expect to see you guys either. What's up? Achiko called back. We all ran into each other at the mall and figured we'd take a trip around town. What about you guys? The three newcomers sat down at the table and made themselves comfortable. Midoriya was teaching us how to fight, Mina explained. Really? Ojiro asked with a look at the mentioned teen. So you better watch out. Achiko cheered with a flurry of punches to the air. Not with that form, they won't, Izuku retorted. Hey, maybe you could teach us as well. Kaminari suggested with a point at him and the other two he came with. Maybe, Izuku mumbled in response. Taking on more students would be a handful, not to mention meetings would become rarer once classes restarted in a few days. By the way, what's with the glove? The invisible girl asked, probably with a point at the device. It was hard to tell judging on her short sleeves. It's something May from the support class made. I was going to try it later tonight. You know, the park isn't too far from here. We could walk over and see you try it out, Ojiro suggested. That's a great idea. You can get some experience with it before using it in training class, Ida added in agreement. Well, it's nothing special like Bakugo's gauntlets, but I guess we can head over, the green-haired teen replied. He and the others waited until they had all finished up eating to head over to the park as a group. There was a fairly long stretch of empty space, so Izuku put the glove on his hand and aimed a flick in that direction. Over the course of the 10 seconds, he could feel the stress of the air compressors working to increase the pressure until he let his finger go and sent the blast flying forward. It was powerful enough to make a visible air distortion and slowly but surely faded over the span of the empty space. May had been right about the recoil, but it wasn't too hard to control. More importantly was the fact he could trade power for rate of fire, which could solve both the recoil issue and waiting for 10 seconds between attacks. Wow, that's cool, Achiko stated. Mina suddenly grabbed Kaminari and pushed him to where Izuku had fired the first shot. Hey, what are you doing? He demanded when he saw exactly where he was standing. Okay Izuku, let a rip. Hold on, I can't just use him for target practice, Midoriya stated. It's not target practice. We're seeing just how powerful it is for future reference, Ishido slyly countered. Come on, let's find a dead tree or something else, Kaminari pleaded. Actually, Mina's idea isn't too bad, he muttered. He removed the glove and tossed it to Kaminari. Use it. I'll see how powerful it is. Are you sure about this, Midoriya? Ida questioned. Sure. If I know how much it hurts, then I'll know not to use it at full power against other classmates. Kaminari reluctantly prepared the glove and waited until Izuku gave the order to fire. The force of the air pushed Izuku back a few meters and almost knocked him off his feet. Man, that has a lot more kick to it than I expected, the teen grunted. Are you okay, Deku? Achiko worriedly asked as he stumbled over to them. Yeah, I'll be fine, he said. Kaminari handed the glove back and helped Achiko lower Midoriya to the ground. Guess you could say you're pretty winded, huh? Kaminari asked with an emphasis on the pun. No more puns, please, Ojiro groaned. I know you can't tell, but I'm nodding in agreement, Hagakure added. It wasn't terrible, Midoriya offered. Well, at least someone's on my side, the yellow-haired teen shot with a bit of a pout. It's all in good fun, Achiko explained as Izuku stood up. The teen rubbed where he had taken the air projectile and found the pain already receding. Well, we should probably all get going. If you really want, we can meet here again around noon tomorrow. After that I'll probably get back to focusing on classwork. But what about Hagakure? You can't actually see her, so how will you fight her? Kaminari questioned. I think I have an idea. Just be here if you want to, Izuku offered, then left. The others departed one by one afterwards, leaving the park almost devoid of use. The next day was interesting to say the least. Izuku had his work cut out for him getting Kaminari to work on his overall strength, and understanding the effects of Ojiro's tail on his movements and momentum was beyond the calculations he could do in his head. On top of that, Hagakure had tagged along as well. Oddly enough, she was almost easy to deal with. So Midoriya, what's your plan? The invisible girl asked. The teen reached into the bag he had brought with him and pulled out the red goggles. He put them over his eyes and turned the dial to the infrared setting. Luckily her powers only affected the actual light around her, and not her heat signature. Wow, sweet gear, Kaminari stated. Okay, Hagakure, your turn. For the first time he actually saw the girl nod before the two went at it. An hour and a half went by before they all took a break, taking refuge in the shade of a tree. Man, I'm beat. Kaminari groaned. Just so you all remember, classes start again tomorrow, so you should enjoy your last day off, Ida suggested. By the way, we never did get a chance to ask about those goggles. What do they do? Hagakure asked. They have infrared and motion sensor vision, the teen explained. As much as he trusted them, he preferred to keep the quirk disruption a secret in case he was pitted against any of them in the next hero training class. Were they modeled after Mr. Aizawa's? Achiko asked. Yep. So, you all think you can go a little more, or should we call it a day? I'm ready to call it a day if you don't mind, Ojiro answered. Same. Agreed. Seconded. Thirded. Achiko, that isn't a word. Actually it is. It's just not commonly used. Izuku ignored the bout of bickering until the participants started leaving to do some last-minute things before school the next day. He ended up being the last one of the group at the park, where he ran through a few drills to keep himself in condition before returning home. The next morning was oddly energetic. Izuku was caught in a conversation about the short break with Siro and Kirishima after Kaminari had told them about the training sessions. Hey man, could we join in? Martial arts would go great with my quirk. Maybe, but we should probably get ready for class. After all, the teacher should be here soon, Izuku said. Just a few seconds later the doors opened to allow Mr. Aizawa to enter. Everyone zipped to their seats before the bandage teacher had to tell them. Sir, are you really going to teach today? After all, it's clear your arms still aren't healed, Shoji asked. I'll be fine. Recovery Girl has been working overtime to get me and the others back in shape. Besides, you have more important things to worry about than my recovery. Namely, the UA Sports Festival. A loud cheer of a normal school event could be heard halfway across campus, prompting more than one teacher to check in on the class. And don't worry about recent events, the security will be much higher than previous years as a display of our commitment to keep the students safe. Sounds more like a self-gratification thing if you ask me, Izuku inaudibly mumbled to himself. Just keep in mind that there will be all sorts of pro heroes and agency scouters watching. I know you're only in your first few weeks of UA classes, but this is a good chance for you all to make yourselves known. If not this year, then you will only have 2 other chances like this in your life. There was a strong mix of excitement and anxiousness in the air. Naturally, everyone was already hyped to take part in the worldwide known event, but the fact that it was so popular is what made it so daunting. You are all dismissed. Midoriya, would you step into the hall for a quick second? Aizawa finished. The green-haired teen stood up and made his way to the hall where his teacher had a "We need to talk" look. You probably know what I'm going to say, but it still needs to be said, he started. I do appreciate your actions at the USJ. You were able to give me enough small breaks to keep the fight going, but that doesn't excuse the fact that you disobeyed an order from a teacher and put yourself right in the middle of a heated fight. You could have been hurt or even killed. His voice wasn't just angry, there was some understanding just as much as there was other emotions. I don't care how well you've been trained or who actually trained you, I have years worth of experience and you're still a kid who's only beginning to become a hero. I've seen that dream cut short for too many people, and I don't want to see it happen to one of my students, okay? At the end, the teacher made a motion that would have resembled a hand on Izuku's shoulder if the cast wasn't in the way. Yes, sir. But please be more careful from now on. Now, get back in there, you don't want to be late for your class, the teacher offered before leaving the student in the hall. Midoriya stepped back inside and took his seat just in time for Cementos to walk in behind him. To say Class 1A was having a hard time concentrating was an understatement. Everyone was hyped for the upcoming sports festival. By the time the class was finished, Cementos doubted a single student had been paying actual attention for more than half of the PRD. Man, some of you guys are so lucky. You'll stand out even without doing much, Kaminari stated. Well, just looking different isn't the same as being good enough, Shoji offered. This could be interesting, Izuku muttered to himself. It certainly will. After all, this is a great chance to be seen, Ida said with an awkward dance. I couldn't agree more, a raspy voice added. The two looked behind Izuku to see Achiko with a scarily determined expression. Well, she's into it, Tfue commented before Uraraka started letting everybody know she wasn't going to hold back when it came time. By the way, you never actually answered our question from earlier, Kirishima noted. He, Shiro, and Bakugo had come up from the side, the latter of whom clearly wanted to be anywhere else besides where he was. I'll think about it. But with classes, schoolwork, my own training and personal life, I'm not sure if I could find time for too many more people, Midoriya replied. Hey Deku, we're heading to lunch, come on. Achiko called from the doorway. Like I said, I'll think about it. The halls were mostly empty, save the occasional straggler. The three had plenty of room on the way to Lunch Rush's eatery. Say, Uraraka? Why did you decide to become a hero? Ida asked. She was nervous to reply, and upon hearing her answer, Izuku could understand why. So, you want to be a hero for the money? Oh. Yes and no. See, my parents own a construction business, but there haven't been any customers recently, so they've fallen into financial hardships. I'm riding on scholarships right now, and they're pitching in whatever they can to help out. But when I become a hero, I'll be able to afford to care for them, give them the cared-for life they gave me. Ida and Midoriya were quiet for a little while, then the former started congratulating his classmate for her will to help her family. Izuku, on the other hand, had hit a fork in the road. Of course, he had hoped Achiko had a good reason for wanting to be a hero for money, which she did. But someone like Stain wouldn't see that. He'd probably get too caught up in their greed to hear the rest of the story. He had never truly followed Stain's morals, but this definitely was a game changer in a way. Hey Midoriya, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, just got caught in my own thoughts. Oh, hello there, young students, All Might greeted from behind them. He was greeted back by 3 rounds of hello, before holding a small container wrapped in a napkin to the green-haired teen. I wanted to thank you for helping me and Aizawa at the USJ. Would you like to take this? After recovering from his shock, Izuku took the offered food and thanked the teacher, who dashed back down the hall with a cloud of dust behind him. I look forward to seeing you all at the sports festival. Rang down the hall, loud enough to probably deafen those who were closer to the teacher. He didn't have to do this, Izuku mumbled as he unwrapped the gift. It was one of the more expensive meals that Lunch Rush sold at the cafeteria. Now that he mentions it, what exactly did you do? I heard you fought alongside Mr. Aizawa, but what was All Might talking about? Uraraka asked as they took a spot in line for food. Well, he was getting rushed by that blue-haired guy in the portal. Anyway, I just distracted them for a few seconds. He could have taken them on his own, but I guess it wouldn't have hurt to give him a short breather. He wasn't making any moves to stop the hand guy, after all. Unbeknownst to them, there was an eavesdropper not too far away. The rest of the lunch PRD went by without a hitch, but no one was prepared for what happened after the next class. A large crowd of students had gathered just outside the 1A classroom, blocking off any exit. What's all this? Many of the students asked. It's simple. They're collecting intel on the competition, Bakugo calmly explained. Get out of my way, losers. You know, I always thought the famous 1A class would be more formal, a blue-haired teen announced as he pushed his way to the front of the crowd. His face shouted, I don't get nearly enough sleep to function. Even if they came to do some scouting, I came to warn you that there may be transfers in and out of the hero course. Be warned, this is a war to us, not just some game. There was some more commotion from other B-class students, which prompted Bakugo to push his way out. Wow, he just made enemies and left, Kaminari complained. Slowly the crowd dissipated until the trapped class was finally able to leave. Izuku and his friends were halfway down the hall when they were approached by the homeroom teacher. Power Loader wanted me to tell you that your costume came in and that you can pick it up anytime. Thanks. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Midoriya offered before changing his course to the development studio. Most of the students had left for the day, with a few still packing up and a certain pink-haired girl working like class was still going on. Oh Midoriya, I see you got Aizawa's message. The teen turned to Power Loader, who ducked into a room for a few seconds, then re-emerged with his suitcase. Izuku placed it on a table and opened it. There was a note for him, which he read as he inspected the contents. To Izuku Midoriya. Upon reviewing your design requests, we have taken the initiative to make some small modifications to your suit. Primarily, the typical jumpsuit was replaced with an experimental cloth composed of Kevlar fibers and titanium woven strands. It may be stiff at first, but it will become more flexible with use. Weight should not be an issue, but let us know if it is so we can further experiment with the materials. In addition, the radio device in the respirator has been removed and refitted with an air purifier. The last major note is the utility belt has been fully stocked with the various supplies it came with. We also rebuilt the empty slots to hold larger items, specifically your melee tools. We hope you approve of the suit. Interesting, Izuku noted. The fabric had an odd feel, but it likely wouldn't cause too many issues. It was kind of them to restock the supplies, and the air purifier may be more useful in the long run, as any missions would probably provide their own comms. Fascinating piece of work, isn't it? The teacher asked from beside Izuku. Sure is. Can't wait to try it. Thanks for letting me know, and I might see you around here or there, Midoriya said before closing the case and beginning his journey home. The following day was nothing but slow and unending for Izuku. He just wanted the hero training class to come so he could give the suit a test run. He even brought the grappling gauntlet and tools May had given him to complete it. Hello again, young students. All Might happily greeted as he entered the room. Are you ready for another day of training? You bet. Heck yeah. Shut up, extras. The plan for today is similar to the first day of training. However, there will be a few more rules set in place to prevent any incidents. Change into your costumes and meet in Ground Gamma. I will provide more details there. The sounds of cloth rustling and gadgets clinking emanated from the changing rooms as the teens donned their uniforms. Sweet gear, Midoriya. Kirishima called out from across the room. Not bad, but it's nowhere near as sparkly as moi, Aoyama added. That's the point, Midoriya quickly retorted. He preferred the dark green and black over the shiny armor and glittery cape that made up Aoyama's uniform. A few questions regarding the additions came his way, which he answered as they mixed with the girls on the way to Ground Gamma. Finally got your costume, huh, Deku? Achiko asked. I don't know. Maybe this is my business suit, he answered sarcastically, earning a friendly eye roll from her and Ida. All Might was standing at the entryway, alongside Mr. Aizawa. What are you doing here, Mr. Aizawa? One of the students asked. Am I not allowed to watch my own students? He asked in response. Let us get on with the lesson. Today will be a special case. You will partake in 3 versus 1 battles, all of which will be chosen at random. The point of these battles is to work on your abilities to fight groups or work as a team to face a potentially stronger foe, considering which team you are on. But after the last exercise like that, is that really a good idea? Hagakure questioned. She wasn't the only one who was recalling the damage done to a few particular students in the first day. Looking back, I realized that I left too much freedom in the first class. So along with the original rules, there is the modification to the rule regarding your quirks and support items. You can still use them, but any damage to the environment will be reflected in your grade for today. Aside from that, there is still capture tape and comms for the teams of 3. Sir, why are we in here rather than the buildings in Ground Beta? Ida asked in his usual fashion. Good question. In that exercise, the target was in a relatively small area that could be easily swept or scanned. Here, however, there is plenty of room to run and hide. So be wary, you never know where an opponent may be lurking, All Might explained. Now let's begin. Each person will be alone once, but may be part of a team multiple times. The first lone combatant is his opponents will be Uraraka, Siro, and Yaoyorozu. All Might declared after drawing ball from 2 boxes. Each exercise will take place in a previously boxed off section of the grounds, so there is a chance for you to run into a wall. The goals are simple. Shoji, or the hero in our case, will have to catch the 3 villains or hold out until the 10 minutes run out. The 3 villains have to capture the hero with a tape or their own means without damaging them too much. He started with a glance at Bakugo at the mention of damaging the other students. As a handicap, the villains must be able to work together unless the situation calls for one villain to take action, be it the time limit or a perfect opportunity to strike. The villains will be given 2 minutes to enter the arena and must keep moving once the timer starts, after which the hero will enter and the exercise will begin. Any questions? Okay, then you may enter the arena. You three. Uraraka, Siro, and Momo approached the entryway and were each handed a radio device by their teacher. Okay, what's the plan? Uraraka asked her teammates. I think you and I should scan from higher up. Momo, could you make some kind of motion detectors to lay around the ground? Siro suggested. Sure. Give me a little bit. The creation girl began making small boxes that all three took until Shoji was told to enter. For the rest of the classmates, screens appeared like the ones in the monitor room from the first day, and each was focused on one of the participants. You two go and start searching. Use those sparingly, I may not be around to make more, Yaoyorozu instructed. In the end, Shoji used his ability to heighten his senses to avoid his foes. There were a few close calls, but he managed to win from the time limit. Very good all of you. While you were observing, I drew the rest of the groups. Next up is young Midoriya against young Sato, Ashido, and Ojiro. You three may begin when you are ready. Inside the maze, Ojiro used his tail to launch himself to a higher level while Sato and Mina searched for potential ambush spots. By the way, why are you here, Aizawa? Normally you're sleeping away in the teacher's lounge, All Might quietly asked his fellow teacher. I wanted to see what they're all capable of in this kind of test. Especially him, the teacher replied with a motion to the awaiting hero of the exercise. He is remarkable for someone without a quirk. This stinks. We don't have any means of surveillance like the last team, Mina complained over the radio. Yeah, and I'm not exactly eager to go one-on-one with him after Aizawa's class, Sato agreed. Well, we do know a little about him. He relies on martial arts and mostly close-ranged attacks with weapons. If you can, try to break those and keep him at a distance with your acid. And Sato, you could probably overcome him with your raw power. I'll do what I can, but if we put some distance between us, he can't take us all out at once. If you are ready, you may enter young Midoriya, All Might offered. The green-haired teen nodded and stepped into the labyrinth. Inside, he pulled the goggles down from a slot he had added to his hood and propped them on his forehead before wall jumping to a vantage point. Much like Ground Beta, Ground Gamma had a surplus of hidden cameras, so there was almost always a clear view of the 4 students. This gave the others the chance to watch Izuku stealthily zip from point to point, always keeping an eye on his surroundings. Neat footwork, Jiro commented at his agility. Who do you think will win? Mineta asked. Definitely not Deku, Bakugo immediately snapped. Actually, he probably will. He's already a great fighter, and the layout of this place only seems to be giving him an advantage, Kaminari suggested at the display. They watched as a cord of some type flew from under his right palm and suddenly pulled him into the air, where he landed in a crouch atop a higher roof. He brought the goggles down to his eyes and turned a dial before sweeping the area. Was that a grappling hook? Siro asked. He's totally taking my style, he complained. The others ignored the statements and kept their eyes glued on the screen. Where do you think he is right now? Ojiro asked his teammates with a series of quick glances everywhere. Probably just behind us, like the monsters in horror movies, Mina answered with a giggle. To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if he was, Sato commented with a quick look behind them. Found you, he thought to himself before leaping from the roof and landing on a thick pipe that he ran across almost silently. Izuku deftly dropped a full 20 feet and snuck behind the tailed teen. Sticking to the shadows was something he was used to doing, and a long strand of capture tape was ripped from the roll as he got closer and closer to his target. With a sudden dash, he closed the distance and got the tape around Ojiro, who wasn't able to respond fast enough. Where did you come from? He asked. Where you weren't looking, Izuku offered before hopping onto a pipe that he ran on until he was at another good spot. He raised his right hand and shot the cord from beneath his palm, which quickly pulled his across a great distance and left him landing in a crouch on a small building. Surprisingly, one of the two was close enough for him to hear. The voice told him it was Mina, and from what he could make out, she was frantically trying to get Ojiro to respond to the calls. Sato didn't appear to be close, so he made the pink girl his next target and took several powerful leaps that dropped him on another pipe. For all the caution that he took, even he couldn't land on the surface completely silently. A few clunks echoed through the immediate area, giving his position away to his target. Guys, he's here. Mina called into the radio before throwing handfuls of acid at the dark green-suited teen. He easily dodged the attacks and jumped towards the girl. A glob of acid caught his shoulder, but slid off for the most part with only a few discolorations as a mark. You taught me martial arts. I can fight you now, Mina bravely stated while taking a stance he had shown her. Believe me, I haven't taught you anything yet, Midoriya responded. He dodged another volley of acid projectiles while closing the distance between them. Mina began to run, and used her acid to bring down sections of walls and leave large puddles to slow down Izuku. Sato, where are you? She asked into the radio. The two remaining teammates concocted a quick plan, which wasn't easy when one was being chased and the other was still searching for their teammate. The girl risked a look back, but was met with loneliness. Izuku had disappeared without a trace. Sato, hurry. I don't know where he went. Mina whispered into the comms. After some running around, the two finally found each other and began making a new plan. Maybe he's just waiting for the time to run out, Sato suggested. He grabbed a sugar canister from his belt and prepared to swallow it all at a moment's notice. I doubt it. I don't think he's the kind to just sit back like that, Mina responded. You're right about that, the teen in question stated from a shadow. He stepped forward and placed the mask over his mouth. Sato swallowed the sugar as fast as he could and Mina threw handful after handful of her acid, only to be blinded by a thick plume of dark smoke. In an instant the teen was in front of her and landed a hard punch to her stomach and quickly wrapped her with the tape. He then looked around the smoke with the infrared vision and moved on to the last enemy. Sato was already decently strong, and his quirk gave him the ability to turn sugar into pure strength. Because he could not see his target, he quickly swung anywhere in hopes of landing a hit. But his attempts only wore him out and made him a sitting duck when the smoke cleared, revealing his target had been standing out of striking range the whole time. Nice try, but not good enough, Izuku said, then easily wrapped his tired-out opponent in the tape. The round ended, and the four returned to outside the entry after the three were freed from the tape. Very good, All Might praised, which they took before sitting down with the other viewers. The next round will be Kirishima against Jiro, Shoji and Mina, the teacher declared. Mina returned to the entryway and soon was back in the field with two new teammates. So, what other goodies have you got in there? Sato asked with a point to the belt. More smoke pellets, flash marbles, some first aid supplies, snacks, and a knife, Izuku rattled off. Hey Deku, where'd you get that gauntlet thing? Achiko added. It was a gift from my trainer, the teen replied. Man, you've got skills and gear. Is there anything you don't have? Kaminari asked. A quirk? Midoriya jokingly replied with a shrug. Most of his friends laughed at his response, then the four screens popped up for the next round. It went by fast enough, and soon the round was finished. Well done you four, the pro hero said upon the return of the four. Kirishima put up a good fight, but had been caught with the pinpointing teamwork of Jiro and Shoji. In the third to last round, Bakugo was selected as the hero and Izuku, Hagakure, and Mineta were the villains. I'm not losing this time, Bakugo swore to himself as he entered the maze. This time he would not let that Deku get the better of him. So Midoriya, what's the plan? You seem to know Bakugo best, Hagakure asked. We attack at the same time. He's strong, and I doubt either of you could take him alone. We need to stick and work together if we want to beat him, Izuku replied. So, do you have any battle plans? Mineta asked. I have something, but I need to know the details of your hair, Izuku replied while inspecting the inside of a shed they came upon. There was a lot of empty space, and the door was in an odd position that pretty much hid it if it wasn't mostly closed. Well, they stick to anything besides me and my costume. That's all there is really. It's usually for a few hours, but it can be as long as a day and a half before they come off. Perfect. Stay here, I'll see if I see. He started when a familiar scream cut through the air. Deku, come at me you coward. Well, that was easier than expected. Mineta, you and Hagakure need to cover the outside of this door with those orbs, then Hagakure will wait just outside. I'll lure him in, then we slam it shut. If we pull this off right, he'll be stuck like a fly in flypaper, Izuku explained. But why don't you just deal with him yourself? The short teen questioned. All Might wanted us to work as a team. I can't do everything or take all the responsibility. With that said, Izuku leapt into the air and began running along any surfaces he could find in search of Bakugo. Less than 2 minutes into the search, an explosion tore through the pipe he was sprinting along. I was wondering when you'd finally show up, the blonde sneered. Crackles and pops came in short bursts from his palms. What? Didn't want to win by a timeout? The green-suited classmate returned. You think I want to just be handed a win? That's for quirkless losers like you. I'll win the right way and show that I'm still better than you and those two extras with you. Well, I'd love to stay and chat, but I have 2 extras to meet up with. Later, Izuku offered before running back to the shed. As expected, Katsuki took the bait and followed after him. He could hear the explosions getting closer, so he let a small orb drop from the belt into his awaiting hand. When Bakugo's screams were loud enough to be coming from right behind him, Midoriya threw the marble into the ground and closed his eyes. For Bakugo, the world went white and his hearing was rendered useless for several seconds. Pain screams came from the teen, which turned into those of anger at being tricked. Note to self, get some kind of earplugs. Izuku mentally told himself before continuing. He was close to the shed, and Bakugo was back at chasing him. You too, I'm coming in, he said into the comms. Seconds later he barreled through the entryway and joined Mineta in the blind spot behind the door. He's coming. Now. Hagakure whispered, then shouted. The two gave everything they had into pushing the door shut, and was met with a comical thud as someone ran into the surface. Yeah. We got him. Mineta cheered, only to jump back when an all-too-well-known explosion blew the door apart. Bakugo stood in what used to be the doorway covered in the purple spheres that had splinters of wood stuck to them. And he looked mad, to say the least. I knew you had a plan. I've never seen you run without reason. The exercise in the first day, the time we all had to fight you for that, even now, you've never just run away because you couldn't fight. Well, you're smarter than I take you for, Izuku complimented. Another idea started to form in his mind, but Bakugo had other plans. With a well-aimed explosion he launched himself at his enemy, completely ignoring the other two. Instead of blocking, Izuku opted to dodge in fear of getting himself stuck on one of the orbs. The best place to strike was his back, but he knew from experience that getting around him fast enough would be tricky. What's the matter? Can't attack when you could get stuck? Bakugo triumphantly asked. Maybe you're not as smart after all. Shut up, nerd. Hey, you asked. Minutes went by, and neither seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Izuku knew his team would lose soon due to the time limit, so he prepared another flash marble. He knew Bakugo would see it coming, and that's exactly what he was counting on. Not this time. Bakugo shouted as he covered his ears and closed his eyes. His ears still rang from the explosion, but not nearly as bad as the last time. He raised his palm and went to make an explosion, only for the sweat to roll idly down his hand. What the? He asked. He looked at Izuku, who had used the distraction to pull the red goggles over his eyes and activate a secret function. What did you do, BSTRD? Bakugo demanded with another attempt at an explosion. This time the sweat was ignited, but due to it dripping all over his hand the explosion was uncontrolled and sent both of them flying in opposite directions. Izuku smashed into the opposite wall and Bakugo was thrown out the empty doorway into a wall of pipes. Something white barely caught his vision, and when he looked down he came to the terrible realization that the invisible girl had secretly set up a snare-like trap of capture tape just outside the door. Villains win. All Might declared over the speaker. I was going to tell you, but you were too busy with the fight, Hagakure apologized. She held an almost completely used-up roll of tape and the two walked outside to see Mineta. There was some blood coming from his forehead, but it didn't seem to bother him too bad. She also had me set up a backup trap just in case. Good planning, you two. I probably wasn't going to win given the circumstances, so I owe you guys, he offered his teammates while inspecting the goggles. There were some scratches and parts of the outside had melted. He would need to see if Mei could repair them. Well, let's get back to the class, he suggested while cutting Bakugo free from the tape with a knife from his belt. On the bright side, Bakugo didn't say anything at all. Not even when All Might congratulated all of them. On the other hand, Bakugo being quiet was usually a bad sign. Man, you guys rocked. Kaminari cheered at their return. Yeah, you all did great. Do you really think you would have lost though, Midoriya? Kirishima asked. Honestly, maybe. Well, I know we're all wondering, but what did you do to Bakugo? Momo questioned. It's a secret, Izuku replied. Was it the goggles? You put them on at the same time his quirk stopped working, Ida followed up. You'll have to figure that out yourself, the green-haired teen responded. That was all anyone needed for an answer, so they allowed themselves to watch the last 2 rounds before class finished, one of which included Izuku again. When the last round was over, All Might and Aizawa met the students by the exit. Well done everyone. I am impressed by how far you've all come already. But before I dismiss you, I want to let you know that for now, the hero training class will be substituted with free PRDS for you all to prepare for the upcoming sports festival. You will be allowed to use the various grounds and facilities, but only for preparation of the festival. Understood? Most of the students nodded or gave a yes, sir. Great. Now change out of your costumes and return to the classroom, All Might instructed before walking away. Aizawa returned as well, and was soon thrown into another conversation with the symbol of peace. I know this is somewhat out of the blue, but have you noticed the odd relationship between young Bakugo and Midoriya? Yes, I have. It's none of my business yet, but I can sense levels of resentment from the two aimed at each other. Given they went to the same middle school, something unpleasant must have happened between the two a while ago. But as to what, I can't say, Aizawa responded. You know, I think that's the most I've heard you say in one go all year, All Might joked. But yes, Bakugo especially seems to have a unique disliking for Midoriya. The feeling does appear to be mutual, but young Midoriya doesn't let his anger show as prominently. I'll keep an eye on them. Worst case scenario is they get into a fight out of class that we need to break up. Neither were certain what would come of the two, but Aizawa's words had a way of coming to the back of their minds any time they saw the two get particularly unfriendly with each other. For the next 2 weeks, every student at UA focused on training for the upcoming event. Even classes centralized the importance of working your body and mind to the maximum. Most of the students focused on their quirks, but small groups also worked on their abilities without the assistance of superpowers. Izuka managed to get Mei to repair the goggles, and scavenged a specially designed pair of earbuds that only blocked sounds beyond a certain decibel level from her pile of babies. Wow, I feel like I've gotten so much better. Those B-classers better watch out. Achiko energetically shouted. She, Mina, Ida, and occasionally Kaminari and Kirishima had continued taking lessons from Midoriya once they bribed him with monetary payment for his time. So how much do I owe you? Well, just make sure to put up a good fight when the time comes and I'll call it even. Uraraka suspected he was just giving her a break after hearing her family's situation, but wasn't about to pass on his gratitude. Deal. See you later, Deku. Over the course of a week and a half he had collected more than a good few thousand yen from the lessons, and he knew exactly what to do with it. The next morning he followed Aizawa out to the hall once he dismissed homeroom. What can I help you with? He asked the student. Well, I was wondering how and where to buy a ticket to the festival. Normally you would need to purchase 1 month, sometimes over half a year in advance. It is an immensely popular event after all. I'll speak with Principal Nizu and see if he can't scour any spots. Oh, and before I forget, I would recommend you fill out this. A form of some type was procured from the pro hero's costume, and a quick scan was enough for Izuku to put the pieces together. I'm not saying you'll need some of your gear to compete, but I would strongly suggest you petition either way. Aoyama's already sent his form through for his belt, and I would suggest you hurry up with yours. The teacher left for the lounge once he had finished explaining, and Izuku filled in the information for some of the more helpful equipment he could bring when he sat back down. 2 days before the event, Aizawa once again called Izuku out of class so he could purchase the ticket, which he gave to his mother as soon as he got home. A few tears were shed, which turned into cheers for the near future. Izuku had told the others he wouldn't be training them for the rest of the time until the event, as he wanted to focus on his own exercise more. Finally the big day arrived. Izuku and Inko had both double, triple, and quadruple checked their bags to make sure they had anything they needed with them. The two excitedly rushed to the campus, where Izuku waved goodbye to his well-wishing mother at the bag check. Just beyond the gate, many stands selling all sorts of foods, drink, treats, and trinkets had been set up by other classes. The expected cheers and conversations fell upon Midoriya's ears as he proceeded to the designated 1A waiting room. Most of the students were already there in their gym uniforms, which were used in place of costumes to keep the event fair for everyone. In the bathroom, Izuku fastened his Kusari Fundo underneath the blue suit and hid a red pair of goggles under the high collar. His belt had also been approved, but only under the condition that he have no more than 3 flash marbles for uses of smoke pellets, and removed the knife. The earbuds were also in the belt, but nothing else had been approved or deemed necessary. A few of his classmates brought up questions pertaining why he was allowed to use gear, but the argument that he was quirkless and filled out the necessary petition shut down most of the complaints. Everyone, it will be time to head out soon. Please make sure you are ready to go. Ida called from the hallway. As requested, some started rolling up their sleeves and doing some final stretches. However, a certain bichrome-haired teen approached Izuku. Yes, Todoroki? Midoriya asked when he came to a stop in front of him. The tensions in the air rose as the two staring classmates quickly became the center of everyone's focus. We both know that when it comes down to raw power, I surpass you by leaps and bounds. But when it comes to actual skill, I must admit I do not know where I stand compared to you. You are probably the most skilled of us when it comes down to it, but that is why I will beat you. Todoroki turned and began to leave when he heard Izuku reply. Better make sure you can back up that lip service of yours. Todoroki looked over his shoulder and received an almost spine-chilling stare. After all, you're the one challenging me. Izuku followed the statement with a not-so-friendly smile. Whoa, you two, we're about to start. If anything, save this for the field, Kirishima said as he jumped between the two. Present mix announcements cut through the suspense and gave the cue to make their way to the field. Like the scenes in movies, Class 1A walked as a group down the hall into the light of the sun. Loud roars of applause rumbled through the spectating crowd when the first of the 1A students stepped from the hall into the arena. Over it all, Midoriya heard a faint Izuku and looked around until his eyes fell on his mom. He gave a quick wave before following the rest of his classmates to the center. Present Mike then began announcing the entrances of classes 1B through 1K until all the first years were in front of the podium. A woman dressed in an adult-rated getup took the podium amongst the murmurs from most of the men in the audience. Seems like Midnight's getting the crowd a little riled, Jiro commented. Not to mention some of the students, Kaminari added with a glance at Mineta, who had already started drooling from the corners of his mouth. May I have your attention? Would Izuku Midoriya from 1A come up to represent the student body? She requested with a flick of a whip. Taken aback by the fact that he was suddenly put on the spotlight, Izuku made his way through the crowd and took his place behind the microphone. For all the training Stain had given him, he had never covered speaking in front of crowds this big. I pledge. Well, I can pledge that many of us are here to give this our all and aim for the top. I understand that there are tensions between my class and 1B, perhaps other classes as well. Nevertheless, I hope we can all proceed without too much resentment for a certain one of us in 1A. Let's get this started, shall we? There was a mixed emotion from the students below. Most were riled and ready to go, but a few were shouting negative thoughts, mostly saying 1A should be better than to have a student like the one he mentioned. Ignoring the attention, he stepped down and stood with his friends, grinning upon getting a glance of Bakugo with a death scowl all over his face. As he said, "Let's get started." Even this early, many fail to clear the hurdle, so be sure to give it everything you've got. A large screen with the words, "Obstacle Race," appeared behind her, which turned into a map of the surrounding area. Simply put, the race is the 4-kilometer run around the outside of the stadium. Anything is allowed as long as you manage to stay on the course. As expected, the masses cheered at the prospect of seeing many different quirks in action. Everyone, gather by the starting point. At her command, the 11 classes hurried to the doors to get the best starting position. 3 green lights lit up, which slowly dimmed one at a time until a loud buzzer blared through the stadium. The first thing everyone found out was the passage was much narrower than expected, and the massive collection of bodies struggling to get through at once only served to block those further back. Students were squished and thrown around in the crowd, making it near impossible to tell one person from another. Izuku had purposefully taken a position towards the back to avoid getting caught in a situation like the one unfolding before him. With a running start, he jumped at an angle and hopped back and forth between the two walls, slowly gaining a more favorable position in the race. Whoa, Izuku's ninjaing his way from the very back. But up front the ground has been covered with ice. Todoroki's already taken a massive lead with hardly anyone on his heels. Present Mike announced. "Why did you force me to come here if you were going to do all the announcing?" Aizawa asked away from the microphone. "Hey, you never know when your 1A kids might take the show. Then it's your time to shine as the teacher." A quick sigh was overheard, but ignored over the intense race happening on the screens. Once he caught up to the students frozen in place, Midoriya took advantage of his new shoes and ran forward at half speed, carefully digging into the slippery ice with the cleats. He was still nowhere near as close to Todoroki as Bakugo or Momo, but he was just aiming to be one of the first through the gates. Finally, he came to the first obstacle, if it could be called that. Some people would argue that a bottomless abyss is more of a death trap than an obstacle, and others might try to claim that quirks render a deep hole ineffective. Either way, it would be a long fall. There were metal ropes connecting the land to medium platforms that jutted out every here and there. He couldn't see the bottom of the pit, nor did he want to imagine actually falling that far. Upon closer examination, he saw one of the ropes was frozen over, indicating Todoroki's presence. The best way he could think of getting across was dangling from the rope with his legs holding on as he used his arms to pull himself along. It was nowhere near as fast as other methods, but it served his purpose and got him to the first platform. Now he just needed to do that all over again 6 more times. Piece of cake, right? Truthfully, crossing the ropes wasn't that hard physically, but the issues came when someone would try to get past him. There was more than a handful of times when someone else's hurried carelessness almost caused him to fall. But he managed, and soon found himself back on solid ground. He ran for maybe half a kilometer before coming to the next obstacle. Unlike the previous obstacle, he was almost happy to see this one. The best description would be an army-style obstacle course combined with a jungle gym. It was almost too easy to hop, swing, and climb through the various attachments that were supposed to slow him down. He took a quick second to perch on a net before hopping down and swinging like a monkey from a support beam. Oh. Izuku is clearing the blockstacle course with record time. He's gaining on the lead, but still has a way to go. Present Mike shouted through the stadium. Having passed the second obstacle, he ran as fast as he dared to conserve energy around a corner. There was a large sign that indicated a minefield, and plenty of the dark spots had been set off by the earlier competitors. Up ahead, about halfway through the field, Todoroki and Bakugo were fighting. They were too busy battling and avoiding the mines to make any progress towards the finish line. At first Izuku took it slow, and picked up a mine that had been unearthed. Then he ran near full speed towards the other two, careful not to set off any of the explosives beneath his feet. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest, and his lungs were finally starting to burn from the work he'd been doing. By the time Todoroki noticed Midoriya's rapid approach, it was too late for either of them to try and stop him, so they quickly stopped fighting in exchange for attempting to take back first place. Ice and explosions came from left and right without a pattern, but Izuku dodged what he could and picked up the pace. Wow, it's a 3-way battle for first place. And look at them go. What are you teaching them, Aizawa? What you're seeing isn't anything I taught them. It's their own will and determination, Aizawa tiredly replied into the microphone. The 3 were back in the halls, and the light at the end of the tunnel was getting closer. The 3 sets of footsteps were impossible to tell apart as they ran with every ounce of speed they could muster. With only one mine, Izuku chose Bakugo to be the best target and positioned himself in a way that would hopefully work out. Without hesitating, he swung the mine still in his hand at the blonde and managed to activate it. The mine blew up with a large pink cloud, and the power both sent Izuku flying backwards into the stadium and pushed Bakugo backwards. And the winner of the first event is Midoriya. And what a stylish victory at that. Present Mike shouted. Roars of applause yet again erupted from the audience, and Izuku had to admit he felt pretty good about himself. Then he saw a large fountain of tears and remembered his mother was in the crowd. Izuku got up and dusted himself off in time to see Todoroki, then Bakugo run into the stadium. If looks could kill, Bakugo's face would run a cat through at least 4 or 5 of their 9 lives in one go. He used the break to take a much-needed breather as more and more students came through the gates. More than one classmate came by to congratulate him, and he returned the favor just as many times. If he was honest, he was loving the festival so far. The first event is over, and I know we're all hoping for just as much excitement in the next few events, Midnight announced. Behind her, a scoreboard appeared and listed the first 42 students. Each had an assigned point value, ranging from a single point to a full 10 million in his case. For a brief moment, the stares from every other student around him penetrated like stains. He took a few deep breaths and the instinctive fear passed. The next event will be another free-for-all. As you can see, each person has an assigned value, which is printed on headbands that will be handed out soon. In the upcoming event, all of you will be thrown into a constantly changing arena where you will fight to collect as many headbands as possible. So mobility and reflexes might be more important than strength and raw power this time? Azui asked herself. Sounds like it, but there's probably going to be some catch, Izuku offered. The time limit will be 15 minutes, and just because you lose your band doesn't mean you're out. Everyone is stuck in the arena until the end. The only rule is you may use your quirks to assist your collection of bands, but harming another student with said quirks will result in immediate disqualification. Izuku heard Bakugo mutter an unquiet "damn it" under his breath at the mention of disqualification. The game will begin soon, so get ready, Midnight declared. Cementos entered the stage and used his powers to modify the stadium, creating platforms, ladders, poles, and other structures from the cement around him. Snipe and Midnight went around to hand out the headbands to the students and answer any questions the students had. Minutes later, all the preparations were complete. Everyone find a starting position within the arena, the R-rated hero instructed. Due to various levels of physical capabilities, many of the participants stayed closer to the ground while those with the means to took positions higher up. Izuku quickly parkoured his way to the highest level he could reach, which also gave him a great view of the others. He already had a feeling things would be interesting sooner rather than later. Begin. Almost immediately, literal chaos descended upon the stage. Explosions, ice blasts, flying students, electricity and anything in between came from everywhere and anywhere below. Azui was climbing the structures towards Izuku, likely intending to grab his band. "Hates you. Pretty good view, huh?" he nonchalantly greeted when she crawled onto the platform. "You can call me Tsu." "And yes, it is," she replied before shooting her long tongue at the green-haired teen. Midoriya easily avoided it and faced the frog girl again. No one else was approaching, so that made things easier at the moment. "Impressive. Well, it's been nice talking, but I have places to be and people to steal from. Maybe I'll see you in the next round," he offered before sprinting at her and forcing the band off her forehead. With a well-aimed leap, he landed on another platform and wrapped the band over his forehead before moving to another spot. With the action below, he figured he could easily steal a few bands with everyone doing their own thing, but doing so would put himself at risk. As the different possibilities ran through his head, the stadium started churning and twisting like a living optical illusion. I did say this would be a constantly changing arena. Now let's see how they fare against Cementos Cementorium. Midnight shouted for the crowd. Oh yeah, she did mention that, Izuku thought to himself. It was mildly amusing to watch everyone fail to stay balanced, and decided this would be the best time to strike. He let himself fall to the floor and fended off the first few to rush for his headbands, taking theirs instead. The changing floor was less than practical, but if he tried hard enough, he could still run at a good speed while keeping an eye on everyone else. One of the 1B students was close by and too busy to notice him coming, so it was all too easy to snatch the band from his head. "Ah, so you're the representative of the student body? Well, it's about time you actually put some effort in like the rest of us," the boy said after realizing what happened. Izuku could almost smell his ego, and was somewhat reminded of Bakugo. "Well, after the show you've been putting on, I just have to know what your quirk is," he excitedly shouted with a reach. Izuku deflected the hand and put some distance between the two, only to be taken aback by the blonde's face. Surprise, shock, disbelief, and even traces of fear were all visible. "Impossible, there's no way, but it never failed," he started to mutter in an almost whimpering tone. "You're quirkless?" Izuku gave a smug grin before finally running off. There had been a surprising lack of attempts to get his band, but with everyone just trying to grab what they could indiscriminately, it sort of made sense. He managed to grab a few more, only furthering his lead. In his peripheral, a sheet of ice rapidly came his way. Normally, such an attack would be easy to dodge, but the floor shifted and threw off his balance at the last second. His left foot was caught and walls of ice rose to block off any escape. "I said I'd beat you, Midoriya," the culprit stated. Todoroki used another wave of ice to freeze Izuku's other foot to the ground. His arms were still free, so he could at least send a strike at the bichrome-haired teen when he reached for one of the bands. "Did you really think I would just let you take them?" Faster than Todoroki could respond, he reached under his uniform and pulled out his manriki. With a few swings he shattered the ice around his feet and was freed. Neither said anything, preferring to let their expressions and actions do the talking. The walls of ice thundered once, then twice and thrice. Spiderweb-like cracks splintered through the surface, and then disappeared when the entire wall collapsed. Bakugo stood there, neck completely covered in stolen bands. "I'll got those bands from you too even if I have to kill you." Pleasant as always, Kaken. The other 3 walls were brought down by everyone aiming to get the 10 million band. But just like that, he was no longer the target. A powerful gust of wind blew past the green-haired teen, and Ida stood at the end of the trail of smoke, holding half of the bands Izuku had gathered. "Sorry, Midoriya, but this is a free-for-all." "Yes, that is true. Guess it's my turn now." He let the belt distribute a small handful of smoke pellets, which he threw in a small arc to maximize area coverage. With the assistance of the goggles, he ran as fast as he could towards Ida, who hadn't moved since his attack. Bodies flailed in the smokescreen as everyone tried to reorient themselves. He was almost there. The fabric was just at his fingertips. "Time's up," Midnight announced. All at once everyone stopped and the dust settled. Many students had gotten themselves tied into pretzels in their attempts to get anywhere. "DMN it," Izuku angrily cursed. "Don't feel bad. You gave it your best and so did everyone else. Besides, I wasn't as successful as I had hoped," Ida offered. He held up the bands he had stolen, displaying that not one of them was worth the 10 million points. Still, he had guaranteed his continuation to the next event, which was all that mattered now. "I know, but I had to play the part," Izuku replied, suddenly calm. He reached just underneath the collar of the uniform and pulled out the ever-elusive band. Midnight said they had to be worn on the necks or higher, but she never said we couldn't hide them on our necks. I just tucked it in and hoped for the best. Tenya burst into a short bout of laughter, which Izuku joined in on. The stadium around them returned to the level ground everyone preferred, and Midnight once again took the podium. "How is that for a game?" In response, the throngs gave a loud round of approval and cheers for the final event to start. "We'll take an hour for an intermission and make preparations for the last event. Until then, everyone." At her announcement, many of the viewers got up from their seats to browse the concessions. "Monoma, don't bother him," a girl exasperatedly sighed from a short distance behind Izuku. "No. I can't just let this go. Look, I know it's surprising. Believe me, I really can't believe it myself. But I'm sure he doesn't want you pestering him." Izuku looked for the source and found the blonde from earlier quickly approaching. "All right, let's settle this once and for all. Hold out your arm," he demanded. Remembering what happened last time, Midoriya humored him for the sole purpose of seeing his reaction again. He raised his arm and took notice of the attention he and the other 2 were gathering. Monoma grasped Izuku's lower arm and, as expected, reacted similarly to the first time. "See, he's quirkless. I'm not feeling any changes like I always do," he declared. Quick murmurs came from all around, which were accompanied by glances. "Please don't let him bother you. I'm Itsuka Kendo, and this is Nito Monoma. If I recall, you've had an encounter or 2 with him before," the orange-haired girl explained. Thinking back, there had been at least one time the 2 had interrupted their lunch or in the hallway. "Is 1A so desperate that they'd let in a quirkless kid like you?" the blonde arrogantly questioned. He was once again resembling Bakugo, but the whole quirkless thing wasn't aimed at Izuku, rather his class. "I don't know. Is 1B so desperate that they'd keep someone who was beat by a quirkless kid? Like you?" Izuku retorted before leaving for the bathroom. Itsuka's personal pain in the rear began stammering in an attempt at a comeback, but was dragged in the opposite direction before he could do something stupider. On the way from the lavatory he ran into Shoto, who was just leaning against the wall. "Hey Todoroki, I need to ask you something." The red and white-haired teen gave a look that told Izuku to go on. "Why haven't you used your flames?" Given the expression that flashed across Todoroki's face, he had definitely hit a nerve. "After all, you're incredibly powerful just with your ice. Why not go for being nearly unstoppable at your full power?" "I could give you a long and tragic backstory, but I'll stick with the simplified version," he started, then took a deep breath. "As you know, my father is Endeavor. You've undoubtedly seen him in public. He's rude, arrogant, and scum in every sense of the word. Imagine what He's like at home when there's no media cameras or journalists at his throat. Because of so many atrocities he's committed against me, my mother, and my siblings, I have vowed to never use his power. I will show him I can be the best without his demed flames, the teen replied, then stalked out of the hall. Before you go, you should know you're not the only one with some kind of forbidden skill or whatever you want to call it. Todoroki looked over his shoulder to receive another short snippet of advice. Sleep on it. Good luck in the next event. You may need it. With nothing else to be told, Shoto stepped out of the hall and went to who knows where. Well, that went well, Izuku muttered to himself. He took off to the cafeteria in hopes of getting something to eat before the next event started. He ran into Kirishima and Ida, who were caring for a still short-circuited Kaminari. Where you been, man? We were thinking you'd found a shadow to hide in, the red-haired teen asked at his arrival. Kaminari gave away, with a thumbs up. Talking. So, what do you guys think the last event will be? So far everything's been you're on your own, in a way, so maybe a teamwork or group activity? Kirishima offered. Actually, my guess would be a tournament-style battle. It's been a tradition to have at least one one-on-one event every year, and given that has yet to happen, I suppose now would be the only time for it to happen, Ida suggested, which the other two took as the most likely possibility. For about half an hour the students intermingled without a care of classes, with the exceptions of Monoma and Bakugo. Well, it's probably time to head back, Izuku stated, and the four got up and joined the crowds in returning to the field. Welcome back everyone. Present Mike screamed at the end of the intermission. Midnight if you would. Thank you, Mike. The last event will be a one-on-one tournament. The pairings will be decided by drawing lots, so let's get this show on the road. Unfortunately, Ojiro and someone from one of the other classes dropped out due to a lack of recollection from the previous event, and were replaced by Tetsu and Shiozaki from the 1B class. Does he have a memory wipe quirk? Or is that just a side effect of whatever it really is? Izuku asked internally with a look at the purplish-haired teen as Midnight drew the lots. The results were displayed as she drew, and Izuku was going to fight Siro in the second round of the first match. Great. We have saved seats for the participants, and there are a few activities planned to ease tensions before the fights. Midnight began. Some students took the opportunity to have fun before their battles, but others, like Izuku, took the time to prepare mentally and physically. Oh Deku, you're not going to play in some of the games? Uraraka asked as she approached her friend. A quick search had been fruitful in finding him warming up with his chain in a nearby field. Nah, need to save what energy I can while getting ready. You're against Bakugo, right? Unfortunately. But don't worry, I have a plan, she replied. Well, good luck. And no offense, but don't be afraid to duck out early. I know you want to win for your family, but Katsuki doesn't have that kind of respect. Once you're an enemy, he will treat you like one, Izuku explained. Good, I'll treat him like my enemy then. That's not quite how it works in this case, but go for it. He wrapped the chain around the outside of his gym uniform and took a final assessment of his gear. The belt was on snug and filled with everything except the small amount of smoke pellets he used, the goggles were in good condition, and he himself felt fine. Well, I guess we should relax as much as we can, the green-haired teen stated before heading to the waiting room. His fight was coming soon, and he needed to be prepared. So, who do you think will win? Kaminari asked the group in the stands. As long as Todoroki can follow my warning, I'd say he's got this in the bag, Ojiro suggested, recalling the discussion he had with the off-putting classmate. Then again, who knew if he would take anyone's advice? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for what you've all been waiting for. The tournament. Mike cheered through the speakers. For the umpteenth time that day, the crowd lost their collective minds in the uproar of excitement. First up, one of the four students that got in through recommendations, it's Shoto Todoroki. And his opponent will be, from the general course, Hitoshi Shinso. The two opponents walked onto the stage Cementos had constructed while Mike gave the rules. There are 3 ways to win: force your opponent out of bounds, immobilize them, or get them to surrender. They're encouraged to go all out, but Midnight and Cementos will be there to stop them if things begin to get out of hand. Down on the stage, neither of the combatants looked like they were all too eager to be where they were. So, you're Todoroki, son of number 2 hero, Endeavor? Shinso asked with a grin of malice. Ready. Start. Without a second's hesitation, Todoroki shot a barrage of ice at his opponent. Quick and violent, you are like him after all, the purple-haired teen declared after barely dodging the first attack. I'm nothing like him, Todoroki angrily seethed, only to go blank-faced. Is he okay? Or is that Shinso's quirk? The announcing hero asked. I overhear a little of your conversation with your friend. That gave me all I needed to know. Now, walk out of bounds, the teen commanded. Some of Todoroki's classmates shouted at him to stop moving, but what they didn't know was he wasn't the one controlling his body. For all the anticipation Shinso had started feeling, a simple slip on the icy floor was an embarrassing way to be undone. Once he hit the ground, Todoroki felt his head clear up and realized he should have tried to take Ojiro's advice. Are you okay? That looked like a nasty fall, Shinso asked, only to receive silence as a response. Todoroki turned around and sent a blast of ice at his enemy before they had a chance to ask another question. When the dust settled, everyone got a look at Shinso encased in ice from the neck down. Shinso has been immobilized. Midnight shouted with a flick of the whip. I wouldn't recommend bringing up my father again, Todoroki offered as he melted the captured teen from the ice. Next time I might not go as easy on you. The two silently left the stage and were quickly replaced by the next two. Well, that wasn't half bad for the first match. Next up is the hero course's plainly student, Hantashiro. Was that really necessary? The teen asked with a crack of his knuckles. His opponent is the one who scored first in both of the preliminaries, Izuku Midoriya. This might be fun, Izuku sighed with a final stretch. Go! At the indication to start, Shiro shot a band of tape at his opponent. He knew Midoriya was quick, he just needed to be quicker. Izuku, on the other hand, already expected the move given his opponent's quirk and easily flipped over the strand. Shiro shot another one, but was just as successful as the first time. Is that all you got? Midoriya sarcastically asked with a smug smile. Hanta growled in frustration, then started wrapping himself in his tape like bandages. You can't hit me if you could get stuck, the teen stated, recalling the problem Izuku had against Bakugo in TH battle. Smart but stupid. The green-haired teen rushed at the tape-covered foe and unraveled the manriki, which he swung low once he got close. The chain easily wrapped around Shiro's legs and, with a pull, Izuku brought him to the ground. Unfortunately for Shiro, his own tape was his undoing, as it stuck him to the floor like glue. He squirmed and thrashed, but nothing got him anywhere. Shiro has been immobilized. Little help here? The teen asked after a short struggle. Izuku attempted to unwrap the bound teen, but was met with little success. Instead, he managed to get himself stuck a few times and had to be separated by Cementos after the hero manipulated the field to carry the two off. Well, that was embarrassing. I guess you could say that was a sticky situation, Izuku joked with an offered handshake. Trust me, I'm never going to live this down. But good match. I look forward to watching you in the next round, Shiro replied while returning the handshake. The two returned to the seats and watched as the next matches played out. Kaminari barely won against Shiozaki, but short-circuited himself again in the final blast. Ida won his match, but only because Mei surrendered after using him as advertisement for some new babies. Mina beat Aoyama, Momo lost to Tokoyami, and Kirishima and Tetsutetsu had a draw, which is settled with a push-up contest that Kirishima won by 2 push-ups. Good luck, Uraraka. Remember, he won't go easy on you, so you can't afford to pull any punches either, Izuku offered as the girl left to make her way to the stage. Despite what he hoped, Bakugo practically annihilated Ochako. She used his own explosions to rip up the stage and create ammo, but he was just too powerful for her to beat, even with the amazing persistence she displayed. It was a great attempt, he could hand that to her. But a sad sight in the end. Next up is Shoto Todoroki against Izuku Midoriya. The match will begin once Cementos has rebuilt the arena, followed by a short break. Inside the halls, Izuku made his way to the waiting room, hoping to find his friend. Hey nerd! Bakugo called. Izuku acknowledged the teen, who was wearing his typical angry look. I was originally planning on facing half and half in the finals, but at this rate I guess even you're fair game. Bakugo stepped closer until the two were right in each other's faces. Just know that I plan on winning. You're still nothing but a stepping stone that's gotten lucky lately, but your luck's about to run out. Katsuki turned and stalked away. By the way, that was a terrible idea. You really thought something like that, dash, the teen added as a final thought, only to be cut short. I had nothing to do with it, Bakugo. I didn't even try to offer any advice other than not to go easy on you. If you're mad, then it's because she was able to outsmart you on her own, he spat out, then finished his journey to waiting room 2. Hey Ochako, how are you feeling? He asked once he entered the room. A bit sore and not too happy, she replied. I have to hand it to you, that was a good try. Even I didn't know he could pull off something that powerful. Yeah, he's really strong, but that just means I have to get stronger too, the girl shouted with eager determination. Present Mix announcement that the next match was beginning soon got the attention of the two. Before I go, I just want to tell you not to beat yourself up over this. You did great, and even used his own strength against him. You acted on the fly and almost pulled it off. You may have lost the battle, but I'd say you've more than proven yourself. You're going to go far, Uraraka, Izuku offered before making to leave for the battle. Thank you, Izuku. And good luck. Go show Todoroki who's boss, she encouraged. The green-haired teen gave her a thumbs up and was almost out of the halls when he ran into the one and only Endeavor. What are you doing here? This area is for students only, the teen asked. Shoto's duty is to one day surpass All Might. Speaking in terms of power, you're nowhere near him. but your match can be a good test of his skill. I don't see you winning at all, but don't disgrace yourself, the flame-covered hero arrogantly stated, then walked around the teenager. You know, it'd be such a shame if I were to just withdraw here and now. I'm sure that would be a good test of how his character is different from yours. Endeavor peered over his shoulder and gave a burning glare, which Izuku was more than willing to return fivefold. He took pleasure in the brief surprise in his face, then ran to get back to the battle stage. We're back and ready to go, so without further ado, let's begin the second round. We have the one who literally froze his opponent, the hero course's own Shoto Todoroki. And over there, also from the hero course, is the guy who took the prelims by storm, Izuku Midoriya. As Present Mike gave a few lines to hype up the crowd, both combatants took stances that best fit their styles. Shoto prepared his right foot for a fast ice barrage, and Izuku did a few stretches before taking a martial artist pose. Tokoyami, how do you think this will go down? Truthfully, I do not know. Todoroki has the advantage in his ability to attack from a long range, but if Midoriya can avoid the attacks and get close enough, then he might be able to win. However, that is an admittedly big if, even for him, the crow-headed classmate suggested. I think Deku can win, but it won't be easy, Achiko said from between Ida and Tokoyami. Begin! Present Mike screamed, which was instantly followed by an advancing ice attack. Todoroki with an immediate first strike. But, look up top. At the peak of one of the giant spikes, Izuku sat perched like it was no big deal. From watching the match against Shinso, he had learned that the ice advanced in intervals of ice spikes and not all in single go. I must say that was faster than I expected. But that just means I have a better idea of what to expect. The teen hopped down from the precipice and landed halfway between Todoroki and where he had started. Todoroki remained silent as he launched another attack. This time Izuku didn't appear at the top, but to the left of the massive ice collection. Yet another attack was sent, this time with a wider area of effect. In response, Midoriya used the ice from the previous attack as cover, watching as the large icicles passed and jutted up from where he had been standing. You're not even going to attack? Izuku carefully climbed the large spikes and found himself atop the ice again. From the vantage point, he could make out a rather startling development. Todoroki's skin was icing over, undoubtedly a side effect of using purely his ice powers so many times in a few short PRDS. One more barrage was sent his way, which he barely avoided. When he landed, he used the downward slope of the ice wall to slide closer to Todoroki. His enemy shot another ice attack, but it was notably slower, smaller, and less controlled overall, which made it easy to dodge. You must be getting frostbite or something. Why not use your flames to warm yourself up? Or are you too scared? I'm not scared of anything. I'm going to win this without my old man's quirk or die trying, Todoroki defiantly retorted. Funny. Everyone says they'd rather die than sow something, or they will do something even if it kills them. But none of them seem to understand just what that means. The phrasing naturally took the icy teen off guard, and coupled with what he's known Midoriya to be capable of turned it into another story. What are you saying? I'm saying that very few are actually brave enough to see it through to the end. The prospect of death has a way of instilling a special fear that not many can handle, much less get used to. You say you'd rather die than use your flames? Prove it, and I'll happily carry your frozen corpse off the arena. Nothing he had ever experienced could have prepared him for this. Endeavor's beatings, the rigorous training, nothing. Whatever Midoriya was right now, scary was the only fitting term. Or maybe you'll chicken out at the last second and your self-preservation instincts will take over. People have a tendency to fight harder when they're on the brink of death. I guess I just need to keep pushing you until you reach that point. The whole time Izuku spoke, he slowly walked up to his opponent with a spine-chilling demeanor. It was like something had completely polarized within his attitude. The usually friendly classmate was gone, and in his place stood this. Or maybe we can just talk this out, the teen offered. Like a flick of a switch, he had reverted to the Midoriya everyone had assumed they knew. He gave a friendly aura aside from the memories of moments ago, and his stare no longer penetrated like a nail being hammered through wet balsa wood. Do you see what I meant by what I said earlier? About a forbidden skill? Yeah, if you knew exactly who trained me, you'd be running in the other direction. He made sure to be quiet and cover his mouth for the last part, lest the cameras pick up enough for him to be brought in for more questioning. But here I am about to give it everything I have to show I can be a hero even without a quirk. You, on the other hand, won't even go above half of your potential because you don't want to look like your old man. Well, plot twist, you're just making yourself look just as arrogant and overconfident as he is. Shut up. Izuku knew exactly what nerves to go for, and succeeded in making Todoroki angrier. Without a care of his own well-being, he sent more ice at Izuku, which was easier than ever to dodge. Even Todoroki's own movements were beginning to falter, not just his powers. For the first time in the match there was a full opening, which Izuku was more than happy to take advantage of. The distance between the two was closed, and the next thing Todoroki knew, he was receiving a hard knee to his stomach. The pain of the impact combined with the effects of his ice caused him to stagger backwards. He almost fell over, and probably would have had he not leaned against some ice. Izuku followed that up with a punch to the left side of his face and knocked him to the ground. Everyone here's giving it their all. Why won't you? Izuku demanded, almost sounding offended, yet worried at the same time. Memories of his life flashed through his mind. The times his father pushed him way past anything a 5-year-old boy should go through, countless crying sessions into his mother's chest, being outright forbidden from the slightest interactions with his own siblings. Just because the power was passed down to you doesn't mean it's still his. His mother, the only one who truly cared, but the one responsible for the scar he would bear for the rest of his life. Simply because he resembled his father. Still, something she had said long ago still stuck with him. She had encouraged him to just be himself, even with Endeavor's power. Is it really okay for me to use my flames? Is it really okay for me to use my old man's quirk? Among the sweat that was dipping down his face, a small glint of something else rolled down from his eye. Small sparks were popping from the red mark on his left eye. Sometimes they were near invisible, other times they were large enough to be mistaken for actual fires. Yes, it is. You're not Endeavor. You're Shoto. The sparks were growing into flames that glowed redder than the scar, then an orange that completely covered the mark. You can be whoever you wish, not who you're related to. It was obvious that Midoriya had no way of knowing just how close that one sentence was to something his mother had said, but it almost felt like he did know. The change was slow, but the size of the fire was growing and continued to grow until Shoto's left side was fully encompassed in orange fire. Crackles and snaps echoed from his right side as the ice was melted away and evaporated from the intense heat. Winds blew in circles around the ablaze student. The mix of the glowing fire and the steaming ice left an almost majestic feel to the scene. You wanted to win, but you tried to save me first, he noted aloud. I will be a hero and I will give it my all. I know you will, the green-haired teen replied. Meanwhile, Endeavor had started shouting encouragements from the audience, but they fell upon deaf ears, as both Izuku and Todoroki were too preoccupied to take in anything happening outside the stage. But you've completely lost any chance to win. You could have beaten me when I was weakened, and now you can't fight me up close. I'll have to try anyway. Isn't that what a hero does? Both combatants grinned, and began approaching the other. Todoroki protected himself from a swinging punch by covering the target spot with ice and countered with a large icicle shooting up from the ground. The spear grazed Izuku's face and set him off balance for just long enough for Shoto to land a blow with a flaming fist to Midoriya's stomach. That's more like it. Show us all what you're fully capable of. Very well, but don't blame me for what happens next. Large columns of ice began to form beneath the fiery teen's right foot again as the fires roared to new heights, turning into an attack larger than ever. The gusts that had been blowing around Todoroki surpassed simple breezes and forced Izuku to lean forward just to keep his balance. Pillars of ice shot from the ground straight for Izuku, who let himself be blown backwards into the remaining ice from earlier to support himself. The ice turned into more flames that had the intensity of a wildfire compressed into half of the arena. The realization that he was going to lose was far overshadowed by the awe of seeing both sides of Todoroki's power at use. However, neither could prepare for the massive eruption that came next. Far exceeding the strength of a tornado, the entire stadium was subjected to winds beyond anything nature could produce. Cries of shock and struggles to keep from being blown away like leaves were completely drowned out by the roaring winds. Combined with the blinding dust and steam that came with it, everyone was thrown into complete cluelessness until the winds died down. Where are they? I can't see anything. What even happened? Mike frantically shouted into the speakers. My guess is the sudden and incredible change in air temperature caused a massive turbulence-like effect. I suppose we should have seen something like that coming, given the air was already churning a lot when Todoroki first activated his flames. All that from the side effects of his quirk? Speaking of, who even won? Midnight and Cementos were already working on finding the two students inside the mass of dispersing steam. A loud scream of surprise rang through the stage, but for reasons unknown. Finally the steam cleared enough to see. The reason Midnight screamed was because she had fallen into a canyon the giant ice sculptures had carved into the floor when the winds somehow managed to push them across the surface. Following the canyon with their eyes, everyone got a look at Midoriya. He was slumped over, leaning against a pile of shards that had broken from the body of ice. Blood gently trickled down the cracked wet surface, and it would not come to anyone's surprise if something was broken. But he was still in bounds by a few centimeters. And Midoriya is out of commission. What about Todoroki? The student in question had used his powers to form a barricade of ice not much larger than himself behind him. The wall had kept him from being tossed like Midoriya, but with one critical flaw. Todoroki is out of bounds, Cementos declared. What do we do now? Both have technically lost, and I don't think it would be a good idea to hold a rematch. The red and white-haired teen stood in disbelief with an extremely disheveled appearance, and was supported by the cement hero. He was in much better condition, physically speaking. He wasn't left unscratched, but there were no major visible changes in his well-being other than the half of his uniform that had been burned off. A pained grunt caused the two teachers to turn their heads fast enough to snap them off at the necks. Midoriya was attempting to stand up, despite having been completely motionless moments ago. "Don't push yourself. You're in no condition to do so," Midnight commanded as she got ready to catch him when he fell. But he didn't fall. Just the opposite. He looked more dead than alive with his eyes partly closed and hazily unfocused. He was having trouble just standing straight and his breathing was unsteady. Yet he was standing nonetheless. Neither Hiro nor anyone in the crowd said anything. No one could. Midnight looked to Cementos, who gave an uncertain nod. She flicked her whip and declared, "Midoriya will proceed to the next round." The crowd erupted into a different cheer than usual even as two medical droids came to take Izuku away on a cot. That was some intense skill Midoriya displayed. "Did you hear the rumors? Apparently he's quirkless." "No way. Not after that. Todoroki is exceptional and Midoriya isn't half bad either. Can he really be a pro hero with that kind of attitude?" Naturally, the two 1A students had become the talk of the stadium. Cementos had to once again repair the stage, and Izuku had to be taken to Recovery Girl's office to receive treatment. "I don't get it. Why would Midoriya go so far to get Todoroki to use his fire?" Mineta asked Shoji. "My guess is he didn't want Todoroki to exert himself too much with one power, like using too many orbs at one time or Kaminari using too many volts over a short PRD. I guess that makes sense, but I still don't get why he wouldn't take advantage of the situation," Tsuyu added. No one could say they had an understanding of what happened, only that what happened was amazing. "It's about time you opened your eyes." Todoroki, who had been traversing the halls, looked up to his father not too far down the hall. "Accept yourself. You are everything I am, but better. I can teach you to be the strongest there is," Endeavor offered. "I haven't accepted anything from you. You really think that the years and years of everything you did and caused can just go away with one fight?" The teen stepped around his father and stopped when they were side by side. "He's scarier than you. I can't explain why, he just is. But more importantly, he's more respectable than you. And for a minute, my respect for him overpowered by loathing for you." Endeavor watched as Shoto left him behind to find something. Meanwhile, Izuku had finally been delivered to Recovery Girl's temporary office and received the first session of treatment. For everything he had just gone through, all he had to boast was the scar on his cheek and a healed-over wound to the back of his head. You were either very lucky or have an unusually high durability. In most cases the blow to your head would have resulted in a worrying concussion, but your luck and my quirk were enough to alleviate it at least this once. Still, I would recommend you get some rest if you truly intend to take part in the next round. I think I'll take you up on that offer. Is there any way you could wake me up when the second-to-last match before the semifinals begins? I'd like some time to make sure I'm awake and ready to go," the teen requested. Recovery Girl's quirk had taken up a lot of the energy he had left after the fight, and a nap was sounding really good. He felt his eyelids droop to the sounds of the next match beginning. "Wake up. Hey, wake up," a voice firmly said. Izuku slowly gained enough consciousness to ask himself where he was before the memory of what happened came to him. The semifinals had begun. "Aizawa and a few of your friends stopped by while you were out, including Todoroki. I had your teacher tell the organizers to put your semifinal match last, so you should have gotten more rest and still have enough time to get ready," the short woman stated with a handful of gummies. Izuku swung his feet over the bed and stood up. He didn't feel great, but he felt better than he had expected. A few stretches got him limbered up and he made to leave for the upcoming matches. "Thank you for your help," he offered before leaving. As he walked down the hall he took the gummies one at a time to make them last longer. Apparently, hunger was a possible side effect along with tiredness. On the way to the seats, he came upon Tokoyami, who looked equally determined and unenthusiastic. "Hello Midoriya. I take it you're feeling better," he greeted. "More or less." "Who are you facing?" the teen asked. "Bakugo. Any tips?" "Honestly, I can't really say. He does seem to learn a lot from experience, so he's probably come up with a few possible ideas to beat you and Dark Shadow. I guess the best I can tell you is to strike fast and don't do anything predictable." "Thank you. Good luck in your match against Ida. He seemed really excited to face you." The two went their own ways and the match began. Watching Bakugo's constant attacks on Dark Shadow revealed light was the entity's weakness. It bore strange resemblance to the movies and other media that included ghosts, demons, and other paranormal beings. Much to Izuku's disappointment, Bakugo got Tokoyami to yield the match, ensuring him a spot in the final round. Whether or not Izuku was his final opponent, only time would tell. "Good luck Deku. You too Ida." Achiko cheered as her two friends left to take the stage. I bet you've heard this more than enough for one day, but I don't plan on holding back, Ida stated. Yeah, but today's a special day, so I guess I can let it slide. And I'll be trying too. May the best man win, Midoriya replied. We're getting closer and closer to the main event, and now it's time for the last match of the semifinals. Both of them are from the hero course, so you know it's going to be good. Who will proceed to the finals? Will it be Tenya Ida or Izuku Midoriya? There's only one way to find out. For the first time in the tournament, Izuku unraveled the Kusari Fundo from beneath his gym clothes and prepared to swing it with everything he had. On the other side of the platform, Ida took a sprinter's stance and revved the engines in his legs. Wait, is that thing legal? Mike asked when he saw Izuku pull the chain. If he filled out the form, which I know he did, then it's been approved for use in the tournament, Aizawa tiredly responded. Oh, okay then. Start. Faster than the blink of an eye, Ida ran straight for Izuku. He's fast. Probably too fast, Izuku noted. The only reason he was able to dodge was because he jumped out of the way the moment the match began. He could feel the vacuum Ida left in his wake as he ran past his opponent. The teen skidded to a stop and changed his footing before making another attempt. He has to slow down a lot to change his direction? Maybe something about centrifugal and centripetal forces. This information gave Izuku a few options: getting close and risk an engine-powered kick or try to keep dodging. He knew for a fact that his enemy still wasn't well versed in martial arts and relied on his legs to travel at the speeds he did, so the only real choice he had was to close the distance. Or let Ida get in close. It's like your match with Todoroki. All you can really do is dodge, Ida taunted. On cue, Midoriya took the initiative and ran forward, chain swinging in a sideways figure-8 pattern in front of him. Ida's engines roared to life and he blasted forward. The next thing he knew, he was tumbling across the ground. It took a few seconds to get himself reoriented when he finally came to a halt, and the scrapes all over his arms and legs didn't help. Wadash! A look down was all he needed. Apparently, Izuku had thrown the chain at the last second and let Ida's own movements wrap it around his legs. The tangled teen tried to undo it, but his powerful legs had only tightened the binds like pulling on a Chinese finger trap. Wow, I didn't expect that to work, Izuku admitted as he walked up to Tenya. I can still fight. You haven't won yet, the grounded combatant threatened. I know. But still. Izuku grabbed the binding chain and started to drag Ida on his back to the nearest line, intending to throw him out of bounds. He was almost there when Ida moved his legs up and over with his engines. The teen forced the chain out of Izuku's hand and flipped onto his stomach. He had a plan, but it was risky. Instead of using his hands, he gave his engines as much power as he could. The air around him began to refract in distortion, and the chain links covering the exhaust pipes began to glow orange as they heated up. The hot chain scorched his legs, but he put it aside and used the pain to motivate himself. With a final lurch of his legs, the softened links broke, and Ida was free. Not bad, I'm impressed, Izuku offered. Don't compliment me yet. I haven't won yet. While he had gotten his legs free, Ida wouldn't be able to use his engines until they cooled down, which would take longer than he could keep Midoriya talking. Well then, let's get going and determine that, Izuku stated as he began approaching his foe. This time, he was the one who ran. And got right in Ida's face. For the moment, Ida had no other option besides duke it out with his opponent, who clearly had the advantage given the situation. Ida was capable of holding his own. After all, the martial arts lessons hadn't gone to waste. But he was still way outclassed and was forced further and further back by the onslaught sent in his direction. Just like that, the attack stopped. Ida is out of bounds. Midnight shouted. In his efforts to defend himself, he had been completely distracted from the boundaries. You're doing better. It's nice to see you're paying attention in your lessons, Izuku complimented with an offered handshake. Ida quickly grabbed it and returned the gesture. But if I may, why didn't you run or anything when you melted the chains? Did you push your engines too far? Yes, actually. That move is supposed to give me an incredible burst of speed at the cost of overheating and stalling my engines for a few minutes. But given the circumstances, I had to use it differently. Well, that's some quick thinking. Great job. Ida returned to the waiting room and checked his phone, which displayed 5 missed calls from his mother. He called her back and waited. When she picked up, her sobs made her woes barely coherent. It pained him to leave early, but he had to. Guess I have to adopt a new style, Izuku muttered as he picked up the fragments of the manriki. The links that had been broken were about halfway down the chain, but the rest was in usable condition. The final round will begin in 10 minutes. Until then, everyone. Present, Mike announced. Hey Aizawa, want anything from the snack bar? No thanks, I'm good. Back in waiting room 2, Izuku practiced using the 2 half-length chains in unison. It was a new experience, but not impossible given his training with using both hands to wield weapons. He had a few minutes left, so he figured a last-minute check was due. His goggles had yet to be used a second time, and the belt had been removed earlier on. Everything was ready to go. He quickly took the earbuds and placed them in his ears, then popped a small sphere into his mouth. When he returned to the stage for the final time, he found Bakugo already waiting for him. Are you ready? It's the clash of the titans, the battle of the big boys, the fight of all fights. You know them now, so without further ado, Katsuki Bakugo vs Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired teen placed the red goggles over his eyes and turned a dial on the side, then swung the two chains in a threatening display. Hey Eraser, aren't those a lot like your goggles? Oh well, probably a coincidence. Begin. Being Bakugo, the blonde made the first move and used his explosions to propel himself forward with alarming speed. Izuku planned for Bakugo to strike with his right, but also remembered the times he feigned the move and countered. Either way, it wouldn't matter. Izuku finally actually looked at Bakugo, whose explosions began to occur at a random pattern instead of controlled intervals. Those demon goggles again, the angry teen seethed. One of the chains wrapped around his left forearm and was tugged to the side. The teen lost control of his trajectory and tumbled across the stage. When he got back up, he saw another chain racing his way and hopped out of the way just in time. Moments before landing, the other chain wrapped around his lowered leg and pulled, causing him to fall onto his back. Izuku's not holding back. Will Bakugo be able to counter? The loud hero rhetorically asked. Demon nerd. Always scheming, Bakugo muttered as Izuku approached. Hey Deku, don't you want to settle this up close and personal? Or are you too scared? His taunts may have well been directed at a brick wall, if the punch to the eye meant anything. Bakugo attempted another explosion, and was rewarded with his signature move. Izuku was blown back but landed gracefully on his feet. He quickly reached and turned the dial with one hand while the other received a palmful of pellets. He tossed the pellets and dashed forward, only for the infrared vision to flicker orange with immensely short intervals. The smoke was also blown away, and Bakugo stood there looking triumphant. I've seen you use those goggles in the smoke, so I knew they had to be heat vision or motion-based. Looks like I was right. Izuku went to flip the dial back to the main function, but was cut short by an explosion sent his way. The heavy-duty plastic melted over and obscured his vision, rendering the function useless. Opting to create some more distance, Izuku went back to swinging the twin chains at his foe, who took more than a few hits before jumping back. With the split second given, he tore off the goggles and threw them out of bounds. It's shameful really, that I have to face a quirkless no one like you of all people in the finals. Really shows how low these extras are. I don't know, Kakin. The way I see it, a quirkless no one like me has you as the final opponent. If anything, it just shows that someone without a quirk can get just as far as you. Katsuki's arrogance returned to anger at the implication that he was no better than a powerless child. I'll show you, you damn nerd, he shouted, then launched himself into the air. From there he used multiple blasts to give himself a tremendous spinning speed. Howitzer impact. At his shout he unleashed the same massive blast he used against Uraraka. Smoke filled the stadium as squalls blew through the stadium. When the smoke finally cleared, Izuku was nowhere in front of his foe, just the chains that had been thrown into the faraway wall. What a move! Such speed and power. That was a close one, Izuku offered, but from the other side of the stage. How? Bakugo demanded, more than angry that he had failed to beat Deku. Well, you took a while to build up momentum, and I had a feeling you wouldn't be able to see me at the speed you were spinning. So I made a break for the other side of the stage and waited it out. It was close though, almost got picked up by the drafts. You goddamn nerd, the teen shouted with another rush towards Izuku. The teen reached for his belt and let a marble drop into his palm. Not this time. Instead of facing outwards, both of Bakugo's palms faced together as the twin explosions created a loud bang and blinding light. Izuku dropped the flash marble, which went off and added to the mayhem. Luckily, the earbuds did their job and cut out most of the louder noise. His ears still hurt, but he could live with it until the round was over. Bakugo, on the other hand, had been completely exposed to his own stun grenade move and the marble. When he opened his eyes, he only had a moment to see Izuku bite down on the flash marble he put in his mouth before the match had started, and the usual white flash was emitted. He couldn't see, but he could feel every punch and jab sent his way. Instinctively, he sent out a right-handed punch, which was caught and propped over Izuku's shoulder. Even Midnight and Cementos could hear the crack that came when Izuku pulled down over his shoulder, forcing Bakugo's elbow to bend in a way it shouldn't. His screams of pain almost didn't come out when the broken elbow was followed up with a jab to the Adam's apple. Remember what you said back in the hero training? About how you wouldn't accept a win that was just handed to you. The attack stopped, and both looked down to see the boundary line just behind Bakugo's heels. Izuku gave an evil grin and went to walk around Bakugo. Don't you dare. If you're my final opponent, then you're sticking in here until I'm through with you. He grabbed Izuku's shoulder with his good arm, but it was easily grabbed and spun, bringing the teen to the ground. Congratulations, Kakin. How does it feel to be the best? He sarcastically asked with a step over the line. Mito Midoriya is out of bounds. Bakugo wins, the R-rated hero announced confusedly. Overabundant cheers came from the crowd. The winner of this year's first-year sports festival is Bakugo. Only, the winner didn't look happy. If anything, he looked angry, disappointed, distraught. Why did you do that? There's no point in winning if it's like this. Bakugo demanded. He grabbed Izuku's collar with his good hand and pulled upwards. Why would you just give me the win? His voice became desperate, like he hoped for a good reason. The hand holding Izuku let go and went for a punch that was easily dodged. Don't you see? I won, Izuku retorted, leaving his antagonizer speechless. The first-year events have been completed. Would all the students please return to the field? Midnight requested. Lines of UA students emerged from the halls and reconvened in the center of the stadium. Cementos had already gotten around to deconstructing the battle arena. Now that everyone is here, let's begin handing out the awards. Fireworks blasted in the sky and a stand for the top 3 spots emerged from the ground. You 3 may take your positions. Todoroki and Midoriya took the 3rd and 2nd place spots respectively, while Bakugo almost didn't move from where he was standing. For reasons only Izuku really understood, the blonde was reluctant to take his winner's position. I am here. The voice everyone knew and loved began from atop the stadium overhang. To hand out the awards. All Might finished with a superhero landing between Midnight and the 3 teens. Ida also came in 3rd alongside Todoroki, but he had to leave due to family reasons, so we put his medal aside to give him later, Midnight explained with a handoff of the tray. I understand. I hope all is well. The number 1 hero approached Todoroki and picked up the bronze medal. Midoriya must have a way with words to get you to use your left side. You are not too angry with him for prying, are you? Todoroki bowed as the medal was put around his neck and thought out his reply. I cannot really explain it. I guess it's just the way he is, Todoroki offered. Next, All Might went to the mentioned teen. He too bowed and received his medal. Young Midoriya, you continue to amaze. To come in 2nd place without a quirk is something very few would dare to foresee. Thank you, All Might. But be careful with the next guy, the teen replied with a glance at Bakugo, who growled at the mention. Very well then. And now, young Bakugo. You made it all the way to the finals and won 1st place. Congratulations. I didn't win shit. The teen took the medal off his neck and flung it back at his teacher. Deku gave me the win. I don't know why he did, but it doesn't count. All Might, sometimes clueless when it came to the antics of the young, didn't quite catch on and returned the medal to the teen. Sometimes you don't win in the way you expect. But that doesn't mean it's not a win. You can still learn from this. He then turned and addressed the rest of the students. You all did very well, and with enough hard work, this could very well be any of you next year. Before we end this, I have one thing to say, which I would like everyone to join in. Ready? The audience and students roared, plus ultra, while All Might said, thank you for your hard work. Once the backlash from the faux pas passed, the crowds and students went their own ways. There were still a few classes for the day, and Izuku found himself and the others under Aizawa's supervision. Good work everyone. There will be no classes for the next 2 days. By the time you get back, we'll have all the recruit requests from the pro heroes consolidated. Until then, rest up. I'll see you again in 2 days. Everyone, save Ida, got up and went home. Ida, however, was far too distant to even know what was happening back in class. Mother, how is he? Is he okay? The doctors say he's in a haze. If you want to see him, you'll need a mask and keep your voice low. Tenya's mother replied. Disregarding the mask, Tenya stepped aside the hospital bed that his brother currently occupied. Several 4 tubes punctured into his skin, and a large mask was feeding him oxygen. Ida had seen Tensei come home beaten and worn out before, but this was far beyond anything he had dared to imagine. I'm sorry, Tenya. His voice was so weak, so tired, so unlike him. I couldn't win. For all that you look up to me, I lost. For one of the few times in his life, Tenya's strict self-composure broke down. The trip back home was eventful, to put it mildly. Every other person he passed either congratulated him on coming in second or stopped him to ask a bunch of questions. Then, when he got home, there was his mother. Are you okay? That was a scary hit you took. Is it really healed over or just numbed? Inko caringly yet frantically asked while parting through his green hair. Of course, he understood her concern. She had seen him barely maintain consciousness in the end of his match with Todoroki, which must have looked pretty intense to the viewers. It's fine, I promise. Recovery girl knows what she's doing, but I'll still ice it if it makes you feel better, he offered, which got her off his back long enough to grab an ice pack from the freezer. But all things considered, how did you like the festival? It was so exciting I passed out at least once. You did amazing in the preliminaries. Thanks. I'm glad you had fun. I'm pretty tired, so I think I'll head to bed early. See you tomorrow. With a quick hug, the teen entered his room and wrapped himself up in the blankets on the floor. All things considered, he was more than pleased with how things turned out. The days passed and the day when school resumed had arrived. Whether or not the gloomy rain was a foreshadowing or not, Izuku didn't know. Midoriya. You must hurry if you want to be at school with time to spare. He could already tell the one calling him from behind was Ida, and didn't bother to turn around before the poncho-clad teen passed him. He did pick up the pace though, as sparing himself one of Ida's lectures was preferable to walking at his own pace and showing up barely on time. Although, he couldn't help but notice Ida's attitude. Closer inspection confirmed his suspicions that he was forcing his regular demeanor instead of just letting it happen. Not that it should have been too surprising, given the news report that came out shortly after the sports festival. Ida? I hope your brother's okay. I heard about what happened. Thank you for your concern. He is alive, but I'm afraid I cannot give you any inside details out of privacy. I understand. I'm content with knowing he's well enough. The two entered the classroom and took their respective seats. The talk of the class had become the popularity all of them had been thrown into after the event. Most of the others had similar experiences to Izuku regarding fans, with a few deviations from the norm. Morning, Aizawa greeted as he opened the door. Good morning. I'll get straight to it. You're coming up with your hero names today. But first, many of you have been offered drafts by several agencies. A remote was produced and with the press of a button, a holographic screen appeared with names and numbers. Todoroki and Bakugo each had over 3,000 offers each. Izuku had over 1,500 himself, but the numbers dropped to below 500 each from there. If Todoroki came in third, why does he have more offers than Bakugo and Midoriya? Jiro asked after a quiet complaint from Kaminari. My guess is it's because Bakugo was overly aggressive and Midoriya prodded Todoroki and gave up the win, Siro suggested. And Todoroki is Endeavor's son, so he's already more well-known, Kirishima added. Keep in mind that just because you didn't have offers, you will still have internships. But back to hero names. Midnight will help you with those, he offered, and the woman herself entered the classroom and took the podium. Aizawa, on the other hand, pulled out his sleeping bag and took a nap. When choosing a name, it's important to go for something that either describes you or describes what you aspire to be. But even with that in mind, you must be careful, as these names could very well become the names you are known by, the teacher warned. Dry erase boards were handed down the rows and the sounds of markers squeaking became audible. Some of his classmates already had ideas for names, but his ideas had always stemmed from his admiration of All Might, so they were out the window. A few others passed through his mind, but each one was just as quickly tossed aside. If anyone's ready, you can present your name. Aoyama was a bit too eager to be the first to present his name. When he got to the front, he held up his board, which he read aloud. Shining bright hero, the twinkling never stops. A bit long. Try something like endless twinkles. Remember, these are the names victims and people in need will call out, so it has to be quick and easy to say. Mina rushed to the podium and read her name. Alien hero, Minamorph. Not bad, but you might want to save that for later and see if you can't come up with a more friendly name. Anyone who's seen the Alien movies might get the wrong idea, the substitute teacher offered. Ajui's Froppy was the first name to be outright approved, and set the precedence for the others. Things went smoothly from there, and almost every name was approved without incident. That is, until Bakugo tried to name himself King of Murderous Explosions. For some reason, Izuku was having a hard time coming up with a name. Nothing really fit or felt right. Then like that, it hit him. Looking back, it should have been obvious. He energetically jotted his decision and made his way to the front of the room. It's kind of unusual, but I think it fits. He flipped his board, which simply read, Deku. Are you sure? This could be your permanent name, Midnight asked. I'm sure. Then good. After the names were finished, Midnight woke up Aizawa. If your names are done, then I'll hand out the list for those who have received offers from pros. They'll be a week long, and I want you to turn in your choices before the weekend. Aizawa and Midnight left the students to make their decisions, which turned out to be harder than expected. Of course, Mineta almost immediately chose to intern with MT Lady for very, very obvious reasons. Hey Deku, have you chosen yet? Achiko asked. Not yet, I still have some things to consider. What about you? I'm going for Gunhead's agency. He's one of the bigger names in battling hero agencies. Are you looking to learn to use your quirk as an offensive tool? Yes, but I also want to be able to learn a broader skill set in general. Interesting. What about you, Ida? Have you chosen yet? Izuku asked the teen on the other side of the room. Almost. I've narrowed it down to Manuel's agency and a few others, the teen responded with a scribble on his sheet. Izuku scanned his offers and found he too had an offer from the normal hero agency. So that's why. Izuku noted upon reading it was located in Hosu City. the same city his mentor had attacked Ida's brother. He wanted to believe it was just a coincidence and that Ida knew better than to go after Stain, but he couldn't leave that risk to chance. After reading some of the other offers, he put Manuel's agency as his first choice and put 2 other Hosu-based agencies in for his second and third options. At the end of the day, he handed off his form to Aizawa and hoped that things wouldn't go where he had a feeling they were headed. The next few days passed by rather normally, until the first day of internships came. The class took a bus to a large station where they would depart for their various locations. Remember, unless instructed by the agency, you are prohibited from wearing your uniform in public. Aside from that, remember your manners. Now, off to your stops. Ida and Izuku had both gotten their choices at Manuel's agency, so they had to take the same train. Still, Izuku made sure to keep away from Ida, lest he think something was up. It wasn't until they arrived at Hosu that he let himself be seen. Hey Ida, I didn't know you actually got the internship at Hosu. Looks like we'll be at the same agency. It appears so. It'll be nice to have a friend around, Ida replied with a hint of nervousness in his tone. Well, let's get a move on. You're the one that always preaches about getting to class early, Izuku suggested. The two found the agency's building and explained themselves at the lobby. Eventually Manuel himself came down and greeted the two. The introductions were brief, and the two quickly changed and took the streets. You know, I'm kind of surprised you both chose this agency. I'm sure you got plenty of offers from more prestigious places, the man stated. Well, I don't have any superpowers like you guys, so I probably couldn't keep up anywhere else. Even with the gear. As much as I understand the importance of powerful heroes, I feel I can learn more from the humbler heroes. No offense, of course, Ida offered. None taken. Just be wary, you of all people should know that Hosu has become rather hectic recently, Manuel advised. The two nodded and continued to follow their in turn, both secretly wary of the other for 2 very different reasons. Meanwhile, in another city. Thank you for your time, and sorry for appearing out of the blue, Tamura offered his special guest. If I remember correctly, you are the ones that attacked the USJ. I assume you want me to join your ranks. Are we really that famous? And yes, we would appreciate your cooperation. Your experience as a villain and killing heroes would be invaluable. But what exactly do you need me for? The man was already getting annoyed, and this childish excuse for a villain was just wasting his time. Right now, I just want All Might dead. Shigaraki reached into one of his pockets and pulled out some photos. All Might, kids like these ones. Everything about this hero's society irritates me. He flung the pictures at his guest, who recognized some of them as screenshots from the sports festival. As he went through them, he recognized a certain green-haired student. Thinking this would be worthwhile was a mistake, Stain declared with a toss of the photographs. Killing without conviction is pointless. Going after children is another thing. This childish tantrum of yours is not worth my time. Master, should we proceed? Or let him return to Hosu? Kurojairi asked the television. This is fine. Let him learn to negotiate and mature from his shortcomings. Education is about making one learn, not handing them the answers. Unfortunately for Tamura, he wasn't as smart as he thought, nor was he a quick learner. The attempted negotiations dissolved into violence, where Stain had gotten a good slash on Kurojairi and stabbed Tamura through one shoulder and held the other blade at his neck. You don't seem to understand the situation. You may have the desire to accomplish your goals, but you lack conviction. You're weak and will soon be weeded out with time. The blade by Shigaraki's neck was brought closer, only to be grabbed. I'd like to keep my neck intact. The blade rusted and fell apart under his grip, like natural wearing in a time-lapse. Yeah, I want to kill All Might. I want to bring this society to its knees and kick it into the trash where it belongs. Tamura reached out to grab Stain, who quickly jumped back and sheathed the good knife. It appears we're reached an impasse. You want to destroy this society altogether, but I want to destroy what needs to be and leave it a better place. Yet, we both want to destroy the present. Whatever. Go do whatever you want, just stay out of my way, Shigaraki said with a swish of his hand. You are not completely hopeless. There is a desire in you that has potential to grow. Whether or not you will take that desire and foster it is not up to me. Now, send me back to Hosu. As requested, Kurojairi created a warp gate and the villain was once again in the alleys of the city. Funny, isn't it? With the whole city on alert, villains can't come out, even though a villain is the reason the city is on alert, Manuel said as the 3 returned to the building. The day had been slow, and not a single bad guy had shown their face. Not even a small robbery or theft. Even as Izuku and Ida changed out of their costumes, the latter recalled everything he knew about Stain in his mind. No matter where he showed up, no less than 4 heroes were attacked, and Tensei was still the only incident in Hosu. That meant Stain had to show up again sooner or later, and he hoped it would be sooner. The next afternoon, Manuel took the 2 with him to patrol Kyoto. Midoriya, why don't you go ahead? Ida and I will catch up soon. Meet us at the police station in 10 minutes or so, Manuel requested. Yes, sir, Izuku replied, then went ahead of the other two. Once he was out of hearing range, Manuel addressed the other teen. Ida, I know this is sort of personal, but you're here because you want to get Stain, aren't you? Ida remained silent, which was all Manuel needed for an answer. I know you're feeling things I can't imagine regarding your brother and all, but it's never good to act on a personal grudge. Not only will you get yourself in trouble, but we're not allowed to act like that. Our quirks are allowed to be used through registration, but that does not excuse the use of quirks for selfish purposes. I understand. And, thank you for the warning. However, Ida still wanted revenge. His brother would no longer be a hero due to Stain's actions, and his feelings were all over the place. Within the same city, the reason for Ida's anguish was crouched on a roof-mounted water reservoir. So, you plan on bettering this society. How do you plan on doing so? Tamura questioned while stepping out of a black fog. I will show them what happens to the fake heroes that parade around. The term hero should only apply to the most selfless and just. But so many use the term, despite their greed. Unless these fakers can be removed by society, I will continue to do it myself. The famous hero. Killer leapt from the tank and landed on the roof below, then disappeared over the city horizon. So noble, so grand. I feel like I'm going to puke. He is eccentric, but statistics show that his methods are truly effective. Crime rates fall wherever he appears and do not rise again for quite some time, Kurojiri replied. So, the hero killer is a hero in a way? Such irony. So stupid. And I need to get payback for the stabs. Bring in the Annonmymous. A large, black circle appeared and 3 creatures similar to the one from the USJ emerged. Each had special traits, but it was clear they all shared a basic purpose. Let's have some fun, hero killer. The 3 creatures were sent into the city, and utter destruction followed in their wakes. Fire spread into the sky as the rampage raged on. Tenya, Izuku, we need to head over to Central Hosu. There are several villains attacking and they need reinforcements. Manuel declared once he got off the call. Izuku and Manuel were ahead, and neither noticed Ida stop and rush down an abandoned alleyway. Too much noise. Looks like that idiot's on the move. The speaker turned back to his victim, who was being forcefully pushing into a wall. I'll deal with them after I deal with you. But, can I move? Native tried to threateningly ask his attacker. UBSTRD. You did this. That language is very unbecoming of a hero, Stain replied as he readied his sword. Rapidly approaching footsteps caught his attention, and he saw a knight-like armored person swing a kick at him. The hero killer swung his sword in an upward arc to counter and knocked the helmet off the person's face. A child, huh? Go home, this is not a place for children, Stain advised. All those blades and the scarves. You're Stain. I knew you were here, but I wasn't expecting to meet so soon. The sword was aimed between Ida's eyes. I can tell by the look on your face that you are seeking revenge. Normally I do not attack children, but that does not mean you will not become a target. You're saying that as if it justifies everything you've done. Ida slowly stood up, anticipating his vengeance for his brother. I am here to stop you, as I am the younger brother of someone you have ruined. I am Ingenium, and the one who will end your bloody trail. So that's how it is. Then goodbye, Ingenium. Ida rushed in with a swift kick, but only hit air as Stain easily jumped over the attack. A rare opportunity indeed. 2 brothers with the same name, in the same city, within the same week. Stain returned the kick and embedded one of the shoe's spikes in Ida's shoulder and sent him to the ground. Before he even had a chance to try to get up, the sword was sent through the other shoulder. You're both weak. He can't work as a hero now because of you. No matter what, he looked out for those in need and helped anyone he could. He was what I wanted to be, and you took that from him. And I'll kill you for that. You really think I'm going to spare you now? If you truly wanted to be as great as you claim your brother is, you would have tried to save him first, Stain said with a point at Native, who was still paralyzed. But you let your selfish desires get the best of you. That is nothing like a hero, and that is why you must die. Stain finally pulled the blade from Tenya's shoulder and brought it to his mouth. With a quick lick, Ida lost all feeling in his muscles below his neck. You will not die in vain. You shall be the beginning of a better world. The sword descended. Through his fear, Ida heard the sound of clattering metal. Nothing impaled his back, yet the tip of the sword was cracking the back of his armor. When Ida followed the sword to the wielding hand, then up the forearm, he saw a chain he knew too well wrapped around Stain's arm, stopping the weapon's plummet into his flesh. Midoriya? His friend leaped down from a nearby roof and tugged the chain, dragging Stain away from his victim. He followed it up with a powerful punch to the jaw that sent Stain reeling, then placed himself between Stain and his friend. You're going to be fine, Ida? Izuku had as many items prepared for immediate use as he could. The red goggles May had repaired for a second time were already set to the quirk nullification setting, and a flash marble was resting in his cheek. But Why are you here? I noticed you hadn't followed Manuel and so I assumed you had went looking for Stain. I backtracked to where we last saw you and followed the alleys. He caught a sight of the blood, both coming from his classmate and on Stain's blade. He liked his blade, didn't he? You won't be able to move for a while, but I'll do my best to fend him off until it wears off, Midoriya reassured his friend. How do you know it'll wear off? And how he caused it? The villain, who had recovered from the first attack, spoke for the first time since the green-clad teen appeared. Hello Izuku. It's been a while. It was a simple sentence, nothing more than an everyday greeting. But that one sentence threw the rest of Ida's world upside down. Hello Izuku. It's been a while. Midoriya? How does he know you? He asked, fearing the answer. Look Ida, now's not the time. You and Native are out of commission, so I need you to be quiet, Izuku shot back. But this has nothing to do with you. This is between me and him. For what he did to Tensei. Ida cried out. Ida, you're one of my best friends, which is why I didn't want something like this to happen. But it is happening, so let me take care of it. He turned away from Ida and focused on the hero killer. Before you attack, I need to ask you something, Izuku said to Stain. What if I told you I had a friend who's training to be a hero for money? I would find them and teach them a lesson as soon as I could. Greed has taken over far too many of the heroes that roam the streets today. Just as Izuku predicted, Stain only took the fact at face value, discarding any deeper details. That's where you're wrong. Yes, she wants to be a hero for the money, but not for herself. She's told me about her parents, who are in deep financial troubles. They give whatever they can to pay for her attendance at UA. Because of that, they have little to no money to spend on themselves. But once she becomes a hero, she's going to pay off their debts and give them the life they've given her. The two stared with intensity beyond anything Ida had witnessed before. He could do nothing other than lay there and observe, and hope for the best. That's the problem, Stain. You only look long enough to see what you hate. But the truth is many people are better than they appear. Take my friend for example. Yes, he's acting out of revenge and may not be the embodiment of heroism you strive to mold, but he's a 15-year-old boy who lost the greatest inspiration in his life. He's not thinking straight and hasn't had time to properly come to terms with the fact that his brother is a paraplegic. If he didn't know better, Tenya could have sworn Stain faltered, if not for just a moment. Then he sighed. You never were one to follow my ideals. But I could live with that. I figured you'd become the hero I imagine everyone to be because you knew I'd come for you otherwise. But I won't just stop because you want to help your friend. Heroes go through suffering every day, and one who acts on a grudge is not a true hero. He aimed his sword at the green-haired teen, clearly intent on fighting. Stain, don't make me do this, Izuku pleaded as he prepared his dual chains, oblivious to Ida's questioning. The paralysis over Ida's body faded, and he and Native struggled to their feet. Izuku, I taught you everything you know. I guess it's fitting that it comes down to the two of us now, Stain replied. The two lunged at each other and Native and Ida could only watch as they clashed with blinding speed. The paralysis would randomly come over them again and then fade, which Ida recalled being an effect of the goggles being used against such a quick opponent. You're rusty Izuku. When's the last time you fought for real? When's the last time you had to fight with your life on the line? His mentor mocked with a toss of two knives. One of them embedded itself in Izuku's lower arm, which Stain suddenly appeared in front of him to pull out. Izuku quickly knocked the knife out of Stain's hand and went for a counter, which his teacher avoided before putting distance between him and his student. With the quick break, Izuku messily wrapped some gauze from his belt around the wound and grabbed the knife he had stopped Stain from liking. Ida, you and Native get out of here. Now. Tenya normally would have agreed or asked for a reason, but the only thing on his mind was the constant proof that Izuku was indeed Stain's disciple. His best friend was not just trained by a killer, but the one who put his brother in the hospital and ruined his hero career. Tell me it isn't true. Izuku turned to his classmate, who fell to the ground with the pro-hero beside him. His face was pained, both physically and emotionally. There were tears from the stabs, but tears from the realization. It is true, isn't it? Within the few seconds Midoriya was distracted, Stain closed the distance and stole the knife. His tongue extended and was almost grazing the bloodied blade when everything went white and pain riddled his ears. The momentary surprise was enough for Izuku to snatch the blade back and get a quick cut along Stain's forearm. Once again both of the combatants separated, already preparing for the other to strike. The gauze had come off of Izuku's arm, and at some point his other arm and left leg had been slashed. The red blood stained his dark green suit, turning more of it black than when he had started. Drops trickled down and turned into small puddles on the ground which smeared Izuku's shoes. You're slowing down, Izuku. Has so much of your training gone to waste? Or are you too busy defending others to properly protect yourself? Why not admit that he's not hero material? Because he's my friend. Because I'd rather give my own life right now than force anyone to go through what I went through, what you're putting his brother through. The pure determination in his voice was inspiring, if not frightening regarding how far he was willing to go. The paralysis once again lifted off Ida's shoulders like a massive weight, but he could barely find the will to move. So much was happening, too much was happening at one time to focus on anything. The will to act came in the form of seeing Stain dash at Midoriya faster than the bloodied teen could react to. Without a second thought or hesitation, he put all the power he could muster in his engines and launched forward, intercepting the villain and bringing both himself and Stain to the ground. Not now. Not now of all times. Stain complained just in time to receive another kick that sent him flying into a wall. Ida? Are you okay? Izuku panted out, breathing heavily and quickly. I'll be fine. I may not be worthy to call myself a hero, but I can still make sure no one else needs to bleed for my sake. Your words are unselfish, but your actions are not. You still act out of revenge, which is why you must be eliminated. You got one more recipro in you? Izuku questioned. Most likely. You have a plan? Yes. I can't explain it with him right there, but remember when Uraraka made you float during the alarm? Ida got a general idea of the plan and nodded at his classmate. Okay, I'm counting on that. Let me get us to there, then you can do the rest. The green teen swung his chain and lunged at the hero killer. As the two fought, Izuku took every opening available to wrap the chain around his former teacher, taking another cut across the cheek in his attempts. Soon his part of the plan was complete, and with a hard pull, the chain tightened around Stain, restricting most of his movements on the spot. Now Ida! At his command, Tenya let Midoriya wrap what was left of the chain around his leg and punched his engines at full power. With a jump and re-angling of one leg, the teen started spinning with incredible speed and dragged Stain along for a ride. As the chain continued to wrap around Ida's leg, the hero killer was forced into the spinning vortex at faster and faster speeds. Finally, Ida changed the angles of his propulsion and turned on his axis, sending Stain crashing into the ground just below. A large crater of cracks was all that was left of the nearby alley floor, in the center of which was a mangled, unconscious Stain. The two teens stood in fear and awe at what they had done, until Izuku collapsed. He was still awake, just tired and suffering a bad case of blood loss. Ida wasn't off much better, but he had only received one worrying cut compared to Midoriya's half-dozen or so. Wrap him up. We can't beat him again, Midoriya said, doing his best to hold out his other chain. And throw away any weapon you can find. At some point throughout the fight, Native had regained control of his body and assisted in Ida's finishing touches. Make sure to look in every fold and pocket, Izuku advised, which resulted in another 2 blades being found. Once the search was complete, Native called the police and a few more pro-heroes, urging them to come with equipment for emergency care. Mere minutes later, a short old man with a yellow and white costume appeared in the alley, followed shortly by some of the local heroes and Endeavor, of all people. Midoriya? What happened? Shoto, who was with Endeavor, carefully froze Izuku's and Ida's wounds just enough to stop the bleeding without risking frostbite or damaging the exposed flesh. He happened, the teen replied with a nod in Stain's direction. The villain was awake and guarded by multiple heroes. Ida, on the other hand, had put some distance between Midoriya and himself, much to Todoroki's confusion. He wouldn't pry, but he did notice. Finally, the cops arrived and came to collect Stain and gather reports from the 2 students. You think this is the end? The captured villain demanded. His red eyes held a newfound bloodlust far exceeding anything even Midoriya had been subjected to in his training. I will return to make a more just society. I will not stop until the fakes and frauds are weeded out. Everything went red. The street lamps, the air, even the moon turned crimson. His pure aura was terrifying beyond belief, and all he was doing was standing there. Only the one true hero, All Might, will be my end. As if summoning a demon, 2 eyes, redder than blood, emerged from his aura. It was impossible to describe what was happening or what they were witnessing. All they knew was his very presence was freezing them where they stood. None of Stain's training had ever been this intense. He had never truly realized just how hard Stain had pulled some of his punches throughout the 10 months he had spent training. Then he just fell over. Much like Izuku and Ida, he had overexerted himself trying to get the last bit out. No longer struggling, Stain was easily taken to the police van, where he shouted to one of the teens. Midoriya, the League of Villains is after you and your classmates again. Be wary and don't let down your guard. Hold on a second, Izuku requested of the police that were loading him into the transport. You mean you spoke with the League? Yes. The leader, Tamura Shigaraki, had his pal teleport me to their base. I only saw the inside, and there were no windows, but it was a well-kept bar by the looks of it. When we spoke, he showed me several pictures of you and other UA students from the sports festival and complained about how he hated your kind. That's all I know. Thank you. I'll let my teachers know. The villain was pushed into the back of the van and securely restrained. Once he was all strapped in, The van took off to wherever his new home was going to be. We should probably get the two of you to a hospital as well. We'll definitely have some questions for you, one of the officers stated with a longer than usual glance at Izuku. Yes, sir, both of them replied. After a short wait, an ambulance came and hurried the two to the nearest hospital. Neither had any life-threatening injuries, but Izuku ended up needing more stitches than a baseball for all the slices he had gotten. The rest of the internship was spent at Hosu General Hospital, where the two spent most of the time in their hospital beds with the occasional visitor. Todoroki had come in the first day to check in on the two, but wasn't granted any more time off from his father. Another two guests appeared, this time a well-dressed man with a head like a bloodhound's and manual. Are you two kids recovering all right? The hero asked. Yeah, we are, the green-haired teen replied. Good. My name is Kenji Tsuragami. I'm the chief of police in Hosu, the dog-headed man greeted. Ida and Izuku stood up and bowed, soon to be gestured to sit back down. You are the two who took down the hero killer, right? Well, technically yes, but I have a feeling the right answer will be no in the end, Izuku replied. That is correct, but I will get to that later. When the hero killer was examined by a doctor, he had a few large cuts and several broken bones. He is currently being treated, but you know why I bring those injuries up, right? Yes, sir. I used my quirk in combat without the proper training or any license to do so. Doing so is strictly against the laws given the lack of expressed permission from our current guardian, Ida remorsefully explained with an apologetic look at Manuel. Normally, you two and Manuel would receive strict punishment for your neglect of the laws. I, myself, don't like the idea of putting two teenagers like you into the spotlight that way, which is why I have an offer. Endeavor, Native, and a few others were present at the time of Stain's defeat. If we attribute the defeating of the hero killer to them, the two of you and Manuel would be safe from prosecution. You will not receive the credit you deserve, but there will be nothing to harm you in the future. I'm good with that. Honestly, I don't want any more attention regarding me and Stain than I'm probably going to get from this, Izuku quickly replied. I agree. I made a mistake, and Manuel and Midoriya should not have to be punished for my actions. I accept your offer, and I apologize, Manuel. As long as you learn from this, it's fine. Just be more careful from now on, the normal hero offered. I want you to know that even though it was against the rules, I do appreciate what you have done. You have saved many heroes that would have been attacked in the future and have brought a menace to justice. Tsuragami and Manuel bowed, then left the two to get some rest. But aside from mentioning his classmate, Ida was silent for most of the day, only talking to the nurses and caregivers while hardly batting an eye at his friend. It wasn't surprising. He knew Ida would need time to comprehend everything that recently happened on top of what he was already dealing with beforehand. So Izuku let Ida be, not breaking the silence or doing anything to attract his attention. The next morning, all the television stations were talking about Stain and the appearance of the Annonmymous. There was a very brief mention of Tamura and Kurogiri, but the reports went right back to the hero killer. The whole day was filled with calls from classmates, each asking about the recent hero killer events. Ida and Midoriya stuck to the details they had been given, and none of their friends were left the wiser. Later that day, Ida was allowed to leave the hospital. He gave a quick goodbye to Midoriya, but it lacked his usual enthusiasm and overall friendliness. Endeavor, Native, and the other heroes that had arrived at the end of the fight gave speeches around lunchtime, which Izuku watched as he munched down on some food the nurses had brought up. There were obvious traces of unhappiness on Endeavor's face, which was pretty amusing to the teen. Meanwhile, those who were in other cities went about their internships as usual. Uravity, you seem to have a little experience with martial arts. Is that correct? Yes, Gunhead, she eagerly replied, awaiting the next lesson. Good. Then come at me with this, he said with a toss of a dull knife. She rushed towards him, using the lessons Izuku gave her about striking fast and trying to close off opportunities for the enemy to counter. Not bad, but the problem is you still can't get close enough. Now, if I just grab you like this, he said as his hands closed on her wrist and neck, and use your momentum like this, I can get you to the ground where I can then kick away the knife, he explained with a demonstration of each move. Don't look unenthusiastic. After all, what point is there in cleaning up the public parks if you don't enjoy helping? Yes, Mr. Fourth Kind. Kirishima and Tetsu shouted in unison, picking up their efforts to clean up more than the other. Kendo and Momo appeared in a commercial for their internship, Jiro helped Death Arms and his apprentice stop a hostage situation, and Froppy even got to help Selkie and his crew stop an octopus-like smuggler. Bakugo, on the other hand, got a new hairdo. After 2 days in the hospital, Izuku was cleared to leave, only to be met by police and Detective Tsukachi at the front door. Let me guess, questioning? The green-haired teen asked at the detective's approach. We have been given a report by one of the heroes and your classmate that we must look into. I know you just got out of the hospital, but this simply cannot wait. I understand. But before we leave, can you send someone to bring my mother with us? She deserves to be one of the first to hear a real explanation. Yes. I will get someone on that. Meanwhile, will you come with us? Izuku agreed and was led into the back of the police car Tsukachi arrived in, not at all eager for what was going to happen. The ride took over 3 hours. 3 short, fleeting hours. The station came into view, and another car was waiting outside. When Izuku and Tsukachi emerged, Inko rushed out of the car and ran to her son. Izuku, are you okay? I heard you and your friend were attacked. She pulled him into a tight hug that he returned. Yeah, I'm fine. You've had to ask that a lot though recently, haven't you? With all due respect, we must take him in for questioning. He has requested that you be present. Tsukachi led the Midoriyas into the building, where he took them through halls and passages until he walked into a questioning room. Unlike in the movies, it was pretty well lit, and the walls were a bright shade of blue that gave off a friendlier feel than typical movie scenes. Please, sit down. There's a lot to discuss, and I'm sure we all want to get this over with. No cuffs or ropes were used to bind Izuku to the table, but 2 armed guards stood right outside the door. Not that he had any intentions of fighting right now. I'll be straightforward with you, Native and Tenya Ida reported you and Stain addressing each other like comrades, or A with teacher-student attitude. More so, there were apparent mentions of you two personally knowing each other. Are these true? Inko just started at her boy disbelievingly, and Izuku sighed, not able to look his mom in the eyes. Yes. When I went missing a while ago, I left with him. And before you ask any more questions, I'll save you the trouble. He saved me from the sludge villain that attacked Katsuki Bakugo that one day, and we ended up speaking. He evidently saw something in me. I guess potential is the right term. He offered to train me to be strong. Slowly, Izuku reached out and gently grabbed his mother's hands, still not looking her in the eye. I wanted to turn him in. I know I should have turned him in. I had opportunity after opportunity, yet I did nothing. Instead, I left you behind for the chance to be something more than the helpless boy I used to be. I never gave a good apology, and nothing I say can excuse what I did to you, but I am so sorry for what I did. And I'm sorry for what I'm doing to you now. I know you've always seen me as a sweet little boy, but the truth is I'm just not that same kid anymore. But why? Why did you go with him, of all people? Inko begged. I don't know. He was willing to take a risk that no one else would consider. He gave me the strength to become something. He's the reason I was able to get into UA in the first place. Izuku, what exactly did you do under his training? The detective asked, jotting down notes from the boy's interactions with his mother. It was mainly learning different types of combat, stealth, and a few other things. I know what you're trying to ask, and the answer is no. He showed me how to kill someone if I needed to, but he never actually had me kill anybody. I'm not a murderer, nor have I attacked anyone besides 2 men that attempted to mug a woman on the streets. And even then, I didn't physically hurt them. I just gave them a really bad scare. Is there anything else we should know? Tsukachi questioned. Izuku thought about it, and a few details came to mind. He had a hangout or base or whatever you want to call it just by the outskirts, where there's almost never anyone else. He also went into public a lot. Much more than I expected, and he used simple disguises like baseball caps and medical masks. He wasn't always like the man you hear about in the stories and reports. He was actually calm and collected more often than not, to the point of being friendly at times. It was weird in the beginning, but I got used to being around him after a while because of his calmer demeanor. Interesting, Tsukachi muttered as he took a few more notes. For him to be like that suggests he's not beyond saving. With luck and hard work, we may be able to rehabilitate him. Is there any chance you can keep my involvement with him a secret? Truthfully, I doubt it. Rumors have a way of spreading, and with how popular Stain is right now, I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before this is revealed. But you have my word that I'll do whatever I can to keep you protected from any potential backlash, the detective answered. Thank you. Can you make sure my mom is protected as well? I don't want her to suffer because of all this. Of course. A knock came from the door, and when opened, Aizawa stepped in with Nizu perched inside the capture weapon. May we have a moment alone with the student? The tired man requested. Of course. Tsukachi left, followed by Inko, who gave a quick, worried look at Izuku before closing the door behind her. Am I getting expelled? Midoriya asked before Aizawa could even sit down. That's actually what we came to talk to you about. Do you wish to continue being a student at UA? The mouse-like man asked. Well, yeah. It's been a lifetime dream, but I don't know how well the others would take it, not to mention the field day the media would have, Izuku replied. But aren't you worried about having me as a student? You know, because Stain and all. It will be difficult, but we must let the truth be known. Maybe you trained under Stain, but you have shown time and time again that you are not like him. You put yourself at risk to help a friend, and technically speaking, you have not broken any rules, as you do not have a quirk to use without a license. It may not paint a pretty picture for UA, but we can deal with the feedback. You haven't done anything to warrant expulsion yet. Quite the opposite in fact, Aizawa added. So, I can still go to classes? Of course. If you feel comfortable, that is, Nizu exclaimed. But you understand that when word about what really happened gets out, you may face some harsh treatment from classmates, right? I know. I already have a feeling Ida's not going to be happy with my return, Izuku replied. Besides, I doubt any of them could be worse than him though, he added with an unamused chuckle. If you have any questions or need anything, feel free to ask, Nizu offered. The two grown-ups left, and Tsukachi returned. I don't believe we have any more questions, so you may leave if you want. If anything comes up, we'll stop by. Is that okay? Yes, sir. Thank you for not assuming the worst of me, Midoriya responded with a bow. He and his mother met in the hall and were led to the car that would take them home. The two rode in silence, neither really knowing what to say to the other. When they got home it was already late, so they offered quick goodnights and went to their own rooms. In the morning, Izuku woke up to a full breakfast already prepared. There were steaming pancakes with syrup and berries with a glass of orange juice. Morning, Mom, the teen greeted with a yawn. He sat down in front of the plate and dug in. I know you probably have some questions, so feel free to ask. It's the least I can do after keeping so many secrets. I don't have any questions right now. But I do have one request. Please, if something like this happens again, be honest with me, she requested. I will. I promise. He absolutely hated putting his mother through everything he had, and looking back, telling her as soon as he returned the first time may have been better in the long run. Thankfully, it was a Saturday, so he had some time off before he needed to face Ida again. However, he soon found out that more than his fair share of troubles would be coming his way when a certain video caught his eye on YouTube. The video's title was, Hero Killer, Stain Has an Apprentice, and the thumbnail was a view of the two students and Stain in the alleyway. Nervously, Izuku clicked on the video. The resolution was low, but there it was still good enough to make out Izuku's and Ida's hero costumes. Luckily, that would limit the people able to link the two together to just one, Mei, and anyone else responsible for the production of his costume. From the angle, Izuku could tell the video was shot from a security camera on a streetlight. Upon starting the video, he could make out the conversation he had with Stain right before the fight. Izuku, I taught you everything you know. I guess it's fitting that it comes down to the two of us now. However, the sound quality was inconsistent, and his name was barely intelligible even when he knew it was coming. The video stopped a few seconds later, leaving much to the viewer's imaginations. So, it wasn't as bad as he had expected, but anyone who personally knew him would likely put the pieces together. Things would take another twist when the video of Stain's speech popped up on the autoplay. The video footage had been edited to focus on Stain. His sheer attitude grasped Izuku even through the screen, but it was nowhere near as terrifying as it was being there in person. Izuku flopped onto the pile of blankets and contemplated the future. The events in Hosu would undoubtedly come up in class, that was a given. Knowing Ida, he wouldn't intentionally feed the rumors and whispers that came about. But all it would take was one classmate to see the video. With a sigh, Izuku got up and pulled out his costume suitcase. He inspected everything, making notes about what to get changed and what he could keep. The goggles and utility belt were both musts, but some new gadgets wouldn't hurt either. He hardly used the air bullet glove, so he could either replace it or get into the habit of using it. The chains were also definite keepers, but he had yet to make good use of the staff and knife. Upon closer look of the sleeves, the new material held up pretty well against Stain's blades, but some armor segments would be invaluable. Once the bloodstains were cleaned, that is. Maybe Mei or even Yayorozu could give him a hand when it came to some new equipment. Throughout the day, both videos of Stain had been deleted and re-uploaded with different titles countless times. Izuku stopped counting after the 8th time, and decided to stop watching altogether at that point. Sunday was pretty boring, especially for a weekend. He spent some time in the woods near the park teaching himself some new tricks with the dual chains and worked on incorporating the air glove into his fighting style. Then Monday finally came. He felt like he should be happy to see his friends again, but he just didn't feel like being anywhere near the school. When he opened the door, everyone present turned his way, eager to see who was entering. Oh, Deku, you're finally here, Uraraka excitedly exclaimed. He gave her a weak smile and quietly made his way to his desk. Everyone was talking about the exciting parts of their internships, or at least what was most memorable. I actually got to help Death Arms take down a few villains. He was really impressed with my ability to help out with recon and surveillance. I got to help Selkie catch some smugglers, Froppy chimed in. I think Achiko had a good time at her internship too. The conversing group looked at Uraraka, who had started throwing some quick jabs that Gun had taught her at the air. Yeah, but I don't think anyone went through more than Midoriya and Ida. After all, how often does one survive an attack from Stain? Siro shouted from across the room. Neither of them answered, both finding a way to avoid the imminent discussion. But it's a good thing Endeavor showed up. If he didn't, the dash Kirishima started, only to get cut off by Ida. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we don't really want to talk about it. His classmates could tell something bad had happened, but also that it was something not to dig into. But not everyone was quick to drop the topic of the hero killer. Speaking of, did anyone else see the video? Apparently, he may have an apprentice, Kaminari stated. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through his camera roll. There was a brief section of the talk Stain and Izuku shared before the fight, then the phone went silent. No way. I never would have expected him to take on a successor, Ojiro muttered. Hey, that costume. Mina pointed out, only to disappear and manifest in her seat when Aizawa walked in. If anyone noticed the quick glance he took at Izuku, none of them mentioned it. Now that your internships are over, you will be returning to regular classes. However, we would all appreciate it if certain events were not brought up, especially on, near, or around school grounds. Understood? Yes, sir. Mostly everyone replied. Good. Final exams are coming up soon, so I would suggest you pick up your studies and training. There will be both a written and a practical component, so make sure not to slack off. That's all I have. The day flew by, and soon enough 1A was in ground gamma with all might. It's been a while. I hope you all are well. Since you all just got back from your internships, we'll try to have some fun today. Today's exercise will be a modified game of tag. You will be split into 2 groups of 10 and given a tracker. So, let's get the teams out of the way. All Might pulled out his box of ball and pulled out 10 in quick succession. Okay. So Team A will be Aoyama, Jiro, Tokoyami, Mineta, Uraraka, Hagakure, Koda, Ida, Ojiro and Bakugo. Everyone else is on Team B. Now, the rules are quite simple. Upon getting tagged, you must press your tracker. Doing so will signify you are tagged. There are 2 recovery stations, 1 for each team. Stepping in the station will deactivate the tracker until you are tagged again, and the cycle repeats. Quirks are allowed, but you are not allowed to use them offensively. The teacher looked among the students quickly. For example, Todoroki may use his ice to cross over spaces and build bridges, but he may not use it to immobilize another student. Achiko can use her quirk to leap high, but may not use it to completely avoid the field. Everyone must actively participate, so no hiding in the middle of nowhere. Any questions? None? Okay, then come up with plans in your teams while I hand out the devices. So, anyone have a plan? Kaminari asked his 9 teammates. I think we should start with Shoji finding the other people's locations, Kirishima suggested. What if we break into teams of 2? That way we can cover some decent ground but still have someone to watch everyone's back, Sato threw in. I like it. But keep in mind, they have Jiro and Koda, so they'll have more available surveillance and recon options. Not to mention Aoyama's laser, Ida's speed, and Bakugo's power, as we mentioned. And that's what we'll take advantage of, Midoriya stated. Aoyama's laser is powerful but it wears him out fast. If we force him to go on the offensive, he'll quickly be put out of commission. Ida is fast, but his mobility is limited by his speed. If we can get him in a place with a lot of obstacles, he'll have to slow down to a more manageable speed, or get him to overheat his engines in open areas. As for Bakugo, I'll deal with him. If you insist. But that still leaves Tokoyami's Dark Shadow and Hagakure's invisibility. Not to mention Mineta's orbs. Sure, he's not the best of us, but those things are dangerous under the right conditions as Midoriya displayed in TH against Bakugo, Todoroki declared. Yeah, Hagakure will be a problem, but she'll have her tracker on her, so she won't be impossible to spot. And Mineta's orbs are easy to see if you know to look for them, Mina replied. Sorry to interrupt, but here you go, All Might offered as he handed out 10 small, disc-like devices. It doesn't matter where you put them, just make sure you honor the rules and use them. Everyone placed the devices on their uniforms and immediately went back to planning. By the way, Midoriya, why are you just in a gym uniform? Mina asked. Oh, my costume got damaged so I sent it to be repaired, he replied. Everyone, proceed to the recovery stations, All Might instructed. The 20 students entered the complex and followed the markings to their starting positions. Good luck, Ida. Same to you, Uraraka, the green-haired teen offered. You too, Deku. Achiko returned. Ida just brushed him off and picked up his pace. By the time he and his group reached the starting point, a general plan had been formed and agreed upon. Momo had created a bunch of the earpieces like those used in the 2-on-2 battles, and she had been paired with Shoji to surveil as much of the field as possible. The moment the starting buzzer sounded, half of the team rushed into the factory-like maze and proceeded with the first part of the plan. Simply put, the fastest of the teammates would try to get a head start on points while the others caught up when things got more and more intense. Midoriya, what was wrong with Ida just earlier? I've never seen him just ignore you like that, the teen asked as the 2 ran. It has to do with Hosu. I'd rather not talk about it, or at least not yet. The 2 ran deeper and deeper until they came upon the first member of Team A. And of course, it had to be Bakugo. I knew you'd be the first one on the move, nerd. But I didn't expect you to team up with Icy Hot. At least I understand the concept of teamwork, Izuku retorted. Todoroki, would you like the honor? His signal, Todoroki coated the ground in a layer of ice that spread far and wide. The ice effectively made running impossible without cleats, which both teammates had. Nice try, but you should know I don't need the ground, Katsuki sneered before using explosions to fly through the air. I was counting on it, Izuku muttered. With Bakugo's ability to run on the ground hampered, the two ducked into a mess of pipes that was too narrow for him to navigate with his flight. The two separated, leaving Bakugo behind as they stalked through the mazes of pipes. Soon enough the green-haired team caught sight of Ida, Achiko, and Aoyama. After quickly flanking the three, he quietly dashed from behind and slapped Aoyama and Achiko on the backs while running past them. Get him, Ida! Achiko and Aoyama encouraged as they ran back to the recovery station. Izuku wasted no time and returned for the third point. But instead of running, dodging, or even fighting back, Ida just stood there, frozen. He didn't see his best friend playing a game of tag. He saw the apprentice of the man who almost killed him coming back for him, and only him. Something was wrong. Ida wasn't making any moves to defend himself whatsoever. Izuku skidded to a halt in front of his classmate. Ida. The green-haired teen snapped his fingers in front of the expressionless helmet twice, receiving a startled swing at his hand. Calm down, it's just me. Izuku gave a wave that people give when trying to de-escalate a situation, which actually seemed to work. Sorry. I don't know what came over me. Ida's voice was calm, but his eyes were frightened. He had a feeling things were going to happen between him and Ida, but this was a bit beyond what he had expected. In his distracted state, he didn't notice Ojiro come up from behind until he was tagged. Darn it, the teen muttered. You feeling better? He asked his friend with a tap to his tracker. Yes, I'm fine. If you insist. Midoriya quickly ran off to the recovery station, passing a few teammates and radioing others. The game went smoothly after that. He didn't even run into Bakugo. Attention students. The last 5 minutes will be a sudden death. From here on out, if you get tagged, you're out for the rest of the game. All Might announced over the speaker system. Renewed vigor filled each and every competitor, until the only ones left standing were Izuku and Kaminari on Team B and Hagakure and Bakugo on Team A. I'll take Bakugo. You got Hagakure? Sure thing, man, the electric teen replied. Like I'll let you tag me, Deku, Katsuki sneered. The two ran towards each other and let loose. Izuku's speed and agility were just as blinding as Bakugo's explosions that he used to redirect his trajectory. Izuku was on the offensive, using his ferocity to force his classmate to keep retreating without a chance to counter. Kaminari and Hagakure had their own battle nearby, but nowhere near as intense as their teammates. A quick struggle resulted in Hagakure using her invisibility to sneak around Kaminari and grab his shoulder. Nearby, a chain swung through the air with devastating speed. Bakugo took a few strikes, most of which would leave bruises or red marks. He hardly noticed the pain, solely focused on not being beaten again. A loud buzzer rang through the grounds, cutting off the fight before a winner could be determined. Time is up. The score is 72 points for Team A and 70 points for Team B. Looks like you lucked out, Deku. I could say the same about you. Both classmates and their teams returned to the entrance of Ground Gamma, where All Might was already waiting for them. You all did very well today. There is not much to discuss, so I'll let you all change and return to the classroom before doing so. After a short trip back to the main campus, the guys and girls split ways to change. Hey Midoriya, look at this, Mineta whispered. Just next to his locker, a poster on the wall had been peeled back to reveal a hole carved into the wall. Don't even think about it, Mineta. Getting caught peeping is more than enough to warrant strict punishment, Ida advised from a short distance away. Sometimes you have to take a risk. Mineta retorted. He put his eye right into the hole and began muttering nonsense about what he was going to see. That's real heroic, you know that? Midoriya asked as he pushed the teen away from the hole. That same moment, one of Jiro's earphone jacks shot through the hole, almost impaling Mineta's eye. It flopped around looking for a target, then slowly retreated. You would have deserved that, you know, the green-haired teen stated as he fed the jack into the hole. Sorry about that, we'll get someone to fill this in, he offered when Jiro's earlobe retracted to the room next door. Not surprisingly, most of the girls made blatant attempts to avoid the short teen throughout the rest of the day. As I said before, you all did very well. However, I do have some notes for each of you regarding what you could do or not do to earn more points should we do this again. As he spoke, each student was handed a sheet of paper with feedback. Don't rely on yourself so much? Izuku asked himself as he skimmed the page. That is all for today. I will see you all next time. All Might left, and the kids began sharing what they got back with each other. I had a feeling he would mention my mobility, Kirishima muttered. Yeah. I don't think he saw me enough to leave feedback, Hagakure replied. It's only natural, given your circumstances. Still, he has a point when he mentions my lack of awareness of my surroundings, Ojiro added. The final bell of the day went off, and the students quickly packed their things to go home. Most of them were out of the door quickly, except the person Izuku needed. "Ida, I need to talk to you," Izuku said as he approached his classmate. "I'm sorry Midoriya, but I must be heading out," he replied nervously. He hurriedly packed his books and was halfway to the door when Izuku stepped in front of him. For a brief moment, Ida stepped back in response. "I'll make it quick, but I need you to listen." "Very well. What is it?" Ida asked once everyone else was gone. "I can see how you are around me now. I can tell how scared and unsure you are when I'm near you. And what I want to say is, I get it if you don't want to be my friend anymore." "You really think that's what I want?" Ida questioned after making sure his hearing was okay. "Don't give me that bullshit. Just now you tried to get away, and you literally froze in place during training. I get that being trained by Stain is enough to ruin a person's reputation, but you also have to go about class knowing my mentor is the reason your brother is in the hospital. You probably won't be remotely comfortable around me again anytime soon. So starting now, I'll treat you as a classmate. Nothing more, nothing less." Izuku went to leave and was already out the door when his classmate grabbed his shoulder. It wasn't rough, but it wasn't a friendly, gentle grab either. "Why did you do it? You had to have known who Stain was and what he did, yet you willingly let him take you under his wing." Izuku sighed, not at all eager to go where this was going. "Sit down, it's a loaded response." Ida and Izuku both sat down in the nearest seats, neither speaking as Midoriya prepared himself to recall some unpleasant things. "Just imagine. You're a child who wants nothing more than to be a hero, the greatest hero. You're already practicing to use whichever of your parents' quirks you inherit. You prepare catchphrases for when you become famous and spend day after day waiting for your quirk to finally manifest. Your friends get their quirks one by one, but nothing changes for you." The teen took a deep breath and continued. "Then one day you're taken to a doctor for a checkup. That's when you get told you're quirkless. Each and every test they use have come to the same conclusion: you'll never have a quirk. At the age of 6, your entire dream is all but shattered. The people you thought were friends make it their mission to make your quirkless life miserable, the teachers do little to help, even your own mother indirectly tells you she doesn't believe you can be a hero." All at once, Ida had been dragged into a story he never expected. He had known quirkless people had it rough in modern society, but he had never guessed just how bad it had been for his classmate. "Your former best friend constantly bullies you, telling you you'll be nothing, that compared to them, you're less than the dirt they walk on every day. That you should jump off the roof and hope for a quirk in the next life." Izuku turned to look out the window, not trusting himself to make eye contact at this point of the story. "And you know what? Maybe I would have taken his advice and killed myself. Whether or not he truly meant it, I would never find out. But I didn't. I didn't because I met him." "I'm sorry, Midoriya. You don't have to keep going if you don't want to," Ida tried to offer. "No, you wanted to know, so I'm going to tell you. As I was saying, when I first met him, he had saved me. I would have died that day if he didn't stop the villain that attacked me. Yes, he scared me. Yes, I was constantly telling myself to call the police, but he did something no one else did." Izuku looked into Ida's eyes, then spoke. "He gave me a chance. He saw potential in me that no one else saw. He, the hero killer, was more willing to help me than anyone else I had known. And that's why I trained under him. For the first time, I had a chance to become something more than a quirkless loser. As ironic as it is, Stain was the one who gave me the means to try to be a hero." Midoriya wiped away the tears he didn't even notice until he finished, and his classmate was looking like his emotions were undetermined as well. "I'll let you go now. I'll see you tomorrow, I guess." Izuku had gotten all the way to the main gates when Ida came up from behind and asked him something. "Was it Bakugo? Was he the one who told you to do that?" "It's that obvious, huh?" "Yeah, it was him. I still don't really know why he has it out for me. Maybe because I was an easy target, maybe it's for that one time I offered to help him after a fall. I do want to be your friend. I admit it's hard to be around you when I know you had loyalties to the man that ruined my brother and almost killed me, but you also fought him to save me. You've been a good person to us, and I know that not even too deep, I don't want to lose you as a friend." Izuku smiled, which was slowly returned. "It'll probably be hard to be around you for a while, but I want you to know that I don't intend to hurt your feelings," Tenya offered. "Thanks. But on that topic, what are you going to do when the others find out? I know about that video Kaminari has on his phone, and it sounded like Mina may have recognized your costume." "I don't really know. I guess I'll cross that bridge when we get there. But on a happier topic, what did All Might give you for feedback?" "Oh, he said I should work on my navigation of small, cluttered spaces. I understand where he's coming from, as I am easy to outrun under the right circumstances." "What about you?" "He told me not to rely on myself so much," Midoriya replied. "It makes sense. You were trained to work on your own. It would only make sense that you stick to that even when you have teammates. Or at least place most of the burden on yourself." "Yeah, I see that looking back." The two chatted all the way to the station, where they parted ways. As the detective had said, rumors had a way of spreading. By the second day back from internships, almost everyone at UA had either seen or heard of Stain's possible student. I heard of the 1A students has a costume just like the one Stain's apprentice wore, Izuku heard one of the other UA students say. What if it is one of the 1A students? Another asked. Things weren't any better in homeroom. A few of the conversations revolved around the rumors, and a few students stole quick glances in his direction. Everyone, get to your seats, Aizawa instructed upon entering the room. Summer vacation is nearing, as you all know. After careful consideration, we have decided to hold a training camp in the woods for vacation. He may as well have told them they won the lottery. All at once, the class exploded into excitement. Oh man, I can't wait. I went camping as a kid, but this is going to be so much more exciting. I wonder what kind of training they're going to have us do? Who cares? As long as there's open baths. Enough. The room went silent faster than it had become excited. If you don't pass the final exam next week, you will not be allowed to go. Once again, the room erupted into cheers, only this time of encouragement. You're all dismissed. And Midoriya, your costume has been repaired, so you can pick it up now if you wish. The tired man quickly stepped out of the room with the green-haired student on his heels. Guys, huddle up. Mina ordered. What's up? Is something wrong? Kirishima asked. Yeah, what gives? Zero asked. Kaminari, do you still have the video saved on your phone? Yeah, here, the teen replied. He pulled his phone from his pocket and went to the video. Mina grabbed the phone and paused the video. So this person is the one Stain's talking to, right? She asked with a point at the mystery figure. Seems so, Jiro replied. Well, does the costume look familiar to anyone else? The phone was passed around so everyone could get a good look at the screen. Oh my god, isn't that Midoriya's costume? Yaoyorozu muttered. That's my point. It's hard to make out, but it appears to be mostly green. But think about it. He's quirkless, yet has enough skill to get into 1A. We've seen just what he's capable of, and not many people can pull off what he has. Hey Ida, didn't he go to Manuel's agency as well? I am not at liberty to discuss such matters behind his back, the teen replied. Yeah, and there's no way that can be Deku. Sure, he's a great fighter and all, but that doesn't mean he's Stain's apprentice. Achiko declared. Uraraka is right. Just because there is a similarity in costumes and skills does not mean Midoriya is a killer. That's true. But still, Mina said as she replayed the video. Izuku, I taught you everything you know. I guess it's fitting that it comes down to the two of us now. Hey, play that again, Kirishima said. Izuku, I taught you everything you know. I guess it's fitting that it comes down to the two of us now. Many of the huddled students shared stares as first few seconds of the video were played over and over again. It can't be, Achiko muttered. We need to get to the bottom of this, soon, Jiro muttered. Are you extras really worried about Deku? He's still a loser, Bakugo sneered from his desk. Are you sure? You've experienced his skills firsthand more than any of us, said Sato. As if on cue, the classmate they were discussing walked back into the room with his suitcase. The huddled group dispersed and returned to their seats in time for the first class of the day. By the time hero training had come around, more than a few plans to uncover the truth had circulated. Hello class. Today we will be doing a joint training. Change into your costumes and meet at ground beta. I'll give further details there. As the boys stripped and changed into their costumes, a few took note of finer details of Midoriya's new outfit. It was still a dark green with black highlights, but segmented armor plates had been attached down his shins and on the knees, along with his elbows and forearms. The respirator had been redesigned to function just as well at a smaller size, and his shoes had been outfitted with metal toes and heels. Before leaving, he wrapped both chains around his torso like bandoliers and placed the red goggles on his forehead. How long are you going to stare? He asked without turning to face the others. He left the changing room, not giving them a chance to reply. I think he's on to us, said Kaminari. The lollygagging teens quickly made their way to ground beta, where a few 1B students were also heading. Hey Tetsu, how's it hanging? Kirishima greeted his 1B counterpart. Just fine man, how about you? Good for the most part. You all on the way to ground beta? Yeah. Vlad King mentioned something about a joint training. I know this happens in Season 5, but I already planned on doing this before the season came out, and I still haven't read the manga. However, I will probably use some similar circumstances and team-ups to make it easier to write. Anyways, let's pick up the pace. Soon enough both classes were in front of the giant city-like arena. All Might, Aizawa, and Vlad King were already waiting for them. Welcome students. I'm sure you've put the pieces together by now, so I'll get straight to it. You will be participating in a specialized 4-on-4 exercise much like you first day. However, every team will be composed of 2 students from 1A and 2 students from 1B. The point of the exercise is to test your abilities to effectively communicate while dealing with both known and unknown enemies. Ah man, Where's the fun in being teamed up with the horrible 1A class? There's nothing to prove if you can only beat a few at a time, a familiar blonde with an over-the-top suit complained. Monoma, do not make me deal with you before training even starts, Kendo sighed from behind him, hand already raised to come down on his shoulder. The teen quieted down, but still whispered grievances under his breath. Unlike the first exercise, the sole purpose of this exercise is to capture your opponents either with the provided capture tape or other means available. While incapacitation by force or injury is technically allowed, points will be deduced should you choose that route. Excuse me, sir, but will Aizawa and Vlad King be participating as well? One of the 1B students asked. No. They are both here to observe and take notes for future reference. Any other questions? Will we be picking our own teams or are they already chosen? Midoriya asked. They have already been randomly generated, All Might answered, then pulled a list from his pocket. The first match will be Yayorozu, Komori, Kirishima, and Tsunatori against Fukudashi, Kodai, Mineta, and Aoyama. The other teams are as follows. Midoriya patiently waited until he heard his name. He was paired with Monoma, Kendo, and Tokoyami and would be facing Tetsu, Ashido, Subiraba, and Shoji in the last match. One by one the matches went by until it was his turn to head in. Before leaving, he went up to Aizawa and took off his goggles. I know these are useful, but they sort of defeat the purpose of the exercise. I'll grab them when I'm done, he said, then ran into the large city. What are those? Vlad King asked as Aizawa placed the red goggles in his pocket. From what I've seen, they're quirk nullifiers, but have a few other uses as well. Like the teams before them, the both groups were given 2 minutes to discuss their enemies' quirks and how to counter them. Shoji's biggest strength is his ability to gather information of his surroundings. We'll need to be as quiet as possible if we don't want to get caught. Ashido is athletic, and her acid can be used to aid her movement and be used as a weapon, Midoriya explained. Tetsu's strength is his ability to become nearly impervious with his steel form. And Subiraba can solidify the very air he breathes. It remains solidified for a few minutes afterwards, and is completely soundproof, Kendo offered. So we must find a way to turn the tides in our favor. Personally, I think Shoji will be the greatest threat, Tokoyami added. So what exactly can you two do? I know Monoma can copy quirks, but what are your limitations? As if I'd give away my weaknesses to someone from 1A. Monoma, they are just trying to make it easier to come up with a plan, Kendo sighed. I can enlarge my fists to the point where I can easily wrap my fingers around a person. My strength also increases, but only in my arms and shoulder muscles. Monoma can copy 2 quirks and use them separately, but only for 5 minutes after touching whoever he's copying. What should we know about you? Dark Shadow, despite being physically connected to me, is his own conscious being. He and I work well together, but I do not need to be fully conscious for him to be able to fight. That being said, light is his weakness, and too much darkness makes him harder to control. I'm also really fast and strong. Dark Shadow added with a peek from underneath Tokoyami's cloak. As you both discovered at the sports festival, I'm quirkless. However, I'm a great martial artist and can run through environments like this with ease. I have these 2 chains, a combat knife, smoke pellets, and flash marbles. As he spoke, he grabbed 4 of the mentioned spheres from his belt and handed them out to his teammates. You can put these in a pocket, but I prefer to put it in my mouth. Just make sure you close your eyes and cover your ears before using it. Izuku popped the last marble in his mouth and started planning. Monoma, despite his attitude, was willing to contribute if it meant beating at least 2 1A students in a battle. You're going to want to keep an eye on Midoriya, Vlad. You'll see what makes him different, the tired teacher suggested when he saw All Might get ready to announce the beginning of the last exercise of the day. Final match, begin. Final match, begin. The moment the words left All Might's mouth, Dark Shadow grabbed Midoriya and flew him up to the top of the nearest building. Thanks, the teen gave with a thumbs up, which the shadowy spirit returned before flying back down to his host. Good job. Let's get moving, Tokoyami said, and started to run. Don't tell me what to do, Monoma demanded, despite running to avoid getting left behind. Kendo, you're sure Tetsu and Subiraba are going to try to make the first move? Almost certain. Both of them are pretty straightforward, especially Tetsu. But still, we should be prepared for them to change tactics. Meanwhile, Izuku was surveilling as many rooftops as possible. Shoji needed a position that offered unobstructed input, and the tops of the buildings were his best guess. The end of the roof came up, and he leapt into the air without hesitation and fell 3 stories before landing on the next roof. With a quick tuck and roll, he was back up and running at high speeds. Down at the observation area, Vlad watched almost in awe at the display Aizawa's student was putting on. See Vlad, that's what training and hard work can really achieve. He's been training to be a hero without a quirk since before he came to UA. He's probably pushed his body far beyond anything we've put our students through. Izuku's arm rose and a cord shot from below his palm, and suddenly he left the ground as the cable pulled him through the air and up to the top of another building. You know, there are rumors spreading through the school, and I'm pretty certain they're about him, the teacher stated. And what of them? Whether or not they are true, he earned his spot in UA fair and square. Look, Shoyuta, I know you have a soft spot for your students, we all do. But the fact of the matter is, if these rumors are proven true, his life at UA will become a living hell. I get that he's a good kid, but I just don't know how I feel about having Stain's former student here at UA. This coming from the man who uses his own blood as a weapon, the teacher retorted before scribbling a few notes. Vlad just snorted and returned his attention to the exercise on the screens. Dark Shadow, go check in with Midoriya. On it. The dark bird flew above the rooftops and zoomed away. It took a quick scan, but the spirit found its target and closed in. Midoriya, Fumikage is requesting an update. I haven't found anything yet, but if I do, I'll drop some smoke pellets. How are you guys doing? We are fine. No problems aside from Minoma. Figured. Are Tokoyami and the others far from here? Dark Shadow shook his head in a no gesture. Good. You can head back now. And keep your eyes on the windows. There's more than enough places to hide in this place. Dark Shadow dove and disappeared from Izuku's sight. Truthfully, he had caught a glimpse of Shoji in a nearby alleyway, but telling Dark Shadow would have opened the door for eavesdroppers. Luckily, he had carved a message into the surface he was standing on and passed the information on to Dark Shadow. What did he say? Kendo asked when the bird returned. He saw Shoji in the alley between those two buildings, the spirit whispered with a point towards the direction he had come from. He has not seen the others, but he believes they may still be grouped up. Good. Minoma, you're the best for this scenario. If they attack you, you can easily counter. We need you to be the first to check out the alley when we get there, Kendo instructed. Do my ears deceive me, or did Kendo finally admit that 1B is better than 1A? The blonde smugly replied. Just shut up and do it. The three teens ran to the alley. Minoma stepped in, ready to grab anyone that attacked him. I guess your friend was wrong. There's no one here. Try again. Minoma jumped back with a startled yelp and watched Izuku materialize from the shadows. Come on. We don't want to give them too much time to get ready. The green-haired classmate led the other three down the alley, chain ready to strike. Halfway down the alleyway, a large waterfall of whitish liquid came crashing down half a foot in front of Izuku and an equal distance behind Kendo, who had taken the rear. Now Tetsu. Mina cried from a balcony. At her command, the metal teen dropped to the ground and shoved Izuku back towards the acid. Lightning-fast reflexes acted on instinct and raised his arm to shoot the grappling hook. The claw grabbed the nearest wall and pulled him up. Tsuburaba, hurry! Before Izuku could leap off the surface, a shimmering box formed around him. The surface was clear enough to see through, yet was strong enough to support his weight. He punched the box a few times, but very little damage resulted. Man, I can't believe that actually worked, the brown-haired teen admitted as he hopped out of a nearby window. That won't hold for long, so we need to wrap this up quick. Only 3 of you. Is Shoji not joining us? Tokoyami asked while glancing from enemy to enemy. As if we tell you. Tetsu declared. Sorry Tokoyami, but we want to win too. Mina apologized before sending a volley of small acid ball. Meanwhile, Tetsu turned back and began clashing with Minoma and Kendo. Tsuburaba gave some assistance, but there was too much movement to effectively aim for only the enemy team. All Izuku could do was take in the situation and try to break free. The box was strong, but spiderweb cracks were starting to spread from every kick. He picked up the pace and was rewarded with small shards breaking off. Guys, he's almost out. Dark Shadow retreat. The shadowy entity returned to within the darkness of the cloak, and Tokoyami bit down on a small orb in his mouth. Mina's vision went white, and her ears rang with high-pitched echoes. As soon as the initial flash was over, Dark Shadow rushed out and grabbed Ashido. The pink-skinned girl was dragged in and successfully wrapped in tape by Tokoyami. I'll be borrowing that quirk of yours, Minoma stated with a slap to the girl's hair. With the copied power, he sent a blob to the airbox that held Izuku and sent a small barrage at Tetsu. His steel skin was strong, but the acid relentlessly ate through the surface until the teen was forced to turn back to flesh from iron deficiency. Kendo took the momentary weakness to wrap an enlarged hand around her classmates so Minoma could prepare the tape. Now it was down to Tsuburaba and Shoji. The former had run off, and Shoji's whereabouts were still unknown. Tokoyami, you go east. Minoma and Kendo, you two go west. I'll check this way, Midoriya ordered. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow took off, and Minoma and Kendo ran in the other direction once the former touched the captured enemies to refresh the quirk timers. Izuku nimbly hopped from fire escapes to overhanging windowsills to any other surface he could use until he was once again on the rooftops. In his peripheral, the air took on a shimmering appearance that only got closer. Izuku dodged the airbox with a quick flip and faced the direction it had come from. His fingers curled up and shot a blast of air towards where the attack had originated and successfully disabled another air wall. The manipulated air scattered like dust in the wind, harmlessly passing by Izuku when the air bullets smashed through it. So, air versus air, huh? Midoriya asked as he readied another flick. How'd you get up here? Make a bunch of platforms. Yeah. Pretty neat, right? The brown-haired boy replied. Yeah. So, are you going to tell me where Shoji is, or do I need to find out the hard way? As he asked, Izuku unraveled a strand of the capture tape and held it in a threatening manner. I still won't tell. If you can't find him, then you can't win. Oh well, guess it'll be the hard way. Izuku dashed forward, avoiding a series of air attacks even as he began to wrap the 1B student in the tape. Faster than Tsuburaba could react, he was disqualified. Well, sit tight. We'll be back for you, Izuku offered before running off to search for Shoji. In the end, Monoma and Kendo found Shoji in one of the buildings and successfully captured him. Match over. Midoriya, Kendo, Monoma, and Tokoyami win. All Might announced. By the time the 4 losers had been retrieved and unbound, the class PRD was almost over. Well done all. I hope you all had fun today. For today, once you get back to the classroom, your respective homeroom teachers will give you any notes they may have taken. That's all I have for today, so I will see you all tomorrow. As the students returned to the changing rooms, Izuku picked up on more of the rumors about him being quietly whispered between students. Even in the changing room, he felt his classmates staring at him, taking note of the scars they had gotten used to seeing and the suit he changed out of. Still, he ignored them and returned to the 1A classroom. As All Might said, I have notes for some of you. Once I hand you yours, you're free to go. One by one the students received their feedback and left. Izuku was the last one to get a sheet, which simply read, Meet me in the teacher's lounge at lunch tomorrow. Izuku shot a questioning look at Aizawa, who either didn't notice or paid no attention. By the next day, pretty much everyone was talking about Stain's apprentice. More than a few students shot him looks as he walked down the halls, and even his own classmates acted differently around him. Good morning, class. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa. Before I begin, I do recall instructing you all not to speak about certain rumors at school. However, a very recent stroll down the hall has suggested that at least some of you failed to keep that in mind. Nevertheless, it's too late to do anything about it now. As you all know, finals are this week. Friday's classes will be cancelled so you can take your exams, and from there you will be told whether or not you will be allowed to go to summer camp. Izuku barely paid attention to the rest of the announcement, as he was too busy wondering what Aizawa had planned for lunchtime. The classes dragged on, and finally he was going to get some answers. After knocking on the door to the teacher's lounge 3 times, the man who requested to see him answered. Come in, he tiredly offered. So, what did you want to talk about? Izuku nervously asked. As I mentioned in homeroom, I am aware that the rumors about are spreading like a wildfire. Despite our hopes, you may very well be forced to respond to these accusations yourself. As Nizu and I stated, we will do what we can to dampen the backlash, but you need to get ready for when the time comes. I know. I knew this was going to happen eventually, but I was hoping it wouldn't be this early. But I need to ask you something. Why are you going this far from me? Aizawa thought about the question for a while, and Izuku patiently waited for an answer. I guess it's because I understand your situation. Not the bit about being trained by the hero killer and having rumors spread about you, but wanting to be a hero despite your circumstances. Quirk is only useful against enemies who rely heavily on their quirks to fight. In the entrance exams, it's as useless as an air conditioner in the winter. I see where you're going with this. Against opponents that either don't have combat quirks or are naturally stronger, you're forced to find another way to win while others can just keep on fighting, Izuku stated. Exactly. You and I are more or less the same in that aspect. Along with another student, who should arrive soon. On cue, there was a knock on the door, and Aizawa let in a sleepy-looking teen with purple hair. Shinso, right? Izuku asked at his arrival. Yeah. So, I take it you got the memo? Actually, I was just getting to that, Aizawa answered for him, then addressed Izuku. See, Shinso has a similar handicap. His brainwashing quirk is useless against robots and deaf or mute opponents. You saw how his lack of combat experience made him an easy target against powerful enemies like Todoroki, which is where you and I come in. Would you be willing to help me train Shinso? Depends. Shinso, how do you feel around me? I feel like I should be at least somewhat scared, but I really don't care who trained you. Good enough. I'm in, Izuku replied. Thank you. I know this should go without saying, but this is to be kept just between the 3 of us. I'll compensate you for your time later. Lessons will take place in Gym Gamma after school on Tuesdays and Thursdays once summer break is over. Until then, I'm just having Shinso work on his physical strength. Sounds good. Is there anything else, or am I free to go? Izuku questioned, starting to feel a bit hungry. You may go if you wish. I already told your next teacher that you may be late from lunch, so don't feel too rushed to eat. Thank you. See you later, Shinso, Midoriya offered before leaving for the eating area. Are you sure having him teach me is a good idea? After all, I think you and I were doing just fine. True, I can teach you a lot. But there are some things he's more suited to show you. Besides, you're not the first classmate that'll go through his training. By the time he got to Lunch Rush's eatery, there was only enough time for him to order and rush back to class. Hero training was put on hold so the students could train for finals, and Izuku took the time to get away from all the rumors about him. The following day, however, would not let him off easily. There was crowd forming at the entrance like the one just before the USJ was attacked. There he is, one of the reporters shouted, and a wave of cameras and microphones were shoved in his face. There are people saying that you're Stain's apprentice. Can you make a comment? Are you afraid of getting kicked out of UA? Too many questions came at once, and even Aizawa's and Mick's interference couldn't stop the hungry reporters. He's just a kid, leave, I'm alone. Mike shouted. Unfortunately, he and Aizawa were rewarded by getting the same treatment as Izuku. Excuse me. Izuku shouted over everyone else, returning all attention to him. Yes, I was Stain's student, keyword being thus. And before you go back to harassing me or anyone else for that matter, when are you going to come after anyone else who attends this school? The reporters shared confused looks after being asked the question and prodded for an explanation. It's simple. I know Midnight has come under fire before for her getup and attitude. Why aren't you ambushing her students? Aren't you afraid learning from her will make them just as R-rated? And what about present Mike over there? Don't you worry that his students will become loud and boisterous? Or Eraserhead? Maybe we'll all just become unenthusiastic, tired heroes who would rather take a nap and work in the dark than answer your questions. Wait a minute. They're not Dash. Or how about Endeavor? We've all seen just how cheery and carefree he is. Why don't you go after anyone who works at his agency for working under someone as crass as he is? Yeah, I was trained by the hero killer. Want to know how many people I've killed? None. Want to know how many I plan on killing? Zero. All I want is to become a hero and prove that circumstances don't define a person's future. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have classes to get to, Izuku venomously said before shoving past the reporters and entering the safety of UA's gate with the two teachers. Demon Kid. Way to pop off. Sorry about that. I prepared that speech a while ago, but I didn't expect to be so intense when I gave it, Izuku stated. I'll admit I'm not sure how I feel about your choices there, but I have to admit that was pretty impressive, Aizawa offered. He and his student entered homeroom together, the latter of whom ignored everyone and focused on the announcements for the day. Izuku knew that his remarks would be broadcasted to every channel. However, he failed to consider the fact that some of the reporters were sending live feed to major news channels. In other words, more than a few students at UA watched his speech in real time. For the next 3 days, all classes will be replaced with training and studying sessions, starting today. Attendance is still mandatory, but you can do whatever with your time. Finals are this Friday, so be prepared. Aizawa dismissed them after that, and Izuku planned his training sessions as he grabbed his costume and walked to Ground Gamma. Geez, I can't believe the teachers are still letting him in, one of the second years loudly said as Izuku passed them. Yeah, what's next? Criminals? Strangely enough, not everyone's response was negative. Whoa, you're Stain's student? That's so cool. His speech really resonated with me. What do you think about him? It struck him as odd, but he remembered that many people saw Stain as a revolutionary figure who was actually doing more than some heroes. He was a good teacher, and even fatherly to a point, Midoriya answered as he kept walking to the training grounds. 3 more incidents came and went, but Izuku shrugged them off without a care. Finally alone, he ducked into an alley and changed into his costume. The next hour was spent free running through the facility and going through his typical training. Well, if it isn't Stain Jr. Izuku turned and was met with some students he didn't recognize. By their appearances, they were probably 2nd or 3rd years. I'm not sure about that. I'll have to get a DNA test before you can call me that, Izuku quipped before returning to his training regimen. The antagonizers just scoffed and walked away, leaving Izuku alone. Days came and went, and the day of the final exam was upon him. Or it would have been, were it not for the mob waiting for him outside UA again. Midoriya, how has the recent admittance of being the hero killer's former student affected your school life? Over here. Are you actually Dash? Midoriya, like usual, pushed through them and made his way through the gates, only stopping to send a blood-curdling glare at the reporters before heading in for homeroom. Midoriya, wait up. Ida came running up from behind and slowed down so he was walking next to Izuku. Are you ready for your final? I heard Yaoyorozu held multiple study sessions at her place, and hopefully those in need attended. I still don't know what to expect from the practical exam, but I overheard we may be fighting the robots from the entrance exams. I've been trying to study, but it's not easy with everything that's been going on recently. By the way, how's Tensei? Is he still in the hospital? Thankfully he is not. He even has been practicing using just his engines to make up for his legs, Ida replied with his karate chop motions. You know, I was wondering if he could get some kind of prosthetic layer. In fact, I bet May or some of the support corps students would be able to mechanize the legs in his suit. You know, like robotic legs. That is interesting. I will have to ask him what he thinks about that. But more importantly, how are you doing? As if to answer his question, a small group called over to Izuku and made remarks about his past. Just a walk in the park, he replied sarcastically. But honestly, it's nowhere near as bad as what he put me through. The only pain is getting swarmed by the press every single morning just outside the main entrance. The two walked into the room and took their seats, disregarding the conversations that seemed to stop the moment the green-haired on stepped in. Aizawa made his usual appearance and handed out the final exam, which was a combined test on all the classes they'd taken over the term. They were given until lunch to finish, which was more than enough time for some, but hardly enough for others. Izuku finished 10 minutes before the bell, and looked around at his classmates. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki and Ito were finished as well, Bakugo was writing hard enough to tear through the paper, Kaminari and Mino weren't looking so hot, and everyone else was somewhere in between. That's it, pencils down, Aizawa instructed when the lunch bell rang. Leave your exams on your desks and grab your uniforms. You will be taken to the center plaza as soon as lunch PRD is over, so anything you don't bring will be left here until the end of the day. When you're ready, wait by the main entrance. Everyone rushed to grab their briefcases from the wall slots and grab their backpacks before rushing down to Lunch Rush's eatery. Hey Deku? Ida and Izuku caught sight of Achiko, who placed herself alongside the two. How do you think you did? She asked. I know I passed, but aside from that, I have no idea. What about you? Same really. How about you, Ida? I can say for certain that I did acceptable. On the way to the dining area, there were the usual stares and remarks thrown his way. You know, I figure they would have gotten more creative. But at this point they're just using the same insults over and over again. By the time they got to the cafeteria, Izuku had heard 2 more comments about how he shouldn't be allowed at UA, for mutterings that he couldn't make out, and one person who was interested in hearing about Stain. So do you think we'll actually be fighting those robots again? If so, I hope you don't have to save me again, Uraraka asked. Either way, it's probably going to be harder than expected. I wonder if ugh. His response was cut off by an elbow to the back of the head. Monoma stood there, physically and metaphorically looking down at the 1A students. I'm sorry, did that hurt? Oh, what am I saying? Of course it didn't. After all, Stain students shouldn't be hurt so easily. You know, you're awfully brave for someone who's useless without someone else's quirk, Izuku threatened while standing to face the blonde. Suddenly he reached out for Monoma's neck, but grabbed someone else entirely. Not yet, we're talking, he said to the person behind Monoma, then let go and lowered his hand. Monoma looked back and saw Kendo, whose hand had been stopped from coming down on his neck. Go ahead, say what you were going to say, Izuku urged. No. Monoma, stop bothering the A class, especially him. He's already got enough on his plate. Kendo interrupted while dragging Monoma back to another table. Izuku sat back down and finished his meal in peace, then the 3 went to where Aizawa said to meet. Luckily, the mob had left, so Izuku was able to wait peacefully. A bus stopped in front of the gates, and soon enough Aizawa ushered the students onto the bus. It was a short ride to the center plaza, where Aizawa stepped off to meet with some other teachers. As you can probably tell, your final will consist of fighting a teacher. You will be put into groups of 2, save one group of 3 and a one-on-one. The rules are similar to the exercises you've done throughout the year. You may use any and all means to win, which is accomplished by handcuffing the teacher or making it to an escape gate. We will all be given a handicap in the form of weighted bracelets. Any questions? When you say, any and all, do you mean dash? Yes. Anything goes. We are playing the villains in this test, and you are to stop us by any means possible. Okay, here are the teams. AN. For the sake of writing, the pairs and results, unless otherwise stated, are the same as in the manga anime. Then it'll be Achiko, Aoyama, and Bakugo against All Might. Sir? What about Midoriya? Kirishima asked with a point at his classmate. Don't worry. We've got something set up for him. Now change into your costumes and start planning. Everyone split into bathrooms and changing rooms and met up in an observatory. So Sato and Kirishima are first. 2 brawlers versus Cementos. This won't end well for them, Izuku noted aloud. What makes you say that? Kaminari asked. Well, Cementos has years of experience as a hero, and probably deals with villains similar to those 2 on a regular basis. Not to mention the surroundings are perfect for him. As Midoriya expected, the 2 lost. It wasn't even a close fight. One by one the teams took their final until it was time for Achiko's group to face All Might. Good luck, Uraraka. You'll need it dealing with Kakin and all. Thanks, Deku. Good luck to you too. Izuku was less than surprised when Bakugo both refused to listen to his teammates and insisted on fighting All Might head-on. Of course, All Might had the upper hand in raw power, but Bakugo was fearsome and tenacious. Whether or not he would have beaten All Might, no one would find out, as Ochako and Aoyama escaped through the gate, cutting off the fight. Midoriya left the observatory and made his way to the field Aizawa had assigned him to. Hey Midoriya, who do you think you're facing? Shiro asked when he passed Izuku on the way to his final. I don't know. The fact that Aizawa put me alone instead of breaking up the team of 3 means it's definitely not going to be pleasant, he answered, then resumed to his test. He stopped in front of an area resembling ground gamma, with many of the teachers standing outside. Midoriya, the one you'll be facing for your final is already inside, Aizawa stated. A mechanical sphere flew from inside the training grounds and hovered by Mr. Aizawa's shoulder. Follow the drone. It'll lead you to your opponent. Don't worry, we've got everything covered. Yes, sir. But first, your goggles, the teacher added and held out hand. Like you said in the joint training, they defeat the purpose of the exercise. Izuku nodded and reluctantly handed over the red eyewear. With everything prepared, the student let the drone lead him into the arena and kept an eye out for his opponent. Back outside, the teachers shared nods between themselves, and many followed the path inside the factory layout. Should we turn off the feed? Chances are, this won't be pretty, Aizawa asked Nizu. I believe it would be best if we left it on. This way, they know he is actually being tested while getting a look at what the real world might have in store for them, the mouse-like being answered before jumping onto All Might's back. The number 1 hero then practically flew into the facility, followed by Aizawa and the rest. Aizawa and Vlad King walked side by side for a few minutes, neither talking to the other. Just remember Eraser, it's on you, Vlad King stated before taking a different path along the twisting pipes and constructs. As Izuku traveled deeper and deeper, he started wondering if this was a trick. Maybe Aizawa was his test and he was tiring Izuku out to make it harder for him to pass. Or maybe it was 2 or 3 teachers. His thought process was cut short when he bumped into the drone, which had stopped its forward progress. The only thing to be seen was just another one of the factory sheds, which Izuku slowly approached and entered. Inside, he was met with one of the last things he expected to see. Stain was there, but he was restrained in a heavy metal chair with straps and chains galore. On the floor beside him was a small chunk of his arsenal. A few smaller knives and a visibly dulled sword was all he was given. Stain. Flashback. There is no way in hell we are letting that happen, Vlad King sneered. To put it in a friendlier way, that is a terrible idea, Present Mike agreed. Now, I'm sure Shoyuta has his reasoning. He was brave enough to suggest it, so we may as well hear him out. Go on, why do you suggest this so suddenly? Nizu stated. A few reasons really. The main reason being, he's the best option to test Midoriya. All Might would flatten him like a pancake, Snipe would riddle him with bullets, as he has no long-range options. I'm only useful against those that rely too heavily on their quirks, which is the last thing we need to worry about with him. Mike is in the same category as Snipe, Midnight is, no offense, a lack of a challenge in his case. Niz has already been assigned to the 2 lowest students in 1A, and Cementos is overkill. And Ectoplasm, 13, and Power Loader just aren't good matchups for him. That still does little to prove that we should take this, in my opinion, disastrous risk when we could simply give him a bad matchup. Getting him out of Tartarus alone would be an arduous process, but bringing him here? Letting him fight a student? Midnight declared. Yes, but allow me to rephrase. He taught Midoriya, making him the best person to fight him. And if we cover up his temporary release, keep constant guard over him, and bring in a few more failsafe protocols, we can get this done without issue. I still don't like it one bit, 13 added. I can agree that he makes some almost arguable points, but I just can't get on board, Power Loader said. Which is why I am willing to take full responsibility should anything happen, Aizawa added. The teachers all fell silent and stared. To see Aizawa go this far for one student was a spectacle rarely seen. We'll need some time to discuss it, Nizu stated, making him the center of attention. With all due respect, sir, are you actually contemplating this? He is rather insistent, and he makes a good point. Compared to Stain, none of us can compete when it comes to being a good matchup against Midoriya. However, this does not guarantee that we will allow this to pass, Nizu stated. Later, the teachers would reconvene with their decision. We have thoroughly discussed it, and we are willing to go through with it under these circumstances. 1. You will take any and all responsibility for anything that may come of this. 2. You will be the one to get the support courses and any agencies you know to prepare the equipment for the contingency plans. And lastly, you will deal with any resulting messes on your own. Do you understand? Nizu asked, much more serious than usual. Yes, sir, Aizawa answered. Very well. Stain will be Midoriya's final exam. I trust you have the others planned? Important. I know everything that just happened would never actually happen, but please bear with me. Hey kid, got it all figured out yet? I think so. I'm facing you for my final exam, but that means I need to let you free. And I really don't know if that's a good idea. The drone, which had followed Izuku into the building, spoke with Aizawa's voice. Don't worry, Midoriya. I already said we have it covered. Just do it and show everyone what you're made of. If you need us to stop the match, just shout for us. Quietly, Izuku walked up and undid the bindings holding his former mentor in the chair. The man stood up and stretched his limbs, then grabbed his weapons and faced Izuku. No way. That's who he's facing? How did they even get him here in the first place? Mina exclaimed. As bad as this is, I really want to see how it goes down, Kaminari offered. It will be interesting, Mineta threw in. Deku. Achiko worriedly thought. Bakugo just growled. Before we begin, let's step outside, Izuku requested. The former pair took to the alley, where the green-haired teen started tossing aside his gear. His mask, the utility belt, the gauntlet and wind glove, even the chains were tossed aside. I assume you have a reason? Stain said as his one student took a prepared fighting stance. Ever since our fight in Hosu, people have been talking about your apprentice. As time went on, more and more people put the pieces together and realized it was me. Now, everywhere I go, pretty much everyone is either afraid, disgusted, or even disappointed in me. I guess now, I might as well show them why they should be afraid of me. Win or lose, I'm going to do it with just my skills. No gadgets, no tools, just my own abilities. It's your funeral, Stain coldly stated with a point of his sword. Yeah, I guess it is, Izuku replied just as coldly. The two combatants raced at each other and met in the middle. Stain had the advantage in physical strength and experience, along with having his weapons. But Izuku was faster and more flexible from his training and youth. Not to mention he had no reason to hold back. Everyone knew who he was now, so there was no secret to keep hidden this time. Stain slammed his knee into Izuku's stomach and reached for one of his small knives, but Izuku forced himself to push through and headbutt Stain in the nose. Blood trickled down his mentor's face, giving him the beginning of an idea. Izuku ran at Stain and blocked a slice, which he followed with a kick to the shin with his steel-toed shoes. Stain dropped to one knee, and Izuku took the moment of weakness to reach into Stain's mouth and pull out his tongue, which he then dragged across the dripping blood. A valiant attempt. But I have to want my quirk to activate, Stain said before stabbing Izuku through the upper arm with the sword. Izuku retreated and cradled his arm, kicking himself for not requesting even more armor for his appendages. You can't beat me. You should know that. Compared to me, you're still just a beginner. Ever heard of beginner's luck? Stain made a dash at Izuku, who gave everything he had at blocking and countering Stain's moves. At some point he managed to get a blow to Stain's stomach, which he followed with a slam to the face with his armored forearm. DMN. Kirishima said at the sight of the two vicious combatants. He's scary, but kind of intense, Azui muttered. I could sometimes tell something about Midoriya was off, but this is something else, Sato threw in, which was followed by a quick nod from Koda. You've done a good job at keeping your blood out of reach. But I wonder how long you can keep it up. I'll keep it up for as long as I have to, Izuku replied, then prepared for the next round. Kicks, punches, jabs, and strikes flew left and right as Stain and Midoriya went at it again. When they separated, Izuku was left with a knife sticking out of his left leg and Stain's right eye was starting to swell shut. Aizawa, should we stop the exam? It's getting pretty ugly down there, Midnight asked into her radio. I told him to shout for us if he wants us to. He hasn't yet, so we'll have to wait. However, Aizawa was also readying to interfere. Both of them were extremely dangerous, if the increasing injuries on both of them were to be taken seriously. And there was no telling just how bad they could get hurt if it kept going. Back on the ground, Izuku pulled the blade out of his leg, barely even flinching from the wet squishing noise it made. By the looks of things, I'd say the next bout will be the last, Izuku declared as he flipped the knife in his hand so he was holding it blade down. Either way, only one of us will be walking away after this. Stain, it would be an honor if you gave me every last drop of energy in you for our last fight. Midoriya, I can say the same about you. Once again, the two prepared to go at each other. Neither would hold anything back. It was all or absolutely nothing. Despite all the wounds the two had received, the final round was by far the more intense. Adrenaline and determination pumped through both of them in record amounts as they each went for weak spots and openings. Izuku blocked a slash with his armor and Stain parried an attempted stab from Midoriya. Even with the blood flowing freely, Stain wasn't given a single chance to use his quirk, as doing so would require him to drop his defenses. At any given moment, it would appear that one was going to win, only for the other to push back and start to take the upper hand. Izuku put as much pressure as he could on his former teacher and began to push him back again. As Stain stepped backwards, his boots slipped on a small pile of debris from the fight. It was at that moment that the fight was determined. Izuku saw the brief slip in control Stain had over his retreat and took advantage of it. With a quick leg sweep, he got Stain into the air, then spun around and brought him down with a devastating hammer kick to the ribs. Stain crashed into the ground with Izuku standing guard, ready to get back into the fight. His breathing was wild and his heart was pounding like a jackhammer in his chest. He knew if it came down to it he wouldn't be able to hold Stain back for any longer. However, Stain didn't move. He wasn't dead or even unconscious, just still. "You win, Midoriya. I don't think I can go any longer," the man stated. He started coughing, and pushed himself into a seated position leaning against a nearby structure. "Those shoes, they got steel heels and toes, don't they?" "Oh yeah, I forgot about that." Stain chuckled, then coughed up some blood. "I guess I'm heading back to Tartarus. There's no way I can fight all of your teachers." Izuku sat down, then sprawled himself on his back beside his teacher. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say we went at it more than we did back in Hosu." Izawa, All Might, and Cementos approached the two, wary of Stain and shooting concerned looks at the student. "Recovery girl? We could use your assistance in here," Cementos said into a radio. "You know something, Stain? I'm glad we did this. It's sort of a relief that the last fight between us was on good terms. Even if I ended up getting stabbed again," Izuku said with a laugh at the. Suddenly, Ida appeared holding Recovery Girl piggyback style, and got to his knees so the older woman could hop to the ground. "Thank you, sweetie," she offered before giving Izuku and even Stain a kiss. "They should be fine. If not, me and the medics at Tartarus can deal with any lasting damage." Izawa and Cementos lifted Stain and carried him to the chair, where he was strapped back in without incident. "Good luck, Izuku," was the last thing he said. "Thank you. You too." The villain was carried away, and Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder. "I have to admit, I was scared to come in here. I knew he was beaten and wouldn't be too much of a threat, but I was still terrified of him. But I'm glad I did. I learned he's much more human than any of us thought. Or at least when it comes to you," Ida said. "Yeah, I've noticed that as well. Sure, he's a bad guy, but he's not a bad guy, if you get what I mean. I believe I understand. Now, let's return to the observatory. Can you walk?" "Recovery Girl healed my leg, so I should be fine. But if I fall, I won't argue with being supported on the way back," Izuku offered, feeling tired from Recovery Girl's quirk. Ida, Izuku, Recovery Girl, and the teachers made their way out of the field and back to the bus, where they were met with the rest of 1A. "Congratulations, Midoriya," Todoroki offered at the green-haired teenager's return. "Thanks. Same to you." "I still can't believe they brought in Stain for a final exam," Kirishima muttered. "Man, that was so intense. I couldn't take my eyes off the screen." "Midoriya, you left these in the arena." Izawa and Midnight stood behind Izuku and held out the gear he had discarded before the fight. "He also told us to give you this," Midnight said. She held out the sword, still smeared with his dried blood. Something clicked in Midoriya's mind when he took the blade. His blood had been on it since early on in the fight, and he had given Stain multiple opportunities to lick it. Yet he didn't. He fought Izuku head-on, not once using his ability to paralyze his foe. Was there a reason? Did Izawa instruct him not to? Or did he choose not to of his own volition? "Deku? Are you okay?" Izuku snapped back to reality and placed the weapon on the ground. "I'm fine. I just didn't understand something," he replied as he clipped the belt back around his waist and put the gear back on his uniform. "Everyone on the bus. We're heading back to the main campus," Izawa ordered. The students and extra teachers found seats on the vehicle, which took off to UA. "Well, I guess you'll have to fill us in when you all get back from camp," Kaminari disappointedly sighed. "Yeah. Have fun," Mina said with a sad thumbs up. About that, Izawa started, then stood up at the front of the bus. "Everyone was going to go, pass or fail. We just needed you to give it your all so we could get a better idea of your upper limits and capabilities. However, the 5 who failed will have to take extra lessons alongside the training camp." The bus was silent for a brief moment, but everyone knew what was coming. "Yeah, we get to go with you guys. Awesome. I'm so pumped. This is gonna be great. Hey everyone, what if we meet up at the mall tomorrow and go shopping? We're free after all," Hagakure suggested. By the time they got back to the room, everyone in the class was making a list of what to get at the mall and what they would need to pack for the week in the woods. Yet again, Izuku needed to send his costume to be repaired and have the blood stains removed. He also requested an extra layer of armor to be added to his upper arms in a way that wouldn't limit his flexibility. Anything not directly part of his costume was shoved into his bag, which he slung over his back and walked out with. On the way home, he picked up a small can of blonde hairspray and brown contact lenses. Early in the next afternoon, 16 students from UA had gathered by the main entrance of Kiyoshi Ward Mall. "Who else is coming?" Yaoyorozu asked. "Let's see, Todoroki said he wasn't going to make it, Deku isn't here, and Kirishima said he'd try to get Bakugo to change his mind about not coming. Hey, you're all that 1A class, right? A blonde boy excitedly asked as he approached the group. Yeah. It's nice to meet you, Jiro offered as the team came face to face with some of the students. Wait, a few are missing. There's that kid with the pointy red hair, Bakugo as well if I remember correctly, and Todoroki and the green-haired one. Where are they? We're not entirely sure. But do we know you? You seem familiar. Ida asked as he inspected the newcomer. More than you would expect. His voice changed to a tone they all knew, and he brushed a few locks of his hair, revealing an emerald green under a yellow coating. Midoriya? Tokoyami asked at the reveal. I already get enough attention as is. I just want to go about freely for a day, he said as he wiped the spray off his fingers. But guess who I got? Kirishima called from the doors. Bakugo trailed not too far behind him, looking rather irritated. Shut up. Let's just get this over with. His eyes met the teen he had seen once before in the streets and glared. You again? What do you mean, again? You see me pretty much every day. Wait, Deku. Yep. Didn't expect that last time, did you? Guys, can you not start something in here? Kaminari insisted as he and Kirishima dragged Bakugo away from the disguised Izuku. So, what are you guys looking to buy? The blonde Midoriya asked. Well, I might get some sunscreen and outdoor shoes, Achiko listed off. I need to grab some items as well, Ida declared. Slowly the group dispersed, leaving Izuku and Ida alone. You and me again, huh? Izuku asked as he made his way to an outdoors-based shop. Yes, that does seem to be a recurring theme thus far. The two browsed the store, drifting from aisle to aisle. Hey Ida, look at Dash, he started before noticing his friend was nowhere to be seen. This? Oh well. Now free to go on his own, he found a map and took note of the stores he should visit. Excuse me, but did you happen to see any of the UA students earlier? My son's a huge fan, and I was hoping to get some autographs, a raspy voice asked from behind. Izuku looked over his shoulder and saw tufts of blue hair and a wrinkled face hidden under a black hood. But what he recognized most were the evil, red eyes that stared down into his. Shigaraki. Never a dull day around here, he replied. What do you want? I thought it was you, but I didn't get a chance to make sure until now. 4 fingers grabbed Izuku's wrist, with the middle finger dangling just above the skin. No sudden moves. The moment my 5th finger touches your skin, it's goodbye to this arm. Now let's chat, shall we? Save your threats, Tamiya. I would have humored you just for asking. Especially in a busy place like this, Izuku replied. Possibly. But you can never be too sure, regarding Stain's apprentice and all. Are you thirsty? I hear there are some good tea vendors in this mall. Let's just find a place to sit down and have that talk you oh so dearly want to have. The two found a quiet, inconspicuous place to sit and share a private chat. So tell me, what did Stain see in you that he didn't see in me? He trained you, took you in as his own. Yet when I asked him to join us, I got stabbed. For starters, you might want to take a look at our current situation. You're holding a 15-year-old boy hostage because you're upset someone didn't want to play with you. Watch your mouth. I'm still in control here. But I suppose I can see where you're coming from. Still, what's the difference between us? What did he do that got him so much credit? Shigaraki demanded, getting more and more angry by the minute. Before I answer, let me ask you something. When's the last time Stain just quit because things didn't go his way? When was the last time he didn't see something through to the end, or kept fighting even though he knew he could lose? Tamura was silent, contemplative. His fingers tightened around Midoriya's wrist, then let go of him. Never. He always lives up to his ideals. Exactly. You ran and hid when things didn't go your way at the USJ. You watched from afar when you sent the Annonmymous to do your dirty work in Hosu City. He doesn't run, and he takes things into his own hands. That's the difference between you. Suddenly, the hand that had let go of Izuku's wrist clamped down on his throat. Tight enough to make breathing hard, but not enough to thoroughly strangle him. You're right. You're right. And you're just like him. You'll do everything in your power to see your goals through the end. You stood up to him in Hosu and stopped me in the USJ. But if I kill you here and now, it's almost like I'm killing him. It won't be the exact same, but I bet it'll feel pretty good. His eyes, which were already crazed, only deepened in insanity as his voice filled with panicked excitement, like the feeling you get just before going on a dangerous-looking roller coaster. And I'll be seeing it through to the end, just like him. Neither of them moved for what felt like an eternity. Tamura had yet to lower his 5th finger, and Izuku waited to see how far Shigaraki was willing to go. The hand dropped from his throat, finally allowing him to breathe. But not here and now. It's too busy. Sure, I could easily kill anyone who sees and tries to stop me, but I don't need the kind of attention that would attract. Not yet, at least. We'll meet again, Midoriya. Next time, you may not be so lucky. the man in the hoodie stood up and walked away, effortlessly disappearing into the crowds of the midday rush. Once he caught his breath, Izuku got up and left for the nearest store. There was no point in calling the police, as Shigaraki would undoubtedly be back in hiding by the time they arrived. Not to mention all the media that would be shoving cameras in his face. He didn't need anyone recognizing him at the time. So, he let Tomura get away scot-free. He didn't tell his friends or mother either. Only he and Tomura would know what happened that day. The following day he spent at one of the UA pools. He figured he should get himself refamiliarized with swimming, and used his time to get himself back in the swing of the various strokes. After half an hour of laps, he pulled himself up to the edge and opened a fresh bottle of water, which he pounded half of in one go. "Hey, Deku!" Achiko ran up to him. She was also with the other girls from 1A, all of whom were in the school swimsuits. "I didn't know you requested to use the pool today too. How long have you been here?" she asked as the others glanced at his scarred torso. It was odd realizing this was the first time the girls had seen him shirtless. "About an hour and a half. I've been swimming laps for the past 30 minutes or so. The rest was just swimming." "Well, we're going to be playing volleyball over there," she said with a point to a farther lane. "We won't bother you, will we?" "Nope. Have fun," he replied, then got back in and swam more laps. "Man, he's really marked, isn't he?" Mina rhetorically asked the next time he got out of the water. "Yeah. Just imagine the training he was put through to receive those large ones," said Azui. "How many scars do you think there are total?" Jiro questioned as she bumped the volleyball. "At least 12, Hagakure answered. "Technically you're not wrong, but still." Mina replied. She spiked the ball and celebrated with a quick victory dance. Should we really be talking about him behind his back? He already deals with that a lot for being Stain's student. "And we're supposed to be his friends," Achiko cautiously asked with a glance at him. "Do you really think I care?" he asked loudly. "And 74 last time I counted." A few of the boys from the class came out of the changing room and walked up to Izuku and the group. "Hey, didn't expect to see you all here," Kirishima offered. "Same to you," Izuku replied. He caught a glance of purple behind the redhead, and a quick look revealed Mineta and Kaminari with the rest of the class. "Did Mineta and Kaminari invite you?" the green-haired teen asked with a nod towards the two. "Actually, they just showed up at my place and asked if I wanted to tag along for endurance training at the pool," Kirishima replied. "Figures." "Huh. Nothing." The girls quickly went back to playing volleyball while the boys began the endurance training Mineta and Kaminari had used as a ruse. "Hey guys. Who wants to have a race?" Kaminari asked aloud, which was met with cheers from most of the boys. "I'll pass this one time," Izuku replied. "What's the matter, Deku? Afraid you'll get crushed?" Bakugo asked with an advance towards his classmate. "Not exactly afraid. More like I know I will, so there's no point in trying. After all, fighting and swimming are two very different things." "Whatever. Half and half. Get your butt over here." "You're really not going to compete?" Achiko asked from behind Izuku. Don't feel like it right now anyway." He finished off his water bottle and waited for whatever she was going to say next. "Well, do you think you could give me another fighting lesson? It's been a while, but you don't have to if you don't want to." Izuku thought it over quickly and gave a shrug. "Sure. Let's head over there," he replied with a point to an unoccupied area. "Before I begin, what did you learn from your internship with Gunhead?" He showed me a few basics, like defending myself against someone with a knife and simple takedowns. "Why don't you show me what he taught you?" "Just pretend this is a knife," he instructed with a shake of his bottle. Uraraka nodded and moved into a combat stance. 3.2.1. After the countdown, Izuku rushed at his friend and waved the bottle like he would a knife. He saw Uraraka go for his wrist, which he let her grab along with the back of his neck before getting pushed to the ground. The onlookers just gasped at the fact that Izuku had been taken down by someone with far less experience. Not bad. But Gunhead's not perfect. He may have a lot of general experience, but I doubt he's ever gone up against someone like Stain. "You come at me this time, and I'll show you what I was taught." He brushed himself off and handed the bottle to Achiko and let her attack him. Following another countdown, Izuku went on the defense. After ducking under 2 wide swings, he caught her wrist and twisted her so she was forced into leaning forward with her arm pinned upwards. See, this position actually gives your opponent a better chance to attack, as their other arm is free. However, doing so risks a dislocated shoulder or worse, given the pressure that's already applied. He let go and she rolled her shoulder. "I see. Can you teach me some of those more offensive moves?" So he did. Izuku showed her which pressure points to go for in a fight and how to correctly maintain an offensive without giving the opponent too many chances to counter. "Alright everyone. It's 5 p.m., so your pool use is up," Aizawa declared as he entered the pool area. The teenagers quickly gathered their things and left, lest they incur the wrath of the homeroom teacher. The next day was the beginning of their week in the woods. Everyone was packed and waited to get on the bus. Before we leave, I'll get straight to the point. This isn't going to be your everyday camping trip with your family. You will be pushed farther than you ever have so you can reach a new, plus ultra. Excitement enveloped the group, and many factions started celebrating in their own ways. Wait, so Class A students have to take the extra classes? Aren't you supposed to be better than us? We only have one student needing to take the extra classes. He was promptly shut up by a karate chop to the neck by Kendo, who apologized for his behavior once again and dragged him on 1B's bus. He never changes, one of the Class B students muttered. Hey, it's nice to actually meet you, one. Guess we'll meet again at the camp. Both classes boarded their respective buses, important luggage in hand. The bus will stop in an hour. Aside from that, Aizawa started before blaring music cut him off. Whatever, he thought to himself, then took a nap. Hey Deku, when'd you bring that? Achiko questioned with a point to a long sheath under Izuku's seat. Oh, I asked Aizawa to get it on for me. I can't really carry a sword around campus without getting in trouble. At least, not unless it's part of my costume. But you already have your chains on you, Azui pointed out. It's been a while since I've used a longer blade, so I figured I'd use the training camp as a chance to practice with it. After an hour, the bus finally came to a stop at a clearing that overlooked a vast forest. Mineta was the first one off the bus, eager for a bathroom. As Izuku passed by Aizawa, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Aizawa just mouthed "bring it," and stepped off the bus. After everyone else was off, Midoriya went back for his sword and returned to join his classmates. By the time he got off, a black car had pulled up beside the bus and let off the passengers, 2 women dressed as cats and a boy. Hello pussycats. It's been a while. My, what a fine crop you have this year. Okay students. See this stretch of land? We own all of it, and the place you'll be staying at is at the base of the mountain, the one in the red explained, getting right to the point. But if we stopped here, that can only mean? Izuku walked up to the wooden fence and peered down, getting a good, long look at the drop to the ground. I take it this is the way to the base? He asked. Yep. It's about 9:30 now. If you're fast, you can make it in time for lunch. To sweeten the deal, we'll allow you to use your quirks. Well, good luck with getting the others to go along with this, he said, then hopped the fence and skied down the steep path all the way to the bottom. From there he disappeared into the forest. The others, who attempted to get back on the bus, were violently thrown into the forest by a sudden uplift in the very platform they were standing on. Good luck getting through the beast's forest, the red-dressed woman offered. Say Aizawa, that one with the green hair. Was he? Yes, but don't make a big deal of it. As they spoke, the boy watched the guests from the fence, disappointed and disapproving. Well, let's get started, Kirishima advised. I'd say to keep an eye out for this beast, but I have a feeling we'll know it when we see it. How far do you think Midoriya is? After all, he got a head start and dash, Sato asked when a loud crashing came from deeper in the forest, but approached quickly. Everyone, get ready. A large creature broke through the trees and flailed about. Oh. Whoa. Up top, Izuku had wrapped one of his chains around the creature's neck and tried using it as a lead, with little to no success from the looks of things. The front left leg had been severed just above the giant clawed hand, and the sword stuck out of the thing's back right behind Izuku's feet. 2 more trampled through the thick foliage. One had tusks longer than the students were tall, and the other had a set of wings folded on its back. Looks like the fun's already started. With nowhere to go but forward, Class A joined in the fray and fought their way through the forest. Midoriya, get down! Ida shouted as he raced towards the creature. He prepared his legs to send a powerful kick at the thing, and cut through it like a knife through semi-soft butter. Izuku hopped off moments before Ida's kick connected and landed on the ground with a graceful flip. They're made of dirt and soil. Probably Pixie Bob's work. I know she has a similar quirk to Cementos. Well, that just means we can deal with them faster, Todoroki declared as he and Bakugo double-teamed one of the other creatures. It also means Pixie Bob can bring them back faster than we can take them down. As if to prove his point, 3 new creatures appeared, each bearing frightening claws and unique features ranging from tusks to wings to pointed scales. Come on guys, we gotta keep pressing forward. The earthen creatures fell in large numbers, and rose again in equally large numbers. Many of the students were already starting to wear down, but others kept pushing like they had just started. Kaminari, save your lightning. Todoroki, see if you can't form a hull to keep them out. After giving the orders, Izuku rushed forward and sliced through the forearm of a new earth creature with his sword. A few swings of his chain lopped off large chunks from the sides and back until it crumbled into a harmless pile of soil. Don't think you're better at this than me, Deku. Mina, I need some acid. Yaoyorozu requested once a full-sized cannon was produced from her stomach. The pink-skinned girl threw a few globs into the cannon and watched as the acid-coated grape shot tore through 2 monsters with grim efficiency. Ida, remember that move in Hosu? The teen grinned and stood still long enough for Midoriya to connect a chain to his right leg, then took off and spun like a cyclone. One creature that was too close was practically shredded by the spinning chain. Good one. Izuku recovered his weapon and the students continued pushing through the forest. By the time they finally saw where they were staying through the trees, it was way past lunchtime. It took you all long enough, Mandalay greeted as the teenagers emerged from the forest. To say they were in rough shape was an understatement. They looked like they had fought through hell and back. That was invigorating, Izuku muttered as he stretched his arms and shoulders. Man, I'm so hungry I could go back and eat one of those beasts, Kirishima complained. You know, when I said 3 hours, I was talking about how long it would have taken us, Mandalay said. However, you kids were much faster than I expected. You made quick work of my beasts, Pixie Bob added with a stare at 4 of the students in particular. Especially the 4 of you, she said with a point at Ida, Todoroki, Midoriya, and Bakugo. I take it you've learned from your own experiences in combat? I suppose so. We have been through a few experiences, as you put them, Ida offered. It's just what I do, Izuku said with a shrug. And he's just cranky in general, he added with a shrug aimed at Bakugo. Well, I'm sure you'll be great heroes when you're old enough. I can't wait to possibly team up with some of you. I bet we'll go on so many missions when you're older, the light blue-clad hero sang as she began eagerly prancing in front of the 4. I probably should have mentioned this earlier, but Pixie's been a bit desperate recently. She's been looking for a partner for a while now, Mandalay whispered to Aizawa. Izuku's hand shot out and grabbed Pixie's wrist, who froze and stared him in the eyes. Sorry, but you were getting a bit hyper. Anyway, whose kid is that? He asked with a point at the angry-looking boy. Oh, this is Koda. He's my cousin's kid. Midoriya stepped up to the kid and crouched down. Something about Koda looked off. Normally, people were excited and thrilled to be near heroes like the Pussycats, Eraserhead, and the UA students. But he was different. There was something in his eyes. Something that vaguely reminded him of Stain. Hey Koda. I'm Midoriya. Nice to meet you. He held out his hand to offer a handshake, which ended up catching a fist aimed at his unmentionables. You need to work on your wind-up. You made what you were planning too obvious. Let go of me, the child demanded. I'm not here to hang out with hero wannabes. Izuku let go of the kid's wrist, and Koda walked away as if nothing happened. Something against heroes, huh? Now that the formal introductions are over, you can get your stuff off the bus. Once you've gotten settled in the rooms, dinner will be held in the cafeteria. Then you all will go to bed. Tomorrow's the real deal. As he instructed, the students quickly yet tiredly gathered their belongings from the bus and took them to where they were staying. The boys were clumped into one large room. In the cafeteria, more than enough food had been set out for the guests, ranging from fruits, meats, and vegetables. Pure madness ensued as the teens greedily chowed down on anything they could reach. Man, I don't remember getting this hungry in a while, Izuku muttered after downing his second plateful and 4th glass of water. Just a warning, we're only doing this for you all today. Starting tomorrow, you'll all prepare your own food, Pixie Bob advised. More than once, Izuku noticed Koda glaring at the heroes in training. Wow, I never knew hot springs felt so good, Kaminari murmured as he sunk into the hot water. Just don't electrocute us all, Ojiro whispered. All except Mineta were enjoying the baths. The purple-haired teen, however, had pressed his ear against the tall, wooden wall that separated the boys' and girls' sections. Mineta, you really should stop that. It's degrading to both them and us. Ida recommended, only to be ignored. He seemed not quite contemplative, but more like he had already made a decision and was preparing to go through with it. They say walls are made to be climbed over. And I couldn't agree more, he excitedly shouted before using his orbs to scale the wall faster than he had ever moved before. Even Izuku was amazed at how fast his teammate climbed up the surface. This is why I can't stand you hero wannabes, a voice seethed from atop the wall. Koda peered over the barrier and stopped Mineta in his tracks, hands still gripping the next orb to be used. You really think you're hero material? You're hardly even a decent human. When Koda pushed Mineta back, he found himself getting grabbed by the shirt and dragged off the wall as well. The kid screamed as he plummeted down to the ground, only seeing a flash of green before blacking out. When Mineta had started climbing the wall, Ida had rushed over to try to stop him, only to watch as Mineta got farther and farther out of reach. He had managed to catch Mineta when he fell, and watched as Izuku ran 3 steps up the wall and caught Koda before the two landed. I'll take him to Mandalay. You guys keep Mineta in line. Even before he told the others his plan, Ida and a few others were already scolding their classmate, which was accompanied by shouts from the girls' side. Hey Mandalay, we have a little issue, the teen stated before barging into her office with the boy in his hands. What happened? She requested while taking him off Izuku's hands. After a quick recounting, Mandalay sighed and placed a wet towel on Koda's forehead. I was told there was an overly lustful member in the boys' group, but I hoped he wouldn't go this far. Yeah, my Netta really is problematic. The two were silent, watching the child as if he was about to wake up. Mandalay, I have a question about him that might be a bit personal. Do you mind if I ask? I suppose you can ask, given you saved him from getting hurt. He doesn't like heroes, does he? Why is that? How did you? I've heard some of the things he says. That, and he always looks mad at us, even before we met him. But mostly it's his eyes. He reminds me of someone. It's not exactly heroes. Yes, he has strong feelings against heroes, but it's mainly the quirk-based society itself. Pixie Bob had entered the room, starting the explanation herself. His parents were the water hoses. They were killed protecting innocent civilians. He was little at the time, probably too young to fully understand the concept of death. Everyone said they did the right thing. They sacrificed themselves for others as a hero should. But no one took his feelings into consideration. To him, everyone was saying his parents were supposed to die for being heroes. He doesn't really like us either, given we're still heroes. Sometimes I think he comes along with us just because he has no one else to stay with. That's why he always seems hateful of you. It's not exactly personal, but he can't stand anyone who thinks that being a hero is a great thing. I'm sorry for his loss. I know from experience that living in a quirk-praising society can be rough under the wrong circumstances. And I know there are people out there that have similar views. I should head back. I'll see you two tomorrow, he offered, then returned to the hot baths for a short while, contemplating the discovery even after he got back. The next morning, 1A was rudely awoken by an earthquake of sorts under the rooms, Pixie Bob's doing again. The sun was barely visible over the mountaintops. Most of the students were half asleep still, with a few acting like waking up early was nothing new to them. Good morning, students. As I said yesterday, today is the start of the real deal. The main point of this camp is to strengthen you all to the point where you can easily obtain your provisional licenses. For example, would you step forward, Bakugo? The blonde caught a ball tossed his way, which everyone recognized as the ball from the quirk assessment. Throw that as far as you can. Last time you got 705.2 meters. Bakugo wound up, shouted, "Go to hell," and used an explosion to propel the ball forward with remarkable speed and power. Aizawa checked the device, which he pointed at the students. Only 709.6 meters? He steamed. Most of your experiences have been on the mental and technical levels. Before now, you've never worked out your quirks to their breaking points. Aizawa smiled, which was usually a bad sign for his students. That's what you'll be doing at this camp, training your quirks to reach new heights. It'll be so hard, you'll feel like you're dying. But try not to actually die. Been there, almost done that, Izuku muttered loud enough to be heard by the teacher. Well then, I guess I'll just have to work you even harder than the others. I really shouldn't have said that, Izuku scolded internally as the teacher led the students to a large open space and gave them specialized instructions for their training. Not too far from 1A, 1B was also getting ready for the early morning training. Move along, everyone. You need to start developing your quirks as soon as possible. You have a lot of ground to make up if you want to come close to matching Class A. Vlad took his class down a path that led to the area 1A was already at. But sir, if I may ask, how do you plan on developing our quirks? With 20 of us, there's no way we can all be lumped into the same routine, is there? Tokage asked. In a way, there is. See, quirks are like the muscles found throughout your body. When you overwork one, it'll grow back stronger than before. By that principle, you will be working your quirks to the absolute limit you can achieve. Yes, sir, the class replied. Little did they realize what they were getting into until they actually got a look at 1A's training. Everyone was already drenched in sweat and partaking in bizarre, sometimes painful-looking exercises to strengthen their quirks. Is this even legal? Kendo asked after watching Bakugo dunk his hands into boiling water. Very much so. Now get in here and split up into groups based on quirk types. Power-up and strength-based will work with Tiger over there, Aizawa stated with a point over his shoulder. The pussycat known as Tiger was currently working with Ojiro to increase his overall strength and endurance by making him go through several rounds of spars. By the way, could you separate to make an opening? The teacher added with a gesture that matched his request. The group split apart just in time for Izuku to run through the gap before leaping off the short cliff and landing in front of Aizawa. He had a specially designed harness which was holding about 30 pounds in weights. His homeroom teacher pulled out his phone and pressed a button. 7.5 minutes. Not terrible, but I thought you could do better. Yes, sir. Izuku shouted between heavy pants. Give me 3 more laps, then find me, Aizawa instructed, then left to assist other groupings. Midoriya straightened up and ran around the camp and into the forest. Over half an hour later, he finally finished the 3rd lap and found his homeroom teacher. Not bad timing all in all. Due to your obvious lack of a quirk, you will have a different kind of exercise. Follow me. The two walked over to Tiger, who was having the students go through various exercise routines like push-ups, sit-ups, and jumping jacks. Ah, so this is the special case you told me about. Don't worry, I'll take good care of him, the large man assured, to which Aizawa nodded and left. Okay, Runt. Your teacher told me to work you hard, so that's exactly what I intend to do. Show me what you got. Izuku rushed at the pussycat and sent a few strikes, which his target avoided with unnatural flexibility. You're fast, I can give you that, but not fast enough. Another series of attempted strikes were thrown at Tiger, who dodged them all like Izuku was just a beginner. But slowly Izuku picked up the pace until a few attacks connected, then more than just a few. After a few minutes, Izuku was landing almost every hit. Soon, Tiger stopped the session and let Izuku take a break. Interesting. You went easy on me at first to watch the basics of my style, then noted the finer details when you started upping the pace, am I correct? Yes, sir. Interesting. Shall we go again? Between the training rounds with Tiger and the exercises Aizawa would stop by and make him do, Izuku was much more tired than he had foreseen himself getting. Thankfully, dinner time was nigh. All right, everyone. Here are the ingredients. You better get cooking if you want something to eat before bed. Ragdoll advised. A loud sigh rumbled through the forest as 1A and 1B worked together to make a decent supper of curry. After almost an hour, dished portions were divided, and everyone dug in like it was their last meal on Earth. This doesn't compare to restaurant food, but it's still great. I can't get enough. My stomach needs more. Pass the pot. Only one student managed to focus on something rather than the food, specifically the boy wandering into the forest without grabbing a bowl of food. I'll be back. Let Aizawa know I might be a bit late to bed, Midoriya told Uraraka, who nodded and practically buried her face in her bowl. Izuku went to the front and scooped a fair share of curry and walked into the trees. A small pathway had been trampled before him, which he followed all the way to the top of a short mountain. Kota sat there at the edge of the mountain, looking over the trees and past the horizon. It's not good to skip meals, the green teen said as he approached the boy. How'd you find this place? Kota demanded. You left a little bit of a path. Here, eat up, Izuku replied as he held the bowl out. Instead of taking the offered food, Kota took 2 steps backwards. I don't need the charity of some hero wannabe. Now get out of my secret hideout. For a secret hideout, it's not very secret. Maybe you should work on building something inside the mountain, Izuku suggested before sitting down on the ledge. You and your friends disgust me. Trying to improve your quirks and show off your powers. Is that really what you think about your parents? Kota froze in position, barely moving his head upwards as he eyed Izuku. Did Mandalay tell you about them? He shouted, angry and hurt. It's so stupid how everyone flashes about their quirks and kills each other for being a hero or a villain. It's because of showing off that it happened. If quirks never existed, maybe more people would be happy. For half a minute, both were silent. Izuku tried to word an answer and Kota just waited. Maybe that's true. So many people have been hurt by carelessness and needless violence. But so many have also been saved by quirks. All Might, Endeavor, Aizawa, so many heroes nowadays can help people in situations quirkless people couldn't have. And I know you don't like quirks, but at least appreciate the one you have. I wasn't so lucky. If you try too hard to reject it, it'll just be harder to accept it. Izuku gently placed the curry on the ground and left without another word. Kota was left alone in his hideout, only the still steaming curry around to give him company. The next day was even more of the same thing the previous day involved. Tiger let Izuku train on his own, which he used as an excuse to warm up his sword skills and chain strikes. Keep it up, Midoriya. If you slouch off, I'll send you back to Tiger's boot camp, Aizawa threatened as he strolled up to the student. The green-haired boy grunted in affirmative and upped the efforts of his training. By the way, how have the others been treating you recently? Better. But then again, we've all been a bit busy lately. So who knows how it'll go when we're back in school. Oh, by the way, everyone, Pixie Bob called out, causing both of them and the others to focus on her. We have a special game plan tonight. You'll be testing your courage against the other class, so train hard so you can play hard. Test of courage, huh? Sounds mildly interesting at best, Izuku muttered before returning to swinging his sword. Of course, you wouldn't be bothered by a test of courage. Aizawa left Izuku to his training, occasionally stopping by after making sure everyone else was working hard. Just like the previous night, the two classes were forced to work together to make their dinner. Izuku was making rounds collecting wood for the fire pits when Todoroki stopped him. You ran off last night. May I ask where you went and if you plan to again tonight? Oh, hey Todoroki. I went to talk to Kota. Kota, that's the kid with the pointy hat, right? Yeah. Speaking of the devil, it looks like he's run off again. Izuku neatly stacked the wood in one of the unused fire pits and left to get another batch. Todoroki set up the necessary cooking ware on the metal grill and awaited Izuku's return. What did you need to talk to him about? Well, he has a strong dislike for the whole quirk-based society we live in, especially heroes. I guess I just wanted to see if I couldn't change his mind or something. That's like you. Despite your recently developed reputation, you've always had a powerful urge to help others. But you can't always depend on words. Sometimes you need to back up what you say with actions. Otherwise, you're just a stranger poking his nose where it doesn't belong, Todoroki offered before lighting the setup wood and walking away, leaving Izuku to ponder his advice. Dinner was, for the most part, delicious. Of course, something made by tired, sore high schoolers wasn't going to be perfect, but it more than met their own expectations. Now, it was time for the thing they'd all been waiting for, the test of courage. Ah yeah, we finally get to do something fun. This is going to be awesome. Mina cheered once they were ready for the test of courage. Kirishima, Shiro, Sato, and Kaminari also began cheering, which was interrupted by their teacher. Unfortunately, you 5 will have to attend your extra class. So move along, Aizawa interrupted, receiving 5 very disappointed complaints from the 1A students. Even after they should have left hearing distance, their woes were audible through the forest. Well, now that that's out of the way, let's get down to business, Mandalay started. The B class will be the first scares. Every 3 minutes, a pair of A-class students will be sent out. You must find your names in Ragdoll's basket halfway through the course and bring them back. Lastly, direct contact with the scares is forbidden, so you have to use your quirks and brains to make the scariest route you can. Whichever class makes the most of the other students run away or wet themselves wins. Tiger added, only getting grimaces from the students. Alright, draw for pairs. Besides Mineta and Bakugo, everyone was rather pleased with their partners. Except Izuku, who was the lucky one to go alone. Just my luck, he whispered to himself, relieved that there wasn't anyone to slow him down. Tokoyami and Shoji went in first, followed by Todoroki and Bakugo, then Hagakure and Jiro. Everything changed when a powerful burning smell came from the air just after Uraraka and Tsu entered the forest. What the? Pixie Bob asked aloud with a few sniffs. Look over there. Ojiro shouted while pointing at a plume of thick black smoke. There's a fire. But there hasn't been anything that could start one, and we've been more than careful enough to prevent our cooking fires from blowing burning residue into the woods. Ida called out. No, that's too big and too sudden to be natural. There's someone in there causing it. Todoroki and Bakugo are smarter than that, and even if they had an accident, Todoroki could just freeze it over. And none of the 1B students have any fire-related quirks, if I remember the joint training correctly. That only leaves one possibility. To finally cement Izuku's theory, 2 figures emerged from the woods. One was well-built and carried a large metal beam, and the other resembled a humanoid gecko with a mask like stains covering his eyes. What's going on? Mineta cried when the 2 obvious villains emerged from the trees. Is this not a fine evening, UA students? Allow me to introduce us. I am Spinner, and this is Magna. We are part of the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains. The League of Villains again? Ida questioned as Magna dropped Pixie Bob and rested the metal beam on her head. I'm thinking about flattening her head. What do you think, Spinner? Should I? Should I? UBSRD. If you ruin her chances of getting married and finding happiness, I'll make sure you live long enough to regret it, Tiger seethed while flexing the claws through his gloves. Hold on, both of you, Spinner said while stepping between the 2 in a negotiator's pose. First off, we need to determine if holding the power over life and death follows Stain's ideals. Then, we can determine whether or not we should kill her. So, these are some of the riffraff brought about by Stain's ideology? Ojiro shouted at the 2 followed by a quick glance at Izuku. No, it isn't. Izuku walked towards the 2 villains, shaking off Mandalay's attempts to stop him. He doesn't use the life of one as a weapon against others. He uses it as a weapon against themselves. Besides, I'd say she deserves to live. After all, she's here teaching us all how to be better when she could have gone out and looked for a partner. That, and she has spent years serving the public. She may not be the pure and perfect embodiment of the word hero, but that doesn't mean she's not heroic. Wait, you're Stain's former student. The only one to ever be personally taught by him, the reptilian man said eagerly. All right, ease up on the beam, Magna, but keep an eye on her. But Izuku didn't hear any more, as Mandalay's telepathy cut off his attention to the villains. Attention everyone, we are under attack by at least 2 villains. Get back to the camp and do not engage unless absolutely necessary. There was a worry in her tone, and her face betrayed fear and stress. The reason hit Izuku like one of Bakugo's explosions. Koda still hadn't returned. Mandalay, I might know where he is, Izuku offered before turning back to Spinner and Magna. Do you guys have anyone on the mountain up there? He asked with a point at the large hill through the treetops. Why should we tell you? Magna demanded. There could be a child up there who might get caught in your crossfire. Is that something that would make Stain proud, Spinner? After all, you should know he's not a fan of killing innocents and those that have done nothing wrong. The addressed villain looked taken aback by the way his own beliefs were used against him and considered the options. We have someone heading up there. But I won't tell you any more, he declared, earning a frightened look from the red-clad pussycat. Mandalay, I'll do everything I can to bring him back. Izuku shouted before dashing into the cabin. He quickly left with some of the gear he brought and disappeared into the forest. Midoriya. Wait. Ida shouted too late to be heard. Class rep, I'm trusting you to get everyone inside safely or at least far away from danger. Go, the hero demanded before fighting the two villains. As expected, Tenya quickly began leading the students he could find into the nearest building. Up on the mountain Izuku was headed to, one of the Vanguard members already found Koda. He slowly stepped closer to the frightened boy, clearly taking pleasure in his overwhelming terror. Run away, boy. I like a little chase. The cloaked figure watched as the boy ran away, only to cut him off with a series of leaps. Come on, I'm sure you can do better than that. The boy fell on his back and scrambled away. A large hand grabbed his ankle and lifted him into the air. As he screamed and dangled, the man watched Koda's hat fall to the ground. That's a nice hat. I'll trade it for this stupid mask. He dropped Koda and pulled the blank mask from his face, revealing a malicious grin that put Koda's hair on edge. A strong gust blew away the hood, showing a blond man that Koda had only seen once before. The man responsible for his parents' deaths on the news report. Mama, the boy whimpered, tearing up as his parents' killer towered over him. Guess you're all out of juice. Didn't last long, but oh well. Muscle fibers ripped through his skin in the process of expanding and adjusting. Soon his arm was triple its original thickness. A large fist smacked into Koda's cheek, but with nowhere near the power it should have had. What the man asked himself. His arm was fluctuating out of his control, ballooning and shriveling regardless. Koda had just been lucky enough to get hit when a majority of the muscle fibers in the man's arm had shrunk. You were really going to kill a little boy because you had nothing to do? Koda and Muscular looked down the path that led to the mountain. No one was there. Koda, run. A green-haired figure dropped from above and wrapped a chain around the villain's neck. He wore a pair of red goggles and had a sword sheathed at his waist. I said run. Izuku shouted. Muscular clawed at the chain around his neck and grabbed hold, ripping it off with Izuku still holding on. What are the odds? One of the kids Shigaraki told us to kill just shows up. Like a lamb to the slaughter. Shigaraki again? Can't he give us a day off or something? So, you're the one Spinner told me was up here? Obviously. They asked me to help out, but I'm gonna do what I want for a little while. Besides, if I kill you, I can have fun and get the job done at the same time. Alright, listen up. Today's lesson is on emergency action, Aizawa stated as he led the 5 to the extra lessons room. Oh, 5 of you need extra lessons? Only I need the extra lessons in 1B. Are you really 5 times worse than us? Really shows how low 1A has dropped. Monoma hysterically cried out upon their arrival. That's what you said yesterday. At least get some new material, Kirishima retorted before sitting down. Okay, let's begin. For the first lesson, the situation is taking place in a burning building. When you arrive at the scene, what's the first thing you should do? Vlad asked. Ask for witness reports as soon as possible if the police haven't already arrived. If they have, get the most necessary details and dash, Ciro began, only to be cut off by a telepathic message. Attention everyone, we are under attack by at least 2 villains. Get back to the camp and do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Vlad, I'm leaving them with you. I'll go make sure the others get back safely. Before the second teacher could respond, Aizawa was already out of the room and running down the hall. Not again. Not this again, he thought to himself. But the moment he stepped outside, he got a feeling this was going to be worse than the attack on the USJ. The tips of the nearby trees glowed blue from the fire within. Not orange, not red, but blue. Don't get too distracted. More blue flames shot out from beside the teacher, engulfing the area and charring the ground. If you can't keep yourself safe, what can you do for your kids? To say Izuku was taking a beating was an understatement. He was getting thrashed left, right, up, down, and every direction in between. To his credit, he got more than a few blows in, but Muscular was just too dense to fight head-on. You're good, kid. Much more entertaining than that little brat. But you can't beat me. If I believed that, I'd be giving up on the boy behind me. I'd be giving up on Mom, my classmates, my teachers, everyone who gave me hope of being a hero. And that's why I will beat you, no matter what. Izuku finally unsheathed the sword and took a ready stance. His chains had proven too ineffective to keep using, so he was forced to change tactics. If you're really that stubborn, then I'll ask now before I actually start trying. Do you know where I could find this Katsuki Bakugo? Like hell I do. And even if I did, why would I tell you? Because I may make your death quicker and slightly less painful if you do. But it's already too late for that, apparently. Once again, his muscles expanded so much that skin tore away. Despite the goggles he was wearing, Muscular's quirk seemed to be much more usable than other people's when subjected to the device. The only conclusion Izuku could come to was that the cybernetic eye was somehow altering the way Muscular received the subliminal messages. But that was focused on his eye and not his ears, so it had to be intertwined directly in his brain, if that even was the reason. It gave him an idea, but a really bad one, admittedly. See kid, here's how it works. I can increase the size of my muscles so much, nothing can contain them. Even All Might would have a hard time overpowering me. What chance does someone like you have? Muscular mocked. With speed even beyond Izuku's comprehension, Muscular dashed forward and slammed Midoriya into the rock face, smiling at the blood mixed with the spittle that came out of his mouth. It appears that you can't answer my question, so I will. You have no chance at all. He towered over the teen and raised a fist, eagerly winding back to deliver a likely fatal blow. Out of nowhere, something cool and wet hit Muscular's back. It was just a stream of water. There was no way to could stop Muscular from delivering a killing blow. But it was enough to distract him. You killed my mama and papa. And now you're going to kill him, too. Well, I won't let you. It's because of people like you that stuff like this keeps happening. The wavering in his voice gave away his fear, but he stood his ground. You're really going to blame me for this? I was just doing what I've always wanted to do, kill. And they wanted to stop me. So I killed them. You can't just blame me for doing what I want. What is wrong is blaming people for wanting to do something they can't do. No. You still killed my mama and papa. Kota shouted and shot another burst of water into Muscular's good eye. Arg. You little dash, he screamed while clutching his eye. It wouldn't do any lasting damage, but it was painful enough to give Izuku a chance to leap onto the man's back. Kota, look away. Without making sure the boy followed his order, he reached over Muscular's head and gripped the cybernetic eyepiece and pulled. At first there was nothing, but with a few yanks, blood started dripping like tears from the socket. With another pull, the cybernetic eye was loosened enough for Kota to see it wriggle as Izuku pulled. Muscular screamed in agony and flailed his arms in an attempt to pull Midoriya off his back. Another hard pull exposed some of the wires connected underneath the eye patch, which were soon covered in thick blood. Muscular screams and curses echoed deep into the forest, even as he finally got a grasp on Izuku's shirt. Instinctively, he threw the teen straight down, which only served to pull out the eye patch with him. Izuku landed on the solid rock hard enough to bounce off and leave a small crater. Something, or somethings, snapped when he hit the ground, and felt very much less than pleasant when he landed the second time. Not too far away, Muscular quickly collapsed, staining the ground with his still pouring red blood and pieces of flesh that had been torn off with the cybernetic eye still in Izuku's hand. Midoriya! Midoriya! Kota cried as he shook the teen. His good arm shot up and clutched his bad arm, which was already covered in large, ugly bruises. Come on, we have to get back to the camp, Izuku said, already ignoring the screaming pain in his arm and collecting his salvageable gear. One chain had been ripped apart in the fight, and half of the sword had broken off and embedded itself in Muscular's back. Are you crazy? Can you even get there without running through the fire or whatever that pink stuff is? I really don't have a choice. I can't get you back to Mandalay and the others fast enough without taking that risk. Midoriya tilted his hand and loosened his grip, allowing the mechanical eyepiece to fall to the ground before shattering it with his heel. Let's get a move on. We've already spent too much time here. He then lowered himself into a crouching position. Climb on. It'll be faster. Kota nodded and crawled onto Izuku's back, and was wrapped with a chain like a makeshift seatbelt. Trees, rocks, and other signs of nature passed by Kota's eyes as he was carried faster than he'd ever traveled outside of a vehicle. Even with his exhaustion and injuries, Izuku managed to traverse the path quickly and nimbly. The pink gas that had been so visible from the mountaintop was starting to disperse, making it much easier than expected to get back to the base. Hey, that's your teacher. Kota shouted with a point at Mr. Aizawa. Sensei. The man stopped and turned to the source, very taken aback by the sight in front of him. Here, take care of Kota. I need to get back to Mandalay and let her know he's okay. There are probably others still in the forest, but the fog's dispersing so getting to them shouldn't be an issue. After pretty much babbling through what he could, Izuku began to run off, but was stopped by his teacher's capture weapon. Are you crazy? You're clearly in bad shape. Your arm looks like it might literally fall off any moment, and who knows what you have under your clothes. Not to mention you're down to just your goggles and one chain. The long scarf retracted and returned to Aizawa's neck, who took a deep breath. I will allow you to find Mandalay only because I too have a message for her. Tell her I give all students who have not yet returned permission to engage in combat. But once you do, I demand that you return to safety immediately. Understood? Yes, sir. Izuku ran off in one direction while Aizawa picked up the boy and carried him in the other direction. The kid was clearly distressed, if the hand tightly gripping his capture weapon meant anything. Don't worry, Koda. He's strong. I know he'll be okay. I hope so. I haven't even gotten to thank him or apologize for everything I said about him and his friends. If I know him as well as I think I do, you'll get a chance sooner or later. At the same time, Tiger and Mandalay were holding their own against Spinner and Magna. They weren't winning, but they weren't exactly losing. You know, you're pretty cute, Spinner, Mandalay said via telepath, startling the villain just enough to get a good hit in. Those dirty little tricks are very unbecoming of a hero. Now perish. The reptilian man raised his sword collection and swung it. A chain shot from behind and wrapped around his wrist, throwing off his strike and burying the weapons in the ground. Spinner turned his head just in time to see a boot half an instant away from connecting with his face before everything went black. I got Koda to Mr. Aizawa. He told me to have you tell everyone with your telepathy that we're allowed to engage in combat if they have not yet made it back to the camp. And give a warning to Katsuki Bakugo that he's one of the targets. On it. Thank you for getting him back, the woman replied before repeating the message with her telepathic ability. Meanwhile, Izuku grabbed one of the swords from Spinner's collection and ran back into the forest. He knew he had told Aizawa that he would return, but when it came down to it, he was the only one who was fit to face whatever was going on. Sure, Bakugo and Tokoyami had amazing power, and Todoroki was no slack-off, but none of them had any experience that could be used in this kind of situation. Even as he ran deeper into the forest, he noticed a lack of students. It was risky, but Midoriya slowed down to make sure he could scan the environment a little better as he ran. Still no one, even when the pink gas completely dispersed. Midoriya, get down. A tentacle wrapped around his ankle and dragged him under a large bush just in time to miss a large, black claw smash down where he had been standing. 3 hands covered his mouth as a mouth tendril opened next to his ear, which was accompanied by an ear and 1 bleeding limb. Sorry about this. But you can probably tell why I did that. The hands let go of his mouth when the shadowy claw rose to tree height and slithered along the shadows. Thank you. What happened to Tokoyami? Does it have something to do with that? Yes. We ran into a villain with some kind of sword teeth. I tried to block an attack, which resulted in this missing hand. It'll be fine, I assure you. But Tokoyami lost control when he saw it happen. Dark Shadow hasn't gotten any calmer since, and I doubt he will anytime soon. I know you're here somewhere. Come out and play. A deep, sinister voice shouted from beyond sight. I haven't been able to get to Tokoyami at all. Dark Shadow attacks everything it sees and hears. I just can't get close enough. Both of the teens hid in silence as the unleashed entity continued searching for something to hunt, something to play with. Shoji, I have an idea. Create as many ears as possible and try to find Bakugo and Todoroki. If we can find them, they can make more than enough light to calm down Dark Shadow. Shoji nodded and sent several duplicates of his tentacles in every direction. The ears twisted and twitched whenever they received some input, and soon they all retracted into his 6 original arms. I found them, but there's bad news, he warned quietly. They're in a fight. And from the sounds of it, they're losing. Bakugo and Todoroki are not losing? Midoriya whispered, barely willing to trust what he just heard. Yes. It might be the same villain that cost me my hand, Shoji whispered. Izuku let out a thoughtful hum. I have an idea. Can you run? What are you planning? Like I said earlier, Bakugo and Todoroki can produce enough light to nullify Dark Shadow. But if they're losing, maybe we should let Dark Shadow do the heavy work for us. All we need to do is make sure he doesn't catch us before we get there. If you're up to it, you can extend some tentacles and make noises to keep his attacks away from us. It might work. But are you really able to run in your condition? The 6-armed teen took another look at his classmate, who looked like he should be in a hospital bed, if not a full body cast. I'm game if you are. Just show me the way. Shoji pointed down the path Izuku had been dragged off of. The two gave each other an affirmative nod and scrambled from beneath their over and made a break in the direction that would lead to Todoroki and Bakugo. Almost immediately, a series of earth-shaking tremors advanced towards them, each one scarily closer than the previous. As suggested, Shoji used his extendable arms to create mouths away from his main body and let out various screams and shouts. There wasn't time or reason to actually say anything. There was only time to run. As they closed the distance, a large glacier shot up higher than the trees and shattered seconds later. Several glints in the moonlight caught Shoji's and Midoriya's attention as well. Todoroki! Bakugo! Get out of the way! Both teens turned on their heels and froze at the sight of the rampaging Dark Shadow right on their classmates' heels. Without a second to lose, they jumped in different directions as a large claw shot forward. When the dust cleared, a large trench as thick as they were tall was left where the pathway once was. No, you can't take them from me, a man groaned. That's him, Shoji whispered as Dark Shadow turned to the source. The speaker was a man in a prison-grade straitjacket that covered everything except his eyes and mouth. Speaking of his mouth as he spoke, his teeth morphed into and from silver swords. You, the pitch-black creature growled before attacking. They're mine. You can't take these beautiful slices of meat away from me. The man shot half a dozen sword teeth from his mouth, all of which were caught and ripped out. Shut up, Dark Shadow grumbled before grabbing and ripping out more swords. The villain didn't even have time to beg for mercy before he was slammed into the ground and smashed by the gigantic claw. Time and time again until he stopped moving. For teenagers stood in the wake of pure destruction, only holding their breath when Dark Shadow looked their way. Please, run. Tokoyami begged from within the large entity. I can't control him. No. Make some light. Midoriya shouted. Both Todoroki and Bakugo acted immediately, sending controlled fire bursts and explosions at the creature until it shrunk to a size smaller than Tokoyami. Thank you, all of you. And I'm sorry. I let my rage overwhelm me and lost control. Who knows how many could have gotten hurt because of me. Or worse. Hey Deku, Mandalay mentioned me in the telepathic message. Did you have anything to do with it? Bakugo closed the distance between him and his green-haired classmate as he spoke, seemingly angry for being called out. Why is it that whenever something happens you assume it's my doing? Even if it was, this time? Speaking of Bakugo, we should probably get him to the camp as fast as possible, Shoji suggested, receiving a sneer from the blonde for his troubles. He's right. Shoji, we need you to keep a lookout for more villains. Todoroki can be our defensive powerhouse while Tokoyami and Dark Shadow take the offensive role. I can assist wherever, and Bakugo can help too. Hey, don't make a plan without asking me. Sounds good. Let's move. Hey, don't walk ahead of me. Well, aren't you two absolutely cute? A masked girl asked Azui and Uraraka. Based on her voice and appearances, she couldn't be much older than they were. All the while she inspected her short knife, which had a splash of blood along the blade. Who even are you? Uraraka demanded as she cradled her cut arm. My name's Toga. And you two are Uraraka and Azui. Can we be friends? Please? Absolutely not, Azui replied. Her long tongue shot out and wrapped around her friend, who she then launched into the air away from the new villain. Get to camp. I'll be right behind you. The girl in the sweatshirt zipped past Tsuyu and ran straight for Uraraka, who still had yet to land. A cylinder with a retractable needle was pulled from her costume and aimed at her calf. She had seen this. Somewhere in training, she had seen Midoriya in a similar situation. Using the training she had received under Gunhead and Deku, she managed to twist her leg just enough for the needle to leave a grazing slice rather than bury itself in her skin. Once she landed, she used one foot to pivot and grab Toga before tackling her to the ground. Oh, you're a feisty one, Uraraka. Or can I call you something else? I'm sure your friends all have nicknames for each other. Toga, who had already given off a crazy vibe, was even more delirious. No, I'm not your friend, Achiko responded. Tsu, can you hold her with your tongue? Tsu? Tsu. I love it. I'll call you that as well. Yes, I can do that. And I would appreciate it if you didn't, the frog girl said. A long tongue unraveled from her mouth and started to wrap around the villain's wrists. With a sudden jerk, Toga slipped out from the slippery binding and managed to stick her needle in Azui's arm. Almost immediately it started skiing blood through the tube. The frog girl grabbed the strange device and fought to pull it out of her arm while Uraraka tried to pull Toga off of her friend. Uraraka! Azui! A voice called from the trees. The three teens stopped and turned to see Todoroki, Shoji, Midoriya, and Tokoyami break through a clearing. I'm sorry to run out on you two so suddenly, but I'd rather not risk getting dash, Toga started before seeing Izuku. She took in a surprised gasp and even blushed for a split second before disappearing into the trees. Another villain, I take it? Todoroki asked as the four approached the two girls. Yes. Is it just the four of you? Azui asked with a ribbit. No, we're bringing Bakugo back to the... With a look behind him, he finally realized Bakugo had left them to go on his own. Base. My, kids nowadays have such short attention spans. Up a good 10 or 15 feet in the air, a man with a yellowish coat and white mask stood while tossing a blue orb in his hand. Let him go. Midoriya demanded. Seriously, you children really have no understanding of the world. What if he wanted to be taken by us? At least then he would be free to use his powers however he wanted. You talk a lot for someone who doesn't know what they're up against, Todoroki sneered while sending a controlled wall of ice at the tree. The man jumped and gracefully landed on another branch. Actually, I think they have a good idea of who we are. Toga, that girl you saw earlier, knew both of our names. I think they watched the sports festival, Uraraka explained. Ah, so you're a smart one. In that case, I better close the curtain before the audience crawls onto the stage. Vanguard Action Squad, I've collected the target. Retrieval is in 5 minutes, he replied before speaking into an earpiece, then running away. The students gave chase and were right on his heels, but they were losing ground. Uraraka might us weightless? Azui, can you throw us with your tongue? Call me Tsu, the latter of the two requested. After Achiko used her quirk on the 4 boys, Tsu took turns wrapping them in her tongue and sent them flying. What the? Mr. Compress exclaimed as 4 teens flew towards him. Shoji, who had been sent first, extended and duplicated his arms and sent them towards his classmates and pulled them in while simultaneously using the webbing between arms to navigate his flight. 4 bodies crashed into one, and all 5 tumbled into a tree before making their way to the ground. That looked like fun. My turn next, a feminine voice squealed. The girl that ran off earlier stood in front of the pile of 5 bodies. She was also accompanied by a burnt man with black robes and another man in a black and dark gray bodysuit. Spinner and Magna emerged from the bushes and joined the other league members. Wow, that was cool. What do you mean? That was stupid, he declared with jerking motions between viewpoints. I got him, Shoji stated. At some point he had used his extension trick and wrapped multiple arms around the kidnapper while searching his pockets with dozens of hands. Next thing he knew, he and his friends were encased in ice. Don't know if you can hear me in there, but I have a bad habit of showing my decoys. Old trick, if you ask me. Compress revealed another marble in his mouth as he spoke to the frozen students. Bet you never thought I'd find a way to use some of your ice against you, huh? Todoroki was trying to melt through the ice, but with his friends right there, so he couldn't go all out with the heat. Still, Shoji was rubbing all 6 hands as fast as he could to generate heat as well, whereas Dark Shadow pushed against the icy prison. With the combined teamwork, spiderwebs of cracks formed as shards fell off. We better hurry. Kurogyari, get us out of here, the burnt man ordered into an earpiece. In the blink of an eye, many things happened. The ice shattered as the 4 students rushed towards the man who stole Bakugo. A blue laser cut through the air and traveled in an arc, smashing into the villains and throwing them into the ground. A purple mist formed from a vortex, swallowing the villains and taking them away from the camp. Amidst the chaos, the marble dropped from Compress's mouth and fell to the ground. Bakugo suddenly appeared, already screaming obscenities and promising revenge. No! The man shouted as he reached for the freed teen. Once again, Bakugo was kidnapped. In his place stood a small blue orb that rested in Mr. Compress's hand. The warp gate engulfed him. Shoji, Todoroki, and Tokoyami could only watch as Midoriya sprung forward and disappeared into the shrinking mist. The blue sphere was thrown from the portal and, for the second time in such a short time, Bakugo was released from the orb. The blonde quickly stood up and was passed by his classmates who ran past him and towards the shrinking portal. Just before the purple void completely disappeared, blue flames erupted outward and cut off the students' advance. A loud, blood-curdling scream cut through the air, only going silent once the portal disappeared for good. Midoriya, 3 boys shouted, the teen in question long gone. There was nothing they could do, he was gone, taken by the villains that they couldn't follow. We need to get back to the base. Mr. Aizawa needs to know, Shoji said, not even waiting or bothering to see if his friends followed as he took off towards the camp. Things weren't looking much better when he got there. Some students were unconscious and being laid out on blankets for quick access for first responders. Others who were conscious were showing signs of quirk exhaustion, especially Yaoyorozu and Aoyama. Koda and Mandalay, both looking rather tired, were putting out the fires that were still burning near the camp, and Tiger and Ragdoll were nowhere to be seen. Aizawa! Aizawa! Shoji shouted. The teacher stopped inspecting his students and focused on the teen rushing from the woods. Taking note that Todoroki, Bakugo, and Tokoyami were behind him, that meant all students were accounted for. All except for one. What's wrong? And where's Midoriya? Is he still out there? The tall student froze in his tracks and did not reply. What happened to Midoriya? Aizawa repeated. A churning feeling was settling in his gut. They thought they took him. He saved Bakugo, but it was too late to get him out. He's gone. Everything hurt. Which was strange because he could have sworn he could not feel anything. Quite the conundrum, in his opinion. He looks so cute, all bleedy and burnt. Izuku forced his eyes open and immediately wished he had kept them shut. Even the dim lighting of the bar hurt his eyes. Just something else to add to the extensive list of what was ailing him. He's awake. Toga, the crazy blonde girl, squealed in excitement. Took him long enough. Izuku shifted his gaze to the speaker. Dabi, the one who scorched him right after he threw a marbled Bakugo back to safety. Izuku promised himself to get some kind of revenge for that. The teen tried to move, but found himself restrained. Several thick leather straps held his limbs and chest firmly into the chair he was seated in. So much as squirming against the binds reminded him. How much of his body was broken, burned, or otherwise out of commission. Even Stain's training had never left him in such a delicate state. You look like you could use a drink. Compress, the one that had initially kidnapped Bakugo, approached the captive and held a glass of water to his lips. Against his better judgment, the boy accepted the small gesture of kindness and gulped the liquid as fast as he could. He looks pretty bad. I've seen worse. Twice, the eccentric, never mind, they were all eccentric, multiple-personalitied man, notably changed tones between the conflicting sentences. So, what's your plans for me? He speaks. Magna said with a scowl. Kinda liked him better when he was out cold. Ah, the infamous Midoriya. I've heard much about you. Izuku turned to a screen on the far wall of the bar. There was no face to be seen, just a display reading sound only. So here's the deal, kid. Tamura appeared from behind the captive, clearly having been there the whole time. We were aiming for that loudmouth, you know. Bakugo, I think. But just like always, you had to interfere. But we can still leverage this. The blue-haired man with cracked lips and rough skin leaned in close to the boy, making sure to get within his personal space. Why don't you join us? I know you and I had some disputes in the past, but I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. See, if you join our ranks, you'll be free from the scum that looks down on you for being Stain's apprentice. You won't need to worry about keeping that nasty side of yourself under control. Hell, you'd be free to let it out any time you want. Izuku watched cautiously as Shigaraki extended his hand towards Izuku's tied hand, making a small show of keeping his pinky finger away to gesture the promise not to use decay should the boy accept. You think it'll be that easy? You've attacked me and my classmates twice, held me hostage in the mall, and just now DMN near killed me. I've also been a pain in your butt as well. Can either of us really believe that you and I will be able to get along with as little as a handshake? Tamura chuckled, as if he expected an answer similar to the one Izuku proposed. No, I don't actually. But here's the thing. I have total control over whether or not you die right now. Sure, it'd be better for us if a student that UA was willing to trust joined the villains, but it'd also hurt their reputation if news got out that Japan's top hero school was unable to save a student. The only difference I see in these options is whether or not Kurogiri has a pile of ashes to clean up. Izuku thought over the declaration. He hated to admit it, but between the binds holding him to the chair and his terrible physical state, there was nothing he could do if Tamura decided to kill him. I'll have to think it over, Izuku replied, doing his best to sound genuine in his offer. Acceptable. But don't take too long. Hey Yamamoto, how's it going? The long-haired girl turned away from the window and faced Kaminari, who had entered her hospital room with Jiro, Mina, Ida and strangely enough, Bakugo in tow. Hello everyone. I'm doing better now, if only a little. She observed the classmates that had visited her, as well as the few others that slowly joined. It was clear that something was going to happen. As much as she lacked proper social skills due to her nigh-royal upbringing, even she could sense something was amidst. We overheard you tell All Might and the detective that you had managed to attach a tracker to Annonmymous while most of us were busy trying to stay alive, Kirishima stated from further back, but pushing himself towards the front. We were wondering if you could make us another receiver. Todoroki, who had also pushed towards the front, looked at her hopefully and almost expectantly. You plan on going after him yourself, Momo stated. It should have been clearer from the start that they would plan something like a rescue. But the heroes have to be preparing already. Shouldn't we leave it to the professionals? Yaoyorozu turned to Ida. She knew that he would be the voice of reason, such as he had been so many times before. Yaoyorozu. The class president turned away, obviously ashamed of what he was about to say. Tensei was a professional, and he was paralyzed by Stain. The professionals didn't save me when, they weren't there when I ran into Stain in Hosu. Midoriya was though. He saved me in Hosu. He saved Koda at the camp. He saved Bakugo from being taken. He jumped into the fray at the USJ to help Aizawa. He even trained a handful of us after knowing us for only a few days. And after he's done all of that for all of us, we're supposed to just leave him in hope. Please, Yamamoto? Uraraka begged, looking like she would cry if told no. Yaoyorozu looked from classmate to classmate, her face pleading for someone to voice a concern or give her a reason not to oblige. But no one did. The girl sighed heavily, and the glimmer of her quirk on her left hand gave way to a small device. This as much as I can do. I'm sorry, but if any of you are going, I can't join. Todoroki slowly approached her bed and gently took the offered device. Thank you, that's all we ask of you. It had been a few hours since most of the class convened in Yaoyorozu's room, which also marked roughly 2 days since Midoriya was taken from them. Ida and Todoroki stood outside the hospital having been asked to leave once visiting hours were over. We're really doing this, aren't we? Uraraka approached the two with both determination and traces of fear in her eyes. But she stood strong, believing in what their mission was. Yes. Ida and Todoroki replied in unison, equally set in their ways. So, what's the first step? We find disguises clearly. All three were graced by the presences of Bakugo and Kirishima. Bakugo, are you sure you want to join in? Ida noticed a flare in the blonde's eyes, which was accompanied by clenching fists and grating teeth. That demed nerd has always been in my way. No matter how hard I try to get away from him, it's like he's always there. Kirishima gently placed a hand on Bakugo's shoulder, which was slapped away with less force than anyone would have expected. I want to be the #1 hero, but if I refuse to help someone in need, how can I call myself a hero at all? The boy nearly screamed the last sentence, obviously conflicted. It took a FING kidnapping for me to realize that. I was probably the last one of us to consider actually doing something instead of waiting. Kind of hero takes that long to realize that? But don't get this twisted, I'm not doing this for him, or for any of you. I'm doing this for me. And, naturally, you'd need someone with enough experience dealing with Bakugo to keep him in line, Kirishima added, doing his best to steer the focus away from his classmates' turmoil. The other three shared looks amongst themselves, but silently accepted that the two would be joining as well. Don't worry about anyone telling the teachers. Of course everyone else was against the idea, but I think they agreed that something needed to be done. Well, let's get a move on. He's not going to save himself this time, Todoroki stated, fully aware that every second wasted was a second they could have spent getting their friend back. The group began to leave, but were caught off guard by a short woman that had been standing just out of sight. She exuded sadness, and her tired-looking frame shook like a leaf as she approached the 5 teens. One of them recognized her immediately, and the rest had a suspicion as to who she was despite never meeting her. I overheard you. I heard everything. Mrs. Midoriya, I presume? Ida questioned with caution. We thought we were just talking nonsense. We want to go get him, but doing so while dash. I want to join, the woman demanded, shocking the teen out of his formal attitude. Mrs. Midoriya, everything will be fine. The heroes are looking as we speak, and he'll be back soon. Kirishima softly placed a reassuring hand on the woman's shoulder. The woman just looked him in the eyes, desperation and grief leaking through the tears that escaped. I can't keep doing this. Time and time again I have to sit at home as he gets beat to a pulp and comes home pretending everything is fine. But it's not. Every day I have to hope that nothing bad happens to him. Every time your class comes under attack is a chance that he won't come home. I already lost him once, and I can't lose him again. The woman was understandably hysterical as her sobs threatened to cut off her ability to speak. If you don't let me come with you, I'll tell the teachers what you're planning to do. The cashier scanned the several cans of hair dye, packages of contact lenses, and random assortment of clothing. It was evident by his expressions that this was not something he had expected to deal with an hour and a half before midnight. But any questions were left unasked as Ida paid the bill despite the woman's requests that she be the one to pay and grab the bags of purchased goods. A short while later, the 6 found a public restroom station and divided the disguises among themselves. Mere minutes later, they reconvened outside with new hair colors and different eye shades. Guys! Uraraka screamed with a point at a gigantic screen on a building. Being questioned live was Aizawa, Vlad King, and Nizu. We can fully admit that we were unprepared for this attack. After everything we did to prevent another incident, it happened nonetheless. To all the families of our students at our school, we apologize deeply, and will keep adding as many countermeasures as possible to hopefully prevent another such occurrence. The 3 facility members bowed in shame to the interviewers and were floored by the many questions that were pressed their ways. This is the 3rd time UA has been attacked this year. Very rarely has anyone so much as attempted to trespass on UA property until now. Can you promise the students and their families that this will not become a new normal for anyone attending there? Truthfully, no. Nizu replied. It pains me to admit, but the most we can offer is the promise that we are doing everything in our power to find Midoriya while adding fortifications to the school grounds. What about off-school grounds? The villains have proven that they're more than willing to attack students away from school. Do you have any plans to deal with that issue? At the moment, we are considering possible means to prevent that very issue. However, there lies some conflicts regarding privacy, not to mention there's only so much heroes can do at once. It was Vlad King who responded, doing his best to minimize the severity of his admittance to the question. I never thought I'd see the day that UA was made to look like the bad guys, Uraraka muttered over her distress of seeing how her teacher and principal were being interrogated. Inko watched the interview with much less sympathy. The teachers had failed to protect her son so many times, and she just could not convince herself to believe that they would be able to follow through anymore. Come on. We're getting close, Ida urged. The tracker, which also had a built-in GPS, displayed the shortest path to find where the Nomu was. I don't want to bring down the mood further, but what do we do if the Nomu and Midoriya are being held in different locations? Todoroki questioned, only recently considering the possibility that they were nowhere near their friend. We blow up every building nearby until we find that demed nerd, Bakugo replied with a scowl. Inko nodded in agreement. Time's up, kid. It's been a day since I gave you the proposition. Shigaraki pulled a chair, this one without any bindings, in front of the captive and sat down. You in? Or do we need to kill you? Izuku and Tamura stared at each other the best they could with the hand covering the latter's face. Do you have any burn ointment? Tamura huffed at the question. Why would the kid just not answer yes or no? After all, aren't you supposed to take care of your own? All eyes suddenly fell on him. Wait, you're serious? Spinner asked. There was a clear excitement in his voice, undoubtedly because Stain's apprentice accepted the offer to join the league. I guess. You were right, Shigaraki. No matter how hard I try, society will never accept me as a hero. They wouldn't even sugarcoat it for a 6-year-old boy that was quirkless. Why would it be any different for the same boy that was trained by the hero killer? Izuku tried to sound as morose as he could. He put all the pain he could dig up from his years of torment into his voice and clearly succeeded. This feels like it was almost too easy. Izuku and Shigaraki turned towards Compress. While his facial expressions were unreadable behind his mask, Izuku could see the doubt in his body language. Master, doesn't one of the newer Nomu have a healing quirk? Yes indeed, the chilling voice answered from the blank screen. Shall I send it your way? Tamura replied with an affirmative, but no Nomu appeared. Just remember Midoriya, I do not take kindly to betrayal. I do not believe someone like you would turn on their own beliefs so quickly. But Tamura is willing to trust you, so I shall follow his lead. A spasming gray circle materialized in the bar. Something that was clearly another Nomu walked through the substance that looked like it was struggling just to exist and approached the boy. This one was much smaller than the ones from the USJ and Hosu. Instead of a sickly black skin tone, this one was a pale green shade. Two dead yet frantic eyes fell on the boy and an oversized hand unkindly closed on the boy's head. The league watched as his burns, bruises, cuts and more disappeared in short time. Not half a minute later, the hand retracted from the prisoner who looked as good as new. Just as quickly as it appeared, the Nomu walked back through the strange portal and vanished. The portal itself closed, leaving no sign that anything had changed except for the healed prisoner. Izuku sighed as all the pain that had been coursing through him non-stop finally stopped. His eyes fluttered a little but decided to stay open. Twice, untie him. Sure thing, boss. Not a chance. Despite the insubordination from his contradictory replies, the man in the gray and black suit cautiously approached the boy and unbuckled the straps. Strap by strap, Izuku could feel his mobility return until he was fully free to stand up. The boy rubbed his wrists and sighed. So, what's our move? We're here. Ida looked up towards the lowest window the back alley building had. It was higher up than a window should be for the first floor, but was within reach if someone stood on his shoulders. Let me check it out. Get ready to run if anything happens. As soon as everyone acknowledged her request, Uraraka used her quirk on herself and floated upwards. Once within reach, she grabbed the windowsill and looked in, scanning left to right. Oh no! What's wrong? Todoroki inquired. He absolutely hated the terror that her voice held. He could see Inko pale beside him, and hoped that him keeping calm would encourage the mother to do the same. The girl pulled her phone from her pocket and aimed it through the window. The lighting was terrible, but just good enough for her to get a video as she panned her phone from side to side. Take a look. Her phone was surrounded by a faint green hue, and the device transferred itself towards Inko. She and the 4 other teens crowded the phone and selected the most recent save video. At least a dozen tanks with hoses and machinery pumping fluids in and out resided in the room. Each of the large boxes had a brain sticking just above the surface of the liquids, and a monstrous face was pressed against a wall. Nomus. A small army worth. Guys! Uraraka whisper shouted. One of them is moving. The girl watched in terror as one of the monsters stood up. The slimy substance it had been submerged in rolled off its skin in clumps. The thing opened its mouth and a thick gray substance spewed from the orifice before swallowing the Nomu whole. It disappeared, only a shaking gray circle stood where the creature had been. Uraraka watched with bated breath as she awaited another to move. Only a minute later the Nomu returned through the gray matter and sunk into the tank, not making any note of the vanishing portal. Just as she was preparing to drop herself down and warn the others, a slight hint of movement caught her eye. Whatever it was quick, dashing between the many shadows the dim lights provided. The person, still unidentifiable, drew a large knife from beneath a robe and raised it. The knife came down and dug into the exposed brain of the nearest Nomu. The person unceremoniously grabbed the organ and used the blade to cut it out. As if by second nature, the being dropped the brain onto the floor and stomped it to a pulp. Feeling nauseous not just because of her quirk, Uraraka could only watch as the person quickly repeated the process for every tank in the room. Then they turned to face the window, staring down the spying girl with bloodlust oozing off them. Uraraka did not dare to stick around to see what they had planned for her, and dropped herself as quickly as possible. We have to leave now. She grabbed Ida and Todoroki and pulled, but neither gave way under their confusion. The 5 that had been down below her asked what had happened, but her mind was racing and her heart felt like it could blow a hole in her chest if it did not slow down. She could not find a way to answer outside of pleading to get away from the building. What are a bunch of kids doing here? Somehow, despite the quiet of the empty alleys, the same figure Uraraka had just seen through the window had silently snuck out of the building and stood between them and the way they had entered. A large hood covered his face, with only his mouth visible. Bakugo immediately began screaming threats and obscenities at the man, but stopped when Ida walked past and approached the man. The boy's hands were balled into fists, and everyone present could see him shaking to his core. But he stood strong between him and his classmates, willing to be the first if the man attacked. But he knew that voice. It was the only voice he had learned to fear, the voice that occasionally haunted his nightmares. He wanted to rush the man and do something, anything, to bring him pain. But he could not. Not when he had a suspicion as to why a murderer that should be locked up was roaming a random building in an empty segment of town. What are you doing here, Stain? He prayed that the man would give the answer he hoped for. A student has been taken by the League of Villains, and you want us to hold a press conference? Aizawa could only stare at the small being that was the principal. While it was true that Nizu was always thinking, the mouse-like creature had admitted a handful of times that even he was far from foolproof. But a press conference? I understand your surprise, Aizawa, but please let me explain. Aizawa took a seat on the other side of the massive desk, hoping for a logical reason for the demand. The villains are likely watching us, trying to figure out what our play is. It's not a guarantee, but if we pretend to still be forming a plan while other teams work in the shadows, we might, just might, be able to catch them off guard. Of course, there's so much that could go wrong, but it's the tactic I see most likely to succeed. Aizawa nodded, then turned around when he heard the door to the room open. Nizu, sir. I just heard back from the undercover investigators. They might have a lead on where the hideout is. Very good. Thank you, Vlad. Nizu accepted a folder that the other teacher handed and read through it quickly. I do believe Midoriya mentioned that Stain had warned him about the villains hiding in a bar of sorts. This does look promising. The chimerical principal closed the folder and sat in thought. We have to do it tonight. If we wait any longer, the villains might move him, or somehow find out what we are planning. I will schedule the conference for later tonight while organizing a rescue team. How many heroes are you calling in? Vlad questioned from behind his coworker. As many as would be able to join without raising suspicion. At the moment, I have already reached out to MT Lady and Kamui Woods. Tsukachi is working on convincing Endeavor to join as well. More heroes will be contacted, I assure you. Aizawa opened his mouth to speak, but said nothing. There were doubts in his mind about what he planned to suggest, but decided anything would be worth rescuing a student. What if we recruited a less savory individual? Aizawa? You and I both know what I'm suggesting, Vlad. We've already gotten him out of Tartarus once for something much less important. But right now we need any card we can play, even if it means asking him for assistance. And you think they'll let him out? Getting him here was nearly impossible, and that was with Nizu reminding the supervisors of Tartarus that he'd be confined to school grounds and monitored by every available teacher. I'll contact them, Nizu declared, cutting off any potential argument between the teachers. I still have a favor or two I can cash in with those that run the prison. And maybe, just maybe, he'll be willing to comply if we fill him in on Midoriya's situation. It'll be a long shot, but Aizawa is right. If anyone would be of use, it's him. Nizu grabbed his cell phone from his desk and dialed an unusually long number. You two should start preparing for the conference. I will be getting ready soon as well. Izuku watched the news, curiosity flaring. He could tell something was wrong, but the exact reason eluded him. Aizawa managed to answer a question while somehow avoiding the question in a seemingly practiced fashion. As did Nizu and Vlad King. A small glimmer of hope started settling in his chest. Were they closer to finding him than they let on? But he quickly pushed down the hope and fell into his natural demeanor. He had a part to play, and anything that could get in the way could get him killed. It's funny, isn't it? These heroes that have been entrusted with your well-being admitted to all of Japan that they have no clue what they're doing. It's so perfect. The hero society that everyone has come to worship is slowly crumbling as we speak. Shigaraki began laughing a maniacal laugh at the thought of being in charge of the events that started the avalanche. Breaking into the school, attacking the USJ, showing up at the training camp and kidnapping a student? He was absolutely ecstatic. Best be careful, Shigaraki. The heroes are sneakier than you might think. I'm sure they're planning something right now, Izuku warned, hoping his advice would do anything to gain more trust. By the way, Spinner? Mind if I steal a blade or two? The reptile-like man clutched his collection with almost caring tenderness. These are the swords that I use to carry out Stain's mission. Even if you're his apprentice, why should I give any away? Izuku chuckled, both at the sight of the man cradling a massive heap of swords and a little for show. Because, in exchange for a mere 2 blades tops, I can give you some insight of how he worked to further his goal. Isn't that a deal of a lifetime? Before the man could respond, Toga popped up inches from Izuku's face and brandished a small knife. Here. Take this and tell me about Stain. The boy could admit that he had forgotten Toga considered herself a follower of his mentor. In his mind, she was much more of a fangirl that had found a music group than a believer that would dedicate her life to Stain's ideologies, but he also knew something was better than nothing. Izuku grasped the offered knife and gave it a few practice swings and jabs. Not bad, I must say. The boy slipped the knife into his pocket and gestured for her to lean close. The rest of the league could make out that he was whispering something, but the details were far from coherent. Toga pulled away and squealed, then hopped around the bar in excitement that felt off in a room of killers. What did you tell her? Spinner requested. Izuku simply held out a hand in response. Spinner looked back to his sword of swords, and back to the open hand. With a sigh, he grabbed one of the smaller blades and pulled it from the bundle. With a little hesitation he handed it to his new teammate, who once again swung it a few times to practice. I told her that Stain would have been proud now. Sure, he may be known as the hero killer, but he is willing to kill villains for the same reason he kills heroes. Instead of being greedy, you allowed yourself some humility of giving away what you hold dear. I see. Even the little things are, in his eyes, worthy of judgment. Thank you, Midoriya. I shall remember this teaching and use it to aid his pursuit of a better society. Anyways, I never got an answer. What are we planning next? Almost like fate decided he was not to get an answer again, for knocks came from the main door. A door to a building in the middle of a nigh-empty town. Hello? We had an order for a pizza DLY here. Man, I was just thinking about how good pizza would taste. Who ordered pizza? You know I hate it. Just in time for the league to process that someone was at the door, the wall right behind Spinner was shattered with unforgiving force, a loud smash, announcing the presence of an unforgettable hero. The moment the wall was fully down, Kamui Woods charged in with his lacquered chains prison. Close behind was Edgeshot, who compressed himself into a paper-thin strand that shot from Kurogiri to Dabi to twice, effectively eliminating the most troublesome members in a fraction of a second. All 3 fell limp under the bindings that had yet to loosen around them. Don't worry about you comrades, they will live. However, seeing as I just punctured their lungs, I would recommend they sit still. Edgeshot glared at Magna and Toga, as if daring them to give him a reason to do the same to them. Shigaraki, where is your boss? Izuku, having watched the entire string of events unfold, looked at the short man that made the demand. He recognized him from Hosu, but knew little else about him. Midoriya, are you alright? All Might stepped forward to hold the boy, but his student instead stepped back, procuring as much anger as he could. For all you know, I wasn't. I could have been dead, or tortured beyond breaking by now. And now you heroes are making a dramatic display of rescuing me. All Might's smile wavered, just enough for Izuku to see and fell guilt for. My boy, ever since your classmates notified Aizawa of your capture, we have been tirelessly working to bring you home. Please, forgive us for taking so long. Izuku once again did everything he could to dig up past memories. Belittlement, rejection, abuse, all of it. He forced himself to rehear all the times he was told he had no future for being quirkless. He recalled as many times that his dreams were snuffed out by his middle school classmates as he could. He relived the day Stain of all people told him that there was potential inside the weak little boy. What if I am home? He asked with as much venom as he could. What if I want to stay with the people that will accept me for who I am instead of worrying that I might turn on them someday? This is bullshit. Master, send in the reinforcements. 3 portals, just like the one that the healing Nomu had used, appeared inside the bar. 3 Nomu appeared, but only one stood on its own. The other 2 slumped through the portals, their brains missing from their already lifeless bodies. Sounds of gunfire erupted from outside the hidden bar, and orders were mixed with screams as more Nomu, some dead and some alive, appeared outside. Master! Izuku began to choke. Thick slime erupted from his mouth unannounced and coated his body. The last thing he saw was All Might, desperately reaching out to him before he disappeared. What am I doing here? Stain laughed. He pulled away his hood to reveal his face, which sported his infamous mask. There was an ever-present glint of insanity in his eyes that almost brought Ida to his knees. Simple, I'm aiding the heroes in Izuku's rescue. The man's eyes fell on Inko. She knew who Stain was, and what he had done in the past. Fear began to rise at the thought of him deeming the children around her fakes and taking matters into his own hands. Contrary to what she expected, the man approached her, holding his hands away from his body as if letting her know he was not reaching for any weapons. You are Izuku's mother, are you not? Inko nodded, unable to speak. Your boy is strong. He is persistent and he is resourceful. He will be okay. The earth around them shook, incredibly violently for how quiet it had been all night. Stain peered around the corner, catching a glimpse of MD Lady tearing off the roofs of the nearby building with Best Jeanist behind her. So much damage that the people will have to pay for. Some heroes truly are too destructive for their own good. The man shook his head with clear disgust. So this is what happened to my Nomu. For a brief moment, everything froze. Pure, unadulterated fear stopped everyone's hearts as the presence of a man they could not even see spoke from within the damaged building. Flashes of death, anguish, and suffering filled everyone's vision. Stain, ever resilient, only stumbled at the figments of his imagination. The rest, so unaccustomed to the real world, stood stiller than statues. They awaited the visions to come true, they awaited their gruesome ends. Izuku appeared in a crater with the rest of the league beside him. Not too far away, an unconscious and bleeding Best Jeanist lay in a heap with a milady trying to get him to move away from the man who had leveled so much land with hardly any effort. It would appear the heroes were one step ahead of you yet again, Tamura. The speaker, his voice a mix of organic and synthetic, stepped from the shadows of the now ruined building. A large mask encompassing his entire head glinted in the moonlight, and a suit that was too formal for the situation allowed his massive frame to make itself known. But things like this happen. All you can do is learn and try again. The man with an aura unlike anything Izuku experienced stretched a hand to his successor, and in the blink of an eye, all might was there. I won't let you get away again, the hero declared stoically. All for one. Oh, perfect timing for a final battle. The declared all for one used. Red and black extensions shot from his fingers and dug into the large hero's back, then flung him away into a nearby structure. Kurogyri, I need to borrow your quirk. The extensions plunged into the unconscious Gate's body and twitched erratically. A familiar purple haze exploded into existence above the body. Go now, Tamura. If this is where I die, then I will have died teaching you everything I can. They're going to get away, Uraraka warned from behind the large pile of debris. And they're going to take Deku with them. There has to be a way to get him, right? Todoroki questioned. He noticed Stain start to leave, but came eye to eye with the man. No words were spoken, and the man leapt away to join the battle. Come on, we all have quirks that are incredibly useful. He would think of a way with no trouble. Kirishima racked his brains for any plans, but came to the realization that he was nowhere near as smart as the friend they had come to rescue. Round cheeks, make me, for eyes and Inko weightless. I don't think any of these losers can fly, so if we take to the air we can get over the battlefield farther than they can reach. Okay, but how do we get him separated from the others? Half and half can deal with that. All he needs to do is make a display with his quirk. That should be enough of a distraction to give us a chance. And what about me? Kirishima asked. How can I help? You're our backup. If we fail to get the nerd out of there, the last hope we have will be for you to charge in and drag him by the neck if you have to. Uraraka could tell Kirishima wanted to do more than act as a fallback plan, but she could also tell Bakugo was trying to make sure the redhead was not left out entirely. Here goes. She touched her fingertips to each of the three that would fly over the field and lifted them to a vantage point that would allow them an unobstructed takeoff. Bakugo, I need to ask, why did you include me in Mrs. Midoriya? Bakugo sneered as if the answer should have been obvious. You're best suited for long stretches of higher speeds, but you can't navigate worth a DMN yet. I'll provide us with some extra power and mobility. As for her, Inko could take a guess as to why she was in such a perilous position, but Bakugo was smarter than his brash and violent attitude let on. That med nerd won't just let us save him. If there's any chance that someone he considers a friend will get hurt, he'll take the path that puts himself in danger first. Doesn't matter how close you or round cheeks or half and half are to him. He'll just let you fly overhead and out of the way. But he'll come to Inko. I know he will. So many buildings had been destroyed in the fight. All might and all for one, two absolute titans of power, clashed with unwavering ferocity around the league. Izuku did his best to stay clear of the action, but noted a slight change in All Might's abilities. For whatever reason, he was getting weaker. If something did not change, the number one hero, the symbol of peace, would die here. The two powerhouses continued their brawl. All for one had the edge in absolute versatility, but All Might had an unbreakable will and raw power on his side for the time being. Both foes came to a standstill in the crater vying for an opening, and Midoriya made his move. Young Midoriya, you must get out of here. But Izuku kept approaching, brandishing both a knife and sword with malicious intent. Sir, allow me to help. Let me show this society what even a quirkless nobody can do. All for one's rivet stabs pierced into All Might's sides, one of which was the weak spot he had kept hidden for so long. More red and black streaks wrapped around the hero, immobilizing him and holding him out towards the boy like a sacrificial lamb. Midoriya, I give you one chance to prove your loyalty once and for all. Show me that you truly believe in the failures of the hero system that has plagued the world. Izuku smiled the most evil smile he could, staring into All Might's eyes with killing intent. Tell me, All Might, can a quirkless boy be a hero? All Might was silent, uncharacteristically silent. You have shown me time after time that anyone can, regardless of their quirk. Izuku raised the knife in his right hand, pointing the tip at the man he had adored for so many years of his life. It's too late for that, he sneered, then put as much power into his arm as he could muster. The blade, moments before pointed at the hero, flipped in his hand and flew at the villain that had hurt so many heroes in the past. The blade sliced through one of the pipes of the giant mask and stole enough attention for the rivets to loosen around the hero. Better late than never, though. All Might was not given a chance to reply. Between All for One recovering and the League that had witnessed the betrayal, he had no choice but to leap back into action. He and All for One resumed their vicious fight, leaving Izuku to stare down Toga, Magna and Compress. Sorry, but there truly is no honor among villains. Izuku prepared the sword that was given to him and waited for another battle to begin.